Hello and welcome to Scope. Scope is a consumer live stream event that was developed to inform, educate, and support the public, the media, and all the consumers of safer nicotine products. Who we are, why we advocate for safer options for adults, and to being excluded from the table as the main stakeholders of discussion and decision-making processes that directly impact our health and our right to make informed decisions. Hello and welcome. Specifically, tobacco harm reduction. What is it and why is it so important? You're about to find out. Remember to stay tuned for the live question and answer session that will follow. Thanks.
I have invented this new type football helmet, which I believe will do much to rid the game of fatalities.
What is harm reduction? The concept of harm reduction refers to policies and programs which aim to reduce the harm from risks in human activity and behaviors. Harm reduction is most commonly utilized in day-to-day living, such as seat belts when in a motor vehicle.
This is Tom. Tom has a friend who was always inclined to be reckless.
And helmets when riding a bicycle or motorcycle. There are other forms of minimizing risk in daily life, often done without question. Tobacco harm reduction refers to reducing the levels of disease and death from unsafe tobacco use among smokers. Tobacco harm reduction, shortened to THR, recognizes that nicotine abstinence is not always achievable and users may not be able or willing to quit. So, THR advocates that users switch to using nicotine in its less harmful form. People smoke primarily because they are addicted to nicotine, but it is the other toxins in tobacco smoke that cause most of the harm. Nicotine can be obtained from a range of products, which vary in their level of harm and addictiveness. This is the spectrum of harm, and it ranges from smoked tobacco at the top as being most harmful to safer nicotine products, which are towards the bottom or safer end of the spectrum. Despite the evidence that is now available and safer nicotine products' proven potential to benefit the millions of smokers globally, the anti-tobacco harm reduction stance from many public health officials who refuse to accept the evidence may be influenced by hidden agendas and bad science.
They come in different flavors. I mean, this is like cigarettes all over again.
Exposure to nicotine from e-cigarette vapor does in fact cause lung cancer.
It's clear that it is harmful.
This translates into public health policy recommendations for bans and prohibitive regulation of safer nicotine products.
The government think it is harmful.
Ban e-cigarettes.
Products which may have harm reduction potential need to be made accessible and available. Otherwise, over 7 million smokers will succumb to death. They deserve that consideration from organizations and officials who are mandated to promote public health. And now, we hear from Clive Bates about tobacco harm reduction.
I should say I've got no conflicts of interest with respect to tobacco industry, e-cig industry, pharma or whatever. I'm coming at this from a public health perspective, and I first got interested in this issue when I was Director of Action on Smoking and Health from 1997 to 2003. Okay, okay, so let's start first. I mean, it's worth going back to the actual problem that we have here, which is smoking. It's an incredibly damaging habit. You know, affects multiple effects on the body, kills around 96,000 prematurely, and kills more people than all of these other things combined: obesity, alcohol, road accidents, drug misuse, and HIV. It's interesting, it's not quite the same as those other things because it kills people later in life. And typically people, the typical median lifelong smoker loses about 10 years between the ages of 73 and 83. So that's the profile of the harm. It's particularly associated with, can be seen as a condition of poverty. And here we go, here are smoking prevalence for England. The average is just under 14%, but you can get up to twice that level in some of the worst areas. And of course, as a result of that, you get twice the health impacts. And you see that smoking is one of the most important drivers of not only ill health, but health inequalities. And I'll just quickly go through some examples on that. So this is smoking prevalence, far more unemployed smoke than employed, manual workers than managerial workers, people with poor educational outcomes rather than degrees, and serious mental health illnesses. One of the most serious gradients is in people who have other mental health conditions, schizophrenia, and other psychiatric disorders. And the smoking prevalence goes way up for people with depression, with psychosis, substance use disorder, and also people who live in disadvantaged conditions, homelessness and prisons. So when we talk about smoking, we talk about the kind of people that we're worried about. We're talking about some of the people in the worst conditions in society, some of the most disadvantaged and most vulnerable groups. That's where the smoking is concentrated. Many of us on this call may never see it, but it's out there, concentrated in these subpopulations. One of the things that we do is we put a whacking great tax on cigarettes, and we compound the health inequalities with a super strong regressive taxation. And you can see here the tax breakdown. The pre-tax price for Mayfair budget cigarettes is around £2, but the total price is over £10, of which nearly 80% is tax of one sort or another. So you're spending up to £3,700 a year if you're on a 20-a-day habit, and that's not a million miles away from what you would get if you were on job seekers allowance. So you can see there that the costs are very material for people who are in a disadvantaged state. So I jumped onto this one, but this is the kind of ultimate theme of what we're trying to get at here. People smoke for the nicotine, but they die from the tar. The underlying drug using pattern, nicotine use. Nicotine's a fairly mild and relatively innocuous drug if dependence forming, but it's not what actually does the harm. In fact, for many people, nicotine may have benefits, cognitively, calming them and so on. But what people die from is the way that nicotine is delivered. And at the moment, it's predominantly delivered by setting fire to tobacco. The nicotine in tobacco is absorbed into the particles of smoke. Thousands of products of combustion are formed in the tobacco coal and then inhaled into the lungs. And it's the products of combustion, or what he refers to here as the tar, that cause most of the serious illnesses, the cancer, the heart disease, the respiratory illnesses, and also the hot gases like carbon monoxide and oxides of nitrogen that are drawn into the body. So this is a key thing to bear in mind as we go forward. There is a distinction between the underlying drug using habit and the means of delivery, which in the case of a cigarette is a very dirty form of delivery system, the tobacco smoke. What we have now are four broad categories of non-combustible nicotine product, okay? And these are, in my view, where this market will head over the longer term. And the reason why we might be optimistic that some of the harms, or much of the harms associated with smoking will be eliminated. So first of all, you have vaping products, and then you have heated tobacco products. So these are heated products. Unheated, you have these oral nicotine products, and there's been a huge surge in the interest in pouches like Zyn and Velo. So these are nicotine products that you put in your mouth and you absorb the nicotine through the gum, but they're not products that not products that involve any tobacco or smoke. And then finally, traditional smoking tobacco. The review of public health talked about a diverse class of alternative nicotine delivery systems. These are the ones that we've just seen on the previous slide, substantially less harmful than cigarettes. And they say, optimistically, the potential to disrupt the 120-year dominance of the cigarette and challenge the field on how tobacco pandemic can be reversed if nicotine is decoupled from lethal smoke. So that's back to the people smoke for the nicotine and die for the tar. We have an amazing proof of concept here in Europe, which is from one of those quadrants, and it's the case study of snus in Sweden. A snus are these little envelope, these little like tea bags full of tobacco that you put in your mouth between the lip and the gum, and the tobacco is absorbed, the nicotine is absorbed through the oral mucosa into the blood and then into the brain, where it gives the user a hit. So this is the situation about smoking in Europe, okay, the European Union as was. That is Sweden, and you can see it's an anomaly there, and right bang up to date. In fact, in 2020, the smoking prevalence in Sweden is down to 7% current smokers, 5% daily smoking, compared to an average in 2017 of 26% in the EU, and I think it's now down to 23%. So a huge difference in the rate of smoking. It's because people are using snus instead of cigarettes in large numbers. The nicotine use is about the same as the EU average. The smoking rate is much lower. Now that smoking prevalence translates into a much lower rate of disease in Sweden. So this is all-cause cancer mortality. I beg your pardon. This is all causes of death in men age 30 and under. And Sweden has the lowest rate. And the reason it does is because more men are using snus instead of smoking. There's an interesting question here about how this works and what I would call the public health mechanism, okay? And so we're looking at the choice that people make between smoking and vaping. And here are some figures from the UK. And you can see we still have nearly 7 million exclusive smokers. We have about 1.6 million people who are exclusive vapers. And then there's about 1.3 million who are somewhere between, okay? 3 million vapers, 8 million smokers. Okay, now the government wants to get to a smoke-free environment by 2030. But it means to below Swedish levels, the Swedish levels that there are now, and it wants to get to below 5% prevalence. So that would be a 2/3 cut from now in the prevalence of people smoking to occur over the current decade. So it's a very ambitious target, but that's what the government's target is. And what I maintain is that they have no chance of doing that without embracing those 4 types of alternative nicotine delivery systems to drive out smoking. You can see that the history of smoking over the last 10 years is this. We achieved about a 1/3 cut in smoking over the last 10 years. Okay, so in the next 10 years, or the current 10 years, we'd have to do twice as well as we managed to do in the last 10 years. So that gives you some idea of the challenge that the government has set itself. How do we know that these products are much less harmful, vaping products in particular? The strongest source of evidence are so-called biomarkers of exposure studies. So you look for traces of toxins in the blood, in the urine, in the saliva, and you find that they're very much lower in people who are vaping or using these other products than in smokers. Okay, so here we go. So you can see this is a study that was done recently by Leon Shahab, who's a brilliant researcher, but he's done these measurements, and you can see that it's a bit difficult to see some of it, but you can see that e-cigarette use is comparable to people using nicotine replacement therapy. And you know, where there are any residual emissions at all, they're also in the background. You know, things like formaldehyde don't go down to zero, they go down to approximately the background levels. So that's what gives us confidence. If there's a much lower level of exposure, we should expect a much lower level of disease. Royal College of Physicians examined this data and concluded, based on the data, that e-cigarettes are unlikely to exceed 5% of the risks of those associated with tobacco products, and may be substantially lower than this figure. And by tobacco products, they mean smoking products. So we're talking about 2 orders of magnitude difference here. However, risk perceptions, i.e. what people think the reductions in risk are not at all well aligned with what you would expect from the biomarker exposure data, and also what expert groups like the Royal College of Physicians and Public Health England say. And Public Health England more or less agrees with the Royal College of Physicians. Okay, and here you can see the orange bars are people who think that e-cigarettes are more harmful or equally harmful. And you can see the number of people who correctly think that they are a lot less harmful, but not necessarily harmless, has been shrinking over time, while the number who think they're equally or more harmful has been increasing, with a particular surge in 2020. And this is data from Action on Smoking and Health, who conducts a survey every year. And the reason for that, I think, is that we had an outbreak of severe lung injuries that gained a huge amount of notoriety and media coverage in the United States, and that drifted across the Atlantic and changed risk perceptions in the United Kingdom. And there was lots of evocative photographs like this. The reality is that that problem was caused by an additive, vitamin E acetate, added to THC, cannabinoid vape pens, as a diluent, as a cutting agent to make the expensive THC liquid go further. It's not actually practical to add that to nicotine vapes, and there would be no point anyway, because you can just dilute nicotine vapes to a desired strength using the standard excipients, propylene glycol or vegetable glycerine. So a problem in the illicit supply chain for THC was blown up into a worldwide, contained mainly within the United States, was blown up into a worldwide problem for e-cigarettes, and that affected risk perceptions, and risk perceptions affect behavior. And it's begun to slow down the rate at which e-cigarettes have been eating into the cigarette market and allowing people to switch from very dangerous to much safer products. It looks exactly like a supply chain contamination problem. There's a pattern of hospitalizations in the United States. It emerged in mid-2019, and by early 2020, it had disappeared again. Okay, so it was something went wrong in the supply chain, the addition of vitamin E acetate, and when the criminals realized what they were doing, recklessly, criminally, they stopped doing it. And then as the supply chain emptied, the problem largely disappeared. Now let's talk a little bit about whether these things really do replace smoking. They do. There's been an excellent randomized controlled trial that showed that roughly speaking, e-cigarettes were twice as effective at helping people quit smoking. But there's more to it than that. That was backed up by findings in the Cochrane review, which summarizes all the randomized controlled trials, and concluded that these products are helpful at helping people quit smoking. However, the way it works with a randomized controlled trial isn't really that satisfactory, because it takes a kind of equal number of people, gives them these products, whether they want them or not, and sees what happens with them. However, in the real world, the harm reduction implications come from not just the reduced risk, but also the number who successfully switch. And that is a more complicated, that is a more complicated calculation. So first, on the reduced risk, you've got the product toxicity and other risks, you know, the reduced exposure biomarkers and so on that we looked at earlier, and statements from Royal College of Physicians and Public Health England. But on the number who switch, you've got how many try and how many of those succeed. The proportion who succeed, you might get some information from a randomized controlled trial, but remember, the people who try actually want to try. They've opted into using that approach. And therefore, appeal and user choice makes a huge difference in the real world application of this as a harm reduction strategy, rather than a clinical intervention in which, you know, you take randomized smokers and you give them something and see what happens. Okay, so I just want you to bear that in mind. In the real world, a randomized controlled trial provides useful information, but it doesn't properly characterize the public health model. The way I look at it is the public health mechanism creates there's a kind of value proposition. It's based on a value proposition about the price, the promotion, you know, not going to go into this in too much detail, but the question is, why do you buy something? Why do you use it? What are you actually getting from it? And one of the things that people do in tobacco control is to try and degrade the value. So put the price up using taxation. They'll use plain packaging to make the packaging ugly. They'll have anti-vaping campaigns, stop you using it in certain places. They'll make the product less appealing. They'll position it as harmful. They'll use people like medical professionals to tell you that it's a bad idea. What we want to do in tobacco harm reduction is to take an alternative value proposition and enhance it so that the travel from smoking to vaping is made easier. So you have lower rates of tax, more attractive packaging, an interesting product. You're allowed to use it in places where you can't smoke, subject to the agreement of the manager and proprietor and so on. Okay, the problem is, what we're seeing in reality is lots of efforts to block that move and to degrade the value of vaping by tobacco control. Smoking cessation, coming back to it, it's not just the randomized control trial data. It is that, but it's also observational studies and also population trends that back it up. We're seeing smoking falling rapidly where vaping is on the increase. It's also user testimony. Lots of people will tell you that after years of trying everything, this worked for them. And actually, it's what you expect. It's a rival to cigarettes, and it's better in many respects, not just in the way that it doesn't kill you to anything like the same extent. It's more attractive, there's less stigma attached with it, there's less smell and so on. Now, let's get into the policy environment. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but the problem is here is that regulation is things could go wrong. This is the most memorable quote from that Royal College of Physicians report. And I'm just going to simplify this because it's a bit difficult to read on the screen like this. But what they basically say is that if a risk-averse precautionary approach makes e-cigarettes less accessible, palatable, more expensive, consumer-friendly, pharmacologically less effective, or it inhibits innovation, then it causes harm by perpetuating smoking. And that is what we have at the moment. We have a concerted effort to do all of those things. And the danger is that it will cause harm by perpetuating smoking, by inhibiting a rival commercial value proposition. So, for example, we put warnings on the products that say this is a highly addictive substance. Yet we know that people are worried about addiction when they should really be worried about harm, you know, the cancer and the heart disease and so on. We know from research that the nicotine addiction warning may reduce smokers' willingness to use and try purchasing an e-cigarette. even though cigarettes are just as or more addictive and much, much more harmful. Maybe we should have better warnings. Maybe we should communicate the fact that these products are much safer and give people a steer that this is a good pathway to go down. We also have the youth vaping epidemic narrative. And here I'll quickly go through these. We saw up to 2019 a rapid rise in use of e-cigarettes between 2017 and 2019. It caused basically a moral panic in the United States. But we have to look at that more carefully, certainly more carefully than most of the agencies and commentators in the United States did. I want to just unpack that 27.5% number that we saw in the US, because it has some revealing truths in it. So let's start with 27.5% of US high school students, more than 1 in 5 vaping. Okay, how many of them were frequent and how many were infrequent? Okay, around 2/3 were infrequent users. They're using the product quite frivolously. They're not a particularly high public health concern. They may be using it at parties, blowing big smoke, big vapor clouds or whatever. They are not the problem. Okay, we should worry maybe about the more frequent users. But what if we look at the tobacco use pattern of these users? And here again, we see that most teen vapers, again around 2/3, are prior tobacco users. They're also people who would smoke or be likely to smoke. Now, what if we cut it both ways at the same time? Okay, and here we go. Here's the numbers. Okay, so the people who have never used tobacco and are frequent users are a small number of the total, and you might be worried about them. On the other hand, you never know. They may have gone on to be smokers anyway. The frequent users are mainly prior tobacco users, and vaping may be helping them. Maybe a good news story here, because teenagers also smoke and also are helped by harm reduction strategies. We've got to unpack those numbers and do the job properly and understand what's really going on with youth risk behaviours. Another thing that we see, and it's an increasing call, Europe's Beating Cancer Plan called for this, the Netherlands have called for it. There's flavour bans appearing all over the United States, all over Europe. It's now a big new move against these products. The problem is that flavours are integral to the value proposition. You know that I showed that we have 7P's value proposition. Well, the idea that you can get lots of different flavors other than tobacco is really important to users. And here we see the pattern of actual use among adult users, okay? Fruit, chocolate, sweets, desserts, or pastry. By far the most important, this is United States data, by far the most important products that are used by adults. And that's because they're trying to get away from tobacco and turning their nicotine habit into something different. So the idea of banning flavors is actually another way in which you're blocking that transition pathway from smoking to vaping. What could possibly go wrong, say, with a flavor ban? And here is a quick list, just for you to cast your eye over. I'm not going to go through all this, of all the different things that people could do in response to a legally mandated flavor ban. And you can see this in a report that I've done recently, which I will share if anyone wants it. Okay, so basically people can switch to tobacco flavors, switch back to smoking, switch to cannabis use. They can make their own, they can buy on the black market, they can make for the black market and sell on the black market, etc., etc. The idea that people just comply with regulations in exactly the way you want them is literally falsified by the entire war on drugs and the history of drug prohibition, which many people on this webinar, I'm sure, are all too familiar with. Flavors, why do people use them? It's not even the main reason why people use them. The main reason given was I was curious about them. And having a moral panic is one of the best ways of raising curiosity. And it might be that some of the hysteria about e-cigarettes may actually be driving their use in younger people. Flavors was third ranked as a reason for using them. So it's likely that people would continue to use them even if, or do something to work around a regulation that stopped you. Nearly finished now. I just want a final mention of heated tobacco products. Haven't gone into those in much detail, but it's the same broad concept. The main thing that these offer smokers is the experience is much closer to smoking. The tobacco is heated, tobacco-like aromatics are given off. There's a strong nicotine dose from it. But again, there's no combustion. The products, they probably produce more toxins than e-cigarettes for the most part, but far, far less than cigarettes. The big advantage of them is that they may reach smokers who find e-cigarettes unsatisfactory or looking for something different. And these have been fantastically successful in Japan, for example, where we have seen an amazing 40% reduction in cigarette consumption. That's 40% reduction in cigarette consumption over the last 3 years or so. It's absolutely amazing cataclysmic impact on the cigarette trade, which will manifest itself as huge health benefits in the longer term. Again, biomarkers of exposure. The yellow here is people who tried the INNCO, and the green is people who stopped smoking completely. There were smokers, they were all smokers, they stopped smoking completely. And you can see the reduction in these particular biomarkers is more or less the same for someone who switched to the INNCO product and someone who stopped smoking completely. And on the basis of this kind of data, the Food and Drug Administration gave INNCO, the PMI product, a modified risk order, saying that there was a measurable substantial risk in morbidity and mortality was expected on the back of these reductions in exposure. Finally, my final slide, I think, risk proportionate regulation. How should you deal with this? Basically, strong regulation, higher taxes on the harmful products, a much lower and lighter regulation, not no regulation, on the much less risky products, trying to encourage a migration from high risk to low risk products.
Electronic cigarettes, as we know them, have been around for less than 20 years. However, technology and the concept for an electronic vaporizer is well over 100 years old.
The first person recorded to have come up with this idea was Joseph Robinson in 1927. He described a vaporizer with a heating coil wound around an asbestos core. This device was never manufactured. The first person to invent a vaporizer as a replacement for smoking was Herbert A. Gilbert. In 1963, he filed a patent for a battery-powered vaporizer that he referred to as a smokeless non-tobacco cigarette. Despite presenting many companies with his invention, it was never mass-produced. Finally, in 2003, Han Lik patented an electronic cigarette. A Chinese pharmacist, Han Lik experimented with several different methods of vaporization before deciding to use a high-frequency piezoelectric ultrasound-emitting element to vaporize a pressurized jet of e-liquid containing nicotine. His invention started being mass-produced in China the following year. Since then, there has been wave after wave of innovations and new products stemming from these first e-cigarettes.
Vaping became mainstream in the mid-2000s, and an entire culture rose of those who were using the devices to get off of combustible tobacco. This culture brought people together, the same as had been done in the past with wine enthusiasts.
Many long years ago.
Yeah, like people with wine, for instance, they'll go on and on about where did the grapes come from, what barrels was it aged in, how long was it aging for. You'll find people in vaping who go about it the exact same way. It's a matter of what you want to get out of it. It's like with any other hobby.
They sit here at the bar and talk about it for hours. And there's everything from creamy blueberry lemon to banana cinnamon nut bread to pomegranate strawberry to Jamaican rum brown sugar. And of course, for those that are just transitioning from cigarettes, they like mint and tobacco flavors more. But it's very interesting because after 2 or 3 weeks, they want something more exotic.
These early adopters of vape went on to build an entire independent industry to help others make the journey to smoke-free.
Our goal is to help people get off cigarettes, but we're building a business while we do that.
Early on, some public health experts understood that nicotine was not the problem with smoking, but the other chemicals and residues from combustion.
Nicotine is a chemical that is produced by the tobacco plant. People have discovered that when you smoke the leaves of the tobacco plant, you get that chemical in your bloodstream. And nicotine by itself is not an awful drug. As drugs go, it's not all that bad. It's the tar in the cigarettes that does so much damage.
By the end of this century, smoking will have killed more than 1 billion people worldwide. Mark Twain wrote, "It's easy to quit smoking. I've done it hundreds of times." And that's absolutely true. We don't have a lot of new things to work with. There haven't been any new medications for smoking in more than 10 or 12 years. Why not e-cigarettes? It's got the look, the feel, it has the nicotine, but the other 4,999 chemicals in cigarette smoke, most of which we don't even know, are not present. Maybe we can somehow incorporate this into a smoking cessation intervention that works.
However, others were very much against the possibility that these products could help smokers quit.
It stands to reason that these are probably puff for puff less dangerous than regular cigarettes. It's not the same as saying that they are safe.
So if they get kids hooked on nicotine, that's a really bad thing. If they get a smoker who would have quit smoking to continue smoking, that's a bad thing. If they get a smoker who stopped smoking to go back to nicotine addiction and then smoking, that's a bad thing. And if they re-glamorize the act of smoking, that's a bad thing.
Thus began the war between abstinence and tobacco harm reduction, as well as the discussion around the rights of adults to make informed choices.
There are really two kind of competing principles here. One is the precautionary principle. If in doubt, don't. So you have to be 100% certain that something's safe before you introduce it into the marketplace. And then harm reduction takes this other stance. It recognizes that drug use is going to continue and that cessation doesn't necessarily have to be your goal. That if you were to get somebody to switch from tobacco cigarettes to be a lifelong e-cigarette user, they would be far better off.
The battle lines were drawn within public health about the known and unknown risks, and the concept of harm reduction to be applied to tobacco.
Clearly, there has to be some scrutiny of this. Big Tobacco has avoided scrutiny, and that's a concern. I don't trust them at all. Nobody trusts them. Nobody should trust them. Their profit motive is their only motive.
Think about this. Do you really believe that R.J. Reynolds and Philip Morris and Laura Lard want to help smokers quit?
You know, whatever side of the e-cigarette debate people are on, there is agreement that there needs to be some form of regulation. But even though there are things we don't know, what we do know is that smoking kills half of all of its long-term users, tobacco smoking. So it becomes a question of weighing this against what the known risks are. And I think the known risks far overshadow the unknown risks at this point.
While the battle for tobacco harm reduction may be relatively new, the concept of harm reduction in other areas, such as drugs harm reduction, is decades old, and as small battles are won, others rise to meet the void. What we can do is learn from the people who started the original battle for harm reduction in the drug space. Ethan Nadelman talked about the fight within tobacco control at the E6 Summit in 2021. We share this with you in its entirety.
And what I want to talk about is how the fight within tobacco control between the forces for and against harm reduction reminds me so much of what I witnessed over my almost 4 decades of engagement with the issue of illicit drug control policy, both as a researcher and as a professor and as an activist. You know, part of what drew me to the issue of illicit drugs many years ago was that the more I read the evidence, the science, the history about how the policies had come to be what they were, the more I realized that drug control policy should move in one direction, towards a public health, human rights, decriminalization approach. But at the same time, and this dates back to the 1980s and 90s, The alternative approach, the war on drugs, was the one that was overly dominant among public opinion, among politicians from across the political spectrum, in the media coverage, in the funding sources, all of that, right? And so many of the challenges that we face now in trying to transform harm reduction from a minority approach into the dominant approach in tobacco control policy were challenges that I and my colleagues and allies faced in years past. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about some of my experiences. And even if I don't make the connections directly, I think you'll see what they were, right? I mean, by and large, I believe in harm reduction. Harm reduction, the basic approach that starts off with the assumption that drugs are here to stay. There's never been a drug-free society. And ultimately, our objective is not to try to create a drug-free society or even to try to build moats between those drugs and ourselves, those drugs and our kids, but essentially to learn how to live with the fact and reality of these drugs so that they cause the least possible harm and in some cases the greatest possible benefit. That ultimately this involves a balancing test. Right? I'm no libertarian. I'm no right-wing libertarian. I believe that government should play a powerful, constructive role in pushing people to act in their own self-interest. I'm a huge fan of the book by Castine and Thaler, Nudge. I do believe in using time and place restrictions and limited bans and all sorts of other things in public education in order to get people to do the right thing, including stop smoking cigarettes, stop using other drugs, stop overeating, stop doing things that don't help them and that have at least indirectly brought a cost to our society. Now, as I got involved in trying to challenge the war on drugs in the late 1980s, it really felt like taking on an incredibly powerful force. I mean, the war on drugs back then felt like McCarthyism on steroids, right? The elements of demonization, rejection of scientists, everybody piling on, that in some ways I think dwarfed what we saw happen with the explosion of Juul use among teenagers a few years ago. And then, of course, it was backed by criminal laws in a way that you don't as yet have happened in the area of tobacco control today. So there was a really quite significant thing. And people like me who stepped out and said, wait a second, isn't it possible here that the war on drugs is doing more harm than good? In fact, that the war on drugs approach may be doing more harm than drug use and abuse itself? Well, we were labeled libertarian legalizers, people who just wanted to give drugs to kids, people who didn't give a damn about the consequences of using drugs, which were all false accusations, but were widely said and put out there by politicians, by major media forces, by our opponents and what have you. Well, I mean, obviously you can see similar things happening today, and many of the assumptions that underlie what is going on. There was a common assumption across the board that drugs really did present a legitimate public health threat. And that's what we as harm reductionists were focused on. But among our opponents, it wasn't just focused on that, right? For them, there was something else going on. There was the preoccupation about kids that resulted in virtually the entire war on drugs being justified as one great big Child Protection Act. There was a demonization of the enemy, the narco-traffickers, easy, or even just low-level drug sellers, easy to demonize, and they were thoroughly demonized at a level in a way that big tobacco is today, or maybe even more so. But there was also a kind of abstinence ideology driving the opposition to harm reduction, and a belief that no use is good, no use is permissible, that there can be no acknowledgement of the pleasurable aspects of using some of these drugs, that there is something actually fundamentally immoral about using these substances, and that drove the war on drugs, just as to some extent it drove the institution of alcohol prohibition in the early part of the 20th century. And it's something that I think we see very much again in the anti-harm reduction movement within tobacco control. Right, where smoking cigarettes with all the horrific harms associated with that is conflated with any use of nicotine in any form other than a patch or a gum, right? And that any notion that people might desire have some benefit from it, that they might even have some right to do this to their bodies, is really just thrown out the window. So I remember when we were advocating for making methadone more easily available and fighting the stigma, and what came back to us was, oh, you're substituting substituting just one drug for another. Oh, if you make this available, then people won't quit. Oh, dependence on methadone is no different than addiction to street heroin. I mean, all of this sorts of things that, when we tried to fight for needle exchange programs, right? The same thing. Oh, junkies will never take action to reduce the risk to themselves. Oh, it sends the wrong message. Oh, it might encourage kids to do. Oh, if you make clean needles available, people will be less likely to quit. Pretending to say it's all about the science, but rejecting the scientific conclusions when they come in. All of these things that we had to deal with then, obviously, you can see the analogies happening today. Same thing with medical marijuana, where there was more and more evidence about the medicinal benefits of cannabis and its ingredients, but widely and dismissed by our opponents in all of this. Now, what I also remember is thinking, well, at least government research agencies should be objective in this thing, and they should make a good faith effort. But it wasn't true. I mean, the more I looked at what was going on in funding, it reminded me, of trying to do honest, interesting drug research in the US. It was a little bit like trying to do honest, interesting social science research in the old Soviet Union. You quickly learned that there were certain questions the authorities didn't want to have asked and certain answers they didn't want to have given. And that if you persisted in that frame, you would become a disfavored person. Your proposals and your papers would be sent to reviewers known to be hostile. You would be less likely to be asked to serve on a grand review committee. The funding priorities of these agencies had nothing to do with looking at the potential negative consequences of the policies themselves, or nothing to do with looking at what might be the positive benefits. National Institute on Drug Abuse, a former director said, hey, we study just abuse, not use. We're only interested in looking for harms, not for non-harms, not for benefits, which of course presents an incredible bias in the types of studies and funding that happens. And then what you saw happen then with researchers in this field was that essentially researchers developed sort of cautionary blinders, political blinders that became ideological blinders, that became intellectual blinders, where they even just stopped even looking and asking all sorts of interesting questions, where all of government funding, and National Institute on Drug Abuse was providing 90% of all the drug abuse research funding in the world, was focused on a very narrow set of questions, where proposals to look at how are these drug control policies possibly doing more harm than good was basically not to be considered, or looking at how foreign approaches might work better in the United States than what we were doing here was just not part of the agenda as well. I was struck by the remarkable underfunding of ethnographic research, the snowball research, whether it's in the overdose area and trying to understand what's going on with fentanyl in recent years. And why aren't we having extensive snowball research to really understand this? And then, of course, I'm looking at the tobacco control area and just stunned when millions of people report that they have, that they have stopped smoking by switching to e-cigarettes or what have you. So little research at understanding how exactly and why that is happening, right? So that type of biases God, I remember, the powerful forces. In 1998, President Clinton had to make a decision whether to allow federal funding for needle exchange. And his drug czar, Barry McCaffrey, presented the arguments. No, there's no evidence there. The evidence was overwhelmingly there. National Academy of Science was there, but he said, no, no, no. And then Clinton says he was strongly influenced by the head of an anti-drug agency, CASA, Joe Califano, the former hero of taking on big tobacco, but who was an abstinence ideologue when it came to these other drugs and was opposing needle exchange program 15 years after they had already become accepted in Europe. So the conferences, people like me, my allies, just systematically not being invited virtually at all. I looked at the agenda to the conference of PAVE, Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes, and there's nobody from a harm reduction perspective. They have a who's who of members of Congress and people from federal agencies, but nobody from a harm reduction perspective. I wonder at the Bloomberg School of Public Health, is it possible that anybody speaking at this conference from a pro-harm reduction perspective could even be tenured, or have the biases become, that intense there? The ways in which evidence is distorted. I remember, a major article showing that MDMA killed large numbers of monkeys in the study, lands up in Science, heavily promoted, right? And you have, the head of National Institute on Drug Abuse showing that this shows that even a single evening's use is playing Russian roulette with your own brain. it turns out the study was flawed. They'd given the subjects, methamphetamine instead of MDMA. Now MDMA is being approved with high safety. Not, FDA is fast tracking it. Just the willingness to accept the most outrageous claims because they didn't fit with the ideology. So all of these things are, of course, happening, right? And the huge amount of biases in funding from government, the ways in which not just conservative politicians, but even liberal politicians, even many of those who are my allies in fighting against the drug war and legalizing marijuana for medicinal other purposes, legalizing harm reduction approaches, have jumped on board the efforts to ban all forms of e-cigarettes and oppose tobacco harm reduction. Now, there is one significant area, though, where what's going on in the anti-harm reduction area is even more pernicious than what we saw happening in the illicit drug area. And that, I think, is really in the ways the character assassination and demonization of legitimate people because they take money, directly or indirectly, from a big tobacco source. I came across recently a letter that the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids orchestrated to the head of American Journal of Public Health, protesting. They had published Derek Yak from the Smoke-Free World and Brad Rotu, a major researcher, for having significant conflicts of interest and are biased. It stands to reason, they said, that they're not seeking to advance a dialogue about public health, but rather act as paid spokesmen with the intent on muddling science in service of the tobacco industry's agenda. That's character assassination. It's dishonest. It's duplicitous. It's not true. I mean, I look at the people doing tobacco harm reduction research today, and they remind me of the brave researchers who were doing harm reduction and needle exchange, approaches in the early days. And I look at guys like Derek Yak and Brad Rodu, or for that matter, Jerry Stimson with his Global Pharma on nicotine. And I see this as highly principled individuals who are effectively my heroes. And they're operating in an environment in which to take even the slightest bit of money from the only source available, oftentimes big tobacco, is regarded as entirely disqualifying, to be disinvited from conferences, banned from journals. But meanwhile, all the philanthropic money, of course, especially the Bloomberg philanthropies, is all driven by a fundamental anti-harm reduction ideology. People are supposed to present conflicts of interest if they take money from any tobacco-related thing. But what about a conflict of interest when you're taking money from somebody who has stated he is ideologically opposed to any harm reduction approach in this area, who has made fundamentally false accusations about the risks of e-cigarettes, right? And who has said he just wants to get rid of them? Should that not be part of the disclosure requirement when people are putting through conflicts of interest? So the risk of the legitimacy of the scientific process by basically the anti-harm reduction forces putting their foot on the scales because they know they can't win the fight in the playground, in the battleground of science, and therefore they need to exclude people based upon their funding sources rather than ask, is this science truly legitimate? That's something we never saw in the illicit drug area. Now, of course, what's so sad about this is that there is 1 billion people smoking around the world, 40 million in this country, 500,000 premature deaths here, millions more around the world. And the anti-harm reduction ideology is so fundamentally locked, blocked, and non-strategic. If you want a strategic approach to reducing this, you don't pursue policies like opposition to e-cigarettes in ways that then push people back to smoking cigarettes or that help inflate the cigarette companies' profits. You look at ways at which you can manipulate this market and supplies and regulations so that you can encourage people to embrace the harm reduction approaches. When public opinion says that polls show the majority of people believe that vaping e-cigarettes is as or more dangerous than smoking cigarettes, when a majority believes that nicotine is the principal reason that cigarettes cause cancer. And I believe the polls also show even today that a majority still believe that the E-Valley problem a couple years ago was about e-cigarettes, not about vaping tainted THC cartridges. Well, with that massive amount of misinformation about there, how can you possibly have an honest and constructive and productive tobacco control policy? That needs to be challenged. So finally, let me just say that, entering this area, I realized I was entering a community where everybody in tobacco control, both pro and anti-harm reduction, have been thoroughly traumatized by their battle with big tobacco. Big tobacco has been one of the most pernicious forces in the history of capitalism. There's no question about it. And even today, there is no reason to trust them whatsoever. Ultimately, they have to be, responsive to their shareholders, to their investors, et cetera, and they operate in a competitive environment. So the question becomes not how do we keep demonizing them and even character assassination of those associated with them. The question becomes how do we push and manipulate them to act in the interests of public health one way or another? It's that failure to engage strategically in the same way that those people who are anti-drug and pro-drug were failed to engage strategically that needs to be addressed today. I do believe as we ultimately prevailed in many issues of illicit drug policy with the legalization now of marijuana, with legitimization of psychedelics in therapeutic settings, with the acceptance of needle exchange, methadone, and harm reduction, et cetera, with the decriminalization initiatives happening around the country and in the United States, I do believe that harm reduction in tobacco will prevail. And I'm just going to leave you with one final quote, because, the key person in all of this is a guy named Mike Bloomberg, who has put vast amounts of money behind funding, not just very good to anti-smoking efforts, but very counterproductive anti-vaping efforts. But a few years ago, as he wanted to run for president, he was confronted with his support for stop and frisk policies, overwhelmingly directed at young Black and brown men in New York City, for which there was no evidentiary basis. And Bloomberg said the following: "I can't change history. However, today I want you to know that I realized back then I was wrong, and I'm sorry. Over time, I've come to understand something that I long struggled to admit to myself. I got something important wrong. I got something important really wrong. I didn't understand back then the full impact that stops were having on the Black and Latino communities. I was totally focused on saving lives. But as we know, good intentions aren't good enough." I want to believe that one day Mike Bloomberg is going to issue the same sort of statement with respect to his opposition of tobacco harm reduction. That's what he needs to do. Thanks.
As Ethan noted in his presentation, it may take time for public health organizations and experts to come around to the concept of tobacco harm reduction. However, the longer that process takes, the more people who are going to suffer from the lack of science-based public health policy and dogmatic mindsets.
Hi, Nancy. I think you're muted. I missed your introduction there.
I am muted. Funny that. I'll start that all over again. Everybody, welcome to the panel discussion on tobacco harm reduction. We're going to discuss this from different perspectives. This is Amanda Wheeler. Thank you for that, Amanda. This is Ace Salagupta from End Cigarette Smoking in Thailand. And last but never least, Dr. Colin Mendelsohn.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I guess the best way to start off is let's talk about the stories of how we got involved in tobacco harm reduction. I would like to start with you, Amanda, because I haven't spoken to you before, so welcome. And please tell us how you got involved in tobacco harm reduction.
Thanks for having me. I will try to make a long story very concise. Many years ago, my husband and I were both very heavily addicted cigarette smokers. He was a 2 to 3 pack a day smoker. I was a pack a day smoker. The stakes were very high for me. I had cancer when I was 19 years old. I went through a year of chemotherapy, radiation, was very, very ill, unrelated to smoking. But suffice it to say, when you go through cancer and cancer treatment, it's strongly recommended that you stop smoking. And, despite going through all of those health issues, I continued to smoke for another 10 years after that. I tried consistently for 10 years to stop and never found anything that worked for me. And then, one weekend, my husband was going into the smoke shop to buy his usual couple of cartons of cigarettes for the week. And, he ran into his first encounter with a vaping device. This was back in 2009. He purchased it, he tried it, and was able to quit smoking in a weekend. Obviously this was something when you're in a marriage, you don't want one person smoking and one person not. And so, I started vaping. I had a very similar experience. It took about a month for me to stop smoking entirely, but for the first time in my life, it really wasn't a struggle. What I noticed is I felt so much better. I smelled so much better. Food tasted better. I wasn't, waking up, coughing up things every morning. And so it was probably the easiest way I had ever encountered to quit, and the only way that was truly successful for me. It was driven by that personal experience, that we wanted to share it with other people in our community. Like back at this time, vaping was not prevalent in the United States at all. There weren't a lot of products in the marketplace. And so, we opened up a business in our local community, and 10 years later, here we are. We have 6 vape shops now. We both continue to be smoke-free all these many years later, and just wildly successful. And we've been able to help tens of thousands of other adults in the United States quit smoking. It's something we're very proud of. We really got involved in the fight for advocacy probably in about 2014, just as a result of wanting to defend our business and to defend our customers from things that we started to see happen in the United States, and been very heavily involved in advocacy ever since.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that. I know plenty of people in the States that, have actually converted and switched over. And it's people like you that have helped them. Because I remember when I was still in the States, all we could get at the very beginning were those little Ciga-like things, and they were useless. So thank you. Ace, next. Give us your story, please.
Thanks for inviting me here, and greetings to, I don't know what to say. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. But my story is that I was a smoker for probably almost 38 years. And I have tried every way to quit, including the quit line and the quitting clinic in the States back when I was there. I tried to quit. I really tried. And I did quit cold turkey probably about 20 times. It worked every time. But the next morning, I just went out to 7-Eleven and bought another pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
Finally, I found electronic cigarettes about 10 years ago. Actually before that, but it didn't work. And after the cigarette, then I got an advice from a friend saying, every time you feel like you want to smoke, pick up an electronic cigarette instead. And I did that. And since then, I never looked back. I never touched a single cigarette. And it's become really stinky, even, the smell.
Mm-hmm.
So I did really quit because of vaporizers by using electronic cigarettes. And it had become my passion because like Amanda, I have a lot of close ones who smoked, and I did really help them quit by introducing to electronic cigarettes and the proper way to use it. And I mean, hundreds of people around me got a better health because of electronic cigarettes.
So yeah. And also I want to add, and if you would kind of articulate on this, Asa, the screen keeps moving, so that's why my eyes are jiggling around. I'm not losing my mind yet. A group of you from ECST actually went and did chest x-rays and health checks as well to prove. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. A few years back, I think it was we did what we call the World Vape Day before the actual World Vape Day. So to coincide with the World No Smoking Day, I started by, like about 10 years while I was still smoking. I did the chest x-ray and there was spots in the x-ray. And the doctors, the directors of the hospital, actually, he was very concerned, but told me to quit smoking, and I still couldn't. And a few years back, I just realized, I say, hey, why not do some chest x-ray? And the doctor also like advised me to do like the blowing the lung capacity test. You have to blow into the tube to
Spirometer,
check the lung capacity. And he was surprised that all the spots are gone and my lung was really in good health. And so I invited the members of ECST, which our Facebook group, we have like about 100,000 people, and we just gathered like about 20 something, about 2 dozens people to do the same. Especially we want the people who did some chest x-ray in the past that have some spots, and results, all of them results are the same. The results of our x-rays are really healthy, and we have some comment from the doctor said, the age of our lungs looks younger than our actual age. So yeah, pretty much that's what we did. About 2 dozens of us, we went and have the chest x-ray and lung capacity test.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, actually. Now, Doc, you're here, you're listening to this. You are one of the few GPs and medical people that actually understands and believes in THR. What is your motivation for helping people get off of combustibles?
Nancy, thank you so much for asking me, and congratulations on this outstanding exercise. The video said it all, didn't it? I don't know if we can really add much to that. It was fantastic. Look, I guess I'm the odd one out. I've never smoked, I've never vaped, but I grew up in a cloud of smoke. My father was a smoker. He was a doctor, knew how bad it was, couldn't quit, and he and my father-in-law both died from smoking. And I became a GP, developed a special interest in smoking, became involved in teaching and research, became known as the smoking doctor because there weren't many doctors involved in smoking. But even as the smoking doctor, I was having very low success rates. Most of my patients were not being successful, and it was very frustrating for them and for me. So as we became aware of vaping in the mid-2010s, I actually went to London. I spoke to Peter Hayek, Martin Dockrell, Clive Bates, who really piqued my growing interest in this field. I came back to Australia thinking, great, we have all this evidence, everyone listen now. I wrote an article for the Medical Journal of Australia, and there was pretty much dead silence. And this was incredibly frustrating. I found vaping in my practice was working extremely well, although there was a lot of hostility to it. So I became more and more involved in advocacy and in trying to educate doctors and the public about vaping, because as we all know, there is so much misinformation. And my career since then has been about advocacy. I've been involved in teaching, doing lectures on vaping and research, and trying to challenge the establishment, which doesn't want to change its traditional direction and just isn't really interested in tobacco harm reduction in Australia.
Why do you think that is? In general, that the medical profession, a lot of people seem they just don't even want to acknowledge it. They don't want to look at it. What is it that causes them to be like that?
It's not about the evidence. I naively thought, well, we'll show them the evidence. Here is the most popular quitting aid in the Western world. Here is the most effective quitting aid. And it's an aid that people are willing to use, and it's working. And you would have thought that would do the job, but it's clearly a lot more than that. And I think what's happening is, as Clive was saying, is that people are opposing vaping for all the wrong reasons. It's all about the abstinence ideology, moral issues, big tobacco, vested interests, financial interests, political agendas, And I think they justify their opposition by things like, which are going to sound much better, like, oh, but we're just thinking of the kids, or we can't let the tobacco company take over. And then they maintain that bias with, you know, confirmation bias and conformity bias and groupthink and all that stuff. So it's very hard to argue the evidence with people who are actually not about the evidence. Even though they're medical practitioners, they're not looking at the evidence and they're not accepting the evidence, as Clive said, or was it Eden? Even when the evidence is there that they're asking for, they won't accept it. So that's what we're up against.
Yeah, you know, interesting that you brought that up about, you know, there is this ideological idea that vaping is a big tobacco construct. And this is going to come back at you, Amanda, because what's going on in the United States, besides being shocking and appalling, is do they realize that they're trying to hand the entire industry to the enemy and killing an entire billion-dollar industry? Can you explain that? Because that is just defies logic.
I think they are aware of it. I think they want to treat it like the elephant in the room. Maybe if we don't acknowledge it, maybe we don't have to have an honest conversation about that. In the U.S., who these actions are going to benefit. The United States-based advocates spent years warning the FDA, warning the United States Congress, warning anyone who would listen, that the way regulations in the states are being handled are going to hand a monopoly over this technology to big tobacco, who they claim to be the people that they hate and who they're operating against, when in reality, it seems that they're doing everything they can to ensure that big tobacco has a monopoly over this space. You know, things like the Food and Drug Administration's application approval process, what's going on the last few months here. 93% of the applications from small and independent businesses have been summarily denied. Those companies have no option now but to fight in court. There's an outrageous tax being proposed in the United States Congress right now that every stock market analyst that I've seen cover this has said, you know, their big tobacco stocks they recommend people immediately purchase because this tax will give such a boost to big tobacco companies over small and independent businesses. And so I think it's when people pretend that they're not aware that these actions will directly lead to a monopoly, I think it's feigned ignorance. I don't think it's very authentic at all. There's certainly been more than enough of us attempting to highlight this issue.
Do you think that they're going to try to create a separate MSA for vape like they did with tobacco? Do you think that might be what's behind all of this?
I do. I think, you know, 5 companies are easier to regulate than 500 companies, right? This whole process with what we've seen with market authorizations, with recent PACT Act requirements for reporting sales taxes, and that also included shipping restrictions. And now what we're seeing with this proposed federal vape tax, for the first time in United States history, a federal tax on vapor products. I think that is all, you know, pieces that they're putting into place to pave the way to a vape MSA, certainly.
Yeah, because I mean, that's another thing we've been dealing with in Asia, is that, you know, for example, I'll give you Malaysia, right? Malaysia is going to legalize, but they're going to tax. A lot of governments, because of COVID, are losing revenue. And they're going to try to claw back as much of that as they possibly can through taxing whatever they can possibly tax. Which brings me to Asa, because Asa is interesting. He lives in a country where the government has a very high vested interest in tobacco. How does this all play out for you, Asa, when you're sitting here listening to all of this?
Yeah, it's really funny because like you just said, you know, like Thailand has its own tobacco, cigarette production, manufacturing plants, whatever you want to call it, but still it controlled the majority of cigarette and the people who smoke, and we produce our own cigarette, which are like kind of well known all over, and the brands and everything. And yeah, it's difficult to say because like they are fighting harm reduction, and we are trying to say. I had been at lately. I was with the at. I had to be at the parliament every week. I was part of the subcommittees to kind of like to lift the ban. It was the discussion on how to tax cigarettes, tobacco, and electronic cigarettes. So we are trying to give out the evidence, the scientific evidence, saying how safer electronic cigarettes compared to regular combustible cigarettes. And I have been blamed by some doctors here, saying that I belong to tobacco industry and I shouldn't be within that subcommittees. Why other people who receive direct funds from big tobacco here in Thailand, the tobacco manufacturing company, are allowed to come out and speak in public and sit in many committees. So there's a big conflict of interest going on here. And yeah, like you said, it's weird. And for those of you who still don't know, Thailand had we still have a law on it is illegal to import, to manufacture, and to distribute electronic cigarette, including you cannot vape at a place where it's a no smoking zone. So electronic cigarette had already been categorized as tobacco products, but still, like you cannot import, you cannot distribute, you cannot manufacture electronic cigarettes, and that leads also to bribery, because like police, there will be some very few policemen saying that since it is illegal to import, manufacture, and distribute, then possession and the act of vaping itself is illegal, which actually, by the law it is not. But that's how bribery is going on. So it's really confusing time right now, and it had been for several years, and that's one of the things that we are fighting for. And so it's a big conflict of interest going on here.
I think there's a big conflict of interest in the entire situation and what's going on with that big meeting, that's virtual meeting that's happening right now, that Ethan mentioned at the end of his presentation, that person who I choose to call Voldemort. I want to ask Amanda something about Voldemort. I haven't forgotten you, Colin. We know that individual has tried to flex his muscles quite strongly in low and middle income countries. What is his influence in his own home country?
It can't be overstated. I don't know how familiar people around the globe are with the American two-party system, but Voldemort, as you say, is quite entrenched into one of those political parties, even attempting to run for president as that party's nominee, and has been a very heavy donor to everyone in that party that is in a major position of power, and a major funder of candidates at all levels of government, a shadow funder of all of these NGOs that push for taxes and bans and push for FDA to remove products from the market and deny applications. So that influence is felt very strongly in the United States. The level of funding that has gone to anti-vaping media and advertisements in the United States has made public opinion here on vaping quite toxic, to the degree that the majority of adults feel that vaping is just as bad or worse than smoking, specifically because of the hundreds of millions of dollars that were spent on advertisements to malign a really life-saving technology. And so it's very insidious at all level of government. I mean, you can take it down to individual city government decisions all the way up to the United States Food and Drug Administration. It's pervasive everywhere.
Okay, so it's not. he's flexing his muscles, quote unquote, everywhere. Leads me to Colin. You know, one of the things that I always, I mean, even though I sound like I'm from New York, and yes, I'm originally from New York, I do live in New Zealand. One of the things that always amazes me is the difference between New Zealand and Australia. Now, I still, to this day, don't quite understand why they're so diametrically opposed when it comes to tobacco harm reduction. Do you have any insight on that?
Well, Nancy, one of the issues is that we think in Australia that we're pretty good with tobacco control. So we have certain organisations and individuals who think they've done a fantastic job and therefore they're untouchable, and the way that they've approached tobacco control should continue. And to some extent, I think they're protecting their legacy, but they're trying to say, look, we've done such a great job, we don't need things like this which are potentially risky. And I think they've been driving a lot of the debate in Australia against vaping. It is very distressing looking across the Tasman and seeing, you know, our Kiwi cousins taking a very different and so much more sensible view, as they have in so many other things. You know, New Zealand's been quite progressive in a whole range of other social issues. But in Australia, yeah, we are very conservative, and I do think the $17 billion in cigarette tax is playing a role in Australia. It's our fourth biggest tax. We have the highest cigarette prices in the world. New Zealand's not far behind. But yeah, I think New Zealand has definitely been more progressive. Mind you, there was that court case in New Zealand, which where PMI took the Ministry of Health to court, and that kind of turned things around the corner. But still, I think New Zealand was more in favour long before earlier in the piece.
Yeah. I have a question from the audience. You ready for this, people? Here we go. In the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia, vapes are now included, or shortly will be, in the tax code, which is a nod to the financial disruption that they have caused. A loss of tobacco tax revenue, etc. Regulation of the actual product, proportionate or not, is yet to be tabled in these three countries. In our view, the view of the panel, is this a viable and sustainable step towards a more reasonable regulatory approach from more enlightened governments? Especially considering that the governments of Malaysia and the Philippines are both signatories to FCTC, so that the decision to regulate and not ban, does this automatically mean that other COP9 countries or delegates will echo the position or not? What are your thoughts on all of that? Kind of complicated, yeah. The summary explanation is that there's going to be countries that are going to be going to COP9, and they have progressive regulation. Do you believe that those people speaking out and speaking up for that is going to influence other delegates and possibly help turn the tide towards risk proportionate regulation of reduced harm products?
I think anytime anybody can credibly speak out and speak up on behalf of reduced risk products, you know, that at a certain point you have to hit a critical mass of voices bringing that perspective, but someone's got to break the ice, right? And so anybody attending that can be that voice to deliver that message, I think is a ray of hope that others may follow in their footsteps and start building up some sort of critical mass to change. As far as the specific question on Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia, I will leave that to someone who has more expertise in that part of the globe than I do. But I think pro-tobacco harm reduction voices speaking up are always going to be helpful.
Colin?
Yeah, like I agree. I mean, the more people we have, the more countries we have supporting tobacco harm reduction, I think there is a critical point, tipping point, where we are going to break through. As Ethan suggested, though, it's not going to be a quick process, and it was shocking hearing the decades of struggle they've had in the same game plan of the war against drugs as we're seeing now, and the long time it took. People just don't seem to have learned. So it's going to be a slow process, but this is definitely part of it, getting people on side, countries on side, and gradually building a consensus in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, the question remains. I mean, how do we know how do governments know what their delegates are actually saying when they're there? And then how do we find out? Because it's so secretive. We really don't know what they're saying or what they're doing. And that, that brings us to the next issue of, we're sitting here and we're trying to advocate for something. And it's very possible that if we go to somebody who's, a representative and they say, yeah, we support you, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go and actually represent that point of view. They may just follow the party line. So, I mean, really, it boils down to we have a lot of work ahead of us, and it's on many different levels, And usually the first port of call for most people is they go to their GP when they want to quit smoking. And that first port of call, unless they get somebody like Colin, are basically they're told patches, gum, whatever is available now. I don't even know. I mean, here in New Zealand, if you're a vapor, you're not supposed to be listed as a smoker. And some GPs still continue to put you down as a smoker, which is illegal. But, people don't want to fight it. Okay. So Colin, as a doctor, say I want to go, I've tried everything I possibly can, okay, and I'm going to go to this GP, and this GP is going to turn around and try to put me on the same crap that didn't work the first time. How do we break through that?
Well, the problem is that the patients do need to see the GP in Australia. I mean, otherwise there are huge fines for possessing and importing nicotine. So the patients need a prescription, so they have to go to the GP. And the GPs have been getting negative messaging about vaping for decades now, or for many years, from the AMA and from the various health authorities, and now from the College of GPs, which is our professional organisation. They've said, yes, look, you can do this, but the subtext is we really don't think it's right, and you need to be very, very careful, and you can only do it under these conditions. And the message to the GPs is clearly, we don't really support this, and the GPs don't know anything about it. Like, they've read the alarming media headlines, and the studies show that GPs get their information from the media. They haven't had training, they haven't got time to do their own research, so the GPs are mostly opposed to vaping. There's about 80 GPs in Australia publicly who have said that they will write nicotine scripts out of 41,000 GPs. So we've got a big problem. We've created this model which isn't going to work. And the GPs are very worried because the government has classified nicotine as a medicine, but it doesn't meet the criteria of medicines. Normally with a medicine, you expect a certain level of quality, follow-up, analysis, government support, TGA approval, that's our medicines regulator, but they don't have that. And then being asked to prescribe it, and therefore they're responsible if there are any problems. If the patient buys a dodgy batch, the GP is responsible, but the GP has no control and no assurance that the products are okay. So GPs are anxious about that. But I think most importantly, if they did some research, they'd find out that it does have an important role, but they just don't know. They don't know how to write a prescription. They don't understand the benefits, and basically they're being told not to do it. So in Australia, it's this model that's being set up it's bound to fail, in my opinion.
Do you think it was developed? I mean, there's some people that I've spoken to and they've said, well, the reason they've done this and the reason they're doing all these bans is because they need the money from the tobacco excise, and that they're putting the money ahead of the health of people. But yet they can prescribe nicotine like replacement therapies, and I believe that they're starting to use nicotine for some neurodegenerative, I said it right, diseases. So how does that, I don't understand how does that, it doesn't compute.
No, the tobacco tax is our fourth biggest tax in Australia, and you'd have to be naive to think that that wasn't a consideration. And if we allowed vaping, we could have a vaping industry, and we could get tax from that. We could have an industry which employs people and collect GST and all the other benefits of having an industry. But the experts have decided that that's we just can't allow that, because people really should just quit smoking, and they should just quit nicotine, and that's the direction they're taking.
Okay, Amanda, are doctors like that in the States too?
Yeah, I don't, it's not been my personal experience that there are very many doctors at all in the United States that are progressive on this issue that promote tobacco harm reduction. I think most doctors in the United States are, have very bad information about it or not quick to promote it at all. I've heard from a lot of vapors in the United States that have actually, made it a point to have an ongoing dialogue about this with their personal physician to kind of share their personal experience with their doctors to help educate doctors on what's going on with people's real lived experience to hope that might change some minds. But, for now, I would say the medical community is very anti-vape here, especially with what went on with the Ivali cases last year being conflated with nicotine vaping. I think certainly made the opinion among the medical community worse as far as vaping is concerned.
Yeah, because one of the things that's very interesting that I've noticed, thanks for that, Amanda, is that Australia can be influenced by America, and then Asia is influenced by Australia. So it's kind of got this whole trickle-down effect thing going on. We have a question from Pippa for you, Colin. The science in Australia seems to get drowned out at government decision level, although great science is being done at the University of Queensland, for example. How can real science get heard at the government level?
Look, I don't think the government wants to hear the science, Pippa. The evidence is very clear now. I mean, the national, what's it called, the NIHR in the UK just did a report recently which clearly said that vaping was the most effective quitting aid, more than Champix or Chantix, more than NRT, more than bupropion or Zyban, Wellbutrin. So we know it works, and we know, the College of GPs says, of physicians in the UK says it's no more than 5% as harmful, and it's the most popular product. I mean, it has the most potential to improve public health of just about anything that we have, and the evidence is there, and yet they're not listening. And that's what I said before. It's not about, you can't engage them on the evidence, because even when they have the evidence, they say, well, we haven't got it. But even when we have it, they're not interested, because they have their agenda, they have their reasons for doing what they're doing. They may not even realise what they are, and they justify it with all sorts of silly arguments. But the evidence isn't going to cut through. I think what's going to work is political pressure, because this is a political decision. And I think the solution is going to be a mass movement. The number of vapers is growing rapidly in Australia, and I think vapers need to get active. Ring their members of parliament and let them know that vaping is an important issue that they're committed to. Go and see their MPs and let them know that this is a voting issue, and there's enough voters in every electorate to make that message very loud and clear, because that's all they care about. They don't care about the evidence, they care about getting elected at the next election.
That's insane. That's so insane. Amanda, in the States, I haven't forgotten you, Asa, don't worry. In the States, I know the CASA is very active, and they do a lot of call to actions and things like that. Is there a reticence on a lot of vapors' parts for not wanting to get involved and not wanting to stick their neck out?
We are living in interesting times in the States right now, as everyone around the world is. The political discourse in our country right now is just absolutely out of control on many, many topics. And, I think there's a sort of fatigue that sets in with people. Certainly this has been a long battle that consumers have been waging in the United States. And, there was quite a bit of fatigue that had set in over 2019 and 2020. And of course, people are dealing with their own personal struggles during the pandemic. It was a tough year. What I've seen this year, particularly in the last 3 to 4 months in the States, is a renewed consumer interest in getting engaged, a renewed interest even from many small business owners who are also vaping consumers. And so I do think that is starting to pick back up. Back in, the 2015, 2016 era, we had a very loud, very vocal community of vaping consumers here. And I think that, they were sort of worn down over time of so many battles lost. We went through very tough times in 2019 and 2020 with vaping laws and vaping regulations around the country. And I think a lot of people got very discouraged. But I think right now what we're seeing is that people are starting to pay attention again. Some of that outrage that people feel is starting to come back in the form of actions. In the U.S., it's estimated that about 6% of adults use vaping products. So that translates to about 15 million people. And, if we could just get a fraction of those people really mobilized to take action on this, like Colin said, we would see a huge and quick change in the tides here. And it's just a matter of getting all of the vapers informed and providing entryways for them to get active on this. And CASA certainly is doing a wonderful job of that here in America.
Yeah. We have a question. I'm going to ask Asa to answer it first, and then I'll ask your other two to please explain or answer anyway. In the panel's opinion, to what extent do you think a government has the right to determine what an adult can put into their own body, in this case, lower harm products, particularly given the easy access to cigarettes? Asa, you're up first.
Yeah, that is a trick question. The right that the government, have, actually, no, they don't. Especially, the basic human right. And if you want to compare like combustible cigarettes to something that they had categorized, and I'm using example in Thailand here, that they had categorized electronic cigarette as a part of a tobacco product, while according to the question, like cigarettes are being sold everywhere. I mean, every nook, every street, every sublet. I mean, you just walk around, you can buy cigarettes any and everywhere. Why something that is safer is definitely a safer alternative. Like I've mentioned earlier that, I did some chest x-ray and whatnot. And you don't need a chest x-ray to tell that your health it's much improved after you quit smoking. And so it's really weird that the government, while letting something that is more harmful to your health be sold anywhere, everywhere, but they still denied the right to access something that is definitely safer. I mean, I'm not even saying safer or more harmful, but since, if they had already categorized it as the same kind of product, and so why ban, and why so much fuss and ado and lots of misinformation coming out trying to get people. One point that I've heard some doctors, some anti-said, they said they don't want to introduce new products into the market. But, you have to consider that in the States, we don't have that much vapors, but I imagine we have 1 to 2 million vapors in the country, while the government still look at there's a national statistic organizations that they did all the stats and whatnot, and they said, well, they had estimated from their questionnaires, they said that there's about 70,000 vapors here in Thailand. And I'm going like, excuse me, like I have over 100,000 followers. There was once one of our web pages that we had almost 500,000 subscribers. And so, it's kind of like, where did you get the money? 70,000 vapors. I said, and we had asked several weeks, saying, who did get to do the question, who did they ask? And nobody said, like, not me, and of course not me, and not any of our vaping communities. So, but the answer is no. But that's weird, because like they shouldn't decide on what we put in our body. at the first place, the basic human right. But then again, the doctor in the big meeting about 3 years ago that I went to, that I attended, I was invited, and said that the minute you pick up a cigarette, you lose the basic human right. So I mean, that's kind of a mindset that I couldn't accept it.
Yeah,
The minute you pick up a cigarette, you lose the basic human right.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I remember you telling me that. Amanda, what's your take on that?
Well, the question asked the panel's opinion, right? And
Yep.
my opinion is absolutely not. They don't have the right to tell us what we can put in our bodies. But the government that I live under exercises that right on a fairly frequent basis, but they're very picky and choosy on how they do that, right? If I wanted to smoke, 2 packs of cigarettes a day in this country, I have the freedom to do that. If I wanted to drink a fifth of whiskey every day, I would have the freedom to do that. If I wanted to smoke cannabis from the time I woke up until the time I went to sleep, I could do that in certain parts of the country. If I wanted to take psychedelic drugs, I could do that. And in other areas of the country, I can even take much harder drugs and be supported in doing that in a more safe fashion, right? But when it comes to this one particular area, vaping, the official position of the United States at this moment in time is that there is exactly one product authorized, legal for sale in this country for consumers to put into their body, and it's a product that nobody has used in many, many years because it's about a decade-old technology that's sold to no one at this point, and that is the only product that our government says we have the right to put in our bodies at this point. So in my opinion, no. Do they exercise that hypocritical right as often as they can? Yes, they do.
Okay, thank you for that. I agree. Colin, Australia.
Yeah, look, I just think it's such a case of government overreach. I mean, in a liberal democracy, the government has no right to say to people what they can put in their bodies as long as they're not harming anyone else. And it comes back to the harm principle by John Mill, which is that, adults should be able to make those decisions as long as they're not hurting anyone else. And there's other issues here. I mean, there's the whole autonomy issue. People should have the right to do what's best for their health. We know that vaping will improve health, and government should be supporting that, and yet they're taking away that right from people. And particularly they're taking away that right from the most disadvantaged groups in society. There's a social justice issue here as well. They're saying to people who smoke much more heavily and have much higher rates of smoking-related disease, people who are most vulnerable, no, you can't use that either. We're going to tax the hell out of you, but we're not going to let you take this way out. And it reminds me of a quote which I'll give you from Grover Norquist, who said, people should decide what they do and don't put in their body. It's none of their government's goddamn business. Yeah. He's the president of the ATA in the US, and I think he says it very well.
Yeah, we have a statement here. You would think the government would realize how much money they would save from future medical expenses due to smoking by allowing the safer alternative. You would think. I remember a discussion, though, in saying that. I remember a discussion I had at GFM with people from the UK. And I remember one of them said, well, you know what, maybe the government doesn't want this because, if the people cark it, that's less money they have to pay in their old age. And I thought that was the most horrible thing, to say. And now here I am like 5 years down the road and I'm thinking, what's that about? We're in a strange time, especially now with, some countries trying to say that vaping, doesn't help with COVID and the smoking COVID thing. You would think with the smoking COVID thing, they'd be like, all right, you know what? If we think smoking is hurting people or causing them to have more negative reactions to COVID, maybe we should allow this. Nope. It's nicotine. The problem is nicotine. And that's the thing I think we need to get drill down to the root cause. Why are they so against nicotine? What do you think, Asa?
What do I think? Why? I really don't know. But what is funny is that what they are supporting, put it loosely, is they are supporting something that has stronger nicotine strength, like if you know the nicotine patches and the gums and the spray. It contains much more nicotine than even cigarettes itself. I mean, let alone electronic cigarette or vaporizers that has like much less nicotine. I mean, the strength of what they support and what they say that should be the correct smoking cessation. They contain lots and lots more nicotine because they think that people are dependent on nicotine while they, I don't know. I don't think they realize that it's not the, yes, of course, it's nicotine that got you addicted, but it's the same as sugar and caffeine and monosodium glutamate and other substances that are all over the places and are allowed, while nicotine itself it's yes, it's got you addicted, but it's not what got you killed or what make you ill. It's the tar and it's the combustion
Yeah,
that is
no,
the main culprit.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand these whole very low nicotine cigarette thing that they're trying to push that here in New Zealand, and I'm just kind of like, if combustion's a problem and people are gonna smoke those, they think that people will just stop smoking because they're not getting their nicotine hit. Yeah, Colin. I know, it's just like, what? One question I have for Amanda on this, because she's got you have the vendor perspective, and I want the vendor perspective on this. When you look at this as a vendor and you look at what the FDA is doing and you look at how the government seems not only not accept tobacco harm reduction, but don't really give a damn about an independent, business, SMEs. I mean, what is your recourse? Because I'm sure that it's going to happen in other countries. If it's happening at your country, it's going to happen everywhere else. What would you say to them if they encounter the same thing?
Well, I will say I'm very proud of the business community in the United States right now. Sorry, it's late at night here. I've got my little daughter in the background here who's supposed to be in bed. But, one of the things that the business community in the United States is doing a very good job at is fighting the FDA in the federal appeals courts here. And so far, every case that's been brought in the United States Federal Court of Appeals, the judges have ruled in favor of the businesses so far, not in favor of the FDA in any of those up to this point. And those cases are still in the very early stages. But I would say, use every legal recourse you have available to you until you've exhausted every single one of them. I mean, the court system is really that final frontier in the United States in our checks and balances system of government. And so it's been heartening to see some of the rulings that have come down in the last couple of weeks, because that really was our last avenue of recourse to what the FDA has done here. And so far, some of the early indications have been quite positive.
Okay, but yeah, good. That's good. That's heartening. I have one last question for the panel. If Voldemort, and we all know who Voldemort is, had endorsed vaping instead of demanding a prohibitionist mindset from the recipients of his largesse, would we be less concerned or even support the pernicious corruption of so many countries on THR? So let's just say Voldemort, instead of pushing for bans, was pushing for countries to adopt THR. How would we feel about that? Would it still be just as bad as him pushing bans? What do you think, Colin? I'll give it to you.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. If he was pushing a measure which would improve public health, I'm all behind it. If he was pushing a strategy that was strongly evidence-based and which was going to save lives and cut out the black market and solve all the other problems, I haven't got a problem with that. That's what any decent person would do.
Even though it's corruption? Even if he did it by corruption?
Oh, if he did it by corruption, I didn't see that part of the question. Well, I don't know if I could support that, but certainly if he used his money to fund groups and influence the World Health Organization and political parties in a legal sense, and he was doing it for all the right reasons, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay. Asa? Thanks, Colin.
I totally agree with Colin. Like anyone, actually, not the Voldemort himself, but anyone who wants to turn around and support harm reduction in any type of form, I'm all for it. But that would, going back to say, like, we'll have to say the corruption is another thing that we have to think about. But as long as, okay, let's face it, there no such. I don't think there's you cannot get rid of corruption, but it's on the degrees, more or less. And if some type of form of corruption occurred, why benefits the people in general, I'm all for it, really, because it's one way or another, corruption will happen. But if it happened to benefit the people, the health of the people, and going towards our cause, hey, I'm all for it too.
Yeah, exactly. Amanda?
I spend a lot of my time dealing with corrupt government actions and corrupt actors influencing the government, and I certainly don't want to be the one dishing that out to accomplish a goal. It's that classic question of, do the ends justify the means? And I think that we can win with truth and hard work and loud voices on our side. And there is funding that has to happen, but I don't think any of that needs to be corrupt in any type of way. There are plenty of non-corrupt ways to fund advocacy and to fund getting a message across. So I'm not really one that's going to say, we should use their same terrible means to justify the ends, because I think we are in the middle of a very noble fight. And I'm maybe naive, but I'd like to win it with truth and justice and just a lot of hard work on our side.
Yeah, Asa, you want to say something?
Yeah, definitely. I'd also agree with Amanda. What I just said, I didn't want to sound like we will stoop down to the level of corruption. Of course, what we had done, what we had been doing for so many years is we give out the correct information. We are honest. We are really honest about our passion. It's our passion, and we are honest about it. And of course, we don't want corruption to be part of us. But what I was saying is that if the opposition, the antis and the people who are opposing to us want to turn around and, like, I don't know, some kind of corruption occurs, that will benefit people. That's why I said, I'm okay with that, but not, of course, not us. We are fighting for the right to benefit our health, and we are doing it cleanly. We had been doing that for many years, so that's what I was trying to say. But I'm not saying that we should go out and give bribe people, give bribe money to officials and things like that.
Yeah, no, because two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, to summarize it, I mean, if the funding followed the truth instead of promulgating lies, it would be justifiable. The high road, let's just say, if it took the high road. I mean, it's one of these things that, Colin will know this, Asa will know this, Amanda, you're going to find out. Most people who know me know this. I'm always saying, let's take the high road. Don't sink to their level, because two wrongs don't make a right, kind of thing. That doesn't work. That's pretty much what we've got. I want to know, anybody have any final thoughts they'd like to give to the audience and the people that are watching us? Colin?
I just keep coming back to the fact that we need to keep our eye on the goal here, which is, I'm sorry about that light on my face, which is what's best for health. We get distracted by, the war against nicotine. We get distracted by, we've got to bring down the tobacco industry. We've got to stop smoking. Or we've got to stop tobacco. But really what we need to do is stop smoking, because that's what's causing the harm to public health. And that's where our focus should be. Is this measure, whatever we're doing, is it going to help the health of people? And we get distracted by so many other priorities.
Yeah, it's true. Amanda?
You know, my final thought here is it's always darkest before the dawn, and I think certainly we're at a very dark time in vaping policy in the United States, and I don't think we're alone in that. I think around the globe, many of us are at a very critical juncture in the way this is going to go as far as how tobacco harm reduction is handled, or if it has an opportunity to continue to exist in various countries around the globe. And so my message to anybody watching, I know we're all in very different struggles depending on where we are, you know, in the world, but none of us are in this alone. We're all fighting every day for this. And, you know, when you feel discouraged, when you feel like giving up, just remember there are so many like-minded people that are absolutely cheering for you and your efforts and what you're doing. We're all fighting our own struggles. And I think we can all win this together because we're all fighting together. And I believe in us very strongly.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Thank you all for joining me today. I know it's late for you, Amanda. Thank you. You're going to sleep so well tonight. Thanks, Ace. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you to the audience for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed that. And CAPHRA will be back tomorrow, same time, discussing nicotine. So make a note of it, and I will see you all then. So until then, stay safe, stay well, be good. Thank you.
Bye.
คนไทยเจอกัน
Bye,
บ่าย
everybody.
3ครับบ่าย 3เจอกัน
With nearly 3 million users of various risky forms of smoked and smokeless tobacco, India records over 1 million deaths annually due to tobacco use. Sadly, India is the world's capital for oral cancers. Better tools for early diagnosis of oral cancers, precancerous lesions, and timely cessation support by healthcare practitioners could help in preventing these deaths.
In the northeast of India, tobacco use along with areca nut is very common. The use also starts very early in life. Use among women is very high, and so is the incidence of oral cancer. My research with Professor Saran is the domain of early biomarker discovery for cancer.
Northeast Cancer Hospital and Research Institute near Guwahati of Assam is the tertiary referral center for cancer treatment and research of this entire Northeast region. Unfortunately, many patients, near about 85% of patients, are coming to our institute in a very advanced stage, mainly stage 3 and stage 4, where prognosis is very bad. So being an oncosurgeon, last 30 years treating doctors in this region, my belief is that if we can diagnose the cases in early stage, or if we can prevent the occurrence of cancer in oral cavity, I think we will win the battle. Because early diagnosis is very important for the curative treatment of the cancer in oral cavity.
Our team at Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, in collaboration with Center for Health Research and Education, the Northeast Cancer Hospital and Research Institute, and partnering with Bethany Outreach Hospital, organized an oral screening camp in a small rural town, Nongpo, in Meghalaya. I believe such camps allow clinicians, lab scientists, public health researchers, and young budding scientists of the future to come together. With the help of CHRE, we plan to build up on the experience from these camps and learn how, at the ground level, how tobacco is being used and how it manifests in cancer, and hope to mitigate the tobacco harm in the future in this part of India. Thank you.
We want to build a repository of annotated images we believe that is the first of its kind. We will train, test, and use our AI tools in the field in the deep rural interiors of India and beyond, thus allowing an early screening and diagnosis of oral lesions. Ultimately, we want to be able to give opportunistic cessation advice to tobacco and Arakanat users who need it the most, especially those with early and reversible lesions. This is a targeted, efficient, and holistic tobacco harm reduction. At the Center for Health Research and Education, we continue to contribute to reducing harms from tobacco use by facilitating early screening and diagnosis of tobacco-induced oral cancers and providing evidence-based cessation training to healthcare professionals to help their patients live happier, healthier, and longer lives.
I'm doing it every day, after 10 minutes, after 5 minutes. If I quit that, I feel like headache very badly.
I was feeling very bad about myself, that what am I doing to myself?
I feel like hell. I feel like hell. My mind will not work.
I started smoking when I was at a youth club.
Lost from the start.
I was 8 years old.
6.
But I'll fight till the end. Ignite the spark.
I'm not able to quit.
Stitch up the ends.
It has bound me to smoking.
Light up the dark.
It's hard to continue to try.
Fight till the end.
There are health issues, but they can be controlled. A friend of mine once told me that if in case you're smoking like 5 cigarettes a day, drink 1 glass of pineapple juice.
It's having a lot of water and then puking it out. So I purify my body every day. That's why I think I haven't faced any problem.
I used to smoke a hard cigarette, then now I'm smoking a light cigarette.
You should do running every day, so it will not affect your lungs at all.
It's not actually the cigarette that gives you what they say, the disease.
No consistency between the two medical institutions. One place is really proud of you and acknowledges that, vaping is healthier, and the other place treated it just like it was still tobacco. There's just a lot of confusion.
What we've found globally is that you can see very clearly a very high lack of knowledge that needs to be addressed.
One of the challenges that you have is a population that is not informed. This is what the nicotine does. It's a stimulant, it excites you. What are the side effects? We don't even know that, even as doctors. And part of the problem is where the scientific community thinks the general population is too dumb, and instead of giving them the information, they give them instructions of what to do, what not to do.
And we still do this in public health. We exaggerate the harms or the risks or the effects because we're trying to get people to change their behaviour, but I've learned that's not the right way to do it. We need to stick to the truth, and we need to give people true and accurate information.
Whether it's Diet Pepsi, an e-cigarette, a combustible cigarette, a piece of meat, let us get into the habit of people being informed about what they put into their bodies and how their body interacts with it. So we now need to deal with it, dismantle it, and talk about raw data, scientific information, and evidence.
If you're going to encourage somebody to either go onto a nicotine replacement therapy, a medicated solution, or to a wide range of harm reduction options, they clearly are going to have to feel comfortable that their risk is going to really come down and not just leave them at the same state they would be if they were smoking. They know how dangerous it is generally, but they don't know what are the best solutions. Putting those in their hands would actually be a big step forward.
I know about the risks. Just a few years ago in South Africa, they started putting it on the cigarette packs. When you buy your packet of cigarettes, it's in front of you, but yeah, we just don't stop, we just go on smoking.
While the focus, probably rightly initially, was on the higher level policy interventions that government can take and that have mass-based impact, there wasn't much consideration given to cessation and virtually none to harm reduction.
The ideal life is nobody eats too much, nobody drives a dangerous car, nobody drinks, and nobody smokes. But that's not going to happen because there's always going to be people who would love smoking, who would love drinking, and who would love eating.
Never tried quitting it. I've heard of my friends that tried quitting, went on programs. 6 months later, they're just back on the cigarettes again.
And if we cannot eliminate the drinking, eating, and smoking, then the realistic alternative is to look for measures to reduce the risk of those habits.
If I'm alone in the house cleaning, I will look, where's my cigarette? That's my companion, it's a friend of mine. Yeah. And if I don't have, I will do anything to go get one, or ask the neighbor for one, or go buy me one.
I don't think there was a day went by when I didn't miss smoking for some reason, and it wasn't the nicotine. A lot of people think, well, it's because you're addicted and all that sort of thing, but it wasn't. It was all the other things around it. You know, the fact that it was a social thing, the fact that all my friends were still smoking, and I kind of missed the whole thing about it. It was something that I enjoyed, and I think for every day that I was given up, it felt like a loss.
In many parts of the world, high associations with coffee or the first meal or drinking or socializing or being with friends, those things give context to what we're doing. I think the assumption that we often make that there's going to be one solution that can be determined by, let's say, WHO sitting in Geneva and saying what is best for the world is simply not going to work.
We can't go in, especially if you come from a different culture, go in and tell them what to do. We must develop their capacity for them to apply their worldview to the problem in an ecological way, to understand all of the influences, and then they will then tell us what they would do. How would they fix it? That's what's fascinating. That's what we need to find out.
A lot of it has to do with what has culturally been acceptable over years, what's been on the market, what have people grown up with, what do they know the most about? And you've got a long history of how people have associated with certain products.
In order to be worshipping your God, you must do what gods do. Many of them did use tobacco or related forms of smoking.
The whole world of tobacco control needs to actually start taking a more segmented approach to what we're trying to do, moving towards what matters for them as an individual and where do they get their identity from. And the more we start doing that, we're going to start finding that the simple one-size-fits-all notion, applying it not just to one country but to all countries, needs to be broken down quite dramatically if we want to make progress.
Ignite the spark, stitch up the ends, light up the dark, fight till the end.
I thought even I will not get addicted, but it becomes an addiction at the end of the day.
I don't want to smoke. If I had another substitute of smoking it, I would not smoke.
And once you've found those tools, and they may not be the same as everyone else's, but look for a tool that works for you, and basically continue to try. Never give up.
Fight till the end.
Are you in the industry?
Yes, I am.
And as a mother, or as a child, as a daughter, for example, I know that you're a daughter, and I know that you're a scientist. Would you ever allow your mother to use a product that you didn't research fully before you supported her choice to use that product?
No.
As a daughter who loves her mother and doesn't want her mother to die prematurely, you are obviously going to make sure that your mother makes informed decisions. So I'm kind of laughing at this because this guy apparently did no research, and B, you know, and we brought this up earlier in our conversation before we went live. But one of the things that sort of irked me about the Australia Senate hearings was that every time a pro-vaping academic or a pro-vaping scientist spoke, one of the senators did this like as his first question for every group, or every speaker during the hearing was bring up the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and the language in the treaty or whatever that makes everybody disclose their finances. Do you or have you ever accepted money from tobacco companies? And it seemed like they're wielding that as a weapon to discredit scientists. And obviously, we've already come across this in the past. A lot of great scientists have been maligned and their work questioned just because at some point in their professional career, they've worked for a tobacco company or a vaping company, or that they've somehow derived some income. And, you know, Dr. Wodek, we played the video on the show twice now. I'm not going to play it again. In his response to that. But anytime I see this, and I'm pointing at the monitor with that quote still on it, it really it just makes me mad, because science is science, and you can refute science based on science, but to refute science based on who you work for or where you get your paycheck is a lot of crap, in my opinion. I'm going to try to be nice and not curse a lot while Eliana is a guest, because she's trying to be above. She's trying to be proper. Yeah, that's the word I should say. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to come across as one of us crazy people.
Chuckleheads. There is a third part to this question, and I believe I know the answer. Did you, Eliana, at any point risk your career by not using any of those things, data, research, or science? Ever? You know?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm risking my professional life as a pharmacist right now because I'm involved in the vaping world, and that's it. I know it's true, it's a fact. Not that like I cannot be part of the pharmaceutical industry again. Actually, maybe I can, if they give me $1 million to speak bad things about vaping, you know, maybe why not? No, I'm just kidding. But what I'm trying to say is that science, it's a complex. It's complex in this because you can use it to display whatever you want. Okay, and we're having a product that is at least 95% safer than smoking. If I devote my entire scientific life to be focused on that 5% and to find everything bad on that 5%, I can make a whole life with that, you know. I can die and I can keep all my whole professional life speaking bad things about vaping, you know, and that science will never stop. But my question is, who will be able to see the whole picture, to understand the whole picture and the implications of that picture? I'm sure that a lot of you guys, even if you are not very connected with the science, the world of science, you feel it. You kind of feel that, you know, there is something in here, that there is a truth that hasn't been told. And obviously, as a vapor, you guys know it better than me. Before this thing of vaping, when my mom was killing herself with cigarettes, I was completely unaware of this world. But for me, it was kind of like a common sense. It's not combustion. It is vapor, is vaping, maybe pyrolysis, but I didn't, even if this is not something that impacts me personally, that affects someone I love a lot, my common sense and logic was, no, vaping definitely is better.
We'll turn now to Dr. Derek Yuck. Derek is a global health advocate of over 30 years' experience. He was previously, of course, the founding executive director of the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. Before that, at the WHO itself, he was cabinet director and executive director for non-communicable diseases and mental health, in which capacity he was deeply involved in the development of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Derek has also authored over 250 peer-reviewed articles, served on numerous prestigious advisory boards, among other accolades, too numerous to mention. And Derek's going to be talking to us today about the origins and decline of the FCTC. Thank you, Derek.
Thanks, and a real privilege to be with you all today. And let me commend particularly KAC, Jerry, and Harry for the incredible leadership that they've provided in getting the kind of material, the kind of mobilization that we now have, that is one of the few serious counters to some of the stuff we're seeing coming out of WHO and Bloomberg-funded entities. So, I was reflecting, what do I really have to offer? And I think often just a little bit of a historical background may help people fill in some gaps that they may not be aware of. And I lived a lot of them, so I know what was actually happening in some of the periods. Not all. I was too young for the 1962 report of the Royal College of Physicians that actually started it all. But let me go back to 1970. 1970 was a very important year. It was the very first time that a resolution came to the floor of the World Health Organization where it had wording saying that smoking kills and action is needed. It was based really on two major international reports, the Royal College of Physicians report of 1962 and the Surgeon General's report of 1964. And remember, both of those reports were led by doctor-based organizations. It was the Royal College of Physicians from this country that was the very first call for serious international action. And I'm going to come back to that all these years later. Very interestingly, the resolution, there was a bit of a debate and it passed, and an advisory board was set up. And most of the members, in fact, all of them, have sadly died. One of the original members of that task force is alive and at 90, still active. Many of you know him, Lars Ramstam, the person who almost single-handedly has carried the banner for one of the key components of reduced risk, namely snus, over the decades, often at considerable critique, and finally to be vindicated when the FDA authorized generalized snus as being appropriate for the protection of public health. Mea culpa, during the years I was at WHO, and he and the Swedes would come and bring their data, we said, well, this is just industry stuff, must be dismissed. Well, since that very first resolution, there were many resolutions. In fact, in the content areas of WHO, there are very few areas where you've had as many resolutions on a topic as you have for tobacco control. And they were slowly building the basis of what became the components of the Framework Convention. So after a few years, you had one on advertising and efforts to try and ban advertising. You had others looking at smoke-free public places. You had focusing on kids and children. You had issues related to taxation and what was the appropriate approach going forward. I think what was interesting is that over those many years, it was 25 years, there was a slow build-up among governments that this was in fact an important public health issue. And remember that for the world, the dominant issues they thought were mainly infectious diseases or issues related to undernutrition and hunger. There was virtually no interest or support for serious chronic diseases and their determinants. Things like cancer, cardiovascular disease, mental health, chronic lung diseases were not a priority, whereas measles, tuberculosis, undernutrition and so on were the priorities. And in many reasons, that was probably right, because that is what we were seeing the epidemiology drive deaths and disease, particularly in the low middle income countries. But tobacco led the way in saying that this next set of decades is going to be one dominated by chronic diseases. And the number one risk factor, tobacco, better be top of our list. Over that period, there were a few governments who showed leadership right from the beginning. And they included the United Kingdom, they included Norway, they included Canada. And I mention them because people often don't realize that without the support of the Canadian government, there probably would be no framework convention. It was the Canadian government that provided the support to the WHO to have the staffing, to do the analytic work, to originally have some of the stuff. And of course, the other interesting thing is that the governments who pushed hardest for regulations and legislation were those that had the best regulatory capacity to enforce them. And if I was to say, looking back, the one error that we all made was not to think more deeply about how does this piece of legislation or regulation work in a low middle income countries? Was there an explicit focus on saying, if you ban sales to children, but children are selling to children in low middle income countries, how on earth is that going to be enforceable? Or how are you going to enforce many of the tax desires in a country where there is zero capacity for addressing illicit trade or customs strength? That was never an issue within WHO. The thought about the implementation problems was put on the governments, and hopefully somehow miraculously they would deal with them. They were never funded to do it. And that's why we are at the position we get to today. So this build-up happened. By 1998, the start of the negotiations happened. And I would say that one of the biggest things that if we look back to 1998 that was interesting is that we led the negotiations by bringing the tobacco industry into the hallowed halls of WHO to ask the scientists what did they think they would have in their armamentarium to address harm reduction and the product itself. So we had BAT, Philip Morris, one or two other companies, JT, actually present, can you imagine this, in a WHO building to WHO officials plus external consultants on the record. And their presentations were what they were at the time, 20 years ago. They were not too impressive. The level of science hadn't developed. And our view was really to listen to them to say, well, that's the last time we listened to them, and that's what happened. And WHO walked away from the potential to say, maybe the innovation cycle was going to continue. If you fast forward to where we are now, we have colleagues, Roya Gahali, out of a program out of Oxford, a leading patent attorney and lawyer, has put out a report showing that in the last decade, 75,000 patents have been filed in the area of reduced risk products, most of them related to harm reduction products that form the components of e-cigarettes or heated tobacco products. And some of them even going further, looking at adjacent uses for nicotine or for the heating devices to improve public health and medicine. Despite all that, if you read the text, the word patent and intellectual property does not exist once in the structure of the Framework Convention. At exactly the same time that was being negotiated, the hottest issue in Geneva was patents and intellectual property related to HIV/AIDS drugs, where the WTO was in a major battle with a number of the companies, and my own country at the time, South Africa and Brazil, were pushing hard to actually make sure that access to science and technology would save lives, and eventually that won out. How is it possible that we were so blinkered? And the reason is because we never in our wildest dreams imagined that true innovation, transformation of the core product that was killing,
would actually be transformed through science, technology, and innovation to no longer kill and held the potential to accelerate an end to smoking. If we jump to 2005, by 2005, the treaty was adopted. 180 countries signed on very quickly. And I went back to my comments I made at an SRNT meeting in Prague that year, where I was asked, so what do you think the road ahead is going to be? And I really raised three concerns. One was complacency, that the energy and the excitement, difficult to imagine, around building a treaty, getting text, and some of you in the audience were there with us in different ways, would dissipate fast. And instead, a bureaucracy would take over, a bureaucratic mindset would take over, the passion would be gone, the focus on people, on smokers, the focus on cancer, heart disease, and many of the actual diseases would actually would disappear, and the vague term tobacco control would take over. The whole purpose of the Framework Convention is to prevent diseases and death, specific diseases, specific causes of deaths, but we don't talk about those anymore. And what happened is the American Cancer Society went quiet and sort of walked away. The American Heart Association didn't really do much more because they didn't feel they were part of the objective. So the first thing I said was complacency, and I fear that did set in. And 15 years later, we see the signs of it. Secondly, I raised the fact that by 2005, we were starting to see the emergence of what could be harm reduction products which could save lives. We needed to keep our eye on the ball. We needed to engage with that community, regardless of where the science was coming from. And I didn't really know much about it, and made the comment, wrote about it, and went on with my life. The third one was, there would be no progress without serious money and investment by low middle income countries and by the international development community into tobacco control. That never happened. I would say, luckily, and I mean it sincerely, Bloomberg did come up with a lot of money for some of the elements, and I think for that, you've got to actually praise him, that through the Bloomberg philanthropy, you probably have more activity in a number of countries related to taxation, even though the progress has been incredibly slow and bad, raising awareness, putting tobacco on the map. None of that would happen if they didn't have the dollars. The problem was the enormous damaging blind spot on the tools and the means to end the actual killing and the deaths. So let's jump to 2015, which was the next year of significance to me. And in 2015, I was asked by Spectator Health here in the UK to write a piece on what was going on in the e-cigarette world. I was at a group called Vitality, who many of you in the UK will know. It gets you active and incentivizes healthy behavior, and it's a great dachshund to try and persuade you to join the cause. And we were not making progress enough on tobacco, doing well activity. So I undertook the challenge and reviewed the evidence, and I was shocked that I'd walked away. I'd been out of tobacco control intensively for a decade, and what had happened was millions of people were using e-cigarettes across Europe with great success. Snus, the data that we'd seen before, was starting to actually spread well beyond Sweden. The death rates were down. Swedish men were now dying by far at the lowest rate of cancers. And this all suggested that the harm reduction world was about to start seeing a dramatic increase in interest. Of course, I was late to the party. I had many colleagues, people like Clive Bates and Dylan Human and David Sweener had been warning this was coming and we weren't paying enough attention. But most in public health dismissed all that. And that was the reason, that was the fundamental reason I went ahead with the foundation. It was because we never before had a technology opportunity to bring the deaths down. And I knew then that if we succeeded, we would actually make the biggest public health impact that we would ever be able to make in our lives. And who on earth would not want to be part of that? So we went ahead. And now let's jump to 2021 and where we are and where we go forward. First of all, one thing we all learned in the pandemic is to look at the projections. You know, every day these grim projections, you know, the numbers have gone up, the deaths have gone up, and people didn't just talk about them. In some parts of the world, they actually looked at the projections and said, we better double down on masks and social distancing. We better increase our vaccine. There was action based on the projections.
You heard what Harry said. 1 billion people are set to die this century if we continue with our trends. 8 million people are dying this year. The thing about tobacco control and the outcome is that it's much more secure to project future deaths because the epidemiology of what happens when you smoke and later die is pretty certain. So when you see projections, you better act on them. But where's the action? Oh, isn't it interesting? We have 8 million people dying this year, and if we continue, blah, 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 blah. Instead of saying, my God, we've got to reverse these trends. We've got to have greater passion, greater activity. And I think that, I hope, is the lesson that people take from the report, that the chance to act remains here, but the results will only be seen 15, 20 years from now, which means we have to tolerate delayed satisfaction in this game compared to COVID, where you see the changes almost overnight. So what are the positive signs? I think the Royal College of Physicians report this year, going back to it, all those decades later, is now leading the world with physicians saying use e-cigarettes as part of your armamentarium. The commonest way people are quitting is through e-cigarettes. Use them. And I'm sure that when they look at the other opportunities, they will see the same. That message needs to be globalized. Nowhere in the world do you see the smoking rate go down among the general population before it first goes down among the doctors. And the gap is usually a decade. Nowhere in the world. Look at China. The smoking rate among doctors is 50%. The smoking rate in men is 50%. In Indonesia, the figures are 60, 65% for both. If the doctors don't lead, the population will not follow, the population will not act. We have forgotten about the doctors. We've forgotten about their leadership. They played decisive roles before, and they need to return to that role. Second, the FDA. I'm sitting in the UK. The FDA still matters. It's probably the most powerful regulatory science body we have on the planet. It's something we look to for pharmaceutical decisions, for drug decisions, for medical device. I sat on some of their global food safety. We know that their global safety standards become the global norm. There are virtually no examples of an FDA decision that does not become the global norm. There are one or two, but they're peculiar. So the question is, how long will it take for the US government to actually talk more rigorously and vigorously about the authorizations they've had for snus, for VUS, and for ICOS, all authorized as appropriate for the protection of public health? Usually what happens is the US government makes a decision, it authorizes its embassies to actually get out and tell and explain to the people in country why they made this decision. What is the underlying science? What's the benefit to the population? They should be proud of it. It's a fantastic decision. Don't let it sit in the US and fester. Let it become part of the global debate and the global norm. Combine that with the Royal College of Physicians report and the Doctor's Voice of the UK, and you have two incredibly important countries respected around the world in a position to actually influence the debate. On the user side, as Harry said, never before did we think we'd have 100 million people using the range of products, from snus to heated tobacco products to e-cigarettes and a wide range of other vapes. Their voice clearly needs to be more activated and allowed to be present. Remember what we learned from HIV/AIDS. It was when the patients and the people who had AIDS who spoke up and organized and said, nothing for us without us, action followed. That's starting to be said in this community, but I don't see the passion, I don't see the organized focus and discussion yet, because those voices have been so dampened down, the smoker has been so stigmatized, the smoker has been so excluded from the debate, deliberately expunged from the debate, that they no longer seem that they have a voice. And then on to the companies. We are so cautious and careful about saying, we don't talk about company X, Y, and Z, and you don't want to. Well, let's just take one very quick look, and I'm nearly there, Will. To take one quick look at the internal combustion engine debate. What's going on there? You have President Xi of China saying he wants to end the sale of the internal combustion engine, I think he said within a decade. You have President Biden making similar comments about where he wants the US to be 15 years from now. Of course, China can do a lot by control. The US has got to stimulate market forces. What are the companies doing? Well, many of them are way out front. If you've got companies like Swedish Match getting 40% of their revenue from reduced risk products, PMI is now at 30%, BAT is at 12%. That's a pretty good starting point from zero not too long ago. why aren't we getting out there and saying they are the equivalent of Ford and General Motors and Volvo, all actually saying we want to end the internal combustion engine? And what is happening to them? Governments adjust their regulations to make it easier for them to actually get out and make it easier for consumers to buy these products. But that isn't all. We have the equivalent of Teslas. We all praise Teslas doing a fantastic job, but nobody says Tesla should be given even more praise than GM getting out of internal combustion engine. Tesla's been on the front end, but it's no longer the largest contributor to reduced risk products. So who are the Teslas? Smur, a country coming out of China at us around the world with a market capitalization far greater than Joule. Most people never talks about them. Relax, another company based out of Singapore. And of course, Joule. And remember, between them, initially, none of them had any tobacco industry ties. Joule, of course, does. The other two don't. But is that the point? The point is they are leading the way out of combustibles with products, with marketing, with strategies. Surely the government should say, let's make it easier for them. And the way to do it is to make sure that you have your regulations proportionate to the risk of the product, something I think we'll talk about lastly. So let me just end by saying, when I look forward, I hope that we recognize that this will be a holding year. The best that can be achieved at COP9 is not much. We hope it's a year of relative silence. It's a year of a lot of noting and nodding, but it's a year when the member states finally start seeing that if you've got 100 million users, if you've got FDA authorizations all over the place and many more to come, if you've got the Royal College of Physicians and doctors starting to see it, if you've got the distortion on the knowledge of nicotine that you have, surely the time's come to change course and actually address what could be preventing the largest cause of death in the world. Thank you.
Richard Pruin asks, how can the UK, as one of the major funders of the FCTC, take back control? Won't they find it an uphill struggle without support? Would anyone like to take that? Derek, perhaps?
I've always been amazed that governments who have the commitment to do something can do it. Now, the UK is uniquely placed in a number of ways. First, it is a major funder. So it's got the leverage of its funding. Second, it's got a track record, second to none. It is the global leader, and it needs to act like the global leader and share that. Thirdly, it plays a central role in the Commonwealth. And within all the WHO structures, many people don't know, but the Commonwealth countries, the old Commonwealth, and praise the Queen for that, actually still have a political connection and link. So there's a natural affinity to the 40-plus countries that meet every time there's a major WHO meeting and try and get a Commonwealth alignment. Where are the efforts, maybe they exist, to actually discuss within the Commonwealth structures the UK approach as being the way forward, since it is based the most on the science, it's led by the doctors, it's having an impact in the population. The numbers are showing that. So there are many opportunities. And the question is there the political will and leadership to do that? Is this a topic that's risen high enough within the global health arena? And I do fear that the reality of the pandemic has meant that 99% of leading governments are going to be devoted to putting their energy behind the pandemic. But here's an opportunity for, in the post-Brexit era, for the UK to show a very different type of leadership in the global sphere, where it's credible, it's aligned with their background, it's aligned with their data.
My name's Adrian Marshall. Question to the panel. Is there more that the tobacco industry and the nicotine industry could be doing to help to sort of break this impasse with the WHO and those in the sort of WHO orbit? Clearly, we've seen different strategies from different companies, acquisitions, new products, public statements of intent to end selling cigarettes, acquisition of medical device companies. Are these helpful? Do they actually, are they counterproductive? And are there other things that perhaps the companies themselves could be doing to try and demonstrate that they deserve a different perception?
Interesting one, thank you. Who would like to take that? Derek?
Yeah, this is an incredibly important question. And, I can draw upon my experience when I was at PepsiCo, when I got asked that question by the CEO, Indra Nooyi, what can we in the food industry do together, knowing we are vicious competitors, and I still say the best competitors in the world are Coke versus Pepsi, knowing that Pepsi is the superior brand. But and they got together around a couple of things. They agreed, number one, the 10, 12 top food multinationals needed to come up with a marketing to kids program that was sharp, that they were going to have externally audited and they were going to report to WHO on, and was going to meet the WHO criteria. Plus, the industry could certainly do that. There's nothing stopping them doing that. Some of the leading companies have got voluntary codes that are way beyond the text of the Framework Convention, and always will be, because member states keep dragging things down to a lowest common denominator. That would be a sign of incredible faith. It's unlikely to be done by all the companies. So who are the coalition of the willing? And I would say we know who they are. They're the companies I mentioned earlier, including the leading e-cigarette companies. That's one area. And it's pragmatic, it's serious. It takes the kids issue not off the table, but it shows deadly seriousness. Because if a company says we are going to do X, it doesn't just then become an NGO thing. It becomes a thing for the way investors look at the companies. It becomes very serious, and they tend to act. The second, I think, is the area of information and knowledge. Again, we found this in the US. There was a real need to have a mechanism for companies to share what did they know about the underlying science in a way in which they weren't going to undermine their proprietary right to the information. Industry knows a lot about the consumer that the public health folk often have no clue about. They also have a body of knowledge that is now sitting at the FDA or going through the FDA processes. There have been documents that have gone into the SHARE report, outstanding documents that are beyond the ability of the public sector to really absorb them. How do they find a vehicle, a mechanism of an academic institution with the right legal oversight to actually craft on a regular basis what is the emerging science from the industry, which can be checked in terms of the methods and then gets put out as advances by the industry? And again, it would be the same coalition of the willing. And I could think of some other areas, but those two, getting the science and the information out to bridge the gap that we have between those who really know and are doing high-quality, cutting-edge science, which happens to be in industry, and those sitting in the public sector who are still looking at the size of pack warnings and what's the optimal size. Closing that gap will actually have a big impact on policymakers going forward.
Thank you,
Great
Derek.
question. Thanks for it.
Yeah, I mean, we have a problem that is killing slowly 3 million Australians. And as we speak, one Australian is dying right now. Actually, 20,000 Australians die each year. So during this show, maybe 5 or 10 or maybe 20 Australians have died while we speak because of smoking. So when somebody wants to take a precautionary approach and wants to create such a complex environment for someone to access these products, and it's actually for someone that otherwise would be smoking, I just simply think that this is kind of draconian and it's just painful, especially when I saw it in my mom. If somebody tells my mom, yeah, you can keep vaping, but get a prescription, get benzyl nicotine exported from place B, and then from place B, get these and get customs questioning, you showing your prescription, go to a pharmacist, get a pharmacist to order that online, and all these gymnastics for you to get your vape. And it's something that is saving my mom. It is frustrating, especially when I wouldn't do this if maybe cigarettes would be prescription, and then I say, okay, at least there is symmetry, and let's keep that symmetry because, okay, at the end of the day, it's the same. But there is the asymmetry, which is so uncomfortable, because that same mom needs nicotine. Her brain works with nicotine. She's just not going to give up, even after having 2 heart attacks, COPD, and all those things. She's just not going to stop. She's like, I will die smoking. That's it. I don't care. She would simply say, you know what? I can't vape anymore. I just simply go back to my beloved cigarettes. you know, my loved ones. I had good times, bad times with them, but at the end of the day, they are the only thing that was always with me. So I will just simply say to them, why you want to create such a stringent method that will actually cause a lot of restrictions for smokers that can access those cigarettes everywhere. I will understand that you're following that approach, let's say for heroin, and then you want heroin to be given in a pharmacy, and that happens here in New Zealand. Methadone is given in a pharmacy, but you don't sell heroin injections in a gas station. You don't sell heroin injections in this kind of environments. It's not that easy to get heroin. You can get it on the street, but it's not that easy. It's a bit of a hassle, and it's quite difficult to access it. So that's pretty much what makes me so uncomfortable. And yes, there are concerns about quality. There are concerns about to make sure things are effective, efficacy. Okay, yes, those are genuine concerns, but never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room, because such a huge elephant is it's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just I don't know is killing people right now. Right now, there are many Australians dying as you speak. So when you take that cautionary approach is killing people.
Hello, and welcome to the second session of Fighting the Last War. I have with me here distinguished panelists, Ethan Nadelman and Jerry Stimpson and Natalia. Where is Natalia?
She'll be on the screen, I think.
Natalia Novopova.
I'm here.
You're there.
I'm here.
Good, good that you're here. Now, the second session this afternoon is to talk about challenges in making the FCTC an inclusive international framework convention. And in order to do that, I think we need to start off with the fact, you know, what exactly is inclusivity? And now, I think the FCTC, as we heard in the earlier panel, it did actually start off as an inclusive. As Derek showed us, we did. The tobacco industry was invited to talk to the WHO in the early days. Consumers International was also part of the involvement there, which included the voice of consumers, and the public gallery was open to people to watch. But something has happened to that inclusivity as time has gone on. We then looked to the FCTC and the Framework Convention on Climate Change, and as both being very similar framework conventions. And they both started out in the same way, negotiated by the world's 193 governments, and they ended up with treaties. And I think from that you can all see, if you turn your television on, COP26 and what's coming from that treaty is evident and aware. But when it comes to COP9 that's coming up from the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, it's not noticeable. Why is it being left out? Why is there no significant media or anything in relation to this particular conference? And that comes back to inclusivity again. And then we look at the FCTC for the third thing, is to look at, it does include harm reduction and it does include human rights. We heard earlier this morning the fact of some of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights giving rights to health, as does the FCTC, which recalls all of these human rights things, the right to health. It even opens with the determined to protect public health. And yet the things that are protecting human health, such as safer nicotine products, are being ignored. And what do we do about bringing that inclusivity back? And lastly, I would say the big elephant in the room is nicotine itself. And part of the challenge, as we're going to hear from these speakers, is also covering nicotine. If you are going to be inclusive in this debate going forward, it is important that everybody truly understands nicotine, its importance, and why it is relevant. And I think there is, as many of us know, a lot of confusion between nicotine content in a bottle and nicotine absorption and delivery. And in order to have inclusivity and equality in the debate, everybody needs to know and understands these terms. So with that sort of opening in mind, we will start with Ethan Nadelman. And Ethan, as many of you know from having read his bio, he's taught at Princeton and Harvard. He's been a drug harm reduction activist since the 1980s. He started the Drug Policy Alliance. His TED Talk on why we need to end the drug wars has received huge acclaim, and he's just starting a podcast called Psychoactive with Ethan Nadelman, which I'm sure you'll all want to tune into. So without any further ado...
Okay, Jeannie, thank you.
Nathan.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here and to be speaking on this issue of tobacco control and tobacco harm reduction. So let me just start off by saying I'm no expert on FCTC. I'm not going to come up with special, here's how we deal with this or WHO that. The reason I've been invited to some of these gatherings is because of my decades of experience in drug policy reform and advocacy for harm reduction with respect to the illicit drugs. And one of the reasons, maybe the dominant reason, I've always been sort of sympathetic to a harm reduction approach across the board. It just makes sense. To me, harm reduction is a pragmatic approach. Harm reduction is the place where public health and human rights intersects. Harm reduction is fundamentally consistent with, common sense, science, public health, compassion, you name it. And that also holds true of tobacco. And so I've always been generally sympathetic to it and kept my eye on it. But a few years ago, Jerry invited me to his Global Forum on Nicotine in Warsaw in 2017. And I had to look more deeply at this issue. And what struck me about this issue is that so much about it reminded me of what got me interested and engaged in the struggle for drug policy reform back in the late 1980s, which was really the height of the drug war, certainly in the US, and to some extent the height of the global drug war. And back then in the 80s, as I was a graduate student and assistant professor, and I was studying and reading and writing and interviewing people in government and all of this sort of stuff, and what struck me was that the more deeply you read, the more deeply you studied this issue, you realize that the science, the economics, the public health, the human rights all suggested that drug policy should be going in this direction, towards a reduced reliance on criminalization, more intelligent reliance on regulatory approaches, acceptance that people use drugs and we have to reduce the harm. But meanwhile, the public, including the elite opinion and the media, and the politicians, not just the conservatives and the reactionaries, but the people who consider themselves progressive, were all heading in the opposite direction. And it was this huge and growing gulf between what good science, evidence, common sense, human rights said should be good drug policy, and where, in fact, drug policy was headed, right? Now, I look today at the fight over how to deal with tobacco in our society, in my country and globally, and it seems to me the same thing's going on. The more you read the science, the evidence about tobacco, about now all of these safer nicotine products, about how and what enables people to quit, how addictive cigarettes are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you realize that we should be heading in this direction, in the harm reduction direction, the public health and human rights direction, the science, the evidence-based one. But yet at the same time, we see everything moving the other direction in public opinion and media, right, and government. And what's particularly galling for me as somebody who's played a leading role in drug policy reform efforts in the US and to some extent around the world, many of the same political figures who were my allies on advocating and ultimately winning battles to legalize medical marijuana, marijuana for all adults, needle exchange programs, methadone maintenance, harm reduction approaches, safe injection, reduced incarceration, reduced criminalization, they're the ones sometimes leading the charge for bans on safer nicotine products, for bans on e-cigarettes and what have you. And it makes me wonder how true their real convictions were to some extent in this. Now, I know that part of the problem of what's going on here is that you have this variable that's somewhat different now, right? Which is with illicit drugs, there were the big evil narcos out there, as there are today. But, they weren't playing, they were supplying the market, they were corrupting governments, but they were analogous to, but somewhat different from the role that big tobacco and to some extent the other nicotine producing firms that are legal today are playing. Yet at the same time, there's this way in which, I have to say I'm really impressed at how savvy the tactics have been of what I would call the tobacco prohibitionists, of the anti-nicotine fanatics. Because what they've done is to sort of create a catch-22, right? Where there is essentially at this time, they know that they cannot win on the evidence. They know they cannot win the public health argument. They know they cannot win from a human rights perspective. Therefore, what they are engaging in, and by the they I'm talking about here, especially coming from the US, Michael Bloomberg and his funding and his money in this area. And the guy's done a lot of good on broader public health and even harm reduction with illicit drugs and overdose prevention and a lot on tobacco control and anti-smoking. So God bless him for all the good work he's done there. But when you saw him make that commitment a few years ago, on national television in the U.S., committing $160 million to ban, he said he wanted to ban flavored vaping, but in point of fact, he was also at times quoted as saying he wanted to ban all vaping, right? And then you see him being interviewed, and why you do this? Well, every parent in America should know, he said, that if your child vapes, they could lose 5 or 10 points off their IQ. Really? Now, where'd you get that one from? Now, then I looked at some of his rhetoric, and I realized Bloomberg was a bit of an anti-marijuana fanatic as well. Was what caused him to support policing policies in New York that resulted in 50 to 60,000 young men of color being arrested each year for simply having a little marijuana in their pocket. It was probably one of the major variables which caught up with him when he wanted to run for president and kept him from going any further in that regard. But when you look at, he was basically taking the old anti-marijuana rhetoric about the adolescent brain, about the gateway theory, each of which might best be described as an ounce of truth embedded in a pound of bullshit, right? And he was applying it to the area of tobacco and alternatives to tobacco. So this raised a fundamental question for me. So here you have somebody who is essentially an ideologue on this issue. He is somebody who, when you look at the science, is anti-public health, anti-human rights, right? That person, yet that same person is spending hundreds of millions of dollars to ban flavored and maybe all vaping. That same person is given at least, almost over $100 million to the foundation associated with the World Health Organization, over $100 million, to the foundation associated with the Center for Disease Control in the United States. And it raises the question, what does conflict of interest mean, right? Now, on the other hand, I see with respect to big tobacco, right, you now have an almost McCarthyist-like approach. And for those of you in London who don't really know what I'm talking about, Joe McCarthy, the famous fanatical anti-communist in America in the early 1950s, and they held congressional hearings, and the question was, are you now or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party, right? And they demonized and they persecuted all sorts of people, from teachers to politicians to members of the State Department, the military, you name it. But this guilt by association of any way, regardless of who that person really was, regardless of their accomplishments. And so I now see what's going on is I'm engaging in this area as sort of a kind of with fresh eyes, coming from the illicit drug area. I'm meeting these remarkable academics in the US, UK, and other countries around the world, many of them who were real champions and leaders in fighting against big tobacco and smoking and all the duplicitous and evil activities they engaged in throughout the 20th century and into even into this century. And if any one of them takes a penny from any form of a big tobacco company or even a vape company that's poised against big tobacco or even a foundation that's associated with it, they are being smeared, character assassination, as if they're no different than the hack scientists who worked for big tobacco some decades ago trying to prove that cigarettes were not addictive and that they weren't dangerous. Right? I mean, that is a McCarthyist-like tactic being pursued with major organizations and sometimes in the US government, right, with Bloomberg's funding. Right? So I'm looking at where is the true conflict of interest here. To me, question one can, and sort of, it's scary because when you talk about conflicts of interest, people can be so simplistic minded about it. Like, oh, did you do that? Did you take that money? What have you? But in point of fact, when you take people who've spent their lives fighting against big tobacco, fighting to reduce the harms of tobacco in our society, and now you see the tobacco control community splitting between tobacco control advocates who see harm reduction as playing a very important role in reducing the harms of tobacco. And on the other hand, tobacco control advocates, all of whom were allied some decades ago in opposing big tobacco, but this other group is now shifting the goalposts, shifting the priorities from being against smoking and against tobacco in the bigger way to being like essentially trying to create a nicotine-free society, what we would call the abstinence-only ideologues when we're dealing with the illicit drug area. Now, I flip back now to my illicit drug background and stuff like this and how we moved. I didn't mean to put it that way, my illicit drug background. My involvement in advocacy around trying to change policies around illicit drugs. We had to be clever about the tactics we pursued. In the late 1980s, early 1990s, the notion that we might begin to embrace harm reduction policies in a majority of the countries around the world, the notion that marijuana might actually become legally available and we would just stop arresting people for it, the notion that we would reverse these trends, I mean, all of that just seemed quixotic. It seemed quixotic, as in some respects right now, the battle for tobacco harm reduction globally seems a bit quixotic, right? I mean, here we are in the UK, one of the few governments that, at least relatively speaking, is good on this issue, but where you have, a US government, you have governments from around the world, even governments which see harm reduction, benefiting them, Sweden, where snus has been such a really fantastic contribution in reducing the harms of smoking, will not provide leadership on the harm reduction thing. You look at Japan or Korea or other countries where IQOS and similar devices are resulting in dramatic drops in smoking, right? And once again, these governments will not represent it. It's a little bit, so all you have are the more repressive-minded governments that are really out there pushing constantly and caught up in this thing that we can't support harm reduction because big tobacco is supporting harm reduction. Well, come back to basic principles, right? The core, the essence of harm reduction, right, is in some respect the acceptance in the illicit drug area that there's never been a drug-free society. There's never going to be a drug-free society. Therefore, objectives should not be to get rid of drugs or to try to build a moat between ourselves and these drugs or our children and these drugs, because that can't be done. Rather, the challenge is to learn how to live with drugs so they cause the least possible harm and, in some cases, the greatest possible benefit. That's the essence of harm reduction. Well, now put that over on the tobacco issue, right? Tobacco, we know something about tobacco. It's an incredibly powerful, addictive, compelling substance, right? That not only hooks people in all sorts of ways, but also gives some people pleasures and things that they enjoy and somehow enhances many people's lives, even if you keep smoking it long enough, it's a 50% chance it's going to kill you. Right? We know it took off like wildfire when it came out of the Americas into Europe and around the rest of the world. There was something compelling about this substance, right? We know that, that even as Will pointed out earlier this morning, that even as the percentage of the world population that smokes has declined, we're still stuck at that kind of billion-plus people smoking every year. Not to mention the hundreds of millions of others using tobacco in a very unhealthy oral form in India and other lower-income countries. Therefore, I don't see us moving in the direction of a nicotine-free society. It seems to me the objective has to be to accept that tobacco is here to stay, and that while there were societies in the past that didn't know about tobacco prior to the 1700s, it's highly unlikely that we're going to evolve into a tobacco or nicotine-free world. And that therefore the challenge is to learn how to live with tobacco and especially nicotine so it causes the least possible harms and in some cases the greatest possible benefits, right? That seems like the pragmatic strategy, right? Now, I flash back an illicit drug thing. I remember 1998, the United Nations General Assembly Special Session on Drugs. And what was the motto of the UNGAS around drugs in 1998? A drug-free world. We can do it. Which sort of makes you wonder what they were smoking when they came up with that slogan, right? We will cut opium production worldwide by 50%. You know, well, we're 23 years past that date and it ain't happened. In fact, quite the opposite. It was a ludicrous objective. And we also know that the pursuit of that objective has generated, illicit black markets worth hundreds of billions of dollars each year. It's empowered criminal organizations and corrupted governments and led to massive levels of homicide and violence. It's resulted in drugs being more dangerous than they otherwise would be. It's resulted in it's helped spread HIV and Hep C and all of the negative consequences that flow from a heavily criminalized prohibitionist approach to drugs. We know that that's what's happened as a result. And the drug policy reform movement has been trying to roll that back to remove marijuana and now psychedelics from the global prohibitionist framework, to push for decriminalization of all drug possession, to push for more regulatory approaches, so that we can begin to move these drugs out of a prohibitionist framework. They call it a global drug control framework. It's not, right? What we know is that prohibition does not represent the ultimate form of control. Prohibition represents the abdication of control. And that's essentially what we've had, is a drug market, illicit drug market that's been out of control. And therefore to pull these things out and to try to reduce, to decriminalize, to deprohibit the system, not by going towards a free market, but towards a sensible, mindful public health approach that reduces the cumulative harms of drugs, right? Well, the same thing has to be true with nicotine. When we see governments that are banning e-cigarettes around the world, right? When we see all of the other, whether it's the flavored things or maybe all vaping devices, all of these measures, first of all, there is going to be a black market for these things. And we know that people are going to adapt in ways that are going to be harmful to their health and are ultimately going to be, non-beneficial, right? So it seems to me that the challenge is how do we somehow the slogan, the best defense is oftentimes a good offense, right? When people are attacking foundations and others, or researchers and academics for taking money from big tobacco, when there is almost no government sources and no independent philanthropists in the way that George Soros or some others played that role with illicit drug harm reduction beginning in the 1990s, the other side, the antis, have us in a catch-22. But the question is, when people have proved their bona fides, is it legitimate to discredit them solely because they are taking money from that source? And conversely, when an ideologue is providing overwhelming money to pursue an anti-public health policy, do they need to be called out persistently for doing that, right? So I'm just going to finish up by saying these last couple of things. As Jeannie alluded to before, the big elephant in the room here, I think, really is the future of nicotine. It is the future of nicotine. And the biggest obstacle, I think, that those who favor, and when I say tobacco harm reduction, I'm talking about people who favor tobacco control in which harm reduction plays an important role. The biggest obstacle right now is the huge majority of people who believe that nicotine is far more dangerous than it is. In American polls, you see majorities believe that nicotine is what causes cancer, or why cigarettes cause cancer. A majority of doctors even believe that, believe it or not, as if they never learned the science, right? We have now in America, majority of people believe that e-cigarettes are as or more dangerous than cigarettes, right? We have a majority of people who believe that what happened a couple of years ago with the whole E-Valley thing, with people, people landing up in the hospitals with these lung diseases and 50 or so dying and thousands being hurt, which happened to be about illicitly produced tainted THC cartridges that people were vaping, had nothing to do with e-cigarettes. So there's massive misinformation which is propagated with the support of Michael Bloomberg and his foundation, but also the US CDC, as well as politicians who should know better, some of whom actually do know better and some who don't, right? But that issue is when we look down the road and say, what's the big game here at stake? On some level, what we're talking about is, do we want to persist in a world where probably 1 billion people continue to smoke for decades? I mean, the proportion of the population will decline that smokes, but roughly 1 billion people continuing to smoke for decades to come? Or a world in which the number of people who smoke tobacco and consume it in other very dangerous forms drops dramatically, but where the number of people consuming nicotine in safer forms, but that doesn't mean 100% safe, it just means safer forms, is 1 billion, 1.5 billion or 2 billion. What's the end game of the vape companies and big tobacco? They don't want to eliminate the market for nicotine. They want to shift people now into continuing to consume their products, but at least in a healthier form that continue to serve their bottom line, right? Now, it seems to me that's the big name of the game. So long as people are fundamentally misinformed and miseducated about the realities of nicotine, there's no real way for the harm reduction movement to move all that much further. That has to be corrected. And that's a public education effort. Now, how do you do that? I mean, I'll finish off by saying this, one of the things, I'm going to California next week where we'll celebrate the 25th anniversary of the first medical marijuana initiative, right? And that was something that, if you ask the question, how was it that the United States, which for almost a century was the evil empire of the global drug war, nonetheless became the leading pioneering champion of ending the criminalization of cannabis? Well, a good part of the answer has to do with the strategy we figured out 25 years ago, which was by starting off with the incremental step of legalizing marijuana for medical purposes, right? And moving forward and using that issue to help transform the broader understanding of what marijuana was and who the marijuana consumer was and what the science was. And, as people began to understand that people could use marijuana for beneficial purposes, it began to be less demonized, a little more accepted, and all this. Financial interest did not play any big role in the marijuana reform movement until just 4 or 5 years ago. Almost all the major breakthrough success was done without their role whatsoever. And so there needs to be innovative strategies, outside the box strategies, at helping people rethink nicotine. There needs to be a much greater investment and push one way or another in terms of looking at the positive benefits for nicotine, right? Whether it's Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, the whole host of other diseases. If one has to look at the medicalization of nicotine, and this might be an issue where, tobacco control can unite element, some elements of medicalization that might help provide a movement towards greater acceptability. But one way or another, we have to move away from the notion. We have to challenge the basic abstentionist mindset and prohibitionist mindset of trying to create a nicotine-free world. Because I got to tell you, I'll be damned if after having spent decades of my life rolling back the war on drugs and the criminalization of various illicit drugs in my country, that I'm going to go to my deathbed watching a brand new drug war spreading around the world in which the new target of prohibitionist policies and police agencies, it happens to be nicotine and tobacco products. And my fear is we could indeed land up in that direction. I'll stop there. Thank you.
So now let's turn over to Professor Jerry Stimson, who is a professor of sociology associated with Imperial College and the London School of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, as well as a leading advocate during the 1980s and continues on drug harm reduction, and very significant in bringing that about in the UK, and of course involved in setting up this very conference. So over to you, Jerry, to talk about what we've learned, what we have learned and what is next for tobacco harm reduction.
Thank you very much, Jeannie. I didn't know in 2010 that I was entering into a crazy world of tobacco control. I'd spent, as Jeannie indicated, a lot of my life working on drugs harm reduction. and became interested in tobacco harm reduction around 2008, 2009, 2010, and I thought, well, wow, here is the solution to the world's smoking problem. I thought it ticks all the boxes. It's all this kind of world health and public health boxes, and helping people to change, putting control in the hands of people, and it seemed to be such a simple solution. And I thought, well, wow, you know, all my public health colleagues are going to agree with me. But I soon found out that even though many of them were pro drugs harm reduction, pro drug law reform, when it came to tobacco, there was another hat, you know, very different beast. So some of those friends of mine who'd been very active and taken great risks in pursuing drugs harm reduction, when it came to tobacco and safer nicotine products, very different view. And it's a crazy world. I mean, I thought I was heading for my, well, I've retired a couple of times, and my last retirement was 2010. I'm not sure when my next will be, but all my team say I should never retire. But you know, since 2010, there's really sort of strange things happen. I mean, I find myself on a WHO blacklist. You know, I find myself with an entry in Tobacco Tactics, the University of Bath Tobacco Tactics website. And of course, you know, amongst our friends, you know, if you have an entry there, you know you're doing the right thing. And there are some people in the room who are saying, why don't I have my own entry on the Tobacco Tactics website? Anna Gilmore, please give me my page. And, you know, there are the niggles and the hurts. You know, I've got friends who are banned from speaking to me because I'm working in tobacco harm reduction and I'm funded by the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. There are people who are banned from coming to the Global Forum on Nicotine for that reason. I mean, this is pretty crazy. So there are many groups trying to stop tobacco harm reduction. They will slow it, and there are setbacks, but I think the end of combustion is in sight for tobacco, just as it is for fossil fuels. I mean, THI is being driven by three things: the new nicotine technologies, consumer interest, and good regulation. Those are the three drivers. And perhaps that's why public health has a problem with this, because public health is quite happy. I mean, I was a left-leaning public health social scientist, you know, well, you know, all that stuff that I had to leave behind a little bit. But, you know, public health is sort of happy in telling what people are doing, then getting a bit annoyed when they don't do it, but feels very uncomfortable when people start doing things without being asked to by public health. And I think that's one of the issues here, the sort of lack of ownership by public health and by the medical establishment, because it came from a very different direction which they couldn't easily control. And so, you know, the response is to raise the concerns, raise the fears, the FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So, positive side, tobacco harm reduction is here for good. It's an easy fix that will have a massive impact on world health. It's a free gift. I mean, it's the companies that meet the R&D expenditure and the manufacturing costs, and it's the consumers who put their hands in their pockets to buy the goods. So it's one of those classic but often unremarked upon health interventions that doesn't require government expenditure. When I was working on drugs and HIV prevention, HIV/AIDS arena, all the time you're trying to persuade governments and foundations and so on to come up with the millions of dollars to launch interventions to help people to change their behavior. This doesn't need any money at all. Harm reduction, tobacco harm reduction is simple. It requires appropriate, acceptable, accessible, affordable products and regulatory frameworks which ensure product standards. And tobacco harm reduction saves lives. We don't need randomized controlled trials to show that lower risk products lead to less harm, just as we don't need RCTs to prove that avoiding petrol and diesel is better for the environment. Nor do we need to treat smokers for their addiction, just as we don't need to treat people for their addiction to driving cars. So, the sooner we move from harmful to safer delivery systems, the sooner we'll reduce smoking-related harm. But what a mess this has become. I called this talk initially sort of going forwards and going backwards, because some days it looks like we're going backwards, other days there are things that are good. But many days the prospects have looked bleak. The Australian government's bizarre plan makes nicotine for vaping only available on prescription. That's kind of like going to my GP to get a prescription to go to Starbucks, and I don't want to do any of those things. We've got the FDA in the States, which is pursuing a rule-driven bureaucratic nightmare, which is leading to the massacre of nicotine products, of small businesses, and the consumer choice. It seems to me the FDA doesn't understand nicotine vaping products. Several European countries are considering flavour bans and taxes. The WHO continues its campaign against vaping, including scandalous image. I mean, this is kind of kiddie vape porn. Have you seen those WHO images of kids vaping? All this moral panics about kids vaping. The only people who portray kids vaping is the WHO. This is absolutely and the campaign for tobacco-free kids. And it's wholly inconsistent. The WHO position in this field is wholly inconsistent with its adoption of harm reduction for other health issues. The campaign for tobacco-free kids, riding on its $160 million from Bloomberg to fight flavors, has succeeded in pushing falsehoods about the supposed danger nicotine poses to America's youth. I don't know what there is about the preoccupation with kids in America. In 1971, my late friend Jock Young coined the term moral panics for these sort of scares about kids and other things. And the US seems to have had recurrent moral panics about kids, whether it was juvenile delinquency or rock and roll or internet screen time, violent video games, and now nicotine. So it's kind of surprising that anybody in the US gets to adulthood unharmed, or maybe they don't. So, and then you've got this foul campaign from the Truth Initiative. I mean, anybody who calls an organization the Truth Initiative and hasn't read 1984 needs to go back to that book, to the Ministry of Truth, or go to Russia and Pravda, a newspaper called Truth, completely the opposite. Calling something the Truth Initiative, and they now have this foul campaign, the fake product called Depression Sticks. It's a false account, it presents depression sticks, a vapor device, falsely claims that nicotine causes mental illness. This campaign harms young people. It's muckraking fantasy. So what a mess these organizations have created. I hope that one day there'll be class actions against these organizations from people forced back to smoking because of this propaganda. But it's not all good news. Not all bad news. Did I say good news? It's not all bad news. There is some good news. Despite all the discussion about bans, the number of countries banning hasn't really increased. There are 36 countries that ban vaping products. The majority either regulate them or don't do anything. Going forwards, we have, as you've heard from Derek, the FDA issuing PMTAs for general snus, IQOS, and a small number of e-cigarette products, but of course the denial of the marketing orders for many e-cigarette products. And bizarrely, a few days ago, approved a discontinued oral nicotine product. Anyhow, those PMTAs for snus and for IQOS are important. Going forwards, we know that safer nicotine products can become rapid substitutes for smoking cigarettes. Sweden, many years back, reached that 5% smoking rate, which is taken as indicative of the elimination of smoking, and has the lowest tobacco-related mortality in Europe. In Norway, women under the age of 25 have an extremely low rate of smoking. 1% of young Norwegian women smoke, but around 15% of them use snus. It's been a substitution of snus for smoking. Japan, massive decrease in cigarette sales, a drop of around 40% since the introduction of heated tobacco products. And going forwards and looking positive, the UK is progressive, and I think we've succeeded in normalising vaping, but of course we still ban snus. So in London streets, you'll see people vaping rather than smoking. There are vape shops in even the smallest towns. There are no laws preventing vaping in public places. It's up to the owners of premises to decide what to do. But even here, in cricket clubs, they often make the wrong decision. I mean, the wide open space of the Surrey County Cricket Club, of which there are some members here today, you're not allowed to vape out in the wind there because they decided that vaping is somehow incompatible with watching cricket. Drinking isn't. Okay, so not... In the UK, e-cigarettes are controlled by light touch regulation. They're included in the annual NHS Stop Smoking campaigns. A few NHS hospitals have vape shops. There's no moral panic about vaping except amongst a tiny number of public health dinosaurs who've been a bit quiet of late. The number of vapers has increased steadily as the number of smokers has declined. For all that, there are some troubling signs. The recent report for the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Smoking and Health, written by Ash and the Spectrum Consortium, has no positive recommendations on e-cigarettes. They're discussed, but none of the recommendations are positive about e-cigarettes. The only recommendation in there, or the two recommendations, one is the ability to ban supposedly kiddie attractive flavours. So what is going on? Because the Ash surveys show that e-cigarette use amongst young people is almost absent here. So why is Ash importing a moral panic from the US? I don't know what's going on there. So as you've heard, and as we show in our report, anti-THR sentiment globally is nourished by big philanthropy. I don't think it's a kind of a command and control thing that we have to fantasize, but certainly the money goes to those who are anti-THR. And if we can just look at this slide, this photo shows the relationship between WHO and one of the largest funders. As you can see on the slide, it has Bloomberg philanthropist, it has Michael Bloomberg and Dr. Tedros from the WHO against a backdrop of Bloomberg philanthropists and WHO logos. You can't see the slide because...
It's not yet showing.
I know it's not showing because we're not allowed to show it. We use the photograph. The next slide, please. We've got a cartoon of it done by our cartoon team in Warsaw. We use the photo. There's a photograph on WHO social media, shows Tedros and Bloomberg shaking hands, both smiling, against a backdrop of logos, Bloomberg Philanthropies, World Health Organization, Empower. And it's used by WHO in promoting their work and their relationships. We used this photo in the event promotion for today. And a week ago, I had a letter from Bloomberg Philanthropy lawyers threatening legal action if we used the photograph in our work. So these are stupid niggles, stupid nonsenses. And in fact, if you go to page 41 of our report, you can find the link which takes you to the photograph on the WHO Twitter account. So I can't show it to you, but there you go. So there are little stupid niggly attacks like this, but there are malicious attacks as well. I've mentioned the bans on friends speaking to each other. The pseudo investigative journalists fed money and stories by the Bloomberg-funded groups at the University of Bath and at Vital Strategies. Bath has contracts with journalists on smoking and THR work. It includes what I call academic apartheid, the no platform and the exclusion, and some of it is clearly bonkers. The Centre for Good Governance in Tobacco Control prohibits participation in its events for those with tobacco industry contacts to the 4th degree of consanguinity. Now, you need to look up what is the 4th degree of consanguinity, because it goes sideways to your relatives, but it also goes back. So the 4th degree of consanguinity goes back to your great-great-grandparents. So there's a kind of and transgenerational theory of contamination going on here. My great-great-grandparents were born in the 1820s. I don't even know their names. I had to look it up on Ancestry Plus just to clarify what I was saying. I don't even know what they got up to. So this theory that you can't engage with events because of your links with the tobacco industry are clearly mad. There's an event next week, an FCTC report being launched next week. It's announced on Twitter today. You go on there to join the online event. First question, have you got links with the tobacco industry? So what is all this about? You know, you have events and you ban people. We don't do that. We welcome everybody. So this over-interpretation of Article 5.3 from the FCTC is really become a part of a pathology of tobacco control extremists. It's what Clive Bates described as a homeopathic concept of contamination. And unfortunately, you know, many academics are complicit in this. They don't protest these aggressions. I don't know if they're bullied, scared, unwilling to rock the boat, or perhaps they agree wrongly that Article 5.3 applies throughout academic advocacy, work, and private life. So, what of the upcoming Framework Convention on Tobacco Control Conference of the Parties? Well, COP is shrouded in secrecy. It's antipathetic to those companies that are now part of the solution to smoking, paranoid about the public, driven by anti-THR rhetoric in conjunction with the World Health Organization, and steered by a relatively unaccountable secretariat. The Framework Convention itself is wide-ranging. It includes supply, demand, and harm reduction, the neglected area, and it's flexible. Built in is the need to respond to scientific developments. But throughout the history of those meetings, harm reduction has been neglected to such an extent that, in fact, I think now that WHO and FCT have lost ownership of the harm reduction element. As Derek Yak says, the FCT is frozen in time. Many have called for it to be abandoned or significantly revised, but you know, states have no appetite for this. So what has to be on the agenda is change through its interpretation and implementation. First, parties to the convention, the countries that own the FCTC, must press for changes to the 5.3 guidance. Second, FCTC, WHO and COP deliberately ignore that third pillar of the convention, harm reduction, and indeed campaign against it. So I think governments must press COP to give harm reduction its rightful place as is mandated in the convention in 1D. Third, there's a lack of transparency. There are two framework conventions. There are only two framework conventions. One is on climate and the other is on tobacco. And the contrast between the climate COP26 event next week and FCTC COP9 is stark. The head of the FCT Secretariat has just tweeted about the parallels between the FCTC COP and the climate COP, saying that we're both battling big industry. But what she forgets is how different the FCTC COP is from the climate COP. If you go onto the climate COP website, it invites you to get involved. Most of the proceedings are online. 2,500 organizations are admitted as observers to the climate COP. FCTC COP has just 21 observer organizations, and there are attempts to join as observers, and only today we heard that NNA's bid to get observer status was rejected, along with the International Network of Nicotine Consumer Organizations. But admitted as an observer is the Tobacco Control Research Group at the University of Bath. So consumers no, anti-THR people, yes. COP observers, as was mentioned this morning, include a whole range of groups, business and industry, farming and agriculture, and so on and so forth. Many of them are exhibitors and sponsors. Most of those groups are welcome at Climate COP. Most of the groups who are welcome at Climate COP are banned from Tobacco COP. So, and as we know, FCTC COP richly excludes the public and the media. And despite being virtual this year, the proceedings are not online. So, things have got to change. Taxpayers pay for COP and for the FCT Secretariat, and the UK here is key, and we've been pressing UK politicians and government to do something there, but it doesn't look very positive. But the fact is that the UK pays 70% of the FCT Secretariat voluntary and project money. And as one MP remarked to me, if we pay that much, why don't we get to appoint the head of the FCT Secretariat? So there's beginning the thinking there that things have got to change, and that the UK, now it's unbound by the Euro bloc vote, can be a force for change. That's what we hope, that UK and other countries can take back control of COP. But the indications in an answer to a parliamentary question last week are that the new minister for this, that, and everything else, I don't know, the minister in charge of this is adamantly not going to rock the boat this time around at COP. So I've nearly finished. Before I do that, I'd like to thank Harry Shapiro for writing Fighting the Last War. I'd like to thank all the KAC team who work on this in many different ways and have been involved in producing the report. I'd like to thank Suli Castro for organising this launch, and I'd like to thank the foundation. She's waving at the back. Hi, Suli. And I'd like to thank the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World for funding our work. So, are we going forwards or are we going backwards? As I say, some days the prospects look bleak, but overall I think the prospects are good. I think tobacco harm reduction is unstoppable. It's being driven by a dynamic of good products and consumer interest. We have to recognize that transformations in tobacco consumption have often taken a very long time. After the advent of the cigarette rolling machine, it took about 50 years for the manufactured cigarette to replace other forms of tobacco consumption. So the question for us is really not whether this transformation to safer nicotine products will happen, but the speed of transition, and of course, the longer it takes, the more deaths. So THR can be slowed, but not prevented. The question, I think, is not whether safer nicotine products will replace cigarettes and other harmful tobacco products, but when. So that's why I like to think that tobacco harm reduction is here for good. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gerhard Lang and I work for Philip Morris International in their R&D facility based in Neuchâtel, Switzerland. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present this research, where I will describe the results for the chemical characterization of aerosol generated by a heated tobacco product, our tobacco heating system, THS. When tobacco is heated instead of being burned, the aerosol generated contains fewer and lower levels of chemical constituents than cigarette smoke, which is widely understood to contain more than 6,000 chemical constituents, 100 of which are known to be linked to smoking-related disease. Targeted analysis, which quantifies selected known chemicals, has demonstrated that the average levels of known harmful and potentially harmful constituents are around 90 to 94% lower in THS aerosol than in cigarette smoke. However, because there is the possibility that additional unknown harmful constituents could be present, untargeted analysis of the aerosol was also performed. Untargeted analysis aims to identify and semi-quantify all chemical constituents within a matrix. And in order to achieve this, a set of complementary methods was used, which was developed to cover the large chemical space of cigarette smoke and heated tobacco aerosols. For untargeted screening, a threshold of 100 nanogram per stick was used for the reporting of chemical constituents in smoke or aerosol. The term stick here refers to the heat stick used with THS or a cigarette. With this threshold applied, we estimate there are 10-fold fewer compounds present in THS aerosol compared with 3R4F smoke. In addition, all 532 compounds present in the aerosol of THS above this threshold were also present in the smoke of the reference cigarette. Overall, more than 96% of the total mass characterized by untargeted screening representing 80% of the total number of compounds identified, were confirmed with reference standards. The untargeted differential screening approach does not apply a threshold and focuses on identifying all compounds that are higher in abundance in the aerosol of THS compared with 3R4F smoke. Using this approach, we reported a combined number of 85 compounds as being more abundant in aerosol across the 3 heat stick product variants authorized for use in the United States, and 9 of these 85 compounds were unique to THS aerosol. Information regarding these 85 compounds, including an in-house toxicological evaluation, was provided to the FDA, who concluded their presence was not of toxicological concern relative to cigarette smoke. The compounds uniquely present in THS aerosol are primarily attributable to tobacco plant differences in the presence of flavor compounds, since 3R4F is an unflavored product. If you focus on the results for the US regular heat stick variant, which is non-mentholated, 54 compounds were identified as being more abundant in THS aerosol compared with 3R4F smoke, and 3 of these were unique in THS aerosol. Based on the review of our pre-market tobacco product application for THS, their own testing, and the review of published literature, the FDA concluded that although some of the chemicals are genotoxic or cytotoxic, these chemicals are present in very low levels and potential effects are outweighed by the substantial decrease in the numbers and levels of HPHCs found in combusted cigarettes. To conclude, using untargeted screening, we have confirmed that the aerosol generated by THS is significantly less complex than that of cigarette smoke, with about 10 times fewer compounds above our reporting threshold than the smoke of a reference cigarette. By using reference standards, we also confirmed the chemical identity of more than 96% of the total THS aerosol mass. Using untargeted differential screening, we were able to characterize which compounds are present at higher levels in THS aerosol relative to 3R4F smoke. For the 3 US authorized THS variants, a total of 85 such compounds were found, of which 9 were unique. These more abundant constituents were not considered to be of toxicological concern and were attributable to differences in tobacco plant and the presence of flavors. Overall, based on the outcome of our research, we can conclude that the aerosol generated by THS has been characterized to the fullest practicable extent. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
But one of the things I want to say about addiction is that, okay, addiction is it's a complex word. It's not a word that one can simply just say it and not give a little bit of context. Because there are addiction. I can speak about addiction like gambling being a parameter that you can call gambling an addiction, and gambling is not a substance, or like addiction to sex or activities that somehow we can frame them around this concept of addiction. Okay, with nicotine, we could potentially speak about addiction in a sense of biomolecularly, if we kind of like understand that potentially some people need it, and some people have especially a brain design that every time a person consumes nicotine, that person feels a rewarding that is translated in a person being calm and in a person feeling maybe relaxed, or in a person not feeling agitated. And because it's actually more comfortable to feel relaxed and not agitated than to feel stressed and irritated, then it is very easily to see as a spectator, as someone that is not the person itself, that person needs nicotine, therefore that person is addicted to nicotine. I can use the same logic I can use that same logic for food, and I can use that same logic for Coca-Cola. I am a Coca-Cola addict. I love Coca-Cola so much. I love Coca-Cola in all ways and forms. And maybe I'm an addict to Coca-Cola if you use a framework of understanding addiction in the sense of like an activity that you're doing because you find it very rewarding. But with nicotine, there is a complexity that comes, and it's not just that biomolecularly we are talking about the addiction of nicotine. It's that nicotine appears to be used for those who appear to be or to experience stress. And that could be a person experiencing minority stress. It could be an LGBTQI person, a Black person, Indigenous person, or someone that is dealing with lots of complexities in their lives. Women tend sometimes here in New Zealand to experience what we call a need for nicotine. And maybe that could be an indicator or a symptom that women in New Zealand maybe have challenging issues at home in sense of domestic violence, which is actually a problem here in New Zealand. And therefore, we could potentially measure that stress in nicotine being just as a way of self-medication for them to deal with complexities in life, which is domestic violence. So because there is psychosocial aspects involved in addiction that are not just biomolecular, it is very hard to use these words so lightly. We need to bring some more context to it.
In this episode, the World Health Organization has just released its report, and in it, they continue to call for the banning of flavors, open tank systems, and nicotine limits. We look at the connection between Bloomberg Philanthropies, his funding of NGOs such as the Union and Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, his donations to the World Health Organization, and the impact on policymaking in the Philippines and other countries. Harm reduction is an integral and accepted policy goal in public health, as seen with the COVID-19 pandemic, except when it comes to the use of safer nicotine products and the idea of tobacco harm reduction. The WHO released the Tobacco Product Regulation Report on the 5th of May. In it, they call for bans on all systems that are user-friendly. Basically, a ban on those aspects of vaping that make it so successful for smokers to switch off of combustible tobacco. Their justification is outdated science on secondhand exposure with claims that bystanders will suffer from nicotine exposure, cardiovascular, and respiratory harm.
The Surgeon General calls it an epidemic.
Well, the FDA calls it an epidemic.
The youth vaping epidemic.
The myth of the youth vaping epidemic, even though latest statistics show that youth vaping is on the decrease. They also continue with the myth of dual use, stating that in the United States, over 70% of vapers are dual users with combustible tobacco. These all appear to be direct narratives that have been previously promoted by Bloomberg and his web of advisors.
We have no scientific evidence submitted to the FDA whatsoever that they're actually effective at helping smokers quit.
By now, we are all fairly familiar with the activities of Bloomberg Philanthropies to control the narrative around tobacco control globally. We have seen it in the Philippines, India.
The cabinet has given approval today to ban e-cigarettes.
And Mexico. Michael Bloomberg donates millions of dollars to the WHO FCTC for tobacco control initiatives and various NGOs that operate internationally towards the goal of banning safer nicotine products.
If your kid was doing this and winds up with an IQ 10 or 15 points lower than he or she would have had for the rest of her life.
Is that demonstrated?
The science shows that it has a negative impact on brain development. It's hard to measure those kinds of things. What we do know is there's no question.
There is a network of funding to NGOs that operate internationally and across borders to influence tobacco control policy and regulation to serve the interests of everyone but the health of the public. This influence is not based on sound scientific evidence or public health best practice principles, nor does it take into consideration local public health contexts.
Shockingly, the campaign against vaping has been based on a mountain of misinformation and outright lies.
Steve Forbes has called out tobacco controllers and public health officials on their war against vaping.
These authorities are consigning hundreds of thousands of people to unnecessarily premature deaths.
His comments are realistic, pragmatic, and hopefully will be considered. In the media, Mark Gunther is a veteran journalist, speaker, and writer. Since March 2015, he has been writing about foundations, nonprofits, and global development. In April, he wrote an article on Bloomberg Philanthropies and the war on vaping. In it, he outlined how people look at the work of Bloomberg Philanthropies and tobacco-free kids as an uncomplicated story of philanthropic success. However, Gunther outlines how Bloomberg Philanthropies used its money and influence to curb vaping without consultation of others who have worked for decades to reduce deaths from smoking. These experts say the ongoing campaign against e-cigarettes is misguided, built on unsound science, and likely to do more harm than good. The latest entry into the chorus of people challenging the near-puritanical approach to tobacco and nicotine policy comes from Clifford Douglas, J.D., formerly the American Cancer Society's Vice President for Tobacco Control.
You should not trust the claim that vaping is a safe alternative to smoking.
Exposure to nicotine from e-cigarette vapor does in fact cause lung cancer.
Douglas felt compelled to write a commentary after seeing a family member return to smoking from vaping because of negative media coverage. Douglas's plea to all advocates for tobacco harm reduction is this: where is the robust focus on people who are suffering now and will die before their time because they haven't been given due consideration, have not been told the truth by those who should be telling them the truth about the continuum of risk and the fact that nicotine does not cause smoking-related illness and death, and who are consequently collateral damage in this war between youth and adults, a war between well-meaning and dedicated public service-oriented people and organizations on both sides, but one in which the leaders of both sides have been unwilling to acknowledge the legitimacy of science that runs counter to their narrative. As previously reported, the FDA of the Philippines accepted funding from Bloomberg Philanthropies to help develop policies around safer nicotine products. When this was admitted, many representatives and senators in the Philippine Congress were appalled and then called for an inquiry.
So vaping is also dangerous and I am banning it. And if you're smoking now, you will be arrested.
In 2019, the government proposed a ban on the use of e-cigarettes and other smoke-free alternatives. At the same time, the Philippine FDA was also receiving funding from Bloomberg to help develop this policy. The legality of this activity is currently under investigation. Could it be that the attempt to influence policy has backfired for Bloomberg?
The House of Representatives has approved on third and final reading a bill regulating the use, sale, and manufacture of e-cigarettes and vaping products. House Bill 9007 was passed with 132 affirmative votes, 34 negative votes, and 4 abstentions.
On the 25th of May, the House of Representatives of the Philippine Congress passed Bill 9007 to regulate the manufacture, use, sale, distribution, and promotion of vaping, as well as heated tobacco products, in a risk-proportionate way. Once this bill and Senate Bill 2239 are fully approved by Congress, it will remove any of the remaining vestiges of influence from foreigners, such as raising the age to purchase to 25, a ban on flavors other than menthol and tobacco, which was due to come into effect in May 2022. If this becomes law, the Philippines will become the first country in Southeast Asia to officially recognize tobacco harm reduction as a public health strategy. The philanthropists, public health researchers, and tobacco control policymakers who denigrate and discount our lived experience are unwilling and unable to understand. This is because they reside in a world of laboratories and theories. Real life cannot be replicated in that environment, and that is why it is so important that we all band together and make sure that our voices become part of the process. If you haven't yet signed our petition, please do so and share it in your networks on social media and beyond. Stay tuned for the live panel session that follows this episode. In it, we will take questions from the viewers as we discuss strategy going forward with our advocacy and how to address the disinformation.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to add our panelists now. Here we go. Mr. Henage Mitchell, Miss Liana Hudspeth, Mr. Samsul Arrifin, and last but not least, Mr. Paul Blamire. Welcome, guys. Thanks for joining us today. We actually have the first question. It's from Tom. He wants to know what our theory is on why Bloomberg is so anti-vaping. Does anybody want to pick that up and we can kind of discuss that? Go ahead, H. Please do.
Okay, Bloomberg, when he was the mayor of New York, was staunchly prohibitionist for drugs. He was staunchly prohibitionist for firearms. And as we all know, prohibition isn't really the best way to handle any kind of epidemic or any kind of problem. Drinking, whatever, it doesn't work. Never has. But that's his mindset. He's absolutely focused on telling people what's best for them based on what he thinks. That is his, essentially who he is and what he is, and he has the money to do it. So he's an idealist in that respect. He's not a pragmatist. He is an idealist. And as Carl Jung once said, every form of addiction is bad, no matter whether the narcotic be alcohol, morphine, or idealism. And Bloomberg is addicted to his power and the effects that the money can get to force people to follow his moral code. Sorry, Mr. Bloomberg, you're a capitalist. You're an absolutely horrible person. It comes down to the way you put your own personal agenda into the marketplace. But more importantly, you are corrupting governments and countries and states and nations around the world with your money and your lies, and we're angry about it. And okay, that's gone on for why he does it, so I'll just stop there.
Okay. Liana, I'm going to ask you. I have had discussions with Julie Weston from CASA, and she is always apologizing for the effluent that's coming out of America and how it affects everybody else. What is the feeling there in America right now about Bloomberg?
I didn't catch the beginning of your question, but I'm assuming that that was directed at me.
Yeah.
All right, because I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Audio.
Okay.
It's mixed. I see a lot of ordinary consumers and non-vapers that are just going with the flow and kind of ignoring it and just putting up with it, indifference. And as far as vapers, manufacturers, and other advocates, naturally, we're really upset. I can't speak for everyone else. You know, with the pandemic and everything that's been going on top of everything else, it's been hard to just focus on that subject and to see exactly where they stand. It's a really good question, and it's something that I want to look into more. But it's all mixed up. But I would say most people are just kind of indifferent and going with the flow. And that's what breaks my heart.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm muting people and then I'm going to unmute you because we're having audio issues here. We have another question. If the Philippines Senate passed the bill to regulate vaping, where are the other opportunities and risks in Southeast Asia to decide this decade for risk proportionate regulation and legislation? I'll take that one. And then I'll let H take that one afterwards. If the Philippines is able to get this through, if they're able to get this past the post, it will be the first country, obviously, in Southeast Asia to have risk proportionate regulation. If this does happen, there is hope, and I'm going to ask Sam about this when I finish. There is hope that other countries that are deciding about possibly regulating, that they will now have a template to follow. And I believe the next country up for that discussion is Malaysia. So I'm going to bring Samsul into this and ask him to have a little feedback on this. Sam?
Yeah. All right.
So talk about Malaysia.
Okay. I'm sorry if I'm a bit of a downer here, but we are just so tired with the whole situation. Malaysia is under a lockdown right now, and probably it's best for me to paint a picture of what's going on here in Malaysia. Earlier on, you were talking about Bloomberg, but somehow the effects or the reach of the Bloomberg initiative in Malaysia is somewhat isolated. We are not really influenced by that. But the thing is that what's been happening with WHO and their approach of being very prohibitive, here in Malaysia, we have similar problems, because the problems that we are facing is mainly with the little Napoleons in the Ministry of Health and all the other government agencies. So it's really like talking to the wall. You know, they are hell bent at stopping regulation. So what we did was we reached out to the policymakers, the elected representatives, and we somehow adopted a guerrilla approach. So we went down to the parliament, and most of them are smokers, and we give them a vape pen and ask them to try it on, and try to convert them into vaping, and much to our surprise, they took it up, and even to the point where one of the ministers in the parliament was caught vaping, and somehow that's a good thing, and this is the situation that we are facing now. The current situation in Malaysia is that we are now regulating, wait for it, zero nicotine liquids. Now, some people might say that, okay, they are at least moving towards regulation, but to me, I don't see this as a step forward. It is really a step backward. And, let's look at what is zero nicotine liquids consist of. PG, VG, and flavorings, basically things that you make for ice creams and cakes. Why would you want to tax and regulate that? And that will not help the government in terms of tax collection, and also it's not going to help the vapers. So we have launched a petition to voice our dismay and our issues with that. And we have garnered about in excess of 10,000 supports for that online petition.
Okay. Do you think the Philippines, if they do this, it's going to help you, though?
Well, that's
สวัสดีนะครับก็ greetings to it's gonna be different because right now I don't know what happened, but we're gonna be discussed in Thai language, so I'm hoping I just send the link to people in Thailand ก็สวัสดีนะครับสวัสดีทุกๆคนด้วยมีใครมาชมบ้างหรือเปล่าก็ไม่ทราบเดี๋ยววันนี้จะอันนี้แชร์ลิงก์ก่อน so I'm gonna share a little bit of something that we did okay see if I can find it okay here we goผมสูบบุหรี่มาประมาณ 37 ถึง 38 ปี
20 กว่าปีประมาณเกือบ20 ปีสูบมาเป็นเวลาเกือบ30 ปีจนถึงอายุ25 ปีประมาณ20 กว่าปีนะเข้าปีที่20 30 กว่าปี16 ปีมาไม่น้อยกว่า5เกือบ10 ปีแล้วไม่ต่ำกว่า20 ปีสูบบุหรี่มวนมาตั้งแต่อายุ16 ปี13 ปี5 ปีแล้วครับ8 ปีประมาณ12 ปีครับเกือบ20 ปี20 กว่าปี
22 ปีนะคะ
16 ปี
เฉลี่ยแล้วสูบวันละซองหรือซองกว่า
วันนี้จะสูบประมาณซองนี้ตกวันละ3 ซองนะครับ
คราวนี้อยากจะเลิกบุหรี่แล้วลองหลายๆวิธีมากไม่ว่าจะเป็นการกินหมากฝรั่งการหักดิบ
แปะแผ่นนิโคตินปากเคี้ยวหมากฝรั่งและคาบบุหรี่ไปพร้อมกันหักดิบหลายครั้งแต่ก็ไม่สำเร็จนะครับ
ก็ไม่สำเร็จสักทีนะ
ไม่ได้ผล
และพยายามเลิกมาหลายรูปแบบแล้วค่ะ
ก็ยังไม่สามารถเลิกได้นะครับ
ผมก็เลิกไม่ได้แต่เลิกไม่ได้ก็ไม่สามารถเลิกได้ครับ
ช่วงหลังๆสุขภาพเริ่มทรุดโทรม
ร่างกายมันเริ่มไม่ไหว
จนเมื่อ10 กว่าปีที่แล้วได้พบกับบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าช่วยให้ผมเลิกสูบบุหรี่ได้
ในส่วนของบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าหรือว่าเว็บไลเซอร์บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าตั้งแต่
สูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเมื่อ10 ปีที่แล้วสมัยก่อนเทคโนโลยีมันยังไม่ดีแต่ตอนนี้เทคโนโลยีมันดีแล้วเพจบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าคืออะไรที่แนะนำว่าบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าสามารถทดแทนการสูบบุหรี่ม้วนได้
ผมสามารถเลิกบุหรี่ได้ตั้งแต่วันแรกที่ใช้เลยนะ
มาเลิกบุหรี่ได้ก็เพราะเว็บไลเซอร์นะ
เว็บไลเซอร์ใช้เว็บไลเซอร์
ใช้เว็บไลเซอร์นะครับเว็บไลเซอร์นี่แหละครับเว็บไลเซอร์บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าทดแทนครับ
บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าค่ะ
ส่วนตัวที่ผมใช้จะเป็นน้ำยาสายขนมอย่างเดียวเลยครับกลิ่นผลไม้ครับผมเป็นสายขนมครับผมเป็นสายผลไม้นะครับผลไม้ฟรุตตี้อะไรผลไม้สายขนมเป็นหลักจะเป็นสายขนมนะครับจะสูบสายขนมครับกลิ่นขนมเป็นหลักครับกลิ่นขนมเป็นหลัก
ขนมกับผลไม้เป็นหลักนะครับ
หลังจากมาสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าแล้วผมไม่หันกลับไปสูบบุหรี่อีกเลย
ผมเลิกมาได้แล้ว1 ปีนะครับปีกว่าแล้ว3 ปีแล้วปีครึ่ง 7-8 ปีละ
2 ปีละ7 เดือนละ
2 ปีละ6 ปีแล้วครับเกือบ1 ปีแล้ว
ไม่กลับไปสูบบุหรี่อีกเลยนะ
ผมเลิกสูบบุหรี่แล้วนะผมหยุดสูบบุหรี่มวนได้ถาวร
บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าทำให้สุขภาพผมดีขึ้น
ทำให้สุขภาพดีขึ้น
ให้
สุขภาพของผมนะครับดีขึ้นอย่างเห็นได้ชัด
ทุกวันนี้สุขภาพก็ดีขึ้นค่ะ
บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าช่วยให้เลิกสูบบุหรี่ได้จริงบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าปลอดภัยกว่าจริงๆบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าช่วยชีวิตได้จริง
ๆOkay. Thanks. And for the CC, that thank you for saying that the CC, the closed caption, coming up perfectly, and the on-screen translation actually is what everything is what I did, because I'm pretty sure that when a lot of people in Thailand will be difficult to speak English, and so I asked our followers to speak in Thai, and then I myself personally put the translation and then place it in different places. That's why the CC is all over the places, but just to make it more dynamic, so to speak. So on this session, like I'm gonna turn into Thai, and actually เดี๋ยวรอให้มีภาษาไทยขึ้นมาก่อนจะได้เปลี่ยนเป็นภาษาไทย so I'm gonna switch into Thai as soon as I can see that there are some Thai people coming in and talk. So I'm not the one who's doing the editing and pulling people in. I'm just a panelist, and this is my session. So asking the operator, if you see Alexis and other people from Thailand, please pull them in and join me นะเดี๋ยวก็จะมาthanks Mowgli yeah trying my best นะก็ลองดูนะครับมีคนไทยมาดูหรือเปล่าเพราะว่าจะเล่าให้ฟังด้วยว่าเมื่อเช้านี้ช่วงเที่ยงสินะของเราก็คือจริงๆแล้วตั้งแต่ 11 โมงเป็นต้นไปเนี่ยก็มีอันหนึ่งคือ Clive Bates เนี่ยที่ผมหันไปเนี่ยยกอันนี้มาดีกว่าเพราะว่ามันมีสไลด์ของ Clive Bates อยู่นะฮะเป็นอย่างนี้โอ้โหอีวงกลมก็นะฮะแล้วเดี๋ยวจะมาอธิบายเป็นภาษาไทยนิดนึง so I'm gonna do some explanation in Thai translate for those Thai people who couldn't understand what this morning Clive was talking about. His slide was really good มันเป็นสไลด์ที่ดีมากๆเลยแต่ว่าก็คงจะกระโดดข้ามไปเรื่อยๆนะก็เผื่อใครมาชมตามหลังก็ได้Clive ก็พูดเยอะแต่ว่าอยากจะตัดมานิดนึงก็คือว่าตัวหนึ่งที่ทางหมอฝั่งเราเคยเอามาพูดก็คือ RCP วิทยาลัยอายุรแพทย์นะครับ Royal College of Physicians เขาก็บอกว่าถึงแม้ว่ามันจะไม่สามารถที่แบบว่าจะโอ้โหติ๊งตองเดี๋ยวขอปิดก่อนก็แล้วกันเรื่องของความเสี่ยงที่เกิดขึ้นจากบุหรี่ไฟฟ้านะยังไม่หาเป๊ะๆไม่ได้แต่มันก็มีหลักฐานพออยู่แล้วว่าอันตรายเนี่ยมีไม่เกิน 5% แน่นอนอ้าวไม่ยอมเปลี่ยนหน้าซะแล้วเขาก็ทำเป็นสไลด์ขึ้นมาให้ชมต่างๆมันมีบาร์มีอะไรขึ้นมาเยอะเลยนะแล้วก็ไปพูดถึงเรื่องอีวาลี่เนี่ยว่าเป็นเกิดขึ้นจากบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าซึ่งจริงๆมันไม่ใช่ไงมันเป็นการที่แบบว่าเอาวิตามินอีแอซิเทตแล้วก็เคยขึ้นไปแล้วนะฮะแล้วมันก็จะมีพีคขึ้นมาอยู่มันก็จะมีเป็นบายอย่างนี้ขึ้นมาตรงกลางเสร็จแล้วก็ปุ๊บมันก็หายไปเพราะว่าเมื่อรู้ถึงว่าอะไรที่เป็นสิ่งที่ก่อให้เกิดอีวาลี่แต่เดี๋ยวมาพูดถึงเรื่องนี้เรื่องนึงก่อนI just wanted to speak out also in English because just this afternoon time in Thailand right now it's 3 p.m. and around 1:30 p.m. right afternoon right after what we did this morning session a group of health advocates that they call themselves health advocates they blame me for being employee of Big Tobaccoเมื่อเช้าเมื่อบ่ายนี้เลยสดๆเลยก็โดนเบลมโดนหาว่าผมเนี่ยทำงานคือหาว่าท่านชัยวุฒิ who's the เป็นรัฐมนตรี DES กับไม่ว่าจะเป็นกลุ่มที่เขาตั้งขึ้นมาเพื่อพิจารณาเรื่องบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยก็บอกว่าไม่ถูกนะไปทำผิดกฎ FCTC มันเพราะว่าไปดึงมีผมกับคุณมาริส2คนที่เป็นทำงานให้กับบริษัทยาสูบอันนี้ผมบันทึกเก็บเอาไว้หมดแล้วนะเพราะฉะนั้นก็ I've been blamed so I probably sue them back ก็คงจะต้องมีการฟ้องร้องกันเกิดขึ้นบ้างแหละเพราะว่าอยู่นิ่งมานานละโอ้โหอะไรกันโอเคดีเลยคราวนี้เรามีเพื่อนแล้วโอ้โหแสบอ่ะอาจารย์ไอซ์มาแล้วคุณเล็กสวัสดีครับเราจะลุยภาษาไทยกันแล้วล่ะสวัสดีค่ะบอกว่า VAPERS already banned in India waves same as in Thailand เราคุยภาษาไทยตอนนี้เรามีเวลาอยู่ประมาณ50นาทีเมื่อกี้ก็เปิดคลิปมีอาจารย์ไอซ์อาจารย์ไอซ์ใส่เสื้อสีเหลืองอีกแล้วเดี๋ยวคนก็หาว่าเสื้อเหลืองหรือเปล่าก็เนี่ยมีของเมื่อเช้า Clive Bates เดี๋ยวผมจะเอาตัวของ Clive Bates เนี่ยไปย่อยแล้วทำเป็นภาษาไทยเมื่อเช้าก็ได้ชมคุณเล็กซ์ก็น่าจะเห็นอยู่อาจารย์ไอซ์ไม่ทราบถูกขอหรือเปล่าก็มีเนี่ยอยู่มี Cochrane Review อย่างเงี้ย
ทุกท่านนี่พูดได้ดีมากเลยเมื่อเช้าแบบได้เข้าใจบริบทการเคลื่อนไหวรอบโลกด้วยว่าแต่ละประเทศเป็นยังไงกันบ้างแล้วอย่างเช่นสหรัฐนิวซีแลนด์ออสเตรเลีย
มีคอมเมนต์ภาษาไทยมาแล้วค่อย ใจชื้นหน่อยไม่งั้นเมื่อกี้นั่งเหงาก็คือเขาก็บอกว่าเรื่องของ harm reduction น่ะมันคืออะไรมันคือการลดความเสี่ยงแล้วก็จะต้องเข้าไปคูณด้วยจำนวนคนที่ลดเห็นไหมสไลด์ของไคลฟ์เมื่อเช้านี้โอ้โหเห็นแล้วชอบมากเลยแล้วก็
อันนั้นเล็กมาไม่ทันเลยอะป่ะ
อะไรนะ
เล็กมาไม่ทันตอนที่เขาพูดสไลด์เข้าไปตอนเกือบจะเที่ยงละ
เขามีอย่างนี้ฮะเขามีไอ้ 7P อะฮะ value proposition อะที่เป็นตัวนี้มาทันไหมอันนี้ก็ดี
no
ผมทำตอนอเมนดาขึ้นนะครับ
อ๋อฮะมันก็จะมีเลยว่าวิธีการโปรโมทใช่เขาก็จะพูดถึงว่าไอ้ tobacco control อ่ะก็คือต้องไป degrade value หมดไม่ว่าจะเป็น price คือราคาก็ขึ้นราคากระหน่ำเลย promotion คือห้ามโปรโมท place คือห้ามโชว์สินค้าถูกไหมฮะ product ก็คือตัวผลิตภัณฑ์positioning คือการวางตำแหน่ง people คือคนแล้วก็ packaging ก็คือ packaging ก็คือ package อ่ะคืออะไรนะซองใช่ไหมภาษาไทยก็เรียกอะไรนะ packaging บรรจุภัณฑ์7ตัวนี้ทุกอย่างก็คือ tobacco control อ่ะการควบคุมยาสูบมันดึงปุ๊บตามมาหมดเลยซึ่งจริงๆอ่ะพอเรามาพูดถึงอันนี้คือพูดถึงภาพรวมของทั้งโลกเลยเขาก็บอกว่ามันไม่ควรหรือเปล่าถ้าการเวฟเนี่ยในเมื่อมันเป็น harm reduction มันเป็นการลดภัยเพราะฉะนั้นมันก็ควรราคาก็ไม่ควรจะแพงควรที่จะโปรโมทได้การวางสินค้าจัดแสดงสถานที่เนี่ยก็ควรที่จะให้คนเห็นอย่างน้อยก็จะต้องดีกว่าบุหรี่นะตัวผลิตภัณฑ์เองตัวการตำแหน่งผู้คนแล้วก็บรรจุภัณฑ์มันก็ควรที่จะแบบเขาก็บอกเขาเข้าใจมันมีคำเตือนอยู่บ้างแต่ว่าไม่ใช่แบบว่ามาซะแบบเวอร์วังไปเลยซึ่งตอนนี้มันออกมาไม่ว่าจะเป็น smoking หรือ vaping อ่ะเขาก็คอมแพร์ให้มาเป็น2แผ่นอย่างนี้
เราสามารถพูดในสถานการณ์ในเมืองไทยได้ป่ะครับ
ได้ครับก็เนี่ยเราคุยถึงสถานการณ์ในเมืองไทยเลย
ผมเข้าไปฟังของไลฟ์สดของน่าจะทางสจย.
เมื่อกี้
เขาก็พูดถึงเรื่องใช่ครับผมติดภารกิจสอนผมฟังยังไม่ทันหมดแต่ใจความตอนที่ผมไปฟังตอนแรกเนี่ยก็คือเขาบอกว่ายิ่งการเพิ่มภาษีเนี่ยมากเท่าไหร่เนี่ยจะยิ่งจะลดอัตราการตายได้มากเท่านั้นผมก็มานั่งคิดดูเดี๋ยวก่อนนะคุณเพิ่มภาษีแล้วคุณไม่คิดถึงหรือว่าแล้วเวฟที่มันไม่มีข้อมูลออกมาเลยว่ามันตายหรือเปล่าซึ่งมันไม่มีมันไม่ตายทำไมคุณไม่เอาอันนี้ขึ้นมาทำไมไม่ดันตรงนี้ขึ้นมามัวแต่ไปดันเพิ่มภาษีอย่างเดียวผมว่าอันนี้มันก็ไม่โอเคเท่าไหร่ซึ่งจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยผมมองว่าในบริบทของเมืองไทยเนี่ยยังล้าหลังในอีกหลายๆประเทศอีกเยอะมากๆเลย
แบบว่าภูมิใจมากเลยนะว่าเขานั่น
เหมือนบริบทของเมืองไทยเนี่ยเหมือนเขาแค่จะก๊อปโมเดลอะไรที่อย่างต่างประเทศเคยใช้มานานอย่างเช่นการขึ้นภาษีนี่มันเป็นโมเดลในการแบบลด tobacco consumption ที่แบบมีมาหลาย10 ปีแล้วและเห็นว่ามันไม่ได้ผลแต่คือเขาก็จะแค่มีความคิดมีแบบ perspective ที่ว่าเมืองนอกเขาทำก็คงจะดีจะทำต่อไปเป็นที่ยอมรับเขาคิดว่ามันเป็นที่ยอมรับของกลุ่ม mainstream หรือกลุ่มใดกลุ่มหนึ่งในการรณรงค์แบบ anti tobacco ในต่างประเทศมั้งคะหรือเปล่าเขาก็เลยยังจะแบบยึดติดกับสิ่งนั้นหรือมันเป็นความเป็นดึกดำบรรพ์ของเขาที่เขาคิดว่าอะไรที่เขาเคยทำแล้วมันดีมันควรจะทำต่อไปแล้วก็ยังจะผลักดันให้ยังยึดติดกับสิ่งนั้นต่อไปหรือเปล่า
จริงๆถ้าเกิดว่าจะยึดติดนี่นะครับ
คอมเมนต์นิดนึงมัลกรีเวฟแบบอุตสาห์นั่งไป Google Translate มาแน่ๆเลยที่บอกสูบไอช่วยชีวิตฉันผู้สูบบุหรี่อายุ35 ปี 8.5 ปีโดยไม่สูบไอก็คือแล้วก็ probably said vaping saved my life ใช่ไหมแล้วก็he smoked for 35 years and had been 8.5 years without smoking ใช่ไหมทีนี้พูดถึงย้อนกลับไปเรื่องที่คุณเล็กพูดอยู่เมื่อสักครู่ก็คือในเรื่องของความเสี่ยงสมมุติว่าถ้าจะมาเล่นงานบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าซึ่งมันพิสูจน์แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นก็คือคุณก็ต้องทำให้อันนี้คือเรามองตามคอนเซ็ปต์เขานะก็คือเข้าถึงได้ยากขึ้นก็ตรงกับประเทศไทยเลยคือแม่งแบนแหลกเลยแล้วก็ทำให้มีกลิ่นรสที่แบบน่าขยะแขยง ม่งแบบเหมือนกับเรากินหมักฝรั่งไอ้หมักฝรั่งนิโคตินอะใช่ไหมแล้วก็ทำให้มันแพงแล้วก็ให้เป็น less consumer friendly คือให้เข้าถึงให้แบบใช้ได้ยากนะฮะแล้วก็ได้ผลทางเภสัชกรรมเนี่ย pharmacologically less effective แล้วก็ไปบีบบังคับ inhibits innovation ก็คือเรื่องนวัตกรรมใหม่ๆนี่ก็คือไปกดขี่รูปเขาก็บอกว่าขึ้นตัวแดงไว้เลยว่า then it causes harm by perpetuating smoking ก็คือแปลว่าตอนนี้จริงๆเลยคือสิ่งที่กลุ่มนี้ออกมารณรงค์โดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งมาพยายามมาต่อต้านบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าคุณรู้ไหมว่าสิ่งที่คุณทำอ่ะคือการสนับสนุนการสูบบุหรี่ because you are perpetuating smoking
ใช่
ท้ายสุดแล้วมันก็จะบีบให้ผู้ที่ต้องการจะมีสุขภาพที่ดีขึ้นแล้วต้องการที่จะหลีกปลีกตัวห่างหรือเลิกลดละควันบุหรี่สุดท้ายก็ต้องบีบกลับไปสู่การสูบบุหรี่ซึ่งเราเห็นว่ามันก็เคยเกิดขึ้นแล้วหลายกรณีอย่างเช่นในสหรัฐอเมริกาตอนที่เขามี flavor ban กันสุดท้ายคนก็คือคนอย่างบางคนสมมติว่าเล็กเป็นคนที่สูบ Marlboro แดงเล็กต้องการจะเลิกบุหรี่ถามว่า Marlboro แดงมันกลิ่นโทบาโก้แล้วถ้าหากว่าคุณมี flavor ban คุณแบนกลิ่นช็อกโกแลตคุณแบนกลิ่นบลูเบอร์รี่สุดท้ายแล้วเล็กก็จะสามารถที่จะเข้าถึงเฉพาะน้ำยากลิ่นโทบาโก้
ซึ่งมีผลเสียอย่างมากด้วยเท่าที่ผมมองคือเราแทนที่เราจะเลิกจากกลิ่นบุหรี่ได้ไม่ติดกับกลิ่นบุหรี่กลิ่นโทบาโก้เนี่ยมันกลายเป็นว่าเรายังอยู่ในวังวนของโทบาโก้อยู่ซึ่งถ้าเกิดเรามีเฟเบอร์ที่หลากหลายเนี่ยมันจะสามารถห่างแล้วก็ต่อไปเราจะไม่ไปสูบบุหรี่อื่นได้เลยเพราะว่ากลิ่นมันใกล้เคียงกัน
เพราะว่ามันอย่างถ้าในพวกพอตเนี้ยอย่างพวก KS พวกพอตเนี่ยค่ะที่เราสูบมีคนสูบหรือมีคนใช้กันที่นิก50แล้วเป็นกลิ่นโทบาโก้อันนั้นมันเป็นเขาเรียกว่าอะไรมันเป็นแค่ช่วยให้เขาได้มีเขาเรียกว่าอะไรเหมือน bridge การเชื่อมความรู้สึก feeling จากการที่เขาคุ้นเคยกับบุหรี่เพื่อที่จะปรับให้พอเขาเปลี่ยนมาจากบุหรี่มวลมาเป็นอิเล็กทรอนิกส์แล้วเนี่ยอย่างน้อยมันก็ยังมีกลิ่นของโทบาโก้ที่เขาคุ้นเคยอยู่แล้วทำให้เขาเคยชินมากขึ้นเท่านั้นเองแต่ถามว่าอย่างเล็กเลิกมาแล้ว2 ปีอย่างเงี้ยเดฟมาแล้ว2 จะ 3 ปีแล้วเนี่ยจะอยากจะหยิบไหมก็ไม่เพราะสมัยที่เล็กใช้บุหรี่มวลเล็กก็ไม่ได้ดูดแดงเล็กสูบเย็น
ทีนี้มันมีเรื่องหนึ่งที่แบบฝ่ายหมอเขาชอบมาพูดคลายฟ์เขาก็เอามาชำแหละเหมือนกันที่บอกว่าเอามาเด็ก 27.5% ของนักเรียนไฮสคูลก็คือจำนวน 4.1 ล้านคนเนี่ยใช้บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าคือตัวเลขหลักคือ 27.5% แต่เขาบอกว่าเดี๋ยวไอเนี่ยส่วนใหญ่แล้ว66% เนี่ยไม่ใช่ใช้เป็นประจำนะเขาเล่นไม่แบ่งไงคือเหมือนกับที่เราเคยคุยกันจำได้ไหมบอกว่าเวลาคุณนับสถิติคุณนับยังไงเมื่อคืนนะป่ะที่เราคุยกันเมื่อคืนวานไหมเมื่อคืนวานที่เราคุยกันถึงเรื่องสถิติแล้วมีคนบอกว่าใช้
เลยเขาก็นับว่าเป็นการสูบ
คือยืมเพื่อนมาเวฟคำหนึ่งเขาก็ถือว่าคุณเป็น ever use
ใช่
แต่คุณไม่ใช่เป็น frequent use ไง frequent use มันแค่ 9.4% เท่านั้นเองมันน้อยมากๆแล้วก็ที่แบบส่วนใหญ่แล้วpriority of teen vapers ก็คือ have prior tobacco use ก็คือเคยสูบบุหรี่มาก่อนเพราะนั้นมันไม่ใช่ก็คือคุณจะอ้างเป็นเกตเวย์เป็นอะไรมันก็ไม่ใช่อยู่แล้วผมก็งงกับแบบพวกศาสตราจารย์แพทย์หญิงคุณนายคุณหญิงออกมาพูดมั่วตัวนี่คือแบบเฮ้ยผมไม่โอนะแบบแล้วเอาผมไปโยนเข้าว่าผมทำงานให้กับบริษัทยาสูบนี่เป็นลูกจ้างใช้คำว่าผมเป็นลูกจ้างบริษัทยาสูบนะเว้ยผมก็บอกเฮ้ย WTF หรือเปล่า for English listener for those who can't understand Thai I just explained that I've been blamed I'm an employee of Big Tobacco which I'm not okay อาจารย์ไอว่าไงนะครับ
Yeah it's a defamation
ที่วันนั้นที่เราคุยกันก็คือจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยคนเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่เนี่ย มันมีภาวะความเสี่ยงในการที่จะสูบบุหรี่อยู่แล้วที่ตอนที่มาเวฟเนี่ยแล้วเขาเปลี่ยนจากบุหรี่มวลมาเวฟถ้าเกิดเด็กที่มันต้องติดบุหรี่อยู่แล้วเนี่ยแล้วเปลี่ยนมาเวฟเนี่ยมันไม่ดีกว่าเหรอและไอ้คนที่จะบอกว่าเพิ่งมาเวฟแล้วไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่แล้วจะพัฒนาต่อไปดร.อุ่นกังก็อธิบายไปแล้วว่าคนที่จะพัฒนาต่อไปเป็นนักสูบหน้าใหม่จริงๆที่จะเป็นสโมเกอร์จริงๆเนี่ยเป็นเด็กที่ในส่วนที่เป็นเด็กที่มีปัญหาไม่ใช่เป็นเด็กกลุ่มทั่วไป
ใช่ก็คือเด็กกลุ่มนี้ถ้าสมมุติว่าไม่มีเวฟหรือเลยในโลกนี้กลุ่มนี้ยังไงเขาก็สูบบุหรี่กินเหล้า
หรือไม่ในกรณีนี้สมมุติว่าโอเคเขาคือ previous smoker แล้วก็ได้จับ vaporizer ขึ้นมาแล้วก็ดีต่อสุขภาพเขาระดับหนึ่งแล้วพอมาถูกกดดันถูกบีบให้ไม่สามารถเข้าถึงเนี่ย it's not accessible right so they've been previous smokers and now they've had the chance to use a vaporizer of course they will go back to smoking ก็คือคุณก็สร้างสถานการณ์ไงคุณสร้างสถานการณ์เพื่อให้คนที่เขาควรจะเข้าถึงเวฟเนี่ยเขาวิ่งกลับไปหาบุหรี่และมะเร็ง
When we are working for BT one or the other or probably all of them really Japan BAT RJ what else PMI okay yeah I work for all of them getting paid a lot that's I don't know that's
แล้วอย่างแล้วถ้าเขาจะมาอ้างว่าอย่าง vaporizers it's a gateway right คือพอมันกลายเป็น gateway ขึ้นมาแล้วเยาวชนอย่างเงี้ย like the youth will start picking up smoking or go to smoke cigarettes after they've used a vaporizer where's the data
No, they don't have real evidence มันไม่มีครับหลักฐานที่แบบที่แบบมายืนยันสนับสนุนของเขานี่คือมาแบบมีแต่หลักเทียนน่ะ
ใช่ and even if there was evidence to contradict this claim they would only see the evidence that benefits them
of course that's how they always did things and will do things
เขาไม่สนถึงแม้ว่าใช่ไหมถึงแม้ว่าเรามี data มาแย้งละไม่มีนะคะไม่มีจำนวนคุณจะทำลงลึกเลยทำ research ลงพื้นลงชุมชนเลย whatever อย่างเงี้ยแล้วปรากฏว่ามันมีข้อมูลมีหลักฐานมี data ขึ้นมาว่าไม่มีนะคะหรือถ้ามีก็น้อยมากและมีเพราะอะไรก็ต้องว่ากันด้วยตามความเป็นจริงอีกต่อมาแล้วปรากฏว่าเฮ้ยมันไม่มีสิ่งที่คุณกล่าวหาเนี่ยว่าวัยรุ่นเนี่ยพอมาจับเวฟแล้วมันก็จะทำให้เขาเปิดโลกไปสู่การสูบบุหรี่เนี่ยพอมันมี data เขาก็ไม่ฟังอยู่ดีเขาก็ไม่ดูอยู่ดีเพราะมันเป็น data ที่แย้งกับเขามันไม่ได้ data ที่สนับสนุนเขาวิธีทำงานของเขาจะเป็นอย่างนี้
Exactly no data no supportive data that is of any scientific valueมันไม่มีเลยคือแบบมันไม่มีไงมันไม่มีหลักฐานมีแต่หลักเทียนเนี่ยก็น่าเหนื่อย
แต่เขาบอกว่าการขึ้นภาษีนี่มันเป็นจากกราฟเนี่ยคือเขาถือว่าเป็น evidence อย่างหนึ่งนะครับว่าที่จะช่วยให้ลดคนตายทำให้ยิ่งต้องขึ้นภาษีเยอะๆเมื่อกี้ที่เขาพูดเลยครับ
Yeah they just mentioned that because they raise to have higher tax it will decrease morbidity they will decrease people killed because of combustible tobacco จริงๆถ้าเป็นอย่างนั้นนะอาจารย์ไอซ์ก็นี่ไงเราก็ทำสิ่งที่จะลดอัตราความตายกับลดอัตราความป่วยอยู่ได้เนี่ยเขาไม่ยอมมองตรงนี้ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
ก็จริงๆเรานี่แหละลดอัตราการตายได้
ใช่ถูกครับ
so they still say that the more people started vaping the government will have to pay for health insurances and health cares and whatnot and มันก็ไม่ใช่ใช่ป่ะเพราะว่าเขาใช้ข้อมูลของ smoker data แล้วก็บอกว่ามี cardio arrest มี cancer มีนู่นนี่นั่นเยอะแยะไปหมดเป็นมะเร็งเป็นโรคทางหัวใจ respiratory
นิวโมเนีย
มันทำให้เล็กนึกถึงคำพูดของคุณหมอที่เป็น panelist เมื่อเช้าค่ะพอดีว่าทำหลายอย่างก็เลยลืมชื่อของเขาว่า like they don't care about the evidence is right there in front of their faces they ask for it we give it to them and they don't care so มันทำให้ชวนให้คิดว่าเราควรจะเอาปัจจัยเนี้ยมา apply หรือว่ามาทำ strategy advocacy strategy ยังไงในเมื่อเขาไม่สนละเราจะโยน evidence ไปให้เขายังไงเขาก็ไม่อันนี้ไม่รู้นะยิงเฉยๆพอดีประเดี๋ยวทำให้ next
มันยากจริงอ่ะ
ใช่ like how do we move forward with like our advocacy strategy when we have scientific evidence that they asked for themselves but they don't care to see
yeah true Ian said บอกว่า they resort to name calling because they have no ammunition it's probably true too because they are getting less and less ammunition and less fact actually they don't even have real fact with scientific value มันไม่เหลือหลักฐานอะไรทางวิทยาศาสตร์ที่จะมาต่อต้านเราอีกแล้วไงก็เลยแบบงอแงไปถึงแบบว่าอย่างงู้นอย่างนี้มาเล่นงานแต่อันนี้คือแบบ it's not right you know this is calling it's called shaming me in public places
ครับแล้ว
บินประมาท
ต่างประเทศนะครับที่เป็นลักษณะแบบเราเนี่ยเขาแก้ไขกันยังไงครับ
อะไรอะครับมันไม่มีอ่ะมันมีประเทศไทยมันสุดโต่งอยู่ประเทศเดียวอ่ะปัญหาไหนอะอาจารย์คือประเทศไทยเราไม่สุดโต่งอยู่แล้วอ่ะ
ยังไงครับปัญหาอย่างเราจะไหน
อย่างที่เราเจอกันอยู่เนี่ยที่เราเจอคุณหมอที่ไม่ค่อยเป็นหมอเท่าไหร่
เขาก็เจออันนั้นเขาก็เจอเขาก็เอา scientific fact มายันกันอย่างที่เมื่อเช้าที่ผมคุยที่เราคุยกัน4คนนะฮะแล้วก็มีสุภาพสตรีซึ่งเขาก็คุยในจุดหนึ่งที่เขาคุยเนี่ยfrom this morning that I mentioned corruption ใช่ไหมที่เขาบอกว่าเขาพูดถึง Bloomberg กันแล้วก็บอกว่าแล้วสมมุติว่าคำถามจากคนมาบอกว่าถ้า Bloomberg เขาเปลี่ยนล่ะก็คือเปลี่ยนจากการต่อต้านเวฟมาเป็นสนับสนุนเวฟแต่ยังมีเรื่องของ corruption เกี่ยวข้องอยู่ผมก็เลยตอบว่าถ้าเป็นจุดนั้นน่ะผมกล้าที่จะพูดบอกว่าในโลกเราเนี้ยมันไม่มีที่ไหนที่ปราศจาก corruption โดยบริสุทธิ์โดยสมบูรณ์คือยังไงมันก็มีแต่ถ้ามันเกิดขึ้นแล้วมัน benefit people's health มันส่งผลกลับคืนมาสู่ประชาชนอย่างแท้จริงอ่ะบางทีก็แบบแกล้งทำเป็นไม่เห็นซึ่งเมื่อเช้านี้อีกคนหนึ่งผู้หญิงตายแย่มากตะหมอกก็คือที่เขามาค้านบอกว่ายังไงก็เราไม่ควรที่จะแปดเปื้อนผมก็บอกว่าเฮ้ยถูกนะเราบริสุทธิ์อยู่แล้วเราสู้ด้วยใจกันอยู่แล้วอย่าง2ท่านที่ข้างนี้2ท่านตรงเนี้ยก็เป็นอาจารย์ทั้ง2คน these two are professors tutors teachers and just took their time out with passion to advocate for safer alternatives for tobacco harm reduction so yeah we have to be clean and we are clean but sometimes you cannot avoid corruption มันเลี่ยงไม่ได้ส่วนมันไม่ได้อยู่ในมือของเราแต่ว่าการคอร์รัปชันเกิดขึ้นแล้วมันก่อให้เกิดผลดีกับเราอ่ะผมยังพอรับได้แต่ไม่ใช่ว่าแบบคอร์รัปชันเข้าไปแฝงตัวอยู่ในรัฐบาล within the government right now there's a court ruling going on in Philippines เดี๋ยวก็ this afternoon Peter will appear and we'll probably talk about that ปีเตอร์ก็คงมาพูดเรื่องของการที่บลูมเบิร์กเขาส่งคนเข้าไปนั่งอยู่ในMinistry of Health อ่ะไปมีเทเบิลเลยนะมีโต๊ะนั่งอยู่ในนั้นเลยแล้วเขาก็ถูกจับได้แล้วก็คือไปรณรงค์เรื่องนี้แหละแล้วที่อย่างเงี้ยคุณป้าหญิงทำไมไม่มาพูดอ่ะของเรานี่ยังหาไม่เจอเบียร์ผมลากออกมากลางถนนแน่แจ้งวัฒนะตรงนั้นน่ะรถแม่งเยอะดีใช่ไหม
แต่ถ้าฟังแบบนี้นี่ก็ไม่แน่นะครับที่ว่าหมอจังของเรานี่อาจจะมีส่วนหรือเปล่า
อย่าให้เจอกันแล้วกันแต่เขาฉลาดไง เห็นไหมอ่ะ
เขา
มี
เขา
มีโพสต์แล้วอ่ะวิธีการนั่น
นะ
เขา
เขาเป็น puppeteer เขากำลัง putting the strings
เอ้ย
behind
ต
the
อนนี้
scenes
เขาเป็น puppet master แต่เขาไม่ค่อยออกหน้าเองแล้วเขาก็โยนข้อความเขานั่นแหละโยนไปให้คนอื่นพูด แล้วเขาก็เอามาอ้างถึง คนอื่นก็หลวมตัวกันใหญ่ยังเดี๋ยวเจอจะได้เงียบกันบ้าง
เมื่อเช้าก็ชอบแบบว่าก็คือก็พูดกันในเรื่องของอย่างเปอร์เซ็นต์ของการที่ทำไมหมอแล้วชอบตรงนี้อะค่ะที่มาจากคุณหมอที่เขามาจากออสเตรเลียเนี่ยคือทำไม
โคลิน
ใช่คอลินว่าทำไมหมอเนี่ยเขาไม่ค่อยมีข้อมูลเรื่องเกี่ยวกับเรื่อง vaporizer เท่าไหร่เขาอาจจะแบบโอเคก็ไม่ว่างจริงเนาะก็เป็นหมอไม่ว่างที่จะวิจัยเองจริงหรือไม่ว่างที่จะหาข้อมูลจริงและก็โชคร้ายของเราที่บูเบิร์กนี่แหละบูเบิร์กฟิลันทรฟีสนี่แหละที่
ไอ้นั่นว่างมาก
แฝงว่างมากคือไปทุกสัดส่วนเลยอ่ะไปการเมืองไปแอบแฝงอยู่ในพรรคการเมืองใดๆอันนี้เรารู้อยู่คือมีแล้วยัดเยียดความ right wing ideology ของเขาทั้งในเรื่องการเมืองและในโดยเฉพาะในเรื่องของสุขภาพในเรื่องของ vaping ด้วยมันก็เลยทำให้หมอก็ได้รับหรือว่าอย่างสหรัฐเนี่ยที่เขาเล่าให้ฟังว่าสหรัฐนี่สวยที่สุดเพราะว่าสหรัฐนี่แบบมุมมองเขาใช้คำว่า toxic เลยมุมมองต่อ vaping เนี่ยมันมีความ toxic มากเพราะmedia propaganda นี้ที่มาจาก funding ของ Bloomberg คือมัน funnel ลงมาเลยอย่างเงี้ย funneling of funds อย่างเงี้ยแล้วเพราะฉะนั้น what right do they have when they come out with claims for example when they accuse you of working for the tobacco industry I mean come on that's hypocrisy
because of a conflict of interest are so high on their side not on our side
ใช่
I mean if before you say anything if you have to declare conflict of interest then I don't think they have anything to say because they can't or maybe right here in Thailand ชอบอ้างสิ่งศักดิ์สิทธิ์กันนะผมว่าว่างๆชวนไปนั่งดีเบตกันที่วัดพระแก้ว really go to a holy place since they are
so holy
so
whole แบบนี้นะ
they are not holy
it's kind of whole
จริงๆที่เมื่อกี้คุณเล็กพูดเนี่ยผมยังมองว่าถ้าเราตัดไฟในต้นลมได้น่าจะดีที่มันเป็นขั้นบันไดลงมาเนี่ยผมว่าแต่ปัญหาคือมันต้องมีคนที่แบบต้องคนที่มันมีกำลังในการฟันด้วยคือมันต้องฟันคือแบบใช่
อย่างถ้าในบริบทของเมืองไทยอาจจะมองได้ว่าอะไรองค์กรใดองค์กรหนึ่งในเมืองไทยเนี่ยที่รณรงค์เรื่องสุขภาพเนี่ยก็จะเปรียบเสมือนเป็นบลูมเบิร์กของเมืองไทยในเรื่องของคุณเพื่อที่จะสนับสนุนหมอใดๆหรือว่าหมอบางคนบางท่านที่จะออกมา
ผมยังคิดว่ามันอาจจะมีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องกันหรือเปล่าเพราะมันดูใกล้เคียงกันมากเลยในบริบท
เขาก็ทำแบบเดียวกันไง
of course มันก็แบบเดียวกันเลยมันแบบมัน parallel กันเลยนะคะอาจารย์ไอซ์เพราะว่าพอ Bloomberg ทำแบบนี้มันเป็นเพื่อที่จะ protect แบบเขาเรียกอะไรแบบส่วนได้ส่วนเสียของเขา protect their interests อย่างถ้าในเมืองไทยถ้าเขาไม่ทำเขาก็ไม่มีงานทำเขาก็ไม่ได้รายได้ใช่ไหมจริงๆอันนี้เราก็พูดกันอยู่บ่อยๆว่าทำไมหมอต้องออกมาแล้วก็ต้องมายัดเยียดให้ต้องเคี้ยวหมากฝรั่งต้องมาแปะแผ่น
well the gums ไอ้พวกแผ่นแปะพวก nicotine patches หรือว่าหมากฝรั่ง gums ลูกอมหรืออะไรก็ตามเพราะว่า they have budget because the word budget should be suffice แล้วก็น่าจะพอแล้วก็คือคำว่างบประมาณซึ่งพวกเขาก็เป็นคนจัดสรรกันและการจัดสรรงบประมาณ อะไรมันอยู่แค่ไหนอะไรมันไปถึงใครแค่ไหนอะเราตรวจสอบไม่ได้ด้วยนะที่มันตลกอะนี่เราพูดถึงได้หรือเปล่ายังไม่รู้เลยเผลอๆนี่เขาเขียนคือต้องยอมรับว่าตอนมีการก่อตั้งสสสขึ้นมาเนี่ยเขาใช้มือกฎหมายระดับประเทศที่เก่งมากๆเลยร่างสสสขึ้นมาแล้วก็ยื่นเข้าไปในรัฐบาลแล้วก็ซึ่งพอยื่นไปเสร็จแล้วเนี่ยก็หลุดพอหลุดเข้าไปได้พอเกิดขึ้นมาได้เนี่ยจะไปแก้หรือจะไปยุบหรือจะไปยกเลิกนี่ยากมากเพราะว่าคนที่ทำขึ้นมาเริ่มต้นเนี่ยมันเก่งมากมันก็เหมือนกับของเรามันก็ just like banning of vaporizers electric cigarettes เขาก็ค่อนข้างที่จะรัดกุมในการเขียนแล้วก็ใช้วิธีโยนข้อหานายกส่งลงมาบิ๊กป้อมดูแลบิ๊กป้อมก็โยนเข้าสภามันถึงยาก
ถ้าว่าง
โอเคครับโอเคครับสวัสดีครับดีครับ he has to go back to teach so now there's 2 of us left 3 4 how many of us behind you คุณเล็กไอตัวเล็กกันดุกดิกอยู่ข้างหลังด้วยนะฮะ where did he go มาแล้วนะฮะก็นี่แหละก็เลยมันก็เลยเป็น this is something difficult that we have to deal with right here มันก็มีตอน summary ของClive นะฮะที่บอกว่าดร. Clive Bates เนี่ยก็บอกว่า summary ก็คือ smoking remains a major burden คือเรื่องของการสูบบุหรี่ยังไงมันก็ยังเป็นภาระนะมันเป็น burden จริงๆมันเป็นภาระใหญ่แล้วก็ข้อที่2ก็คือตอนนี้มันมี low risk alternatives คือมันมีทางเลือกที่อันตรายน้อยกว่าใช่ไหมฮะแล้วก็ข้อ3คือ good evidence for reduced harm อันตรายน้อยกว่ามันก็ได้รับการมันถือว่ามีความเสี่ยงน้อยกว่าก็จะเป็นอันตรายน้อยกว่าลดภัยจากมันไปแล้วก็มี good evidence for population benefits ผลประโยชน์มันตกอยู่กับประชาชนเป็นภาคเขาเรียกมหาภาคระดับส่วนรวมด้วยนะ long term nicotine market มันก็เป็นการขยายตลาดของนิโคตินในระยะยาวด้วยอันนี้ก็จะพูดไปถึงก็มีส่วนหนึ่งถ้าผมจำไม่ผิดเนี่ยไปพูดถึงว่ามันมีการที่ว่าtobacco farmers เนี่ยมีการเปลี่ยนสายพันธุ์มาเป็นสายพันธุ์ที่มันเหมาะสมแล้วก็ suitable for making nicotine liquid for use with vaporizers like in Thailand คุณ Lex in Thailand the species breed the สายพันธุ์เขาเรียกอะไรครับstrain yeah strain the strain of tobacco planted here in Thailand are not optimal for making nicotine not optimal for extracting nicotine but we have a lot of excesses คือเรามีเหลือเยอะมากตรงเนี้ยที่ท่านชัยวุฒิเชิญแล้วก็เชิญเราเข้าไปพบนะอันนี้ท่านชัยวุฒิเป็นคนเชิญก็คือคุณป้าเนี่ยแกก็จะงอแงบอกว่าเฮ้ยผิดอย่างงู้นอย่างนี้ผมก็บอกว่าจริงๆมันไม่ผิดนะถ้าไปดูแล้วก็จะบอกว่าละเมิด FCTC COP 9บ้าบออะไรอี COP 9เนี่ยเลิกไปเชื่อถือมันได้แล้ว you know COP 9 the FCTC COP actually that we just had COP 26 that they invite all concerned parties to take place parties means countries or organizations or whatever and because it's conference of parties it's not the conference of agreeable people like COP they should change it to COAP COPE Conference of Agreeable COAP not COP not Conference of Party but Conference of Agreeable People only COPO or something like that and if you are against their policy or their way of thinking then you know you're not invited now Update from COP, pre-COP, all parties and borough agree no substantive discussions or decisions to be taken at this COP, which is a good thing. Yeah, thanks, H. And now anti-wave countries will try to backdoor in discussions and decisions, calling on parties to crack that is true. คือตอนเนี้ยมันจะบอกว่าจะไม่มีในCOP 9เนี่ยนะครับจะไม่มีการพูดถึงเรื่องจะไม่มีการตกลงอะไรกันทั้งสิ้นนะเพราะว่ามันเป็นออนไลน์นะโดยเฉพาะยิ่งในเรื่องของสารต่างๆแต่มันก็จะมีประเทศที่แบบว่าต่อต้านการเวฟอ่ะมันก็จะแอบไปคุยกันแล้วก็จะมาอ้างของเราเนี่ยเคยเจอมากเลย just like in Thailand Iran sponsored the declaration which will be considered today วันนี้เลยนะครับอิหร่านในเรื่องโควิดกับการควบคุมยาสูบแล้วก็ประกาศเรียกร้องประเทศต่างๆให้ลงมา crack down vape and novel products ก็คือให้ออกมาไล่ล่าจับซึ่งแบบมันก็ไม่ใช่อยู่แล้ว not exactly world leader on tobacco I think ถ้ามีคนได้ดูอ่ะวันนี้ผมขอพูดตรงๆเลยแล้วกันในฐานะประชาชนคนหนึ่งที่แบบจะต้องพึ่งคนอย่างเงี้ยก็คือคนที่เป็นตัวแทน COP 9อ่ะ representative of COP 9 from that represents Thailand พูดได้แบบนั่นเหมือนเด็กประถมมานั่งอ่านหนังสืออะแล้วแถมยังอ้างอิหร่านแล้วก็แบบแต่เขาไม่ได้พูดถึงเรื่องเวฟเลยนะ he didn't touch on wave he just speaks on tobacco control but oh man ไปหาดูเองนะครับแล้วก็คนอื่นพูด2นาทีกว่าแกพูด5นาทีแล้ว representative ทุกคนจากทั้งโลกเลยไม่มีใครใส่หน้ากากมีประเทศไทยประเทศเดียวใส่ทำไมไม่อยู่ในบ้านตัวเองถ่ายกล้องไกลๆเป็นวิดีโอคอนเฟอเรนซ์ผมเป็นปวดกระบาลมากกับแบบนักข่าวกับผู้สื่อข่าวนะแบบอยู่ในไลฟ์ from home อ่ะมันจะใส่หน้ากากทำบ้าอะไรฟังก็ไม่รู้เรื่องพูดก็ไม่ชัดหนังสือจะใส่หน้ากากอีกอันนี้ขอระบายนอกเรื่องนิดนึงคือมัน doesn't make sense อ่ะHere in Thailand we are doing something so extreme you sitting at home and a newscaster have like wearing mask which when they speak English regularly we couldn't understand what they're trying to say like half of what they're trying to say and now with the mask on it's like I can understand you like 10% at the most
it's muffled
แล้วมานั่งอ่านแบบมันเหมือนเด็กป .3 อ่ะศิษย์อาจารย์ศิษย์คุณเล็กซ์ยังน่าจะพูดได้เพราะกว่าเลยมึง We from Thailand I am representative of Thailand tobacco we think that เนี่ยอย่างเงี้ย Oh my god คือพูดภาษาไทยไปเลยเหอะแล้วก็แบบซีเอาครับ
แล้วก็มีแบบrunner ข้างล่างแปลเอา
Anto that's it agreeable to narrative only here we should change into that really this is a country
only the same narratives are allowed no contradicting narratives allowed
ใช่นี่ไงคุณนิว you just saw it right ดูแล้วแบบโอ้โหแบบอะไรอ่ะ
มันเหมือนการประชุมอะไรนะป่าที่มาตอนช่วง like early November October or November do you remember the conference I forgot what it's called IC สักอย่างอ่ะที่เป็น closed เหมือนกันน่ะ closed panels อ่ะแล้วก็ไม่ได้ they don't invite like anyone who has or has previously had any involvement with vaporizers or vaping or the vape industry. Right here in Thailand. Something. I forgot the acronyms.
Actually, they should talk about tobacco control, but mostly they talk about electronic cigarette control, which is really weird since like about 3 or 4 years ago after electronic cigarette was banned and there's a group scientists wanted to do a seminar here in Thailand discuss about the future of electronic cigarettes and the good and the bad and the ugly of the electronic cigarettes. And they invited a few of Thailand leading doctors and scientists to participate, and also specialists. I was invited. Of course, I said yes, but the all of the doctors that answered yes agreed to appear in that seminar was called by this one doctor direct call and say, "Hey, you cannot go there. It will ruin your reputation and career. If you go, your career and reputation will be ruined."
ใช่อย่างนี้เลยเหรอคะ
คือขู่เลยนะครับ without saying that who will, but of course we know who will. So of course the doctors they didn't want to risk their reputation and especially their career, so they all say no, they can't go and denied. So this seminar had to fall over, and like a month after that, these same people held a seminar, and they said, okay, you cannot hold any seminar that has a topic saying electronic or e6 in the topic, or you cannot have seminar about electronic cigarettes since it's banned. But ever since then, they have like almost every month discuss about electronic cigarettes. Which one of that seminar I was invited as specialist and was thrown out of a public building. Thrown out, literally escorted out of a public building. With started from like I was doing the registration, showing them the email that I was invited. And I was this one of his guy at the top of the stair, about like 100 meters away, say, "Get out," in English. I was like, what? And he said, "Get out," loudly in English. And another, not even a friend, there's a lady who already got the name tag registered, went in, and she was standing with a friend of mine. Both of them were escorted out, and these two people already had a name tag. But since these two people, they assumed that both these people knew me. So all three of us were escorted out. My friend had to drive out of the building. So it was like, how fair is that? Exactly the same situation at COP. What was it? COP 8 in Geneva. That members of the members of the board of INNCO were asked to leave from COP meeting. We were there like at the very beginning, and then we were thrown out, and we have to watch the COP via like the live stream thingy, like live cast. I don't even think it was a live cast, but yeah. So I've got like about 10 minutes left before Marewa come on and join our live show. คุณเล็กมีอะไรจะคุยไหม so I will give us like 5 minutes.
No, I just like to say that this morning's morning here in Thailand, but the previous panelists were quite inspiring with all their experience and insights on the global movement, and it's important to know what's happening around the world in terms of harm reduction advocacy, especially when it comes to vaporizers. So we understand more of the context, and we have more of a tried and tested ways of advocacy methods and what was I going to say? And models models, and in terms of strategic planning for advocacy, it helps a lot to understand what is happening, for example, with PMTA in the United States, or the insights from Dr. Colin from Australia, right?
Colin.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Colin
Dr.
Mendelsohn.
Colin from us, Dr. Mendelsohn, Dr. Colin Mendelsohn from Australia, in understanding how health practitioners play a significant part in creating barriers in accessing safer alternatives to combustibles. So I was in the middle of something earlier, and actually I had an acupuncture. Session this morning, and I actually made it in time for the larger part of the discussions, and some parts I had to record on my screen, so on my phone screen, so I could like go back and really have some time to listen to what the panelists have said. And yeah, so I'm glad, and it's great to see our comrades around the globe in hearing their experiences and exchanging perspectives and points of views, and so we have a clear view of how to move forward, because the tide is clearly changing in Thailand, with more and more people coming out of, so to speak, coming out of the shadows, because it's been such taboo for the past 7 years since they made it illegal. It's like, oh, what, you're vaping? Oh, that's disgusting, or oh, that's so dangerous, and the tides are changing, especially with our minister coming out and being an advocate himself, and with a lot of and more people in political parties as well coming out and sharing insights that the public would not normally have access to, and it's being more publicized. And especially these days, it's so easy. I mean, data, facts on the internet is easily accessible, and so the people who are antagonizing the vaporizers or safer alternatives or tobacco harm reduction, it's a losing battle for them. They know that.
Oh, yeah.
That's why they're resorting to their dirty tricks of like discrediting ASA here publicly, not just discrediting. I can't think of the word right now. It's defaming, right? Defamation.
Yeah.
That's easily a defamation legal suit that they're asking for.
Oh yeah.
So I mean,
I just want to have this last minute to shout out to all those who are tuning in and watching us right now. We are fighting an uphill battle, but soon it will become the plateau. It's up, but we will reach the top, and it will be easy. But don't expect it to be a smooth piece of cake within this recent times. We still have a lot to go, and look at us. If I know there are a lot of people out there thinking that none of my business, or it's my business, but how can one voice matters? It does matter, you know, like if think of it like this, if everyone, including me and Kun Lexia, thinks that my voice doesn't matter, it's just only one voice, then we have no one to fight. But if you think like, if instead you think like us and think like, okay, even one voice does make a difference, then right now we have two voices. Earlier we have Professor Ice, that's not Professor, Teacher Ice, that's three, and we have like 100,000 followers who are thinking the same way. But we need these people, including you know, to come out, including all the audiences to come out and you know, like earlier there's a hashtag saying louder. We want to be heard, and let's shout out and let's say that, hey, you know, we are not just a minority anymore. Even though, even if we are, if we make a loud, if we shout out loud enough, then you know they will have, eventually they will have to listen to us, because we are doing that job for them.
Maybe that's what bugs them the most. We're doing their jobs for them, and it's actually working.
Yeah. All right. I think our time is up. Thank you, Kun Lex, and
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ
thank you all. สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับทุกคน I'll
สวัสดี
see
ค่ะ
you
ทุกท่าน
tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. All right. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bureaucrats in the government agencies. This is one group of people that we need to address. Then the other group of people is the elected representative who do not look at the signs or what's happening around them, and they are just looking at scoring political points. So the situation here in Malaysia is more of them gaining some political points from the elected representative part, and also from the bureaucrats, which is really they are set in stone. It's really no point talking to them. You know, we have represented them with researchers and papers and facts, but they are just, you know, hell bent on stopping it. So coming back to your question, whether what's happening in the Philippines might help Malaysia, I certainly hope so. It would be a good talking point and a good development in this region, something that we can use. But again, as I said, here in Malaysia, if we were to talk to the elected representative, they're just talking about, you know, how can this issue score political points, and if we would talk to the bureaucrats, it's just talking to the wall. So that's the situation.
Okay. Paul, isn't that very similar to what's going on in Australia? You'll need to unmute yourself. Okay.
Yeah, we've now been starting to see the money appearing through Bloomberg-funded enterprises as such, and the way they've done it here is actually snuck the money through the universities.
Hello, good evening. Up next, we have a presentation by Dr. Marewa Glover. I will introduce her and bring her into the room. Welcome, Marewa.
Hi, how's it all going?
It's going. I'm really glad you're here. Now, I just need to clarify with you. Do you want to make your presentation and I'll hang in the background for you, and then we'll just come back for question and answer?
Yes, please.
Okay. Have you got your presentation queued up?
I hope so.
Okay, I don't see it. So what you got to do, go down to share.
Share, yeah.
Okay, and you're going to share screen.
And window. Yep.
Okay, and then click it, and it should come up. Okay. And there we go.
And was I going to...
You were going to go up to, if you can see it on your screen, set it to present. There you go. So
But
what
now
I'll do,
now I can't see you guys.
that's okay. What we can do is we can do the presentation. I'll lay back, and then when you're done with the presentation, we can do the question and answer if you want.
No, I'd prefer to interact with people as I go. I don't know that there's like an hour there.
Oh, okay. So we got to make the screen a little bigger then so people can see it, because I'm pretty sure that that's going to be real hard for people to see. Like we did the last time.
Yeah.
I know. Glasses. I feel you. Okay.
Is that better?
I'm asking to see. I don't know if they can see it better or not. Okay, Chugga said she can see it, so we're good. So I'm just going to mute and you go do your thing.
Okay, and I'm on. Am I? Hi, everybody. I presume that I am live. Nancy, you're going to give me a thumbs up there? Right.
You're live.
Okay, thank you. I needed some kind of count-in. All right. Well, I hope that the session, the whole day has been going really fabulous and everyone's learning a lot and discussing the issues we're facing. So what I wanted to share with you all tonight was the perspective for Indigenous peoples. And earlier on this year, I published a large report, big, thick report on smoking prevalence among all Indigenous peoples in the world. But anyway, first, and I'm going to talk about the relationship of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and how the framework FCTC is ignoring the rights of Indigenous people. So I just want to go through that. Now, the way that I would like to do it is if you have any questions or comments, then, throw them up as we're going along. I'll try to keep up with what's there, and Nancy can pop in and let me know if there's anything that I'm missing. So first off, who am I? And sorry. Okay. Thank you. Found my little down button. So I'm Professor Marewa Glover. I began working in community health in Victoria, Australia, actually, in about 1988, and then ended up coming home and began working in public health and on tobacco control work in 1993. So if you didn't know, New Zealand was the first country to pass a comprehensive smoke-free environments law, and that was in 1990. The Public Health Commission was set up very soon after that as a separate kind of government agency, but with a commission of independent experts reporting actually directly to the Prime Minister at that time. So I was just a junior policy analyst and was put to work on a number of issues. Tobacco control was one of them. I am Indigenous myself, and so it was just wonderful to be able to get to work for our people on trying to improve public health. And tobacco, of course, reducing the harms of smoking, that's one of the biggest killers. At that time, we used to say 450 Māori a year were killed by smoking tobacco, diseases and exposure to cigarette smoke. So in 1999, so this is prior to the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, In 1999, I was very lucky to attend, on behalf of the New Zealand Ministry of Health, a World Health Organization Framework Convention Tobacco Working Group. Now, these were working groups that were set up prior to the actual establishment of the SCTC in terms of it being ready for any nations to sign it. That working group that I went to was consulting really on how the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control could reduce the harms of tobacco for women and for youth. And that was in Japan. There were over 500 delegates there from over 50 plus states. So it was really quite an amazing conference as such. We worked on sections basically of a draft framework and would work in small groups and then put forward, the hours that were spent sort of not arguing but discussing words, which word should be used. And of course, there were many, many women from marginalized groups, from low-income countries, and it was wonderful to meet them. And I obviously put forward that we need to be thinking about Indigenous people as well. But at that stage, the word Indigenous never made it through into any final wording. At other conferences I went to, World Conferences on Tobacco or Health, in the pre-FCTC days, there usually were sessions, again, consulting, giving people a chance to put their sort of point of view forward in terms of the wording and what the FCTC should do and what we're going to make sure that it does. So again, I remember going to one of those meetings and putting my hand up and saying, Indigenous people. But again, the word Indigenous did not make it into any either summary of these consultations and therefore proposal or recommendations to the Secretariat. It wasn't until much, much later that the word Indigenous got a mention, but otherwise it just got subsumed under the term minority group. So that's a bit of my background, quite a long history in tobacco control, almost consistently full-time, mostly full-time since 1993. And at this point, I want to go over my disclosures, and I have never received funding from any tobacco or vaping product company. Many, many years ago, over 10 years ago, I did receive some fees for consulting with GlaxoSmithKline and I can't remember the other company here, around cessation medicines when they were first bringing them into New Zealand, and how could they make sure that the products were accessible for Māori. That was a long time ago. My centre, however, now is funded by a grant from the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. I have a centre grant, and the study I'm going to be presenting on tonight was funded with my grant from the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. And they are a US non-profit 501c3, a private foundation set up in the US, and they do accept charitable gifts. They were established with a donation from Philip Morris International, but under the bylaws of that state and the pledge document with Philip Morris International, the foundation is independent from Philip Morris and the tobacco industry as a whole. Under the terms of my grant agreement with the foundation, the work I do is editorially independent of the foundation. That is, the work I do is not commissioned by them. It was researcher-initiated ideas. As I always have in the past, cook up a research project idea, and then I put into contested funds for the money. And in this case, I won funding for those ideas. They are mine and my team. So the contents, selection and presentation of facts, as well as any opinions that I express in this presentation and discussion, they're my sole responsibility, and under no circumstances should they be regarded as reflecting the positions of the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. So I hope that that is clear. Now, going on with the study that we did. Now, this is a very old picture of the banner up there, the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And I know that you have been seeing other presentations, and you may have gathered by now that the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control is not actually a World Health Organization treaty as such. It's a United Nations treaty. And the word convention, if we just break down those words, convention is a treaty. It's a binding international agreement, although there are some things in it that are binding in a general way. That's why the framework part of the title, there are broad areas of action, and countries that become signatories are committing to those broad areas of action. It's not like the detail. There was enough room for countries to tailor those broad sets of actions, which might be you must legislate, bring in law around smoke-free environments to protect people from the exposure to secondhand smoke. Bring in regulations and laws around taxing. So there's a broad area. And then countries had enough freedom to apply that tailored to their own local circumstances and abilities. So, and the protocols, there's different parts of the framework, the actual treaty itself, there are protocols and there are articles. And over the week, I'm sure that you will get to hear about the different articles. Some of them particularly relate to consumers of products, and some relate to, I'll be talking tomorrow about Article 5.3, which I'll talk about tomorrow. So this is generally what the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and you see you can be forgiven for thinking that it is a World Health Organization treaty, because there's the World Health Organization logo on that report there, and the Framework Secretariat sits within the World Health Organization buildings in Geneva and has. So, it's very easy to think, oh, this is a World Health Organization treaty. When in actual fact, it's a United Nations treaty, which is much bigger in a way. Now, this is in Article 3, the part of the purpose of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control was to protect present and future generations from the devastating health, social, environmental, and economic consequences of tobacco consumption and exposure to tobacco smoke. And there's more, but then it goes on to reduce continually and substantially the prevalence of tobacco use and exposure to tobacco smoke. I mean, in the earlier, it was all signed off and passed in 2003, so almost 20 years ago. And in the first couple of decades, we were pretty much focused on tobacco smoke. And at conferences, say in India, then obviously there was a lot more focus on harmful use of chewing tobacco. But you see nowadays, in this current, let's say, decade, there's a shift of emphasis from tobacco smoke to tobacco use. And as I said, most of the harm, it was completely recognized that most of the harm, we're talking like over 90% of the actual harm to health that occurs in relationship to smoking, to tobacco, was from smoking. And what they're now trying to do is completely shift that to the use of tobacco in any form and for any use. You see that? Devastating health, social, environmental, and economic consequences. So in the last, I think particularly in the last decade, there's been a lot more papers about tobacco smoking driving poverty. So that would be an economic consequence. Of course, in agriculture and in low and middle income countries where tobacco growing is very big, there's a whole lot of consequences of the manufacture and use and consumption and exposure to of tobacco use. I guess the distinguishing thing here is still where it says devastating. And of course, in terms of tobacco harm reduction, and things have changed an awful lot in terms of the new low risk products that are now available. Where is the devastation? Where is the devastating health, social, environmental, and economic consequences of people using these low risk products? So, moving on to talk about my study, and this really it was part of what I wanted to do with the center, focus on Indigenous people worldwide. And the first thing you're going to do, right, is, well, who are they? Where are they? How much do they smoke? And that's what we began to look at. But it was a pretty big job, so it took us a while. There are about 6% of the world's population are Indigenous. That's about 476 million people. So it's not a small thing. I mean, just in New Zealand, Māori are around a country of 5 million, and there are about 750,000 Māori. We make up about 15% of the population, so that's actually quite large. Whereas Australia, the Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander population make up about 2% of the total population. And that all goes to how hard it is to fight the invisibility of Indigenous people. So there's about 6% of the world of population are Indigenous, about 476 million people, and disproportionately overrepresented among lower income and marginalized groups. Not everywhere, but it's a common thread. So just want to talk to you now about the findings in my report. Just to define Indigenous people, what do we mean by Indigenous people? We're referring to tribes or ethnic groups who were living and holding sovereignty in a particular geographical area prior to another group moving in and gaining dominance politically and taking over the governance of that region or country. I can't tell you this, I mean, obviously it was going to be of interest to me, but I really think and encourage you to have a look at my report, because apart from it's being quite easy to read, it was fascinating. There are just so many countries where colonization has occurred. And in New Zealand, we just tend to talk about Māori being colonized in Australia and the First Nations peoples in Canada and the Native American people. So there's kind of like this group of 5 countries that talk about being colonized in a very similar way. But in my report, I give for each country, there's a 2-page spread with details about where in the world the country is, the location, how large a geographical area the country takes up generally what the climate is and the population, who the indigenous peoples are. But then there's a little paragraph which is about this, you know, were they colonized, like who was there first, and then who moved in and who took over control, what kind of government exists and political system. I think that's important for determining how policies get made. There you go. I've found another way to change the slides by touching the mouse. And then I tried to put the smoking prevalence and also whether or not the country has ratified the framework or is a signatory or ratified the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which is why this study is important to the topic of your scope over these next few days. Where do you stop? You know, this is a question that's been raised for me. How far back did we go? So we went back, I guess, as far as around the time of the Ottoman Empire, so around 1500, and came forward from there. And studying the whole world like that, I got a very good picture for how boundaries expand and contract. So the Ottoman Empire grew and took over more and more land and surrounding areas, and then you know, people revolt against that, fight back, regain their land, etc., and it contracts. So in recent times, we obviously have seen this with the Russian Federation. So they were growing and taking over more and more areas and then contracting. Right now, we see, I guess, China is in that expansion mode. And you just get a feel, well, I hope you do, from the report. If you read through and you read that little paragraph about who came in and when they came in and took over, there's different forms of colonization as well. So sometimes they didn't just completely take over. In New Zealand, we had a treaty, not that stood for very much at the beginning and over the years, but it gives us some base to fight back now. So constantly boundaries are changing as well. And like in the entire African continent. And so you can't just show a map. So here's a map, a global map from National Geographic. You can't really apply current country borders because over history those change due to war and merging, and especially with war, where the winning countries then divide up the spoils and give some to, well, you can have that bit and we'll have that bit. So it's just fascinating. Many indigenous peoples and right across the world. And I do kind of feel that it is a struggle to capture any kind of interest in this. I suppose because in many countries, the indigenous people are a small minority group. And I think that there's just a constant sort of fighting of invisible, we're just rendered invisible constantly. So I see there's thanks, Paul and Hinaj. Now, so obviously indigenous peoples around the world have organized and have fought for hundreds of years, and it's just an ongoing, and you'll see that in that section for each country. And please even just look at the country you're in and what's in my report. So they fight back, and we have our own treaty, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Just going to refer to it as UNDRIP from here on. Now, that's it was very hard to find a definite or agreed upon number for how many indigenous peoples there are in the world, and there are different definitions. When we searched, I'll just tell you about the UNDRIP first. So that's all about, there's quite a little booklet here, again setting out all of the articles. It's similar, you know, it's a United Nations treaty, so it has a general principles, I guess, and similar to the Framework Convention. And then there are articles of how the different principles are to be enacted upon. So generally and briefly, Indigenous people have the right to maintain their traditional ways of life, just as you have the right to maintain your way of life or your cultural way of life. And you have the right to develop your culture and enjoy your particular waltzing Matilda or type of dance, Scottish Highland dancing, whatever it might be, and so do Indigenous people. They also have the right to improve on their economic and social conditions, just as you do, including improving their health. And the states that have taken over and hold political dominance in the countries where these Indigenous people resided and still do reside, not in all cases, the states have a responsibility to assist Indigenous people in that development and in pursuing their desires. Now, information and sovereignty over that information, data, is an essential need. And that's recognized within the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. In fact, it's part of that Empower, the Bloomberg framework of how to implement the FCTC, monitoring, collecting data, reporting. Every country has to put in a report. These are all online, and you can, that's where I got a lot of the information that's in the report. You go to the Framework Convention, World Health, their website, and you can look up the actual report that all the countries put in, which is very interesting. It's a bit of a tick box, but they're supposed to say the prevalence and how many, they even now say how many people use smokeless. They may now be asking about other harm reduction products. So that's one place to look for the data that you might be interested in as well. Now, so we looked for where all the people were, what countries, who they are. There are just thousands and thousands of tribes, so that became a very huge job. I think in Australia there are over 500, and you know, in First Nations there's over 600 tribes. I didn't really think about that when I started out, because in terms of Māori, I mean, we are a tribal people, and you know, my tribe is, say, Ngāpuhi, from up north of New Zealand, but we tend to be referred to collectively as Māori. So there are many, many tribes. I kind of went, well, I'm happy to find any data on smoking prevalence for Māori or for Australian Aboriginal people collectively, or First Nations people in Canada. So that was the first step, to look for smoking prevalence data. There wasn't much. And I've just recently submitted a paper to a journal, which is quite interesting. And they said, oh, I thought that this was going to be telling me about what's the smoking prevalence of Indigenous people in the world. That's kind of would be interesting. Oh, and it didn't. It's like, well, yeah, that's what the paper's about. Where is the data? And then the reviewer said, because there was no data, then it wasn't worth publishing. And this is this invisibility that you know, I've constantly had to fight against. So I couldn't get the paper published because I didn't have the data. How am I ever going to get the data if I can't publish about this issue? This is an example of what's in the report, so I hope you can see that even though it's a big report, it's actually not that hard to read. This is Costa Rica. It shows you where in the world on the globe Costa Rica is. It's a little visual, the location in text terms, the size of the country in square kilometers, the climate. Now, why is the climate interesting? To me, you know, the climate does have an impact on what tobacco or nicotine products might be used, may have been able to be accessed, or what was used there by Indigenous people prior to, you know, the commercialization and mass manufacturing of tobacco and nicotine products. For instance, way up in the top of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and into Russia, where the Sami people are, well, they've used Swedish snus or snus type products for hundreds of years. And you know, when you have like minus 50 degrees outside, it's pretty hard to go outside and have a cigarette. Not that everyone went outside, and they had pipes in those days, but it was just easier to keep the snus, for instance, is moist. So imagine trying to keep dried tobacco for smoking dry in that kind of environment. So actually climate is kind of important. And in very, very hot areas, you may find that the smoking pattern or the pattern of use is quite different than in temperate zones or cold zones. So I was interested in that. The size of the population, who the indigenous tribes are or peoples, they all have different terms, and then about Costa Rica and the colonization of Costa Rica. And I bold what country colonized each of the countries we look at. Now, this is very interesting. Even if you got the report and you flicked through it, like one of those movies we used to make, you know, out of paper, you flick through and you watch those bold terms of countries that colonized. Very, very interesting, coming from New Zealand and down under, where we were colonized by the British. I don't think a lot of people think of, say, Italy or Germany or the Dutch as, maybe yes, the Dutch, but those European countries, it was like all on. They were all into it, right? And I think a lot of that is forgotten, which countries took over. And this also impacted on the spread of tobacco, or what I call the dispersion of tobacco around the world. Now, I also put the economic status. As you know, you know, tobacco consumption around the world varies greatly, and of course access to cessation or switching or alternative products is going to vary greatly by income level and of the country as well. The political system makes a big difference. Obviously, if you have a dictator, then what they say goes, you know, whether if it's a democratic republic. And then we look at the smoking prevalence. I put the smoking prevalence for the average for the whole population, and then for the indigenous people. You can see for Costa Rica there's no data for indigenous people. And they ratified the FCTC in 2008. And this is a common story, regardless of whether they have ratified or signed the Framework Convention. They don't disaggregate their data for different groups. They just tick box and put into the report that goes in, which you can all see. All right, so one of the things that's often said about Indigenous people, even among our tobacco harm reduction community, it's kind of like a smoking prevalence is disproportionately higher among marginalized groups, LGBT, homeless people, people with mental health conditions, Indigenous people. Hold on, hang on a minute there. Actually, do we know that for sure? That is not actually confirmed. Just because it's disproportionately higher for Māori in New Zealand, Australian Aboriginal people in Australia, the First Nations people in Canada, the Inuit in Canada, you know, just because smoking is disproportionately higher among 4 or 5 indigenous people in the world. I've just showed you how many there are. Actually, we don't know that. I don't think that it's if you're going to say that, then pin it down to, we're talking about 5 countries colonized by the British. What about Latin America? We know nothing about what's happening there for indigenous people. Okay, so we actually identified 105 countries who have indigenous people using our definition, and we classified it. There are 5 categories of how smoking prevalence is being monitored. So I'll just go through each of those one by one now. So suppression of data. 8 countries suppress data, reporting of data by ethnicity. So China and Myanmar, they have a forced assimilation policy. So you can't have your own ethnicity. So from time to time, some countries will do that in their expansion mode. Some countries refuse to recognize the existence of indigenous people. And there are still some indigenous peoples who are at threat. Yep. Some have been killed off already around the world, and some are still at threat. In Finland and Sweden, this is a very different issue. They don't report. I think Sweden does collect data by ethnicity sometimes, but they don't report it. And the supposed reason for doing that is to prevent the stigmatization by ethnicity. So, for example, if one group are always or committing crime more than other groups, and then it's reported in the paper, and then that leads to everybody stereotyping them as criminals. So Finland and Sweden tend to not report by ethnicity. I think they do have some of the data. So that's a problem. How the indigenous peoples in these countries supposed to know what their smoking prevalence is if it's not collected, or reported? So the next category was that there just is no data on smoking prevalence, and that was 66 countries. Many are low income, and they clearly just lack the capacity to routinely collect data. Many of them still are signatories to the Framework Convention or have ratified it and fill in those reports. How accurate they are, though, and those reports are used by the Tobacco Free Initiative to create their Tobacco Atlas report, and they're used by the World Health Organization to say this is how many people smoke or use tobacco in the world. I'm not sure that I'm not sure of the accuracy of a lot of that data. Nepal has 59 recognized indigenous peoples, but there are many countries in there with hundreds of indigenous peoples. There's not even a kind of like we have Māori. We don't have how much each of the tribes in New Zealand smokes, although we have had a report in the past that did that, and it is possible to do that from our census data and national data. But even saying, well, of all of the indigenous people grouped together in Nepal, how many? No, it's not there. In some countries, there was sporadic data reported by researchers. So some researchers has gone, oh, I think it would be really interesting to know what the smoking prevalence rate is among that tribe. So in Russia, and my colleagues in Russia and I, we did a systematic review of the research, and that paper is published. And in Russia, there's 47 recognized indigenous peoples. There was research we found over a few decades, so there's no way to figure out a pattern. They focused on different tribes in different areas of Russia. They don't ask the same questions. Sometimes it was really, really high for men and women, and in other areas they would report a lower rate. There was no consistency, and we just can't say. So some research is done, but again, it's just small studies here and there. Now, in 17 countries, the indigenous people are a substantial majority. You could say, well, why did I include, say, Samoa, for instance? But we looked at countries that had been colonized or heavily influenced by, say, America or Britain. And this is the thing, in some countries where they were colonized, the colonizers didn't actually want to go there. They don't actually want to live there. They just want to suck all the resource out, whether it's sugar cane or use that country and the peoples to grow something. And you just have a small kind of colonial outpost. Now, Taiwan is a very interesting one to read about because of its strategic position in the world, in the sea. So that was interesting. So there are 17 countries where there is smoking prevalence reported, and it's indicative because 94% or something of the population are Samoan, so pretty much that's the smoking rate going to be for them. Okay, so here's Samoa. 90% of the population of Samoa are Samoan, and in 2018, in the 18 to 64 average smoking prevalence rate was 32.3% for males and 13.9% for females. I suppose what I was very interested in, you clearly have the influence of a colonizing or helping nation. And these colonizing nations, tobacco was at the forefront of that colonial push into a country. Alcohol and tobacco. These were primary products. They were that the colonizers could trade with. Plus, they happened to have a good return rate, like trade with this. Oh, and they like it, and they're going to keep coming back. Yeah, and just fascinating how tobacco and alcohol particularly were used in the colonization of countries and in trading with indigenous peoples and what they traded for. Now, just on that point, in tobacco control, most of the focus and of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control was that it's the tobacco industry. The tobacco industry did this. The tobacco industry created that big machine that made mass manufactured cigarettes and spread it all around the world. And they did that with marketing and advertising, and they hooked people in. And so the whole story within tobacco control is that it was the tobacco industry. But actually those companies, those multinational huge tobacco companies, which are really overshadowed by, say, China tobacco, Japan tobacco, so state monopoly, state-owned tobacco companies, they were actually relatively new. If you start going back to 1500 and looking at, and we've just seen recently a report of research projects saying that tobacco dates back, human use of tobacco dates back over 12,000 years. So in my research for this report, I found 8,000 years, and now there's research suggesting it's over 12,000 years. Well, I'm sorry, Philip Morris and British American Tobacco, they haven't been around that long. And so there's a very, very interesting story of how tobacco dispersed from tribe to tribe, from indigenous people to another indigenous people. And there's a fascinating similarity between what, say, indigenous groups or tribes deep in the Amazon who use tobacco, and then you find, hey, they're doing the same thing way over here in another part of the world. We don't know. It's a long time ago, but there's clearly a pattern of dispersion and sharing of a item of trade, how to use it, way before tobacco companies came along. There'll be another kind of radical thing that tobacco control won't like me putting out there, I suppose. Now, there are only 5 out of 105 countries have regular government-funded monitoring of smoking prevalence collected by ethnicity. Only 5: New Zealand, Australia, the United States, Canada, and Fiji. Fiji's had a lot of, sibling support from Australia and New Zealand. Foreign aid. They come under the wing of Australia a lot, and which many of the Pacific Islands do. So it's kind of like, do as we say. We're here to help you. We're here to help you. In other words, here's the playbook. Sing our song. That's how it goes. And that's these regions. So the World Health Organization, the Framework Convention Tobacco Control have regional, they work through the World Health Organization regional offices. So only 5 countries had stats, and the inset box was what I could find for Australia. Daily smoking rates for 18 years and over, 46% for 2019, 46% of males smoke, 41% of females. This is Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander people in Australia. But that smoking prevalence is averaged over more than 500 tribes. And there's actually quite a big difference between remote areas of Australia, tribes in remote areas in Northern Territory, right over in the top of Western Australia, and those that live closer to the city centres. I'm going to enjoy reading all this chat about, Philippines imported a few Cuban. Yep, and that's right. I mean, there was a lot of trade across before just British American Tobacco or R.J. Reynolds or any of those American companies and British companies established. So the FCTC is failing Indigenous peoples in a number of ways. The first one is that it's in there that the countries that are signed up, they should be collecting data and they need to be disaggregating that for the groups. What they should be doing should be having an equitably beneficial effect for all groups within the country. But that clearly is not happening. So smoking prevalence is declining generally across, particularly high-income countries, but the decline is not occurring equitably or at all among some Indigenous peoples. And then I talked about this process of just making us invisible, not collecting data or reporting data on Indigenous people, not saying the word. It just doesn't come up. And you could say the same for other marginalized groups. But it's a particular problem for us. Now, in New Zealand, what I always argued was that the focus needed to be reducing the inequity between the smoking prevalence among Māori and non-Māori. That should be the first thing, like bring the smoking prevalence rates into alignment, not by increasing the smoking in one group, but if there is a group, Aboriginal people in Australia, their smoking prevalence rate, can I go back to that? You have 46% for males, 41% for females. And how many, what are they claiming in Australia for daily smoking prevalence? They're like claiming 12% across the country. Excuse me. what's going on? There's like a 30-something percent, 34% difference. What should be happening is bring that down first and foremost. Bring it down. Whatever you do, all of the resource should be on bringing that down. Then you go forward and make sure that your policies have equitable effects for the different groups in society. For Indigenous people and for varied cultural groups where you have massive cultural differences, there needs to be culturally appropriate interventions and smoking cessation programs or switching programs. But the FCTC sort of says that, it says you should tailor, to the country, and you should, and there in my notes I've got, they say they're deeply concerned about the high levels of smoking and other forms of tobacco consumption among Indigenous people. But the countries aren't doing anything about reducing that inequity. Even in New Zealand, the policy, it's always because we have our own treaty. So it's always said, oh yeah, Māori are a priority. We must reduce smoking among Māori. But you take our Smoke-Free 2025 policy, and to reach 5% by 2025, Māori aren't going to get there. What are they doing which is extra or reparative to reduce that? No. And the other thing that happens, of course, is that the unintended negative effects of tobacco control, they often experience disproportionately more by Indigenous peoples and people who are on low income. Now, I think I'm going to run out of time. To be consistent, now, all of the treaties, you can't have one treaty over here and another one over there that actually one undermines the other. The United Nations treaty should be working together, not undermining each other. For the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control to be consistent with the UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the framework should only focus on that commercial mass manufactured tobacco products, not traditional. Traditional ways or traditional uses of tobacco should be exempt from the framework focus. Otherwise, it's a colonizing tool. It's a way of destroying and eliminating traditional ways of life and culture and songs and dances around tobacco and uses of tobacco that wasn't smoking, that was for healing or other uses. That's another study. The signatories and the countries that ratified the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control need to respect the rights of Indigenous people. There needs to be regular monitoring, disaggregation of the data by ethnic group, sex as well. It's not always, very, very different rates of tobacco use by men, between men and women, and also by age and living condition, urban versus rural and remote. Harm reduction programs, like reducing the harm, that's what the focus should be on, need to be determined, designed by, and run by and for Indigenous peoples, and you can say the same for other minority groups. They need to be culturally appropriate. Otherwise, they're not necessarily going to be effective. And you must look at the inequitable cost of the unintended negative effects, the higher extraction of tobacco taxes from particular groups, Indigenous people, and fines and criminalizing people and then incarcerating them. So that's a big problem for us as well. Okay. Nancy, do you want to come back? And have I got some?
I'm here. I've just got to figure out how to turn my camera on. Hi there. I have 2 questions for you, believe it or not. Okay. First question, it was from Chugga. She mentioned this earlier, and I wonder if you can explain it. Why do you think that the WHO and the UN don't make it very clear that the treaty is actually a UN treaty?
I think that maybe the World Health Organization, 20 years ago, had more, more, the United Nations obviously has a lot, but this was the first health treaty, the first treaty to address a health issue. They were sitting within the World Health Organization. The Tobacco Free Initiative that Derek Yak was part of was a World Health Organization program. So lots of interconnection and interdependencies there, I think.
Okay, makes sense. Second question. A lot of indigenous communities and cultures use tobacco as a ritual. Do you think that may have something to do with the way it's not reported?
Indigenous peoples, and I have another whole study which I just need to get written up, but it's a really huge area if you look at the history of Indigenous people's use of tobacco. So there were many, many uses, even for food, agriculture, and there are many products and many uses. So it was used in healing ways. It had uses for spiritual uses. So yes, it was used in rituals, spiritual or cultural rituals, for cleansing, for warding off evil, for protecting people from viruses. It was used in lots of different ways and by different people within the tribe as well.
Yeah, no, I know that because I have a friend who's First Nations, and she used to explain to me about, her grandmother would make concoctions, and that there was ritual around the use of tobacco. And I always wondered, when you think about these, I hate to say it, establishment tobacco control treaties and things like that, they don't take that into consideration. They just, oh, it's bad, just like you were saying.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why there have been very few Indigenous people involved in tobacco control. So it used to be that all of the Native Americans were like, no, we do not agree with you. We do not agree with the FCTC because you're out to eliminate tobacco, and we have and tobacco is a sacred plant to us, and we use it in particular ways. So you have to change your, what you're doing, and the framework wouldn't do it. It's been dominated by white Western Europeans, Americans, and British people. They wouldn't do it. So I've been going to world conferences since 1993 and hardly ever see any Indigenous people. The one in Chicago I did, but this was a real sticking point. So even today, a lot of the Indigenous people who are involved in tobacco control, the Framework Convention or the SRNT, the Society for Research Nicotine and Tobacco, they are they have to agree to they sign up to that white Western colonizing agenda, and they push it, and they're hurting their own people. Either they don't know, they're junior like I was, and there have been times, there were 3 centers of research focused on Indigenous smoking, one in Canada, one in Australia, my one in Auckland, and we all lasted around about the same period of time, and then suddenly, just strangely, we all got shut down at around the same time. Very weird. Funding issues. But it's as soon as you start saying Indigenous or treaty or no, actually we don't want, no, our people actually don't agree with tax. No, this is actually harming our people. As soon as you do that, you're out. And so not many people in Indigenous in tobacco control worldwide, and the few that have been in there don't last. And the ones that are in there now, if they're accepted, it's because they they're doing their job. You all had your words and your cultures for the Indigenous people who were recruited into the wars against their own, I'm sure.
Okay, last question. Well, second to last question I have for you. We've got a little extra time. Do you think that the former colonial powers that colonized these countries and perhaps created issues should have helped to address the issues of the indigenous peoples?
Sort of. No, it's a kind of like harm reduction, where people who use tobacco say nothing about us without us.
Right.
So there are very similar things. I would say be like Indigenous and say, no, we want to do it for ourselves. You can help, but basically you need to, they need to hand over the resource, and they need to develop your capacity, like Chugga's got her master's and she works with us as a researcher, and you guys need to develop your own capacity to do your own research. That's what Indigenous people want to do. We want to do our own research. We don't want a white professor from the UK coming here and telling us what to do, but that's exactly what's happened. And they won't ever let us, all we get are, like we said, we have a saying, like, we're sick of pilots, when do we get the plane? So we'll get a little bit of funding to run a pilot here and a pilot there. It doesn't matter how many times we prove that our program we designed is way more effective with our own people if we designed it and we run it and we work with our own people.
Yeah.
We never get to roll it out. I mean, I actually have got to roll out some programs, but then they just took it away and gave it to a white woman to run. And she crashed it. She crashed the plane, And then, of course, that feeds that stereotype. Oh, well, it always fails.
Well, the thing is, it's very disempowering to develop something and then have somebody hijack it from you when they have absolutely no understanding of where that program came from, why it was, developed. It's colonization again, it's colonization, and it's so insidious that trying to buck that is just like it's an ongoing battle. Last question for you. If you had the opportunity to say something to the delegates at the COP9, what would you say?
Resign.
Okay.
Just stop. It's a junket. I put my hand up many years. I was like, do you need someone to go to the FCTC, to the COP? I'll go. Some years it was like, who wants to go to the COP, around the Ministry of Health and that. It was a lot of the time it was just a chore, and then they'd look around like, oh, who should we send to the COP? And it was also a way of giving a bit of a, what's it called when you get something, not a treat.
At a girl, like a treat. Yeah. I
You
know
know,
what you're
like,
saying. Motivation. I know what you're trying to say.
Perk. So you want to, whoever's in charge wants to hand out some perks to a particular favored worker at the time, or someone who's an up and coming or on the rise, and it'd be like, oh, why don't you go to the COP for New Zealand this year? You can be our delegate. And then, for many years, they just hired the same consultant and he went and did it, an ex-policy analyst for the ministry. I kept putting my hand up, oh, can I go? Can I go? I never got to actually go to the COP. But I did see that it was seen as a chore, and I do think it's a bit of an insult to put a very junior person representing New Zealand. Why couldn't it have been Ashley Bloomfield? I know our Director General for Health. I know he's very busy, but he actually, and I'll talk a bit about the history some more tomorrow, he went and did a stint at the World Health Organization working on the Framework Convention. And I think it would carry a lot more weight if he actually presented New Zealand's position. And sometimes, don't recall if any politicians went, but sometimes it's a bit of a junket for them as well to get to go to Geneva. At the moment, of course, it's all online, so no perks and travel and Switzerland
And
holidays.
chocolate and things like that. Thanks, Marewa.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank
I'll
you.
see you
Thank you for
tomorrow.
letting me be part of your scope.
Thank you for joining
You
us.
guys, it's a pleasure.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. 10 o'clock,
Okay.
same time.
Same time, same channel. Well, different channel, but yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Marewa.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, as part of our contribution with the Scope event featured by CAPHRA, we will give you a sneak peek of how it is in the life of a Filipino vapor. What are the motivations behind switching from smoking to vaping, and what are the struggles that they had to go through. So today, we'll be hearing from two Filipinos who regularly purchase and use vape products in hopes of further gaining perspective on vaping and its role in helping smokers quit. First off, one of the members of Vapers PH who will share her experience is Miss Francine Rivera.
Hi. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Francine. How are you?
I'm good. Okay naman. Ikaw, how are you?
It's been a while since I've last seen you personally. It's good that we have avenues like this.
Mhm.
Let me just introduce our other guest. He has stopped smoking for the last 2 years, and I know for a fact that he has struggled a lot in his transition. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Seth Galarosa. Hi, Seth.
Hi, good day everyone. Good evening, Peter. Hi,
Uh,
Francine.
how are you guys? How are you guys coping with the pandemic? Kamusta naman?
Missing the outside. Yun, yun ang masasabi ko. Miss ko na yung labas.
Yeah, but okay naman kasi pababa na yung cases, so we're getting
Yeah,
there.
I really can't wait for the day that we will be able to meet again in person. We have a lot of things to catch up. But for tonight, we have viewers all over Asia and all over the world. Um, I'd like to give them a preview or at least uh, realize and see what are the struggles of Filipino vapers. Let me start off with a few questions. Um, so let's start with ladies first, Miss Francine. No? So can you just tell us, were you a smoker before and how long? And possibly, also, can you include what motivated your decision to start vaping and quit smoking? And when did you realize that you had to make that switch?
Yeah. I started really young, actually. High school pa lang. Second year high school, I started smoking na. At first, syempre, may bisyo ka, tapos nasa high school ka. So, syempre, gusto mo, sikat ka, di ba? So, all the cool kids dun sa school namin noon, smoke na. So, parang ako, as a person who wanted to belong, nag-start din ako. Pero kahit hindi pa ako ganun ka runong nun, kahit hitbu-hitbu lang, hit-hitbuga ka lang, at least nakapag-smoke ka. But siguro talagang nag-worsen siya for me nung college kasi natuto na ako how to do it properly. At the same time, syempre stress ng ACADS, nag-work na siya together. Tapos it was really bad to the point na mahina sa akin yung 1 box a day. As in, automatic yun, bibili ako ng new box the next day. I had to kumbaga, switched to vaping when I got pregnant. Well, after I got pregnant. Of course, when I found out I got pregnant, I had to stop at, like for all of it. But after I gave birth, it it still had the feeling that I needed to um, do something. Parang there's still a mannerism sa akin. So I tried vaping for my friend's sake and of course my baby. And after that, it stuck na. I didn't go back to smoking na after that.
Galing, galing. That's very good to hear. How about you, Seth? How long have you been smoking, and what are your motivations? Bakit ka nag-switch?
Right. I actually started around 10 years ago. It was I was second year college, a sophomore in college, and I started because of stress from schoolwork, and just so happened that I had really low grades that sem, so all the cool kids were doing it. So as well as the upperclassmen. So they told me that it relieved stress. So I tried it and it felt good. It did relieve my stress for a while. But fast forward 10 years and the pandemic happened. I was, and I found myself in a night shift at work. And I found myself finishing up to like 2 boxes a day up to that. So I thought of stopping, and thankfully the people around me were vaping, and they suggested vaping as well, and it felt better since the I couldn't smell the cigarette smoke anymore, and I could work out after. That's actually the biggest motivation for me because I lost a lot of weight because I was able to work out from vaping.
That's great. I've been vaping for a while, but I have not lost as much weight as you did. I hope that it will have the same effect on me also. I mean, I've known you for a while, so when I have seen your changes in your taste physically, no. Well, bottom line is, I think both of you were really hooked to cigarette smoking because of stress and because of schoolwork and work and all that. This is a very quick question, really. Let's start with Seth. Have you completely switched to vaping, or do you still use combustible cigarettes from time to time? And I know you've shared earlier your experience with vaping and with and with combustible cigarette smoking. If you could just also compare the experience, what do you think are the pros and the cons of since you made the switch?
Yeah, well, if you ask me, there are, if you compare vaping with smoking, I think there are no cons because ever since I started vaping, I was able to exercise more. I was more social because I wasn't embarrassed of the smoke because cigarette really does have this certain foul smell that sticks to your clothes.
Right.
So without that, you can approach people more. And yeah, I haven't switched. I haven't switched back. Yeah, I can attest to this that I haven't smoked a single cigarette ever since I started vaping because it I remember the feeling of being drained from the stick.
You see. Um, Great. I mean, from my perspective, the main reason I made the transition or the switch from smoking to vaping is that um, when I had kids, I remember vividly. I was working in a call center before as a manager, and like what you said earlier, there's tremendous pressure to deliver the numbers, key performance indicators, to manage the outliers, all that stuff. Um, Mind you, I was never a coffee drinker, but when stress caught up, I always pair uh, iced coffee with combustible cigarettes. That was my outlet. Whenever there's a big decision I had to make, I get all agents out of the smoking area and I'll just go there. And my boss knows if he doesn't see me for like 30 minutes on the floor, on the operations floor, he already knows I'm mulling on something. So he'll go there. But when I had kid, my eldest son, um, I know almost everybody now has alcohol, right? Because of the pandemic. But during that time, I had alcohol in my car. I had to, like take a bath in alcohol before I go back home. And I didn't realize the foul odor. I couldn't, when I get home, like 8 a.m. in the morning, I'm not allowed to hug my kid. It's either I take a bath first, or even if you put alcohol in your hands, the smell is still there. And I realized that when I made the switch to vaping, because a few months in, I could no longer tolerate the lack of taste of combustible cigarette. It's like burning paper. That was my experience. And then, just to be honest, 1 to 3 months into vaping, out of curiosity, I just lit a cigarette to see if I can still enjoy it. And I just really can't. And the smell on my fingers, I think, stayed there for minimum of 2 days. I can still smell it. And I have this rule. When I was still smoking combustible cigarette, I never ever lit a cigarette inside my car. I never did, because I know that my wife will eventually ride there, my kid. So to me, that's the biggest motivation. And I have not smoked a combustible cigarette for at least 8 years. How about you, Francine? How do you compare your experience with vaping and cigarette smoking?
Yeah. I wish I had this thing to like say that I haven't smoked a cigarette for, well, since I started. Pero it's really hard. Well, it's for me. It's a really big struggle having that. It was something that I relied on for a very long time. But I'm proud to say that I only do it when, first, when my vape doesn't have battery anymore, and all my friends who go there don't have battery anymore. So that's the only time that I'm still drinking. That I have to do something to lower the alcohol. But that rarely happens, especially now with the pandemic. I don't go out drinking as much as before, and uh, when I drink, at times. I always carry an extra vape with me, so I lessen the smoke. Yeah, I completely agree with the kids and the smoke, the odor. I have a son. He's 3 years old now, and at first it was really hard. Going home to your son and actually taking care of him. At the same time, the people around me and myself, I could smell the odor coming off of me, and they would tell me that I reek, that I really smell like I smoke. So it was hard for me. But with vaping, it really, I'm not as um, I'm not as shy anymore when I go home after just 2 minutes after vaping. It's fine. I would smell like strawberries and Yakult all the time. Those are the go-tos. So yeah.
Okay, I think just to summarize what you both said, I think the main driver really of what I gathered from you and based on my own experience is we have switched from smoking combustible cigarettes to vaping. I think because of love. In Seth's case, the love for himself, being able to exercise. Of course, the smell is not there to physically transform to a much fitter person today. As to me, the love for my family, and I think also for Francine. I think bottom line is people can change, we can do better if the motivation is really strong, such as love, as in your case. Now let me transition to, I think, a very relevant question. And let's make it a bit more fun. Walk us through, and I hope Francine can answer this first. Walk us through the very first time that you purchased your vape products. How was it? How easy was it? Why did you choose such product? And if possible, can you compare it now? I mean, we're at the pandemic. Are you still able to buy the vape products that you need? I mean, just walk us through. Just give us a snapshot of how it was before and how it is now.
I remember my first vape. It was a pink Caliburn, the original one, the rose gold. I actually didn't buy it. I actually asked for it from my cousin because he was using it. Um, I didn't want to spend money. I thought it was expensive. I didn't want to maintain the device. I just really had bad thoughts about it because it it seemed expensive compared to like cigarettes, right? So he told me that he'd give it to me for free, but I had to stop smoking, especially when I was with him. So he gave me that, and after that, I just it 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 kept evolving because I think the thing that draws me to vaping is, well, one factor would be the look of it. Like I could buy it in color pink. That's the thing.
I'm
Once
wearing
yeah, it's, well, anything that's pink, it glows well, in my eyes. So it it lasted me for about a month. Then I bought my very own. I bought a Nord Smock Nord. Then it evolved to many more vapes. And the last vape I actually purchased was just yesterday. I
Okay.
bought I bought Ursula Mini. That's still in pink, with matching red juice. So when you look at it, it's just red and pink. So, well, realizing it now, from what I expected to be expensive and to maintain, but at the same time now I just keep buying it and I can't stop, and it was really actually fun for me because again I can customize it as much as possible. So yeah.
But are you still able to buy your vape needs nowadays, given the pandemic?
Yeah. Well, I still can buy. I know shops near my place that I can purchase. But at the same time, a lot of the shops around me have deliveries now. They actually give the option of deliveries.
Okay, that's
So
good.
yeah, so it's much easier for me even if I don't go out of the house. They can bring it to me instead.
Okay, that's great. That's good to hear. How about you, Seth? Walk us through. I mean, give us a snapshot of your first purchase of vape
Yeah,
product,
it's
and why did you decide to buy that particular product? Because Francine was saying it's more of fashion. If it's pink, I can customize. For a lack of a better term, no, so girly, di ba? Tama, but it's just right. But how about you, Seth? I hope it's not pink.
it's actually a similar story to Francine's. When I decided to quit smoking, I was just borrowing my older brother's relax, and I kept borrowing it. And then one day he just, out of frustration, he gave it to me because I was using it so much. Yeah, I was using the original relax for a while. I really liked it because it was so handy. It was so small, and you can just replace the pods. I think I've used that original one for the first 6 months, and then I had to go home to my province, to Sorsogon. Um, just for context, my province is 12 hours away from Manila, so it's a really far flung place. And I was surprised that when I inquired among my friends if there's a seller for vapes. They told me that there was one, and I was able to get my fix for vape for the next 6 months again because I made friends with the seller there. In terms of ease of buying and availability, it's really available because it's so popular now. I think cigarette smoking is frowned upon even in my province because so many people are vaping.
That's a very good point, Seth, that you raised. That the vaping nowadays is very popular,
Yes.
and I think what comes with that popularity is the responsibility of consumers, the responsibility of the business owners in the vaping community, and the bottom line, the responsibility of the state, our government, to take care of its constituents, vapors and non-vapors alike. I'm sure you've heard that there's a lot of what you call this laws being passed nowadays. There's a move to regulate uh, vapor nicotine products, whatever your fix are. Um, like you said, even your province, which is 12 hours away from the metropolis, they still have vape shops. You can get your fix pretty much from everywhere, and they do online. Let's start with Seth. What do you think about these regulations that you're hearing? Are you against it or do you support it, and why?
Well, as a vapor, I see the benefits of creating laws that make vaping more available to people because I think about the experience that I have had and I want other people to experience it as well. The change in lifestyle, the increase in energy. So I think laws that can make vaping more available and less restrictive to employees such as myself, to mothers such as Francine, and to family men like yourself can be very beneficial to society.
Okay, that's a great point. How about you, Francine? Do you support it?
Yeah, I think yeah, I do naman. Siguro, well, for me, it does give a chance for, well, smokers to actually make the change. Instead of prohibiting everything, especially now, well, you can't just smoke everywhere. Um, with that, a lot of people, I think, see the hassle of it, but at the same time, find it difficult having to abruptly stop. But with vaping, if well, when the law allows it, it's easier for them to make the switch, and uh, at the same time compromising for their switch. Yeah, I guess that.
I totally agree with what you both said. That there really has to be a balance between the regulation and for the consumers. I I I just really hope that a bill or a law gets passed that is amenable to all the parties involved. Because hearing your stories, the things that both of you have gone through, the transition, doing it for family and all that, I think there's a benefit with it. Um, I just hope that everybody is as responsible as you guys are. Because again, I go back. You did the transition from smoking combustible cigarettes to vaping altogether because of love. And I remember an old movie saying that it's the one thing that connects the world. It's love. So there. It's a final question to both of you tonight. Um, There's two things. Number one, maybe Francine, you can take this. Would you say that you are spending lesser now when you're vaping as compared when you were buying regular combustible cigarettes before? And do you see yourself quitting smoking or vaping altogether in the near future?
Well, for the first question, totally. Again, as mentioned a while ago, I smoke a pack a day before. So a pack now would go up to 150 a day. Well, a box. But with vaping, I only spend 250 on juice. That would last, well, minimum, I guess, a week. But it's still a huge difference. Surprises. Um, I do see myself stopping completely. Oh, I'm trying. I hope I do. I'm trying my best to. Uh, it 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 will come. I guess I'm compared to before. It did come. But hopefully I do completely stop.
Okay, how about you, Seth?
Yes, same with Francine's. I found myself again. I found myself smoking around 2 boxes a day before, but then I discovered vaping. I mean, the relax pods can cost up to about 250,
Okay.
and that can last me around 3 or 4 days, maybe even a week if I'm not that stressed with work. So it's really a huge saver for me. And good thing is there are bulk purchases, the boxes that it comes in, so I can really save a lot if I purchase the box of 10. In terms of quitting, I think yes, it is very possible because I think I've lessened smoking since quitting cigarette and then transitioning to vaping, and exercise helps as well because it's more available for me now, and I don't find myself craving it as much.
I totally agree with you guys. I myself, um, I used to pack. I used to buy at least one pack of cigarette or 2 packs of cigarettes per day when I still used to work in my call center. I was one of the managers, so you can imagine. I start my day with coffee and probably 2 sticks of cigarettes. And whenever my boss wants to discuss something, it's the same thing. Um, I have no idea how much. No, it's been that while. I don't have an idea now how much a stick of cigarette costs. Do you guys know?
8
Any
pesos.
cent? 8 pesos per? I remember
Per
during my time, it was like 1 peso and 50 centavos. And these are the expensive ones already, because when you just buy it really from the local store, it's more cheaper. When you buy it in schools during my time, it's about 1 peso and 50 centavos, and I couldn't even afford it. So now it's 8. So that's a lot. So if you do one pack per day, it's about 160 pesos. So definitely there is benefit with in terms of cost, and of course for our loved ones. And finally, I agree with what you guys both said, that hopefully we can all quit in the future for our loved ones. Any parting words before I close this, Seth?
Thank you for having us, Peter. It's really great to talk about vaping because it brought such a huge change in my life, honestly. From being overweight before, from cigarette smoking and switching to vape, I really attribute my weight loss, a huge percentage of it, to switching to vaping because I was able to be freer with myself and with other people. So thank you.
Francine?
Yeah, like Seth, thank you for giving me a chance. I hope with what we shared today, we inspire someone to actually make the switch, and hopefully we can all switch if possible, right?
Thank you for that. I hope I can lose as much weight as Seth does. And I also hope I get as much love as Francine is getting from his loved ones. But altogether, we've seen the benefits, um, what what we can get or what we had when we made that transition to vape from combustible cigarettes. And I thank you guys, Seth, Francine, thank you for sharing your experience and sharing it with our viewers and our friends. Finally, in a perfect world, I think solving the tobacco smoking pandemic would be as simple as just putting an end to the consumption of tobacco products altogether. However, immediate cessation, what we call a cold turkey, I don't think that it is feasible or sustainable for everyone. Effectively addressing the issue definitely requires a more complex and strategic approach. Um, for the lack of time, I think, we also have preference in juices, certain flavors that we adhere to. I think that's also part of the solution. So the use of alternatives such as vaping, I think really assist smokers in quitting the habit. It will never be a perfect solution. To me, I don't think that there's a perfect solution to any problem. However, the approach to the problem must be in a pragmatic manner. We have to take into consideration our personal experiences, our personal biases, and I think when we do that, we stand to provide more long-term and sustainable benefits for smokers and non-smokers alike. So again, I thank you, Seth. I thank you, Francine.
Thank you, Peter.
And we hope to have more discussions about this in the near future. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, everyone.
That we've got a little bit of a different situation here going forward into October 1, where we're under a full prescription model. They're trying that out. So you have to visit your physician, get a prescription. And as Clive Bates said the other day, he thinks it's very dumb and stupid that we're going down this pathway, and that we then either have to privately import liquids with nicotine in it, or we have to go to, like, with our prescription to a pharmacy. We don't know any pharmacies yet that are willing to take this up. Are they going to sit there and compound all the different levels of nicotine, whether they're free base or salts or whatever else, or even synthetic for that matter? Here it's an absolute mess. Absolute mess here in Australia. The rhetoric that is coming out of the WHO is writing the policy here in Australia, and it's blatant. They're not listening to the science. It's just lies, lies, more lies.
Well, you see, that's the thing. And that's it kind of ties back to what you were saying, Sam, about the bureaucrats and little Napoleons. And this also ties into something that Clive Bates has been talking about. I don't know how many people are aware of the letter that he and a bunch of experts sent to Tedros, I can never pronounce his last name, the head guy of FCT and FCTC, about the tobacco regulation report. Now, I don't know how many people are aware of it. For the people that aren't aware of it, basically this report calls for bans on everything. They open tank systems, nicotine limits, flavoring. It's the same basic effluent that they've been spewing since the last COP, and they're now trying to get everybody to go on board with this. I'm sure by now, in case you aren't though, I'm sure by now everybody's aware that Bloomberg puts millions and millions of dollars into the WHO FCTC tobacco control program. So even though Bloomberg may not have a direct effect on what's going on in Malaysia, he does have an effect on anybody or any country that is a signatory to that agreement because of his influence. I am going to ask H if he would be so kind. Can you give us a background a little bit on Thailand? Because that's the other big country where there are a lot of vapors, but you know, you're taking your life into your hands to vape. Unmute.
Unmute. Hello.
Hi.
Right. Okay. Before I launch into Thailand, I just want to pick up on Malaysia and Australia, if you don't mind. First of all, Sam, you said Bloomberg has no particular direct influence in Malaysia. That's not entirely true. You have a fellow in Malaysia whose name is Mohammed Hanaki bin Nik Mohammed. Does that ring a bell? Okay, he is one of the major naysayers, and he is a direct recipient of Bloomberg funding. He's a graduate of Johns Hopkins University, or Johns Hopkins Institute for Global Tobacco Control, which is directly funded by Bloomberg and has actually changed their name to Bloomberg now. And he is absolutely on board with the Bloomberg rhetoric, and he is driving that in Malaysia. So in Australia, you have a wonderful gentleman there by the name of Mr. Lopez, or Professor Lopez, I beg your pardon. So Alan Lopez, who is understood to be a molester of women, among other nasty things he does, has also received funds from Bloomberg and headed up the vital strategies, a tobacco, an anti-tobacco non-profit with long ties to Bloomberg, for which presumably he owns significant sums of money. Professor, I beg your pardon, Professor Lopez is another one of these Bloomberg clones who is absolutely messing up the entire legislative platform with his lies. He's also a molester of women, apparently, which isn't a good thing, and was eventually dropped from a number of institutions, finally, after it just became obvious that he shared the same predilections as our dearly beloved Professor Stan Glantz. However, you asked me about Thailand. So Thailand, again, is most certainly not immune to Bloomberg funding. It has a ridiculous stand on vaping. And it's one of those, essentially, it's not even a backdoor ban. Essentially, it is not illegal to have a vape device or juice in Thailand. That is not illegal. The problem is, since there is no tax code for it, you can't import it legally. Consequently, if you have a vape device, de facto you smuggled it. And the charge for that is economic sabotage. So owning this in Thailand constitutes economic sabotage and has an up to 10-year jail term. So that's where we're at now. The consumer groups in Thailand are very active. They're up against a very difficult situation where the government owns the tobacco industry here, so they own the tobacco production, the tobacco manufacturer, the supply chain. They own it. They have no interest in vape. It just totally undermines and undercuts their money. And it's interesting that the principal mouthpiece for the anti-vaping group is also part of the Ministry of Health and runs the tobacco control unit of the Ministry of Health, and receives a considerably huge sum of money as a percentage of the tobacco taxes that are collected by the government, and it comes out to millions. And what does he do with this money? Does he set up smoking cessation clinics? Does he embrace the science? No, he just attacks vapors. He attacks anybody that supports vaping. He lies and lies and lies, and he, together with the head of Ash Thailand, are the principal drivers of the hatred and bile and vitriol and lies and basically corruption that is holding back the Thai government from actually passing sensible, proportionate regulation. But again, it comes back to that major thread that's going to run through this whole discussion, which is that we are being lied to, all of us, by people that really should know better, but they're receiving funding So consequently, their job is to lie. So they do that. And this runs across the board from public servants, bureaucrats, health officials, to people who run medical associations like cancer associations, heart associations. They're all funded one way or another, either by Bloomberg or Gates, or let's not forget Big Pharma, who was directly responsible and funded the setup of FCTC. Let's go back. I'm sorry, I'm raving and ranting. Stop me if I'm going on too long. But when the FCT was started up, well-meaning, well-intentioned, that just happened to coincide with the launch of the pharmaceutical companies' smoking cessation products, which we all know don't really work for most people. So they saw this as a win-win. Throw a bunch of money at the FCTC, which they did. The first 2 years of the FCT were entirely funded by pharmaceutical companies. And they still throw vast chunks of money in. For them, it was just a great win-win situation. Okay, you're setting up anti-smoking. We've got an anti-smoking pharmaceutical project, which it isn't, but we'll just stick with that for now. So yeah, we'll support you. Oh, vaping's come along. Let's attack vaping. Here's some more money. Here's the script. And then, of course, Bloomberg, Gates, and the rest of those philanthropic moralists got on board and said, yeah, this is good, isn't it? But the whole thing was set up by pharma to market their smoking cessation products. And it's still happening today. Even Bloomberg's investing in smoking cessation products. Conflict of interest much? Yes. But that's it. So, yeah, Thailand is a seriously bad basket case because the tobacco industry is owned by the government, as it is in India, as it is in China, as it is in various countries that are particularly strong against vaping. So yeah, they're going to fall in with the Bloomberg rhetoric, and Thailand is right there. What's the way forward? Well, we can discuss that later.
Yeah, I mean, and here's another thing, and this discussion has come up only in the past couple of days. I don't know if people are aware, but Konstantinos Farsalinos has been attacked in the British Medical Journal. And he has found out that, Bloomberg and these people are also paying journalists. Not that this is surprising to any of us. I mean, but this is the thing, and this is the point where we're having this discussion, is you need to understand the enemy, friends close, enemies closer, right? But you need to understand that this web is so entrenched. It's public health, it's governments, it's the WHO, it's journalism. And this is what we're up against. Now, some of these, this is what makes the Philippines such an amazing success story, hopefully, because the people have been excluded from this, and they've done this because they know that if we get out there and we speak and we tell our stories, that we're going to humanize this issue. They don't want this issue humanized. I mean, that is the number one thing that will probably shoot this whole thing down. But in saying that, okay, I think that like what Sam has done in Malaysia and will probably continue to do, you need to take your advocacy and you need to take your actions, and you need to A, understand your enemy, but B, you also need to adjust it to be able to make it relatable to the people that you're dealing with. And that's something that we all really need to work on. One of the things I wanted to bring up is a lot of the time, a lot of us are, go on about the science. That's not our job. H was with me at that GFN back 4 or 5 years ago when Clive Bates was talking about what the consumers need to do. And he said this again recently. We need to humanize this. We need to tell our stories. There is nothing more important than our stories. We are the evidence. Okay. And the people that are against us are saying, oh, it's just anecdotal, or it's, it's not verifiable in a laboratory. We are the evidence. And right now is, how do we all work together in order to be able to work in the various locations that we have with kind of enmeshed with the scientists? The scientists do their thing. We do our thing. Our thing is we talk about our stories. We need to be able to communicate effectively. We need to make what we do relatable. I'm going to bring Liana back in on this. I know you're a newbie, and I know you're probably like, oh, stop doing this to me. But
I want you to give me your input on what you think as a new advocate you would need to be able to be effective in this way.
Thank you. Paul and I were just talking about this. I don't have all these amazing facts stored up in my mind to just regurgitate. You know, I am a new advocate. I've only been vaping a couple years. I know what it's done for me. I know that I was asked to do a news interview once right in front of my salon when I had only been vaping for a few months. And I had a client tell me, do you know what this stands for? And she said, look it up real quick. And I went out there and I got in front of, you know, God and everybody and spoke my mind on something that I was passionate about because it saved my life. And Paul and I were discussing the gap between the science, the consumer, and the general public. So looking at it from my point of view, no letters behind my name, we need small, digestible chunks. Something that's just as easy to digest as those flashy headlines that Bloomberg and everyone else have just been swaying to and feeding to the general population. It's not just vapors that we need to reach. It's everyone. It's everyone. It's the person that has no history of smoking, but their dad smokes. Their brother smokes, their sister smokes, their mom smoked, whatever. It's everybody. So the links between the science and the facts that are truth need to be put forth in small, digestible, easy to understand facts. And if they want to dig deeper, then they can dig deeper because there are those that will. Me, I'm better one-on-one with people, you know, and working with them like at my salon. I have a client who is she's an administrative nurse who's on leave. She gave me permission to document without her name, her trying to quit using vaping. And I want to help her do that. I'm going to help her set her up with the right device, this and that. And we're going to log everything. And I've already got a lot of the facts written down. That's what I can do for me, you know, the one-on-one thing. But just as a consumer, and even if I wasn't a vapor and I was just reading general headlines, I'm being assaulted by this, and this bad thing because that's what people gravitate to, just like, you know, a scary movie. We need more small bits and pieces that are easy to digest, that are just as easy to remember as Ivali, which needs to be renamed. Okay. Just as catchy as that. Just simple, pure facts. That's just my opinion.
No, I agree. It makes sense. You know, when I was watching the World Vapers Alliance live stream, which is available on, you can get to it, I think, on their Facebook page and also on their YouTube channel. But there was a discussion between Clive Bates and Ethan Nadelman. And Ethan Nadelman comes from the drug harms reduction background in New York, like in the 80s. Okay, so you've got these two pillars of harm reduction, okay, talking about what we as consumers need to do. And it basically breaks down to three main things. One is we need to educate ourselves enough that we can do these small little bites that Liana is talking about. We need to band together, you know, join an organization or join some kind of group where you can get the information you need so that you can then turn around and take your small bites of information and your story, okay, and activate that, you know, to help influence legislation or legislators or politicians and things like that. So my question, I guess the second part of my question to you, Liana, don't worry, I'll get to everybody else. Because you're new, I want to ask this because it's been a while that I've been doing this. And I think sometimes when you've been doing this for a while, you kind of forget what it was like to do it from the very beginning. And I think that there are a lot of people out there that want to get involved and want to do something, but they don't know where to start. Okay. So what is your thought about what we as
advocates that have been around a while can do to help you or the newer advocates get involved, stay engaged, and fight the battle effectively?
I think one of the best examples that I most recently experienced that actually inspired me to try harder was just another person that had been in the game longer, catching a hashtag of mine, which was undo Bloomberg brainwashing, and running with that. Getting the opportunity on a show to appear not as a guest, but just, they had Son of Liberty Radio. We had just a moment that we could come on and tell our testimony of how vaping helped us quit smoking successfully. There was just a couple minutes, encouraging someone that's just trying to reach out and do something and make a difference builds us up and gives us courage to go further. That was the most recent thing that I experienced. And I have joined agencies, and there is a huge volume of information. Just looking at that WHO report and all 363 pages was quite overwhelming. But I can tell you what stuck out to me and what didn't. You know what I enjoyed reading? The Royal College of Physicians report on to the tobacco and harm reduction in health. Like that got to me. That's what I needed to read. I need more digestible little bits of that I want to put forth, It made sense.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, but isn't it interesting? You look at those two different reports and they're diametrically opposed.
One is transparent, one is not. And one is hypocritical, and one is truth. One has a plan and said, we tried to tell you this in 1962. And the other one is just like this diabolical, it's just evil. And if it wasn't for you inspiring me to read that, I wouldn't have gone, I want to hide in my cave like everybody else. And what can I do? I can't make a difference. I read that and it just lit me on fire, and I'm like,
well, that's good. I'm glad. My next question, don't worry, Sam, I haven't forgotten you. I want to go to Paul for a minute. Paul, one of the things that we've talked about in New Zealand, is, and the thing that a lot of us here in New Zealand don't understand is, why is there no organized advocacy in Australia? And what can we do, the wider advocacy community, do to help you guys advocate?
Well, there are still advocacy organizations here. Yes, they do exist, but they're a little bit different to what you have in New Zealand. We've tried in the past to put things together here. They go a certain way forward and then they just start hitting hiccups. I've been advocating now since 2015, late 2014, early 2015. And the changes and all the problems that we've had here in Australia, it's one fight after another here with the government. The government doesn't want to listen to us. The government will not even sit down and speak to industry leaders. They don't want to talk to us. They're just taking their own little pathway. They read whoever sends them their booklets, they're way out of date. That's for a start. And I'll guarantee you, because yes, we are a signatory to FCTC, and the professor down in Adelaide, who was right in the ear of the TGA here, or the Therapeutic Goods Administration, this is where the problem lies here. If we had an advocacy organisation, sure, there is ATHRA, Australian Tobacco Harm Reduction, there's also legalised vaping, but we've also had smear campaigns put across through the media here attacking these organisations, even for the seed money. And Dr. Alex Wodak, when the hearing was, the hearing on nicotine and vaping, the Senate inquiry, he turned around and he just slammed them in the end. He just mic drop moment. He said, well, hang on, we all work in this same area together. Guess what? Your money comes from tobacco too. And everyone's jaw just hit the canvas. I love the politician's face. It was just like, what just happened?
Yeah, I watched that. That was pretty impressive. The thing that
it's go
go ahead. No, go on.
it's hard here to get people motivated. That's a big thing about Australia. Like you get going with certain things, they'll go on for a little while, and then they'll just hit roadblocks. But
Why?
And a lot of the people that have been involved, we're all very tired. There's no two ways in that one for the amount of fighting that we do here and the attacks by an idiotic health minister, Greg Hunt, that has no understanding of what harm reduction is. And his mantra for the whole last few years has just been not on my watch.
Yeah.
I wish that the people here would keep fighting a little bit harder, but they're all getting knocked down. Every time they get back just a regular everyday letter from a politician, from a government department, and it says the same thing, it's very disheartening. There's no personalization like in the conversations. That kills a person.
Yeah, no.
It's fine if you want to send a form letter, but come on.
Well, you see, and that's the thing. I think that's a big point is, when you look at the FCTC, again, I'm bringing that up, but, we have a right to be involved in this. And I think a lot of these people forget that they're talking about people. This is about people. This isn't about, they think about obviously is tax money, and tobacco excise, but this is about people. And I think that's the big part about humanizing this. Now, I've been watching Australia since 2015 because that's when AFCA started. And, I see what you're up against, and we've tried to support you as much as possible, and CAPHRA's tried to support as much as possible. But this is Liana, pay attention to this. This is something that we've seen in other countries too. We've seen it in Canada. We've seen it with some of the advocates in the United States, advocate burnout, which is what's going on in Australia. It's almost as if it just all becomes too much. And I wonder, H, I'm going to ask your opinion on this. I wonder if that's because we're not focusing on ourselves and our stories. We're too busy trying to do all these other things. And maybe if we focus down into our stories and making it about us and not about them, that maybe there would be a little more fire there. H, what is your thought on that? Unmute.
Okay. Thank you. I think the fundamental issue that we had to grapple with is exactly what Paul said. We need to humanize this. It's what everybody says. So you're right. Our stories are compelling. And regardless of how you feel about politicians, they do recognize that they're there, at least in most democracies, because the people have elected them. And if the people, and I'm talking about individual people, me, you, write a personal letter to their MP or to MPs in general, saying, hey, vaping saved my life. This is my story. This is my testimonial. That has an impact, far more so than a scientific document, because they're not scientists. The very few of them that are, will read the science, perhaps, but a personal letter is important. And I think the fundamental thing that every vapor should be doing is just filing their testimonial wherever anybody asks for a testimonial. And it's as simple as writing it once, copying it and pasting it and sending out whenever and wherever. CAPHRA has a page for testimonials. AFCA has a page for testimonials. I think MOVE has a page for testimonials. Australia, you have a capacity to collect testimonials. Liana, you have the capacity to encourage other vapors to say, look, give us just share your story. From once that story's done, as I say, you can copy and paste it. Organizations such as MOVE, such as CAPHRA, can supply the contact details of politicians in your country, and you can just take that list and start firing out emails from your own email account to the politicians, your MPs, other MPs, ones that support vaping, ones that don't support vaping, and just get that out there. Flood their inboxes with testimonials. Put those testimonials up wherever you can, because our voices are incredibly powerful. On our own, not so much. Together, unstoppable. And I'll say this before. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Vaping advocacy, consumer advocacy, is a grassroots movement. The majority of advocates, they don't earn any money from this. It costs them money. They don't have support or anywhere. They're doing this because they're passionate about it. And that's the key thing. All of us who've used vaping to get out of cigarette smoking are passionate about it. It's something we did ourselves, and we're really happy for it. And we see in our own health, in our own bodies, the difference that it's made. Our families see it. We know. We can look at the science, and it's 95% safer, but the newspapers are saying it's not. It's just as dangerous as tobacco. That's a lie. We have to just keep putting out there whatever they say is wrong, because this is my personal experience, and that really has an impact. And as consumers, that's incumbent on all of us to share our personal experiences, what it did for me, why you're wrong, why what you're doing is going against my rights, my choices, my health, and why it's not helping anybody except not even really the tobacco companies, because they would transition immediately to less harmful products if the demand was there and the regulatory framework was there. End of problem. So, yeah, that fundamentally, your story is powerful, more powerful than you probably realize. And when all those stories are put together, they're unstoppable. As I said, we are grassroots, and the thing about grass, you can cut grass.
Grows back.
It will always grow back, and it always grows back stronger. So bring it on.
And the other thing to add to that, that's very good. Families too. You know, kids that, you know, their parents used to smoke and they couldn't walk a mile with them, and now their parents can be active with them. And, you know, grandparents and spouses and friends, all of those are part of our narrative. And those are the things these people need to hear. Now, in saying that, Samsul, you said you got 10,000 people to sign the petition. Tell me about those 10,000 people. Who are those people? Are they vapers? Are they friends of vapers? You know, how were you able to get them to get engaged and to sign that petition?
All right. We managed to get 10,000 support for the online petition in a short while. Within about slightly more than a week, we managed to get 10,000 support. The thing is that about Malaysia and Malaysian vapers is that we are very passionate about it. You know, I would say that the nature of the vapers in Malaysia is somewhat mature, and they understand the issues, and they are totally on board. So what we did was, because we have a online movement with a move on Facebook, we have about 50,000 members there. So when we launched our petition on our Facebook page, it got a lot of attention and a lot of support. And this petition was addressing the issue about the zero nic tax, and they see our view, they understand, and they are somewhat very supportive. So that's what we did in Malaysia. And to add on to that, I would like to say that the Malaysian vapers are really mature. You know, there's a huge group of vapers here in Malaysia, but it is not growing. It is not growing due to the fact that we have been getting a lot of bad press, and we have not been able to reach out to people who are anti-vaping. And recently, there's been a movement, aggressive movement, to ban vaping from the Anti-Cancer Association, because there's been a viral video about a child, vaping, and so I reached out to the local newspaper and told them that, look, we are against underage vaping as well. We are not for it, we are against it. And this is why it is more important for us to regulate it rather than for us to just, dismiss it off. So coming back to what you asked me earlier on, Nancy, it's just that, again, in Malaysia, I'm not too sure how the situation is in other countries, but the vapers here in Malaysia is very passionate about it. They are very supportive. and we do get a lot of support whenever we launch any campaigns or any petition.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, and I think that that's a big, I'm going to mute you. I think that that's a big point that needs to be made, is that the passion, just like H said, like you said, I know that with New Zealand, Paul can back this up. You know, when we started out, it was like 10 of us. Now we're like 20 of it, 20,000 in the entire community, and probably about 2,000 people really active in the group. One of the things that we did, and which is also one of the things that goes back to what Ethan and Clive were talking about, is educate ourselves so that we can educate other people. And I think as vapers, I think every vapor should be an advocate, because you are an example of something that has made your life better. And it is your responsibility, I think, to share that information and to share the facts about this. And if this means, you know, having to write the letters to the newspapers, yes, they may not accept them, but you keep doing it. Writing the letters to the politicians, keep doing it. Okay. It's almost, yeah, you feel like you're up against a mountain of, you're not getting ahead, but actually you are, because even if you can't get the letter published in the paper, or you can't get the meeting with the politician, like Liana said, if you can convert and switch one person over, that's a success. That is a success, and you have to celebrate that success. And I think that's the whole point of World Vape Day too, is, hey, look at all of us. I mean, when World Vape Day started last year compared to this year, I don't have the full stats yet, but I mean, it was much more active this year. There are many more people either A, vaping, or B, who now feel empowered enough to actually speak about it. And that's one of the big things we need to do, is we need to empower other people to speak about it. Okay. And to say, hey, this is about me. Let's stop focusing, I think. Let's stop focusing on what this person's doing or what that person's doing. Yeah, we need to know about it because you need to know your enemy. But let's more focus on what we can do to help each other and to help smokers and to help other vapors. Focus on that, and then the rest should kind of fall into place, because you could go crazy looking at all the negative things in the media and all the things that, the attacks on us. I mean, there were some consumer advocates that were attacked in medical journals and stuff. Okay, yeah, you address it. But the main core focus of what we're doing is we're trying to help people switch away from the thing that's going to kill them to the thing that most likely will not kill them. And I think that's probably a fair assessment. I open the floor to all of you. Unmute yourselves and speak.
I understand exactly what you're saying on that. We tried a couple of years ago to get our videos out to the different departments and people, like government organizations here. That didn't work too well. They weren't interested. Asking for meetings, they weren't interested. We'll just keep fighting. But every time we move forward here, then the health ministers just go bang and stop it again. We move forward again. They stop it again. They move forward. Oh, we go backwards 3 steps now. It's like playing snakes and ladders in Australia. And we're the only country where, yes, you need a prescription for nicotine, and the current law and the highest fine here for possessing it without prescriptions and things like that is Western Australia, and that's 45,000 Australian dollar fine. Then they were talking about the importation fines for when October 1 comes around. The original figure that was put on that was 220,000. Oh, but you got to add the 2,000 for GST, so it's $222,000. So you can't forget the GST in Australia. GST on everything. So you had to add the extra 2,000 for that. That's people going to jail if they ever go down that pathway. But I think that's more or less to stop big manufacturers moving in and setting up shop here. The other problem that we have here is putting together a proper framework for the liquid manufacturers and for the vaping industry. There's a whole lot of different things that need to be done. The lid has to be lifted. The lid has to be lifted on manufacturing processes. There needs to be proper videos put out from the manufacturers showing their ways through their labs, showing that everything is clean and above board. that it's not being made in your bathtub, right? That's another thing. There's small things that all need to add up into one big picture. But until everyone comes and sits down or does their own little part, we're not going to move forward real quick here in Australia.
Yeah, and it's almost like the politicians don't realize they actually work for the people.
Well,
They're kind of like Malaysia.
Okay,
you know?
we have the highest cigarette prices in the world now, and people don't also understand that around the world. We're watching lower socioeconomic actually now going without food so they can smoke.
Yeah.
That shouldn't
have that
happen
here.
anywhere in the
We have that here
anywhere
too.
in the world.
No, it shouldn't.
but it
It
shouldn't
actually
happen.
shouldn't. Well, I want to switch gears for a minute before we, end this. There's something that also came up. Originally the FCTC was against smoking, and now it seems like the WHO and the FCTC, it's not about smoking anymore. It's about nicotine. There's been this change from smoking to nicotine. Okay. Maybe what we need to do, and I'm very weird. I don't want to denigrate a smoker. I smoked for so many years, and I know what it's like to be treated like dirt because you're a smoker. But how do you think we can best address that from a consumer perspective? Liana, do you have any ideas about that? Because they keep, the thing that drives me nuts is I'm always saying nicotine is like caffeine. It's a dependence. It's not an addiction. I can live without my nicotine. I'm miserable. Just like if I don't have my coffee, I'm miserable, but I can function without it. Is this something that's come out of the States? Is that something that's been running around in the United States, and that's why we're all experiencing that?
I've been trying to focus on for myself, the whole safer nicotine campaign, because I'm going to have my nicotine. I need my nicotine.
Right.
I don't want to say I need. There needs to be a clear picture painted that it's not the nicotine that's causing cancer and all the problems. It's the tar. It's everything from actually smoking combustible cigarettes. It's not the nicotine. And so for myself, at least like on Twitter, safer nicotine has been something, or clean nicotine is a hashtag that's also, been part of my repertoire lately. But it's not the nicotine. It isn't. And I need it. It's the first thing in the morning. I can live without the caffeine. I'll get a caffeine headache, but if I don't have my nicotine, I'll have a breakdown. Seriously, I won't even be able to work.
I think a lot of us are like that. I know with me, and you and I have had this discussion, it helps me focus.
Mm-hmm.
Without it, I'm like, I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place anyway, but it keeps me less all over the place. Yes, H, I saw your face.
No, I'm just thinking about myself. Right.
That's okay. I just outed myself, but that's okay. How, the scientists are the ones that have to fight that. And luckily, we've got some really big names now that are up against it. And they're saying, hey, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. And people who were involved in developing the FCTC are turning around and going, wait a minute, it's not nicotine, it's smoking. I'm not sure how we can fight that battle. I think that may just be as the scientists and the experts. I'm going to switch it to H because he always has an opinion on these things and he's much more articulate than I am. H, how do you see we should, as consumers, don't make that face, should address that?
It's the gap between the science and the general population.
Yeah, how do we address that? Unmute.
That's a good question, and I don't think there's an easy answer. I think part of our problem is that people who are anti-nicotine, anti-smoking, anti-everything, right? They're entrenched in their position, and we see this a lot in the world these days. You're either for Trump or you're against Trump. There is no middle ground. For the vaping situation and the nicotine issue, it's very difficult to counter the propaganda and lies when 50% of doctors in basically the world still believe that nicotine is carcinogenic. It isn't. Even the WHO itself has said if you want to use a patch for the rest of your life, If that will stop you smoking, no problem, because there is no known health consequence from long-term use of nicotine. That's from the WHO. Use a patch, use it 24/7, 365, no problem. Bear in mind, a patch contains 30 times more nicotine than one cigarette. So if it's okay to put the nicotine 30 times the strength of one cigarette on your arm or wherever you want to put it, then nicotine's not the problem, is it? And I think that one fact right there, that one statement from the WHO, just blows the whole thing out of the water. And I think it's something we all need to understand, what the WHO said, what the Royal College of Physicians said, what a number of health departments and what have you have said. Nicotine's not the issue. So now suddenly it's become the issue, but it's not the issue. So how do you do with it? I just want to segue from that into the. I get a lot of emails from ASH in the US and elsewhere. I don't know why, but I do, and I forced myself to read through them. But one thing that became clear to me is that when they're not talking about vaping and they're not trying to demonize tobacco companies, everything else I agree with. We need to get effective ways for smokers to get away from smoking. Harm reduction is one of those, and they deny it. But it is actually, as we know, WHO's FCTC's, it's actually there that harm reduction is a part of tobacco control strategy. But I think that there is some mileage to be made from agreeing with the principal issues that are being raised by various ASHs, by various groups, that, we totally agree. Smoking is dreadful and it needs to be stopped, and we need to support people to get away with it. We totally agree that it's totally inappropriate for vaping or anything else to be given anywhere near children. And any government that hasn't yet passed regulation to restrict the sale of vape products to minors are idiots. Total idiots. Why are you not paying attention to this? But we've seen it in Malaysia, we've seen it in New Zealand, we see it in Australia, we see it in the Philippines, we see it's the children. Yeah. But it isn't an issue. Oh, it's an issue. No, it's not. Your figures that you're coming up with are completely wrong. The real figures, which are done by independent people who are not paid money to come up with the figures that you want, show that there is a decline in youth smoking, a modest uptake on vaping, very few children taking vaping that aren't already smokers. And anytime you see a tick up in vaping, you see a commensurate tick down in smoking amongst youths. I've segued away from nicotine. But what I'm trying to say here is we can agree with a lot of what the tobacco control lifers have to say. We do. We agree. We totally agree. And we did something about it personally by taking an alternative to smoking and have benefited accordingly. That's hence the the importance of putting your story down. But there's one other thing as well, which I want to segue back to Bloomberg and the rest of it. Okay, there isn't a country in this region, not one, that has not had their health policy on tobacco control influenced by Bloomberg's money. Not one. He is funding not only universities and tobacco control advocates, he's also funding health departments and giving money in the Philippines, in India through the union, in Pakistan, in Indonesia. It's pernicious. And here's the thing, what the Philippines has noticed, and I have a great deal of hope on this, is that, you know what, this foreign billionaire and his money have corrupted our sovereign nation's right to make decisions based on evidence that is clean and truthful for the benefit of the people. Basically, what's happening here is the Bloomberg Foundation and others are actually corrupting sovereign governments throughout the world, and particularly in Asia. And whether you're a vapor or a smoker, whether you agree with it or whether you don't agree with it, there's one thing that anybody that is a citizen of a sovereign nation can most certainly get behind is, why is this government allowing foreign entities to fund and manipulate and direct health policies using, in this case, totally wrong science? There's laws against that kind of thing, both in the US, where Bloomberg is based, and also in every single country in this nation. In Australia, it's really, really clear. It was done to stop Chinese influence, but it works for us. Look, this guy's taking money from a foreign entity and he's influencing politicians. That is constitutionally and legally unacceptable. It is a crime. So if you're accepting money from Bloomberg or Farmer or whatever and spouting out their line, you have been corrupted and you are deliberately using those funds to corrupt our sovereign government.
I'm going to
and I
segue.
think that's a point we need to get across. And I
there's
think
another point.
we're coming to a point where that information is going to be very widely available, and our anger at the exposure of our governments receiving funding from foreign entities to influence policy negatively is going to spill over. And some people need to watch their asses because we're coming for you, baby.
I'm going to segue into that. There's another thing as well. You have a right. You have a human right to harm reduction. You have a human right to make informed choices about your health. I'm always harping about this. People are like, oh my God, but it's in the FCTC Article 1D. It's in the UN Declaration of Human Rights. Okay. Not only are these foreign people going around and messing with sovereign countries, but individual human rights are being denied and stepped on. And that's something, a little small bite for you, Liana. That's something that also needs to be pointed out very clearly, because it is a right. There's a human right to health.
I like that.
Okay.
I like that.
So, that's something. Yeah. Sam, is there anything that you would like to add to this discussion?
Right. I just want to add on a bit about what H said earlier on about the nicotine patch. Well, you see, nicotine products is okay only if it is a product from the big pharma. So if it is not, then that's a problem. So that's the thing. The thing is that I am angry, but I believe we will win this battle because we have the numbers. The science is backing us up, and we are saving lives. Bottom line is that's what we are doing, and that's why I believe that we will win this battle.
Oh no, I agree. I feel the same way. It's Paul. Any final thoughts?
The only final thought, pardon me, the only final thought that I have here for a minute is that just keep watching what's going on here, because I said this actually on a show a few months back. Australia is like a petri dish when it comes to policy and how they want to try and play with something or test it out, a testing ground as such. We're seeing that now with the prescription model, and there's been other chatter from a couple of other countries that they might also look at it if it works here, which I think is very, very stupid. But plain packaging laws, that all started here in Australia. Taxes or tobacco taxes and how to hike them up through the roof, that all started here as well with some of the bad policies that we've created. But please, if you see calls to action for Australia or you want to know what's going on, find us on Twitter and go down the rabbit hole and try and help out with what's going on here and in Malaysia. Where are you at now, Hennig? Are you in Thailand? If you're in Thailand, help out there as well. Nancy's over there in New Zealand and Liana's over there in the US. We all have problems with this same entity. How about we try and wipe a bit of sheen off this entity and say, well, look, enough is enough. You've been polluting the water now for so many years. Get out and let us swim. It's our time, not yours anymore. Bye-bye, Bloomberg. Get out of the water.
Yeah.
You're not welcome.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. And the more we fight again, and this is, you know how things always get worse? The night always gets darker before this dawn kind of thing. Things always get worse before they improve. I think that's what we're seeing. And I think that's what Samsul is talking about. And I think that's what H is talking about is, the more we know and the more information we have, the more they're going to try to, castigate us and knock us down because they don't want the truth to be out. So we've got to stay strong in that. And we have to, keep fighting because it's about us.
It's not about them. It's about us, you know? Liana, do you have any final thoughts?
It's hard for me to put into words, but you know, when I read my fellow humans saying, "Why do I have to fight for something that's saving my life, that changed my life?" It just gets to my heart, you know? I don't really have final thoughts because I get tongue-tied on things like this. All I can say is I'm going to do what I can do, and I'm really glad that you reached out to me, that you had me read those things, that that people embraced that I wanted to do something more, and that you had me look at this on a global scale. You know, it's easy for me to get caught up in just my country, you know, and I saw a little bit of Australia naturally because of Paul's influence. But to look at where every country is at, to really look at it on a global scale, really, it reignited me. You know, it pulled me out of the hole from the pandemic and everything else and said, what difference can I make? And where can I go other than just going to a rally, signing a petition, submitting a video for the Golden Oldies Tour, Capital Tour. What else can I do? And I am going to write that letter. And it's easy for me to Google who my leaders are. And I am joining other and supporting other groups and, you know, regurgitating their messages wherever I possibly can, until I do have enough of those facts that I can go forth and, you know, maybe I can have lunch with a mayor someday and start there. I don't know. All I know is it's what can I do?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. As a new advocate, and in a way, you're in a better situation than the rest of us were when we started. There's more of us now. And even though I'm in New Zealand and I'm dealing with New Zealand and Asia, you know, you can contact me. I mean, I talk to Ivana in Canada all the time. We're all here to help each other. We're all fighting the same battle. We're just in different fronts. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, the main thing, educate yourself so you can educate other people. And it's really, you're the evidence. That's the one thing I can say to any new advocate or any vapor out there. You are the evidence. Clive nailed it. That's all you have to remember. You know? H, do you have anything else you'd like to add? I'm going to unmute you.
Oh, okay. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much for having me on the show, and honored to be in the presence of Paul and Sam and Liana. Really appreciate it. For anybody that's listening, I think there's a couple of clear takeaways from what we've been discussing. Your story is absolutely pivotal in getting the message across. We don't have to fight the vested interests, all of them, for everything they say, because some of what they say is actually appropriate. Yes, we all share certain things. So I think it's important to not just launch into an attack on somebody without saying, you know what, you've got some good points. We agree with this. This we agree with, but we do have an issue with this because, and this is why. That way you're giving them some support. You know, dear politician, we really support your efforts to end smoking and what have you. However, you know, you're ignoring one of the key ways of doing this. Here's a shitload of evidence that you can have a look at, which you can't be bothered. But again, if a lot of people do that, it pulls the needle back, right? So we all have the opportunity, and I think that the moral duty to do that, to actually get our stories out there and engage with the regulators and politicians to let them know. And finally, though I could go on, as we all know, for forever. I think it's very important that wherever you are, find the local consumer group in your country, find the local advocates, find the local activists, and say, hi, what can I do? And it's usually pretty simple, as Sam pointed out. Sign the petition. Oh, CAPHRA has a petition. Please, everybody, sign CAPHRA's petition. It takes no time at all to click, 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 done. You're there. Add your testimonial, copy and paste it. There you go. Done. Keep doing this because, as again, Sam says, we have the numbers. We do. We have right on our, we have truth on our side. But we are up against people who have significant vested interests, whether it's the pharmaceutical companies who are trying to just destroy vaping so that it clears the path for their ineffective smoking cessation products, for the philanthropists who are on a moral thing, and actually both Gates and Bloomberg have invested in Have a Health Hale, which is a medical vaping device. So there's a conflict of interest there. And all the heads of the associations who are all paid for by Big Pharma's money. They're all supported by Big Pharma in every single country. You're not going to change their mind so long as they're receiving the funds, because if they say something that doesn't agree with what the script is, they're out of luck. They're out of work. There goes their salary. But we've seen it in Australia with the former head, I think it was the former head of the Australian Heart Association. He was on the Not On My Watch, and it's all dreadful. 6 weeks after he lost his job, he said, actually, vaping's probably pretty okay, and people should consider that. So once they get away from the money, now they can start saying, oh, okay, I can put some integrity back into my life. I think it's incumbent on us. The last thing I have to say, and I'll repeat what I said earlier, the information is out there. We're getting more and more names and numbers of who's received what from where. And, you know, the problem is, who is funding this? And when I say who, I mean WHO. Who is funding this, right? Who is funding who? Because if you can identify that, and we know who you are, at that point there, you know, your little love fest of people all up there reading off a script and, you know, outdoing each other on rhetoric and hatred and vilification and ban. You're all low-level entities who are not speaking for the people that you're supposed to be representing. You are actually speaking on behalf of billionaire philanthropists who have a moral agenda and pharmaceutical companies who have a clear vested interest and always have worked to destroy the vaping industry. Well, sorry, but we're not going to let you do that. And the way to do that is to just be as angry and outraged as you should be once that information comes across your desk. My God, our Department of Health is taking money from a foreign entity and they're spreading lies on the back of that? Excuse me, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. President, these guys need to go, and you need to launch an investigation, and you need to disregard everything you've been told by these people because they've been utterly corrupted. And that's where we get to. That's where I think the next step is. Fundamentally, as consumers, we are allowed to be outraged when someone's trampled on our rights and has lied to our governments and corrupted our political systems with their billions of dollars because they've got the vested interests. And our stories stand as stark contrast to the lies that are being told. I took this up. I quit smoking. I am leading a much healthier life. That's it. Bottom line. Never mind all the science. This is me. This is how it worked for me. This is how it works for millions and millions of other people. And it can work for hundreds of millions of other people. And you will lose money on tobacco tax. That there is that. But hey, you're only collecting the tax because you say you've got to use that money to offset the damage that the health issues that are created from tobacco. You won't have those anymore. You don't need the money. You tried telling that to the government, but that's where it all comes down to. Money.
Yep. Thank you. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed this conversation. I hope the people that are watching enjoyed this conversation. We'll probably do this again next month with, you know, more people or different people or whatever. You just let me know. But any comments, leave it on the CAPHRA Facebook page. I'd really appreciate that. And to my panelists, thank you all for joining us. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Vape on. Vape
Thank
on.
you.
We're ready for finished the first year of the replica project, the most important results was that electronic nicotine delivery system are 90% less toxic compared to traditional cigarette. And another important result was that the 80% of the toxicity exhibited by the cigarette was due to the vapor phase and not to total particulate matter or to nicotine.
Prof. Caruso, can you present the results of your recent research that studied the effect of smoking on bronchial epithelial cells?
Yeah, we achieved several milestones during this first year of replica study. Initially, we established the protocol to harmonize the exposure of cells to nicotine-containing products, regardless of whether we are talking about tobacco smoke or ENS aerosol, considering the smoking regime, the collection method, and the storing of samples both for intra- and inter-laboratory studies. In particular, we showed that the normalization of nicotine content in Cambridge filter pads by total particulate matter is an essential step to guarantee the reproducibility of cellular exposure to different products and to the same products over the time. In another study, we screened different cytotoxicity methods for investigation on smoke and aerosol cytotoxicity, suggesting a multi-test approach that is optimal and that considers different traits, such as the influence of pH on vital dyes, the ability to distinguish between viable cells and just surviving cells, and the possibility of assessing the kinetic of cytotoxicity induced by these products. Results from the different tests showed some variances, but with all the methods, we observed a strong reduction of cytotoxicity by ENS compared to tobacco cigarettes. Finally, by the multicentric study of the International Replica Group, we confirmed again previous results on cytotoxicity effects of e-cigarettes and tobacco eating products versus tobacco cigarettes. Moreover, we confirmed the results on cytotoxicity induced by wall smoke from tobacco cigarettes and from smoke deprived of total particulate matter and nicotine that we can call vapor phase of smoke. We observed that the vapor phase in an air-liquid interface exposure system on bronchial epithelial cells is able to reproduce 80% of cytotoxicity effects of wall smoke, confirming that nicotine is not the primary responsible for smoke-induced damages on respiratory cells.
Why is important studying the effect of e-cigarette compared to conventional cigarette on human health?
Comparing the effects of e-cigarettes with conventional cigarettes is important for assessing harm reduction in smokers who switch from tobacco to reduced risk products, and for assessing the safety of these new products for human health. Our research has shown a significant reduction in damage on human lung cells exposed to the aerosol of e-cig compared to cigarette smoke.
I don't have like a long history in tobacco, but I have a long history in harm reduction. And when vaping came along, it turns out now I'm an expert in vaping because it's really all about harm reduction, and I can shed that light. But my training is actually as an infectious disease doctor, and I worked in HIV. I started out, working with gay men who were dying of AIDS, and I lived in Kenya for 4 years and dealt with the epidemic in Africa before there was any treatment in the 90s. And then I started working with people using drugs in Vancouver in 1999. And it became quite clear that although I was an expert in the HIV virus per se and the treatment, the virus really had very little to do with what was going on and who was getting infected. And the prevention that we needed for people using needles and sharing needles was clearly harm reduction. So I got involved in some of the early needle exchange work, and then I was the main evaluator of INSIGHT, which was North America's first supervised injection site. It certainly wasn't my idea, or I didn't make it up. It was a real community effort, but I was an academic at the time, interested in working with the community, and was able to do some of the evaluation of INSIGHT. And it just kept going from there. So I really became, I was still an active clinician and treated people for the HIV and then hepatitis C, but I became much more interested in drug policy and what we could actually do to prevent the infections in the first place, and how once people got infected, how we could make their lives better, because drug policy was basically killing people and continues to kill people. And my main work right now is with the overdose crisis in Vancouver, and we're in the middle of a hellish time. I have a project that gives out hydromorphone pills through a dispensing machine, a biometric dispensing machine. So that's my latest kind of project down there. But just to backtrack a little bit, I also worked in Ottawa for a few years, and I started a cohort of people with HIV at that particular time. That was about 10 years ago. And as far as that cohort goes, so I took a large group of people who are HIV positive, who are using drugs, and I had a community advisory group at the time. So I picked they were 8 HIV positive people who were helping me with the study. And in the first 3 months of that advisory, I lost 3 people out of the 8 to tobacco-related illness. One person had a massive heart attack and died. And 2 people couldn't come to meetings anymore because their COPD was so bad. And it occurred to me, I mean, maybe it should have occurred to me before, but in a country where you can get treated for HIV, everybody's dying of tobacco. And people who used heroin and cocaine and crystal meth, and the community I was dealing with most, everybody smoked cigarettes. And they couldn't afford to buy even filtered cigarettes. So people were rolling their own and buying like bootleg cigarettes. They didn't know where they were coming from. And basically just smoking to their death. And the heroin and crystal meth and cocaine wasn't killing them like the cigarettes were killing them. So I heard about vaping then. Vaping was just coming on the Canadian scene very quietly, 8 years ago, 9 years ago. And so I started encouraging the people in my advisory committee. I bought them, some of them early, like an early vape kit, tried to just see what happens. And most of them liked it. And then I wrote an op-ed in the Ottawa Citizen saying, that vaping has a lot of similarities to the harm reduction approach should be, taken up for cigarettes. And then ever since then, I became kind of the outspoken public health doctor about vaping. So that's too long probably, but that's how I arrived where I am now.
Hi everyone, I'm Clarice Verhino. I'm from the Philippines. I'm a vapor and I'm also a consumer advocate. I hope everyone is safe, healthy, and secure wherever you are right now, considering we have a health crisis ongoing. And unfortunately, because of that, we will not be able to meet for GFN this year in person, but I think it's good that we have it online because it opens a wider avenue in raising more awareness with even more people across the globe. With that, COP9 is also postponed, and I think this could be used to our advantage, consumers, consumer advocates, or groups, and people involved with THR. But I think this might also be taken advantage of people who are against THR to proliferate even more fake news and or fake science surrounding THR. I'd like to thank the organizers of GFN for inviting me to do a short talk on the threat of prohibition, consumers as collateral damage. Last year, I talked about what consumers want, and I see that we still want the same thing, and probably still the same thing in the succeeding years until tobacco harm reduction gets its much deserved recognition by policymakers and governments globally. It's a sad thought that in all this ruckus, consumers become the collateral damage, the one that in the end will suffer if prohibitive policies will be put in place. They say that you'll never really understand a person's problem or what he's going through if you were never in his shoes. But I beg to disagree, because whether you're a vapor or not, the threat of prohibition is inclusive. How so, if you may ask? Prohibiting THR products such as e-cigarettes or vape, heat not burn devices, snus, will not just affect people who have already made the switch. This will affect millions of people who are still trying to quit regular combustible cigarettes, depriving them of their right to do the switch, or basically just to choose. A person's right to choose is not just a consumer right, but it's basic human right. Prohibition will affect those who have already made the switch, and it would be like forcing them to return to smoke regular combustible cigarettes, which is, quite frankly, very counterproductive. THR products are made available to be able to curb, if not eradicate, smoking. These are less harmful products which can help people kick a bad habit. A bad habit that not only affects the smoker himself, but even the people around him through secondhand smoke. Prohibition will most likely also contribute to create a much bigger problem, such as a black market. In such situation, we cannot assume or rather assure any more kind of security or safety for the consumers. In the Philippines, for example, we've already had a number of cases involving unregulated products which were bought. And let's just say that it was not exactly a happy ending for that buyer. And well, I'm saying this because I'd like to point out that prohibitive policies, which could well tantamount to banning, only creates even more problems rather than solutions. And the problem at hand, which is the growing number of smokers internationally, as well as the illnesses that they're having, should be resolved head on. Governments want to, well, they claim that they want to strengthen their public health policies, yet they end up disregarding the very core of these policies, which is its people. Consumers and their rights should be protected under these policies. I think it's just unfair and wrong in so many levels to disregard consumers in creating policies surrounding tobacco harm reduction. As they say, there is nothing about us without us. I think it's a much worse problem to prohibit tobacco harm reduction products or THR products because let's be realistic. Some governments cannot even afford to provide proper healthcare programs to its people. So I think it's high time to embrace tobacco harm reduction and what it entails. And there's a ton of data, research, evidence that could support it. Coming up and implementing prohibitive policies goes against the very essence of tobacco harm reduction, that is smoking cessation, and evidently saving lives. As a vapor myself, I think it's imperative to do something about these prohibitive policies. Conferring and negotiating with our policymakers is one initiative that we can take on. I understand that an international health organization, which I will not name, but has 3 letters as its acronym, obviously. They have a strong hold on policymakers, on governments, and whatever it says greatly influences our health ministers and politicians. This is something that consumers and consumer advocates or groups have been trying to, fix. We want our policymakers to listen to the real issues that consumers face, and at the same time, we want them to be perceptive and well-informed with the correct facts. Personally, at most, I would want a regulatory policy rather than something that is prohibitive. Because regulations, of course, they should be reasonable, fair, and humane. We cannot have regulations which just equate to banning too, right? So it would be senseless to have such kind of policy. And consumers should not be the ones to take the blow from policies which are arbitrary and not founded on facts. In the first place, these kinds of policies should not even be formulated, neither implemented. Policies should be protective of its people and not destructive. Whether a prohibitive policy is already in place or there is such a threat of its implementation, I remain hopeful that our policymakers, not just in Southeast Asia or not just in the Philippines, but all over the world, truly take into consideration the plight of consumers as well as their welfare, so that consumers will not serve as collateral damage, whether now or in the long run. That's all. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my insights on this issue. I hope you were able to pick up one thing or two. Keep safe, everyone, and bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on this special episode of Funvocacy. Today we have 2 of the biggest names in the vape industry, celebrities, pundits, YouTube legends. And if you are a vapor, there is no way you don't know them. If you've been on YouTube searching for vape or anything related to it, from reviews to feedback to news, you know these people personally. So please welcome Phil Basado and Dimitris Agrafiotis.
Hello.
I sincerely appreciate that introduction, but I just want to make it very, very clear that I am much more popular than Dimitri, and I'm much more famous than Dimitri as well.
True.
So let's just go ahead and put that out there.
True.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us on the show.
And happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, if there's any mothers watching, or to your own mothers.
Excellent. And co-hosting with me today on behalf of Association of Vapers India is Manish. Hi, Manish. How are you doing?
Hi, guys. Hi, everybody. Hope everybody's safe at home and not venturing out too much. And we hope to give you some comic relief today from all the tension that's going on.
So as you guys might already know, but for those of you who don't know it that well, I'll still speak it out. Between the two of them, they have about 130,000 subscribers on YouTube and 18,000+ followers on Twitter. Over 1,000 videos of reviews, guides, and some rants. And they also host the Smokers Show, sorry. And they've been in the scene for over 10 years now. And they're really big. Like, I'm excited. And to show how excited I am, to show my respect for them, I'm going to do today's show standing up, sort of a digital standing ovation, if you may, because digital times we're going to be doing it in different ways.
Wow.
So that
might get
why I'm
tired.
standing.
I don't want you to get tired, though. Take a seat if you get tired, okay?
Yeah.
I'll do that. Yes, absolutely done. So, guys, before we get started, why don't you guys just tell us about yourselves first? Just introduce yourselves a little bit more. Tell us a little bit more about yourself, maybe at an intimate level, because at a public level, people do know you. YouTube is one of the biggest things for India, and we watch almost all of it. So we guys know you quite well.
Yeah, I watch all my cell phone reviews from India as well, too. It's because I'm very, very into cell phones. But go ahead, Phil.
Oh, you want me to go first?
You're the biggest star. You're the big star, so you have.
You are the more famous one, right? So you go first.
Yeah, that's true. First of all, I do want to just express my I guess my sympathies for what's going on in India right now with COVID. I know we seem to be making the turn a little bit here with what's going on, but I do wish the very best and rapidly let's rapidly get rid of this COVID thing, right? Because I'm tired of it. I know a lot of other people are tired of it. I want to get back on the road and just spread the love of vaping with everybody again. But as far as intimate, like, how intimate could I get when it comes to mine and Dimitri's relation without getting us thrown off of YouTube? I'm not sure. But I met Dimitri a long time ago. We were both doing reviews. Somebody told me that you got to go check out this guy's reviews, and I did. We talked a lot behind the scenes. We found out we had very similar ideas about vaping. We've always been in this industry and been involved with this industry from a quit smoking and don't die perspective, right? I mean, that's why we do it. That's why we continue to do it. It's taken us all over the world. It's allowed us to meet some really, really interesting people. I'm so happy and proud to say that I do have friends, people that I consider friends all over the world. And now I have some new ones from India, which I think is fantastic. Maybe someday we'll get to actually come there and meet you guys and shake hands too, which would be wonderful. And I do find it really interesting that the Association of Vapers India can't vape on screen, and you guys can't buy any vape product. I think that it's just horrible. It's the struggle that we're all having, right? It's the fight that we all have. And I understand that the need to keep it out of the hands of children, but I also understand the need to make this available to adults who smoke, who want to live a longer life. I think it's so important. I think it needs to happen. And I think governments really need to wake up and to look at science and start to thinking about opening things up and making it easier for people to vape.
Yeah, I think from a perspective of intimacy with me and Phil, what I found very interesting in our relationship was, the style of vaping. Obviously, for us is a harm reduction tool. It's a way to get away from cigarettes, and we quickly realized in early 2011 and 2012 that this is going to get big, right? This is going to explode, because we saw the benefits as being a little bit older than what the normal YouTube you'd say at the time was for vaping. We thought that this was a great opportunity for us to spread the word and get more people especially in our age group, interested in trying to find this wonderful invention that helped me and Phil quit smoking. So what I found really interesting in our dynamic was that no matter what we were doing, because we didn't live in the same state, right? Phil lived in New York at the time. I lived in Tennessee. So we only talked online. But what I found really interesting is that even back then, when we were testing out products for Chinese manufacturers, when we were getting ready to do reviews, or when we were talking about nicotine delivery, liquids, devices, tanks, is that we were very, very similar in the way that we approached it. And we always approached the product on how satisfying it would be for a smoker. And of course, that a little bit changed over the years as vaping became popular and new styles of vaping came in, and vapors kind of took their own path. Where we kind of forgot about the smoker. Me and Phil never veered away from that road. We've always focused on, even when it was not popular, because in 2016 and 2017 with the big sub-ohm craze, unfortunately, our style of vaping was not popular. But we always stuck to that because we believed that if people like me and Phil that were married to a cigarette can quit, everybody can do it as long as you have some guidance and some good information and support, like nicotine specialists, right? So that dynamic is what brought us together and kept us together. And then on a personal level, we found out that we had a lot of similarities as well, too, from our upbringing, our families, our backgrounds, our preferences, and we quickly became very good friends. And I think that friendship relayed really good in front of the camera for the vaping crowd and the YouTube crowd, and that kind of elevated us to where we are now. But it's been a whirlwind. It's been a roller coaster of a ride through this decade. And I couldn't pick anybody better than Phil to be riding that little cart with.
And, I'll say this, as well. I completely agree with Dimitri. He really couldn't pick anybody better than me. I totally. And by the way, like there's probably going to be a lot of ball busting. We pick on each other, right? And a lot of people think that's shtick, right? That's just something that we do on camera. Guys, it's nonstop. It is nonstop. I will get ridiculous text messages from him. I will get, as a matter of fact, I just left him a message the other day, and the message went something like this. I said, I can't believe it. I said, years ago, you would run to the phone to get a phone call from the great Phil Bashardo. You would run to the phone. Now you just let it go to voicemail. It's ridiculous.
It's kind of like in a marriage. When you first get married, the first couple of months are so hot. You're in your honeymoon phase, and then after 10 years, if your wife calls, you don't want to answer the phone. It's just like, oh my God, what does she want now? So
yeah, we have been equated to an old married couple several times. Yeah.
That's amazing. What does that say that you were going to get me flowers today, Dimitris? This was supposed to be like a date thing.
Yes, I did. I offered to bring you flowers. You said that you don't want them, so I figure you're a cheap date. So yeah, we'll make it work. Don't worry.
But
why does he get flowers?
Yeah, that's what I was bringing up. Is he okay with it? Does he know about us?
Yeah, yes. Well, listen, he's okay because he knows no matter what, he's always my number one. Like no matter what I do at night, I'm gonna go home bed to him. So he's not concerned about our relationship. He's not insecure in our relationship at all. He knows I'm always dedicated to him.
I will say you are kind of cute, but I am a one-man man. So
that's right, one-man man.
My heart does belong to Dimitri. So yeah.
Right. Excellent. Now that we've got all the amazingly polite and appropriate things to say out of the way, let's get down to the topic at hand. I know times are tough and harsh for everyone, and we're all hoping for a better tomorrow than today. But in the meantime, we do hope that we can cheer up your day with a little bit of humor today, and we can talk about some things related to the vapes. This is going to be the funnest show we've done till date. We're going to only have fun. So I've been told I can crack as many jokes as I want, as long as I'm not upsetting these two. So
yeah, there's nothing that you can say that will upset us, by the way. Nothing. Everything is a free roll today. No problem.
Beautiful. But with that, let's get down to the first question. MTLs are making a comeback. And, like you guys said, you guys have a style of vaping, in specific the sub-ohm style. I'm from the same category. I like big mods with really massive coils and a lot of wattage and giving me a good, hot, dense vape. But MTLs seem to be making a serious comeback. And what do you guys think is the reason behind it?
Well, I'll go first. I will tell you, there's, first of all, and Phil will expand on this, there's nothing wrong with a sub-ohm style of vaping. I think when somebody quits smoking, what they do afterwards, where their path, their journey in vaping takes them is perfect. No matter what style of vaping that you're using, as long as you're not smoking, you're doing it correctly, okay? So we don't have any problem with that. The issue that me and Phil have had over the last 4 or 5 years is that we can't only have sub-ohm vaping. We need to have a balance of vaping styles in order to be able to convert smokers. There seemed to be a period of 2-3 years where MTL was just not available. And it's very hard to get somebody that's been smoking 2 packs a day to quit with Alien, Clapton, Staple, Dinosaur, Triplesaurus, NASA astronaut coils, 3 milligram liquid, and 17 millimeter holes for airflow. It's impossible. I mean, in my opinion, it's impossible. I think there might be some exceptions out there that can help people like that quit, but the majority of people need tight draw that mimics a cigarette with high nicotine content. And unfortunately, that got away. And I think that with the introduction of big tobacco companies coming into the market with Juul and some high nic devices out there, they started to capture the smokers. I think the industry quickly realized, oops, we messed up. We really need to go back to that. And that's why we saw a lot of the independent vapor companies going back to MTL. And I want to think, Phil, that maybe, maybe me and you had a little part in bringing MTL back.
Well, we could have potentially. Everything that you just said, I completely agree with. Right? I mean, that we're on the same page when it comes to vaping and when it comes to MTL. One of the things that we say on the Smoker Show is we have this little this slide that says, if you don't smoke and you don't vape, don't do either. Continue to do neither. Right? It's not our goal to bring people into vaping that have never vaped and smoked before. That's not what we do. That's not what we're all about. What we are all about is adult smokers who have tried these standard cessation products and nothing's worked for them. Maybe then you give vaping a chance, right? Because, we know by the numbers and we know by the science that it is much less harmful than a traditional tobacco cigarette. But I mean, as far as the comeback of MTL, I've always said that at heart, I'm still a smoker. Okay. I still like that smoking experience. I like that tighter draw. I like bringing the vapor into my mouth first. Then I like bringing it into my lungs. I like to feel that. You like that? You enjoy that?
Hot. So sexy.
Thank you. Thank you. I like that little, that throat hit, that thump that you get in the throat when you bring that vapor in. I still want, because I mean, I was a smoker for so long, I still want that smoking experience, but I want it for my vape now. Like Dimitri said, I don't care how you vape. If you were a smoker and what it took to get you to be a vapor is vaping, a giant sub-ohm tank at 200 watts, and it's that is making you not smoke anymore, then more power to you. I think that's fantastic, right? But I think it's so important. The mouth to lung style is so important because that is what most mimics a cigarette, right? And it's always been my argument that you have to, if you want to get somebody to convert to vaping, you have to make them comfortable. You have to give them something that they're familiar with, that they're used to, right? And that mouth to lung style is like a cigarette. I mean, that's how anybody who says they direct lung a cigarette, I don't believe it, right? Maybe the funny looking cigarette, but not a standard cigarette. And as far as like the comeback of MTL or the resurgence of MTL, I think it has everything to do with devices like the Juul. It was the Nic Salt craze, right? The very, very high nicotine strengths, because they were just too strong to put into a direct lung sub-ohm device, So, I mean, we do have some restricted direct lung devices now, and we still have direct lung devices. But I think really that's the main reason is that, those higher nicotine strengths and people just realizing that, to get somebody to convert over to vaping, you have to give them something that they're used to, something they're familiar with. And if you're a smoker, that's MTL.
I also think, I just want to add one more thing. I also think that at some point vapors just, they got tired You know, I think vapers themselves, once they transitioned into vaping, and then this big craze for a couple years took over, they realized, oh, hold on a second, I have to carry with me 650 batteries today. Also, I have to carry with me a gallon of liquid to get through the day, right? And at $25 a 60 mil that the market was at the time, you know, you were spending more money on vaping than you were on cigarettes. And at the end of the day, you weren't, I mean, let's face it, you weren't as satisfied. And we even saw the craze going from that 100 watt down to that 40 watt. People are still direct lunging, but they're direct lunging at lower wattages, at higher resistance coils. That way the liquid taste lasts a little bit longer. So I think that even the market itself got way out of hand, where it made vaping more expensive than smoking. And the perfect example for us, because we do a lot of market research with Phil, was when we went to INNCO in 2017, we saw in the market, especially in Europe, keep in mind that the European market is very, very different than the American market. European vapors and international vapors in general are more frugal with their money. You know, they can't go out there and spend $50 every week on liquid, right? So the European market really needed more mouth-to-lung devices because there was nothing on the market in 2017. Literally just the Aspire Nautilus was the only thing on the market that would do MTL. So when me and Phil went to INNCO and we designed the Zenith and we put the Zenith on the market, we sold almost 3 million tanks, which is, you know, I mean, it's huge. But we saw that need in the market for more devices that would vaporize nicotine liquid efficiently and cost effectively. So what our market research showed in Europe is that you'd have a customer that go into the store, they'd buy a 5-pack of coils, they'd buy 10 ml bottles of liquid, and they had enough for the rest of the month, which is exactly the way that the product was designed to be used, right? Stay away from cigarettes, be 1/4 of the cost of cigarettes, and be satisfied at the end. So I think that's why we saw MTL making a comeback, and I think it's a good thing. But on the other hand, we need to be able to cater to all the vapors, whether you direct lung or restrict direct lung or direct lung. We need to have products for everybody when the ultimate goal is to stay away from cigarettes.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I'll go ahead and mention something here too, is that I remember, okay, what it was like to go to a show and have nothing available for me. Nothing there, right? When we were walking around and we were, you know, mouth-to-lunging devices at, you know, a high, you know, 12 milligram freebase nicotine, and everybody looking at us like we're crazy, whatever. We're dinosaurs, right? We're walking around with these, and everybody's, you know, direct lunging and this and that. And now we walk around vape shows. Well, when we could walk around vape shows, it started to change, right? Everything was these smaller devices and, you know, these disposables and these high nicotine, and everything was mouth to lung. And what we saw were direct lungers now walking around the shows going, there's nothing here for us, right? And I get that. I can totally understand that, and I can totally relate to that, right? Because now maybe they don't feel like they're included in the game as much as they once were. Yeah. And that's why it's so important to have all kinds of product for all kinds of people. The vaping always chases the fad, right? It chases the fad, it chases the hype, and it leaves everybody else out at times. Yeah. And it can't do that.
If I may add to that, to Demi's point, that when the gadget freaks among us may like all these mods where we can set everything and control, whether it's wattage or whether it's the type of coil that we're using. But for the larger part of the public, they want to keep things simple. So if you have a device where you just insert a pod, no button to press, no batteries to change, charge it and use it. Pull on it and it gives you vapor. That's it. Just drag and you're done.
I partially agree with you. I agree that it's great to have products that are easy to use to get people converted. However, the biggest mistake that this industry has done for the last decade is that they only do that. Okay? So, in 2015, strawberry milk. Oh, strawberry milk is the hottest liquid. All the companies make strawberry milk, right? In 2016, the Aspire sub-ohm tank comes. All the companies make sub-ohm tanks. Then the donut craze comes out. Everybody's making it. It's the problem with that is that when you only target one thing that it's hot, you're leaving out a huge population out there that possibly that might not work with. And we're seeing the same thing with disposables right now in America, right? I will tell you, I have customers that make disposables. The amount of disposables that is being sold in America today it will blow your minds. However, it might not work for everybody. So what I'm saying is that we need to have a balance. We need to have pods, we need to have disposables, we need to have mouth-to-lung tanks, restricted direct lung tanks, mechanicals, 2 battery mods. We need to have a balance of everything and not just whatever is hot at that time, because guess what? It might not just work for somebody. So why not have all the options available for that person to find exactly what they need and exactly what they want to quit smoking?
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with that. It doesn't matter what your vice is. It doesn't matter which one works for you. If Subohm works for you, use Subohm. If a pod mod works for you, use that. But as long as you quit smoking, I think that's the ultimate motive that you should. And the industry should definitely keep this in mind, that it doesn't matter what the masses are changing. You need to cater to everyone, and you need to keep both kind of products available, definitely.
Yeah,
keep the
and
innovation
also,
going on both of them.
Also, I forgot to mention one thing, which is the most important thing, is nicotine strengths, okay? So now all these disposables are 50 milligram in America. Like the majority that are being sold are 50 milligram. And again, I don't have nothing against high nicotine. Don't get me wrong. I'm a high nicotine vapor myself. But if ultimately the goal is for us to be able to control our nicotine, be happy, we need to have a variety of nicotine strengths as well too. Because ultimately the goal is to disassociate ourselves from a cigarette. But a 50 milligram nicotine product creates initiation. Okay, somebody that's going to pick it up and get a little head buzz from that nicotine and continues to do that, you're not really disassociating yourself from a cigarette, because cigarette gives you that same feeling. When you light that cigarette the first time and you inhale, you get that big, massive rush of nicotine into your body and it calms you down, right? So we need to be able to have a variety of nicotine so people can throttle their nicotine and enjoy vaping in the way that we know it as well too. So vaping does not become a task, a job. A cigarette is a job. You wake up, you're going to open up the pack, you're going to take a cigarette out, you're going to smoke it. That is a task. It's a job. And vaping was not meant to be that. Vaping is meant to be a pleasure of you enjoying nicotine, a way to get away from that task. High nicotine disposables are great to get people converted, but I don't see it as a long-term tool for people to disassociate themselves from smoking. In fact, I think it creates the opposite, and it also creates initiation, which is something that we're being, accused of from the government all the time. But the truth is that if you look at these high nicotine pods, they do create people that are going to pick it up, get a little buzz, maybe they'll try it, and then within 2-3 days their body craves it even more.
Absolutely.
That was very well put, and that is one of the reasons that the government of India also gave for banning e-cigarettes in India. They call them e-cigarettes. They banned all kinds of vapes in India. And one of the main reasons that the health minister gave in parliament was that youth is picking it up. They have confiscated it from children in school and things like that. So yes, high nicotine does have that danger associated.
I wonder if the Indian government has confiscated cigarettes from kids in school, because listen, that argument is, again, I think because on a political level, when I talk to politicians here, whether it's going to be in my city, in my state, or in my federal government, they always bring the kid argument up, right? But before we explore the kid argument, we need to understand the product, right? So whatever your government is telling you obviously is not true, because if you don't understand the harms of what that kid is initiating with, then there's no reason for us to have a further discussion. Because if me as a parent, I have 2 daughters, I would rather my kids experiment with vaping than experiment with real cigarettes. So as long as cigarettes are sold in every corner in India, there's no way that the Indian government can tell me that they're trying to protect youth. Until they take cigarettes away from schools, then vaping is just a way of them covering up wanting to ban a product that's going to take away money.
That's because you're talking with logic on your side, and not everybody believes in logic or follows logic. I don't know why, but it just seems to be the trend. 2021, and we still don't seem to have politicians who believe in logic.
With e-cigarettes being banned in India, like, I find this very fascinating, right? I find it very fascinating that I'm on this show right now, and you have the emblem that says the Association of Vapers India, right? But it's banned there. So how prevalent is vaping in India? How are you able to have this show? How many people vape there?
You're trying to get him arrested,
Let
Phil?
me try to give you a small summary. The law only bans 9 activities, which includes import, export, selling, warehousing, transport for selling, etc., etc. It's all related to business. And the health minister has clarified, they've also tweeted about it, that personal use and personal possession is not banned. So therefore, we are, and Association of Vapers India is the consumer voice. We work in advocacy. We do not promote any brand or any product as such, and therefore we are allowed to exist. We have this show because before the ban, we had an estimate about 1 million vapers in India. The numbers went down after the ban, but personally, I believe they're going up again. I don't have statistics to back me up, but from anecdotal experience, I can tell you that the numbers are rising again. We don't talk about availability on this channel, so let's not talk about availability.
Yeah, sure, of course.
So Phil, Dimitri, basically the thing is, you know how in the COVID cases, everything is being underreported. Half the news channels are saying it very verbally and very clear that these are the figures which are being reported, but the ground reality is a little different. It's the same thing with vaping. You know, what the situation is and what the government likes to portray is they're very different things altogether. But since I did bring up the whole COVID thing in this discussion right now, a lot of people, a lot of our viewers keep asking how soon after they get COVID or they recover from COVID can they start vaping, or if there is absolutely any correlation between vaping and COVID at all, actually.
Absolutely not. In fact,
No.
the opposite. That what all the recent studies that have come out, and there've been some really good studies in France and Africa and China, that people that get nicotine, whether it's going to be smoking, even more so for smokers, but vaping as well too, are less likely to get COVID. So I think again, it falls back on the misinformation of the government, telling people that vaping is going to enhance your chance of getting COVID. No, I mean, if you don't wear a mask and you don't watch your social, that's going to get you COVID. It has nothing to do with vaping. So all the studies with Dr. Farsalinos, which is a very good friend of mine, and I talk to him almost on a daily basis, all the studies that have come out do not show any correlation between COVID and vaping at all. In fact, quite the opposite.
Right. And so basically, in a nutshell, then if you have COVID and you recover from COVID, there is no time frame which you have to wait for to start vaping. You can essentially be vaping while you had COVID, as long as you're keeping up your health. Don't sacrifice your health naturally, because it is going into your lungs eventually still. But there is no study which says that there is any correlation or it's doing any damage.
Absolutely not.
Right.
No. But I find really interesting that it's just like every government around the world, not just India, but even here in America, they find an excuse to go after a product that threatens their financial being, right? So here in America, since 2015, the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, has gone after vaping, and they try to find everything that's relevant to bash. In 2015, there was a rash, with the mechanical mods, batteries blowing up, right? So the CDC immediately goes out and says, electronic cigarettes explode. So that title alone is misleading, right? That title alone, because e-cigarettes don't explode. Batteries explode. And if you put a battery in your pocket with no protection and your keys, then you're a dumbass. It's going to explode and it's your fault. You shouldn't have put it in your pocket, right? But the title never says, this guy is a dumbass, because that's what the title should be. The title says e-cigarettes explode, right? In 2017, we had the big, rash of EVALI and, popcorn lung, 2016, 2017, popcorn lung, CDC immediately. Vaping, electronic cigarettes may cause popcorn lung. Again, this is leading headlines in most publications of media here. Then in 2019, EVALI. All these people are getting sick, even though it was not from vaping. It was from illegal THC carts. CDC, stop using vaping products, any vaping products immediately. So all those, what they try to do is they try to cherry pick all this information and try to mislead people into trying a product that they simply don't profit from. Because trust me when I tell you that if the government was profiting from this product, or if these associations, these so-called public health associations, were profiting from this product, you would not see those headlines out there.
Speaking of headlines, I don't know if you guys heard the latest one, but the latest one is that vaping prevents you from getting an erection. Did you hear that one? That's actually yeah. Oh, so first of all, yeah. So no, I'm getting there. First of all, I can confirm that is not true. Okay, I can confirm that is not true. That's number one. Number two, but like Dimitri said, right? If you look at the article, it says vaping may cause this, and further investigation needs to be done to confirm it. Right? How is that even a news article in these times? Because if that's the case, what I could do is I could write an article that says there may be orange elephants in Tennessee. Now, I need to study that more to confirm that, but there may be. How can I publish that as a story when I don't have the facts, I don't have the proof, I don't have any of that? But yet these stories are being published with words like may and could and more studies needed. It's ridiculous.
And then they claim to be scientific journals, by the way. These are scientific journals which are using these words.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, I do want to confirm. This is very, very serious.
Oh boy.
I do want to confirm that I have been vaping for 10 years, and this morning I woke up with an erection. I just want to put that out there. I just want to make sure everybody's. Knows.
Manish, why don't you tell us about your erections as well?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please tell us.
Manish, stand up and tell us about your erections. Come on.
I think instead I will convey the public's request. That's a specific request to you, Phil, that the next Innokin that you two design must be available to the public in the color Dimitri.
Yes. We try to make as many. I think honestly, as a company, I think that Innokin has done a great job to try to cater as many devices to women, which is a hugely under marketed to demographic in vaping. I mean, if you ask me, just go to a show, you're gonna see 10 women and 5,000 guys, right? But I think that when me and Phil we left Kangaroo and we went to Innokin, we really made it and rightfully so. To their credit, Innokin is very good with that. They listened to us and we said, listen, when we make these devices, we need to have purples, we need to have pinks, we need to have colors that attract women or whoever likes those colors. You know, I mean, if you like pink, I don't care if you're a woman or a man, but we need to have more decorative pieces that are going to attract more demographics to vaping. Because a lot of women smoke, and unfortunately, we've made this little cult, man's world under vaping that it's not attracting a lot of women. So, and why not? They're customers, number one. If you're in a business, you want to sell to everybody, right? Number two, why not save women's lives? They smoke as well too. They should figure out vaping as well too, and have devices that they're attracted to. So, to their credit, they've done a good job.
I'll tell you a little funny behind the scenes story. I can't remember what product it was, but there was a pink version of it. And I went back to Innokin and I said, we should call it Dimitri Pink. And they didn't understand. They didn't get the comedy. They didn't get, I said, no, trust me. I said, trust me. Yeah. It would be funny. We should call it Dimitri Pink. Well, unfortunately, I didn't get my way. They didn't call it.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I credit Phil for to his to my demise. Really, I mean, I have fought for this product in this industry for the last 8 years. I have defeated 96 pieces of legislation in Tennessee. I have passed 2 bills of my own. I have gone to cities, states, federal, different governments, fighting on behalf of vaping and taking time away from my family. And the only thing I'm known for is Dimi Pink.
Yep.
Really, that's going to be on my tombstone when I die. This was Dimi Pink.
Very proud of that, by the way. Yeah.
It's going to be there. We didn't tell you the poster which we made for today was also in Dimi Pink, but then we had to change it later.
Yes, I did see that. It's very, very nice of you. Thank you.
Most welcome. So,
by the way, when I just to let you know, when vaping does become legal in India, right? One of the first flavors that you really should bring in is the watermelon peach, the #1 best-selling flavor in the unsalted line. You should bring. It's very delicious.
It is the #1 selling. Yes.
I shall, and I have your number now. I'll WhatsApp you my address.
I love the way. Kanav, I love the way that Phil did not say if vaping becomes. He said when vaping
Yes.
becomes legal in India. I love you, Phil, for that.
But they have to.
He didn't say
They
if.
have to. Manish, listen, the science is overwhelming, and it's getting better and better and better every day. At some point, there's no way that any government in the world can say vaping is banned once it's been proven to be better than smoking, right? So at some point, it's going to take some financials and who's going to bring it to the market and all that. Again, that's irrelevant. The whole point is for it to be available. But at some point, there's no way us as citizens and you guys in India, but all over the world, at some point, people are going to be enough is enough. I mean, we're going to have to revolt against the government or do something to tell them to stop. I wish we'd do it more now. Unfortunately, our passive stance as citizens, it's not like it used to be 50 years ago where people used to go out in the street and die for what they believed in. People just sit behind their computer and just, post on Facebook now. But at some point, I think the people are going to say, hey, our people are dying here, right? Especially India, which has a huge population of smokers. People are dying here. You need to offer more choices to us, and I think that eventually, in a perfect way, it might not be in our lifetime, but eventually we're going to see that vaping is going to take over and it's going to be embraced as long as people get their percentage of money out of it that they need to.
No, but in all fairness, I've been saying enough is enough for a while. Nobody seems to listen to me.
Yeah.
I wish somebody would hear me out.
It takes more. It takes more than just one person. Unfortunately, it takes an army of people to say enough is enough. 1 million vapors in India is a huge number, but the problem is, and the same problem that we have in America, that out of those 1 million people, there's going to be 100 that are very passionate about vaping. The rest of them, not that they don't care, but it's not their job. They just don't want to smoke. They don't want to go out there and fight for, they never had Marlboro come and tell them, hey, you need to go fight for cigarettes. Get out there in the street and tell them we need to sell cigarettes. They never had to experience that in their life. So a lot of them don't even know.
Yeah, we do have another problem. India is slightly closed-minded. We've got all sorts of people over here, and a lot of them who are still not very open-minded, and that's why a lot of people try to keep it the closet vapors, as I would call them. They vape, but they keep it hidden. They don't want anyone to know. They don't want their families to know.
Right.
And they were smokers. They were closet smokers who switched to closet vaping, and now they've gone back to closet smoking. But they're not comfortable coming out in public and talking about it.
Yeah. Culture is another problem. Yeah.
Yeah, you said it's possession. Possession is legal. Can you walk around on the street and use the product, or no, or you have to be in private?
So do I.
Yeah, I do, and I also vape in my car, and I vape on the streets, on the footpath. What do you call that? The sidewalk in USA.
See, the problem I'm facing is I can vape anywhere. The thing is, I can't leave my house anymore. That's what they've changed.
Yeah, that's a different story. Yeah. Hopefully that will be over with soon. I really hope it's
really hoping for that. Yeah. Okay, so you guys were talking about the next product line, which you guys, whenever you guys get down to, working with Arrifin and coming up with a new product. Do you guys have anything in mind or anything which you guys are planning for? You did talk a little bit about those things right now, but anything in specific which is close to materializing in any which way?
I think that, well, let me preface, I'll let Phil talk about what we got coming up, but I will preface this that to give you a little bit of how we operate, which is very, very unique versus other reviewers, if you want to call that, or other companies. When we signed on with INNCO in 2017, part of our process of coming up with products is actually going to China. So we go to China twice a year, and we sit in a room with a board and the engineers, the whole team. It could be 10 people inside there, and the lead project manager, Kathy, she's fantastic. She's great. And we come up with ideas, and it's very hard if you're just over a computer or sending emails to explain what you're trying to do. So we try to relay the passion of vaping because we're vapors. Most of the engineers in China are not vapors, right? So we try to come up with ideas and products and then relay to the engineers how we feel about using them. So that requires us to be there. So unfortunately, because of COVID, the last year, we haven't been able to go to China. ironically enough, Americans are banned from going to China. This is like, this is just a little funny side note. But so everything has been a little bit delayed. Markets have closed down. Distribution has changed a little bit. Some of the stores in our biggest markets like France and the UK were shut down. So everything was pushed back. We had a lot of products that were coming out last year, and we had to kind of space them out going into this year. But it's taken a lot of back and forth in order to make sure that we perfect the products as well too, because now we're not there. We can't try them. We have to wait till they're shipped to us. Then we try them. Then we send back our feedback. Then it's changed again. And that process takes what would take us a month. Now it's taking us 6 months or even longer. But I think we've gotten to the point now where over the next 3-4 months, we have some really cool stuff that's coming out. Phil.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure exactly what I can talk about. I'll talk about what I know I can talk about. Then you add on to it.
That works.
Just to kind of piggyback on what Dimitri said there too. One of the things we do is we do design documents, right? So right now, I think our current design document has like maybe 10 to 13 different product proposals in the document. And, that document goes to Anakin. And then every now and then we'll be like, hey, did you check out the document? Is there anything that we want to, start working on? But really, it benefits us to go to China and actually, okay, now let's look at this. Which one are we going to work on? And then we say, okay, we're going to work on this. And then we go on the whiteboard, like Dimitri said, with all the engineers in the room. We start designing, we draw, they talk in Chinese, that gets translated to us, what we're saying gets translated to them, and then things happen, right? They happen pretty quick at that point, right? But unfortunately, with the travel bans, that's hard right now. We do have a new tank coming out for sure. That is going to be the Zenith 2. We have actually a very, very let me just talk about the Zenith 2 for a little while. So the Zenith 2, we have the original Zenith, we have the Zenith Pro, and we have the Slide, right? So you could think of the Zenith 2 is kind of a cross between the Zenith Pro and the Slide. So what we wanted to do was to have a cost-effective tank, right? Which in some, maybe the Zenith Pro wasn't necessarily a cost-effective tank for some folks, but we wanted to have something cost-effective, something very, very easy to use, something that you can change the glass, right? But also something that did mouth-to-lung really well, but also did restricted direct lung really well. The original Zenith did not do that. The Zenith Pro did do that. The Slide did not do that. That's why I say it's like kind of a combination between the Zenith Pro and the Slide. Now, the other thing that what we really wanted to do with this tank was to release a new coil. We have been testing this new coil for a long time. The new coil does have some new technology in it. We're very excited about this new coil, but unfortunately, the new coil is not ready to be released yet. It's not perfect. It's not as perfect as we want it to be, right? So we're going to have to hold off on that and release that at a later date. But we do have the Zenith 2 coming out. The Zenith 2 is going to be released on its own with the 0.8Z coil and the 0.3 ohm Z coil for restricted direct lung, and it's going to be released with a product as well. And I'm not sure if I could talk about the product. So
a new mod, a new device.
Yeah, it's going to be another device that will. Can I say it's going to be? Can I say it's going to have a replaceable battery?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay. Can I say it's going to have some of the Census technology in it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well then there we go. I just said it. So yeah, that's some of the exciting stuff. The Census technology is really interesting. We're kind of with that technology, we're moving away from the flat DC signal, going to more of an alternating current signal. The purpose of that signal is to really extend coil life. And potentially enhance the flavor of the coil. I find the enhancement of the flavor coming from the extension of the coil life, right? My coil tastes better for a longer period of time. And in today's economy, if we could get a little bit of more life out of a coil, I think that's terrific too. INNCO, I think as far as some of the Chinese companies, they've always kind of tried to do their own thing. They've always kind of went to the beat of their own drum, and I think this is another really good They're doing that again in this situation with technology like the census technology, which they're calling foray technology.
And also we got some direct lung stuff, and believe it or not, we have some direct lung stuff coming, because just like Phil said earlier, it's just like now everybody's doing pods. So me and Phil said, well, nobody's taking care of the direct lungers now, so let's cater to them as well too. Let's make some new products for them. So we have some, believe it or not, me and Phil are going to put out some direct lung stuff, and I think it's important because it's needed on the market. I want to go back a little bit in 2017. I don't know if you guys remember and how long you've been vaping, or your viewers have, but back then in 2017, there was a huge problem. Every new tank that was coming out would have a new coil. Smock, for example, every new tank they put out, new coil, right? So that created a huge problem for vapors, and that created a huge problem for stores as well too, because every store would have a wall with 25 different coils, right? So when we came up with the idea of the Zenith, the first tank that we put out, we sat down with the engineers and we said, look, we want to have one coil that's going to go into 10 different devices. It makes it easier for the consumer, it makes it easier for the distributor, and it makes it easier for the shop. So we kind of set that trend back in 2017. We're seeing more companies do that now, but back then, keep in mind, in 2017, nobody was doing it. So we put out the Z coil, then we created the Zenith, we created the Slide, the Zenith Pro, we created the Chroma Z. All these devices, the beep, all these devices that were using the same coil to make it easier for the consumer. If they pick up a tank, then they want to buy another device, they already have the coils, and the store itself can only stock, 2 or 3 coils that's going to cater to a lot of these devices. So we're going to keep that thing going, even with the direct lung stuff that we're putting out. We're going to go across the board with a couple of really good coils that are going to be able to be used in multiple devices. So that's about all that we can say on that. I can't really, expand on more on that. But yeah, we got some really, really cool stuff coming.
And
we have a viewer from Greece, and he says hi to Phil and Dimitri, and he has a question. He's typing in Greek. Do you have a estimated date when the Zenith 2 will be available to the public?
From what we got last, early June. So end of this month, early June, the tank should be out. But then again, keep in mind, stuff happens, and you know how production is. So, but we have a device, an 18650 device that's coming out with the Zenith 2. Early June is what they told us from China.
Yeah, I just had this conversation with Paul from INNCO. We were talking about promotions for the new Zenith, and I told Paul, I said, one of the things that we tried to accomplish with the Zenith, we wanted it to be more than just the like a pre-filled pod, right? You take the pre-filled pod, you throw it away, and you put a new one on. We wanted to try to make it as easy as that, or as close to as easy as that. And if you think about it, even with today's press fit coils, this tank is still one of the easiest ones to work with, because I can do this, right? And I can pull that coil and I can change the coil. Now, this is a full tank, right? This coil's wet. And I just took that coil out and I put it back in the tank, right? And my fingers are still clean and dry, right? And, with even when I'm seeing the press fit coils, and I've tried, because I've reviewed several of them. Sometimes you grab it from the bottom and you pull it out, and instead of pulling the whole coil out, you just pull the plug out that holds the positive pin there, right? Or sometimes you actually, like Geek Vape gives you a tool to pry the coil out of the tank, right? And I said, this is something that Dimitri and I should still be really, really proud of, right? Is that after all this time, we still have one of the easiest to work with tanks on the market today.
It goes back to what you're saying. You said people want easy. And unfortunately, again, I keep bringing up these years, 2015, 2016, 2017. Unfortunately, those years, we made vaping very complicated, right? Don't forget, we had temperature control, voltage, wattage. Then sub-ohmic came around, and building your coils, and then single battery, dual battery, triple battery. Kangaroo put out a 5 battery mod. I mean, for crying out loud. No wonder that Kangaroo's not around anymore. But settings and wattages, and I mean, you needed a PhD to operate some of these devices. And I mean, for you Indians, it's okay because everybody has a PhD. But for the rest of the for the rest of the world, I mean, it became very complicated to vape. You went into a vape store, and there was no way that you can get educated on the product. So simplicity is key, and we try to relay that to Open Vapor as somebody would relay to a pod system. Here's a tank, very easy. Change the coil. No, you don't get no liquid on your hands, and you get a satisfying vape. So, yeah, and we're going to continue to do that. That's something that me and Phil have close to our hearts, and we're always trying to think of ways of make vaping an enjoyable vaping, like we know it, make it easier for the consumer.
Yeah, well, we're actually talking about designs for the Aries 3 at this point. And Dimitri came to me with a couple of ideas on how to, because we want to be able to more easily capture exotic coils. So if somebody's using, a double, what do you call it? A double rhinoceros, whatever you call it.
Triple-saurus.
Yeah, we want to be able to easily capture that. And he had an idea, and I said, I still want to maintain the ease of use that the Aries is known for. And the Aries is known for just like a very simple, you drop the coil in, you tighten the screws down, and it's done, right? Yeah. And you wick it. And I still want that. So we came up with a couple more ideas. And again, they're in that design document. Yeah. So now it's just a matter of INNCO saying, okay, green light this project. Yeah.
Right. So
you mentioned alternating current. Can you expand on that a little? Because we've always seen direct current only.
Yeah. So the Census uses an alternating current, right? So if you look at any one of my charts, I'm really known for my charts and my signals. Right? You have the center line, and then the mod just will fire here somewhere, right? Well, with the Census technology or the Foray technology, it's a wave. So it goes above and below the zero line, right? And what the goal of the technology is, because it's doing that, it's actually pulsing or vibrating the coil a little bit, right? And as it's vibrating that coil, it's making it more difficult for particles to attach themselves and gunk up the coil. Now, it's not going to make the coil, last forever. There are some people that are seeing like 50% more life from their coil. That's about what I saw on the tests that I did. I got about 50% more life out of the coil. But even that technology is in its early stages, right? They call it, there's several different features on that mod. There's an F0, there's a coil plus, and there's a refresh mode. So F0 is just constantly hitting the coil with that wave, with the AC signal, right? Coil plus hits the coil with a normal wattage, and then when you release the button, it hits the coil with the wave real quick, right? So what it's basically doing is you're vaping it normal, you let go of the button, and it kind of shakes up the coil at the very, very end. But in addition to shaking up the coil at the very, very end, it's also creating some additional heat in that coil, right? So after you let go of that button and you have that heat still happening in the coil, what that does is it improves the capillary action of the wicking material, so it potentially pulls a little bit more e-liquid in there, and it makes the coil ready for your next vape. And that's very, very similar to what refresh does. What refresh does is it takes that little kick at the end of coil plus and it just kind of extends it out. So when you use refresh, it sends that sine wave, a smaller, not a very, very high powered sine wave, but a sine wave to the coil, again, to shake it up a little bit, maybe potentially clean some of the carbon buildup on that coil off. Not substantially, but maybe a little bit. But I think more importantly, when you're using that refresh function, again, it's heating up the coil a little bit, improving the capillary action, and bringing some additional e-liquid into the coil. So you kind of get that clean, fresh hit after you use refresh, because it's got the coil seeing more liquid at that point. So these are some really interesting things. Now, with this technology, especially with F0, you are able to adjust the frequency, right? So the frequency is in the hands of the user. So the idea is, you know, find your frequency, find F. So you can make adjustments and kind of find what works for you. Obviously, INNCO has the Find F Facebook page where people kind of go and they share experiences with the frequencies. And I think I say it's in its early stages because I think INNCO wants to make this, okay, like here's the technology, now here's what else we could do with it. And kind of instead of making it, okay, here's what you're selecting and you have to select a frequency. Well, instead, it's just kind of the technology running in the background without people knowing it, right? And there you're getting better flavor, you're getting longer coil life, but you really don't care how that's happening. You just know it's happening, right? And that kind of goes back to what you were saying before, where it's good to keep some of that complexity out of the hands of certain people. Certain people want that complexity, but certain people just want to vape, right? And if we can make that technology, technology in a way where it's giving you a better experience, but you don't know why or how, who cares? It's giving you a better experience, right? Yeah. So that's what's going on with the senses with the Fourier technology.
And like Phil said, it's early stages of the technology. Ultimately, imagine this. I have 3 stores in Greece, and I can't tell you how many times a customer will come in and say, man, this does not taste good. And my employees will open it up and pull the coil out, and they haven't changed the coil in a month. Because they're new. They didn't know that, they probably went to a store that didn't help them. And then you look at the coil and it's black inside. And you're like, when did you change this last? Oh, in 2019, something like that. Right. So ultimately, think about this. If we can get this technology and simplify it where it does it automatically for a new user, there's so many benefits to that. The more that we can extend the satisfaction, they don't get a dry hit, they don't get a burnt taste in their mouth, they don't get a bad experience with vaping, the more we're able to keep new users to keep doing the technology. Most of the people that quit vaping is because they have a bad experience in the first 2-3 weeks. And there's a lot of bad experiences, right? They'll see their buddy vaping on, a triple source coil. And they're like, oh, that's what I need to get as well, too. They don't realize that that's not the right product for them. So the technology has a lot of future into it. The way that INNCO released it, I think, was correct. Let the users try out their frequencies, find what they want. We're not going to tell them what to use. Let them play around with it if they want to. It's in a hidden sub menu in the interface. So when somebody buys it, they can't automatically go in there. So the device does the work for them unless they want to go into that hidden menu and find it and start playing around with it. But ultimately, is where do we go next, right? I mean, vaping was kind of stagnant for a long time. We had, voltage, which really nobody uses. We had wattage, and we had temperature control. Again, temperature control really nobody uses except Phil and maybe 2 more people internationally. So I think things got stagnant, and I think bringing up new stuff like that makes it more exciting. We need excitement in vaping for the existing vapors to be motivated. I want to find what's new, where our industry needs it a lot, but also how can we take that technology and improve the experience of the new user that comes out, which is more important than us that we know what we want.
There's my turn to speak again. That's been a rare thing today. I've barely gotten to speak. Good job, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, we can go on for hours. Don't worry.
I know. I can figure that out.
Or horses.
We'll have to do it off the show later on. But in the meantime, I do have one more question which I wanted to ask you guys, and that is, you guys do a lot of reviews, and your reviews are famous all over the world for vape gear. How do you guys choose what equipment you're going to be reviewing? Is there a process, or is it just very random?
Phil?
Yeah, well, for me, it's gotten to a point. What I get, it's kind of what I get. What comes in. Devices used to come in hot and heavy to me. I would get something like every day in the mail. It's changed a little bit over time, right? I think one of the things it's kind of, or a couple of the things that's worked against me in the review world is that I just don't do it like the other reviewers do it, right? I don't put out 2 or 3 videos every week. The way I review, I can't do that because I actually kind of use the product, right? And I think that works against me. It worked against me when Dimitri and I were traveling so much with INNCO, right? I mean, we were hardly home a couple of years ago. We would travel every single weekend. And when you're away like that, you just can't review, right? So like what I review now, Yes, I still get a lot of requests to review. Stuff still comes into me. Like I really don't review disposables. I have no interest in disposables. Number one. Number two, most of the disposables are 50 milligram strength, right? And I don't want to subject myself to 50 milligram strength. I don't want to increase my habit more, right? And that's what I would do if I started using 50 milligram. I tend to not look at restricted direct lung or direct lung devices only, which also works against me, right? Because that's not how I like to vape, right? And I'm not saying anything negative about that style, but I don't enjoy it. And if I don't enjoy doing it, how can I review a device that only does that, right? I can't give you a good idea. So when a device comes with a restricted direct lung or direct lung tank, what I'll usually say in the video is, I'm focused more on the device. I said, if you want to know more about the tank, go see a reviewer that does more direct lung or restricted direct lung. But what I've recently started doing a little bit is product presentations, okay? Which, hey, at least I'm being honest about it. Which may not be happening with a lot of the other reviewers, right? But at least I'm being honest about it. I'm telling you it's a presentation, right? And if it is, like, let's say a pod system that does only restricted direct lung and direct lung, I'll do a presentation, do a little fancy presentation, do a little photos, do a little close-up, tell you how it works, tell you what the features are.
Well, hello. How's everyone doing? Selamat malam. Kita ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kerana sudi untuk menghadiri sesi skop yang dianjurkan pada malam ini. Dan sebelum saya mula, saya ingin perkenalkan diri saya dulu. Nama saya Samsul dan actually sesi malam ni is being broadcast all over the world in all languages. Tapi sesi kita specifically untuk audience di Malaysia, so kita akan conduct kita punya sesi in bahasa Malaysia. Tapi sebelum itu, saya akan perkenalkan kawan lama saya yang akan mengendalikan sesi kita pada malam ini dalam bentuk interview. Kita ada kumpul banyak soalan-soalan yang datang daripada our followers, vapers di Malaysia, dan they have a lot of questions. Mereka ada banyak soalan yang mereka ingin tanya kita secara terus. And sebab there's been a lot of development that is been going on, positive development in Malaysia. So I think diorang nak tahulah actually what is going on. So saya akan menjemput rakan lama saya, saudara Irwan Suhaimi, daripada Harm Awareness Association untuk menyertai sesi kita pada malam ini sebagai orang yang akan menyampaikan soalan-soalan tersebut kepada saya. Welcome brother, how are you?
Good. Thank you Sam, thank you so much for welcoming me. Well, nak kita mula terus ke ataupun cek dulu?
Okay lah, kita boleh cek je. How are you? How have you been doing?
Okay, I'm good so far. Tired lah, dah malam ni pun kan.
Yeah.
So Sam, rasanya kita teruskan kot dengan soalan yang pertama.
Silakan.
Ramai kot yang nak tahu pasal apa yang kita buat malam ni. So, sebelum kita mula, mungkin Sam boleh kongsi sikit tentang latar belakang MOVE dan juga HAA.
Baik. Dan sebelum tu sikit saya nak tekankan bahawa sesi kita ni kita buat secara live. It's not pre-recorded. So kalau ada sedikit kepincangan ataupun misquote tu, excuse us lah because it's live. Okay, so berbalik kepada soalan Encik Irwan Suhaimi. Apa soalan tadi?
Kita kongsi sikit tentang latar belakang MOVE dan juga HAA ni.
Okay, baik. Okay, kita cerita tentang MOVE dululah. This is a very interesting story, Encik Suhaimi, Encik Irwan, saudara Irwan. Cerita ni sangat-sangat menarik. You pun tahu dah cerita ni. I think about lebih kurang 8 tahun, 9 tahun lepas, di mana Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia mengumumkan they have announced that they are going to do a blanket ban on vape. Itu adalah satu pengumuman yang dikeluarkan oleh Menteri Kesihatan kita pada masa itu, Dr. Subramaniam. So kita ni nak berhenti merokok and kita nampak vape ni sebagai satu alternatif yang boleh membantu kita berhenti merokok. So bila kerajaan mengeluarkan kenyataan bahawa dia orang nak ban vape ni, kami sekumpulan kawan saya termasuk Encik Irwan kan, we got together and kita pun susun strategi ya bagaimana untuk kita atasi keputusan yang akan dibuat oleh kerajaan Malaysia ni, sebab ianya melibatkan kesihatan diri sendiri ya, not only on a national level punya health condition but on a personal level ya, on a personal level kita nak berhenti merokok dan kita nak teruskan dengan ambil alternatif yang lebih baik iaitu vape. So bila kerajaan Malaysia mengumumkan bahawa mereka nak mengharamkan vape, saya dan kawan-kawan saya got together, tapi sebelum tu memang saya dah aktif dalam the local vape industry lah ya, aktif dalam segi online lah kita ada banyak community online kan vape ni. So ramai kawan-kawan saya yang berada dalam community vape online ni, we got together termasuk saudara Irwan, dan kita susun strategi bagaimana untuk kita overcome this statement. Dan pada masa itu juga kawan-kawan saya yang lebih berpengaruh ya, termasuk saudara Eddie dan juga Datuk Jeff ya, memberikan sokongan dan memberikan kepercayaan kepada kami untuk teruskan memperjuangkan perkara ini, kerana this is something important. This is not just about business, this is about kesihatan kita sendiri. So we got together and kita incorporate move pada masa itu untuk kita berdialog or engage dengan pihak berkuasa. Sebab pada masa itu kan 8 years ago, saya rasa ramai orang tak tahu lagi tentang vape ni ya. Bila cerita vape, semua orang kata vape ni kan, betul tak Irwan vape ni mendatangkan masalah, vape ni adalah satu social problem. So we take the position that kita tak nak melawan government ya. Boleh menang ke kalau nak lawan government? Tak boleh kan. So kita take the position of we want to engage them in a very friendly manner, not to be a pressure group, so that kita boleh sama-sama bagi diorang lihat bahawa this is a solution, satu penyelesaian kepada mereka yang nak berhenti merokok. Itu move lah. Kemudiannya we became more organised. Mula-mula kita tak organised we had no funding, we had no proper association, kita tak ada proper job delegation, kita cuma ada ahli which was very loosely assembled dalam move ya. Dan kemudian move ni sebenarnya adalah satu pergerakan online ya, a social online movement for consumer ya, dibentuk khas untuk consumer. Dan kemudian we became more organised. Kita bekerjasama dengan HAA, dan juga HAA adalah badan yang juga bekerjasama dengan CAPHRA. CAPHRA ni ialah satu NGO yang operate throughout the Asia Pacific region. Yeah. So we became more organised, we became more clear on the direction that we are moving on. Kita lebih jelas kepada arah yang kita nak tuju. So kita susun strategi kita dengan lebih baik di peringkat nasional, di peringkat Malaysia, dan juga di peringkat international dengan bekerjasama dengan HAA, iaitu Harm Awareness Association, dan juga MOVE. Sedikit penjelasan tentang HAA jugalah HAA is a more spektrum dia lebih broad daripada segi harm awareness termasuklah environment dan sebagainya. MOVE lebih khusus kepada tobacco harm reduction. Alright, HAA lebih kepada harm reduction as a whole, tetapi MOVE lebih kepada tobacco harm reduction, dan pergerakan kita lebih kepada online. So we have about 60,000 ahli yang dah jadi ahli di Facebook kita di online lah. So basically itu sedikit sebanyak, tapi banyak lagi cerita yang interesting dalam penubuhan MOVE ni, as you know kan. Ada satu kali tu bila Menteri Kesihatan mengumumkan bahawa dia orang nak ban vape, we got together and then kita ada mesyuarat kalau tak silap saya di KLCC dekat kafe je pun ya, di mana semalam kerajaan mengumumkan nak mengharamkan vape, tapi selepas mesyuarat kita di situ dengan orang-orang yang tertentu, dengan orang-orang yang berpengaruh, besoknya perkara itu dibawa dan dibincang bukan di peringkat kabinet tapi di peringkat parlimen, di mana mereka overturn telah tukar keputusan yang nak ban vape tu kepada let's not ban it first. Tidaklah nak dia orang cakap dia orang nak meluluskan, tetapi mereka cakap okey kita tak nak ban dahulu. So ini semua adalah usaha-usaha yang kita lakukan ya. Saya dan kawan-kawan saya, a whole group of people yang datangnya daripada kumpulan vapor, kumpulan profesional, kumpulan yang berpengaruh we have a group of people yang ada kepakaran dalam bidang masing-masing ya. Kita ada orang yang pakar dalam tobacco harm reduction, kita ada pakar orang yang dalam undang-undang yang terlibatkan tobacco control, kita ada orang yang pakar dalam bidang pembuatan, kita ada orang yang pakar dalam advocacy. So now we are very organised lah. So basically itu sedikit sebanyak cerita tentang MOVE dan HAA dan latar belakangnya. So MOVE ni dah di-incorporate saya rasa hampir 9 tahun dah.
Betul. So apa pula kita punya objektif malam ni? Anjuran skop ni, apa dia punya objektif dia sebenarnya?
Okay, good. Ni soalan yang baik. Scope ni sebenarnya adalah satu huge event. This scope is a huge event yang basically focus on consumer, the voice, suara consumer. Okay, yang dianjurkan dan dibicarakan dalam semua bahasa, yang dianjurkan dan dikendalikan di seluruh dunia, is all over the world. Even sebelum ni masa you dekat backroom tadi, you dapat tengok kan, semua superstar vape tengah berbincang.
Kagum
kagum kan. So you pun kena kagum dengan diri you sendiri lah, sebab you pun terlibat dalam acara scope ni. So my point is, this is a global event. This is a global event. Now kenapa kita kendalikan scope ni is because pada masa yang sama COP9 nanti saya akan ceritakan tentang COP9 ni. COP9 ni ialah satu badan di bawah WHO di mana COP9 ni ialah Conference of Parties, di mana mereka they get together and they formulate or make decisions on tobacco control and banyak isu lain ya. So kita nak kena patahkan apa yang diorang nak bentuk di situ, Irwan ya. So apa saja cerita-cerita ataupun polisi-polisi yang ingin mereka push forward during COP9, kita kena patahkan ya. Sebab salah satu cara untuk patahkan diorang punya direction ya, that is when kita cerita pasal WHO, direction dia cuma prohibitive, menghalang so kita kena patahkan apa yang diorang cuba sampaikan ni. Macam mana kita nak patahkan? Satu cara saja. Okay, sebenarnya dua cara lah. Satu is the volume ya, suara kita, our voice cannot be stopped ya, sebab kita diwakili oleh berbilion vapers seluruh dunia ni ya. So even though diorang ni bureaucrats, diorang ni datang daripada badan institusi WHO, SDTC semua ini, tapi pada pendapat saya kita ada dua kekuatan. Nombor satu, we have the voice, we have the volume of voice yang mewakili pengguna, yang saya rasa mereka tak boleh dengan senang-senangnya, lenangnya nak keep us quiet. They cannot keep us quiet. Dan nombor dua, we have the science behind us. Kita ada fakta yang menyokong kita. So dua perkara ini adalah objektif kenapa kita kendalikan skop pada malam ini, sebab kita nak bagi dia orang tahu. We want them to know. We want the institutions to know. WHO, STC, COP, yeah, that we're not going to keep quiet. We're not going to take this lying down. We have the voice, yeah, and we know we are right, yeah, because kita ada evidence, kita ada science yang back us up. So this is the objective of us organizing live stream untuk scope ni, yang macam saya cakap tadi, dikendalikan di seluruh dunia lah. Is actually a big event yang dikendalikan di seluruh dunia.
So adakah benar vape lebih selamat daripada rokok? Kalau dia betul, kenapa sukar untuk diterima sebagai alternatif untuk berhenti merokok?
Inilah soalan yang selalu ditanya daripada dululah Kalau dulu kan Encik Irwan bila dia orang tanya kita soalan ni susah kita nak jawab sebab there is no empirical evidence, tak ada scientific data untuk menyokong kita. There's no data to back us up, betul tak? Jadi sebelum tu saya nak tanya, Encik Irwan dulu merokok ke?
Merokok. Kuat
Sekarang?
juga lah.
Kuat
Sekarang,
merokok
dulu kuat. So sekarang kita dah beralih pada vape, kita tahu fakta yang vape tu lebih selamat kan bila kita cuba. Dan benda tu kita boleh rasa sendiri perbezaan merokok dengan alternatif merokok ni.
Okey, bermaksud you dulu merokok, sekarang you dah tak merokok?
Tak merokok, tukar pada vape dan juga heat not burn punya produk.
Okay, so you are a vapor lah sekarang ni?
Ya, full time.
Boleh saya full time vapor. Boleh saya katakan selepas you vape, you dah berhenti merokok. Can I say that?
Ya. Boleh sebab dah tak tentu rokok lah, sama vape je kan.
Okay, so kita nampak lah benda ni memang boleh membantu kita untuk berhenti merokok kan. Tapi itu baru satu evidence lah. Dulu bila kita sampaikan cerita macam ni kepada Kementerian Kesihatan, dia orang cakap itu there is no scientific basis to say that actually vape ni lebih selamat. Sekarang saya nak ambil masa sikit untuk sampaikan kepada saudara Irwan data-data yang memang dah banyak dah dalam dunia ni, dan saya akan petik satu persatu. So give me some time sedikit di sini because all this data is very very important. First, saya ingat dulu about 5 years ago bila saya dipanggil untuk appear on live TV. Ingat lagi Encik Irwan di mana saya berdebate dengan Presiden of the Doctors Association So ni bukan orang kecil, ni Presiden Association Doktor Malaysia So saya quote kepada mereka, ni satu quote yang bila kita advocate tentang keselamatan vape, ini adalah satu quote yang pastilah kita akan quote, iaitu Public Health of England, PHE. Ni research yang dijalankan oleh Public Health of England yang mengatakan secara konklusif iaitu vape 95% lebih selamat daripada rokok. Dan jawapan yang saya dapat daripada doktor dalam masa kita debate on live TV masa itu, dia kata itu baru satu kajian. Ada kajian lain tak? Pada masa itu memang tak ada kajian lah. Memang tak ada tapi sekarang ni dah ada banyak kajian yang kita dapat kendalikan, kita dapat ketengahkan bahawa vape ni adalah sebenarnya lebih selamat daripada merokok dan macam Encik Irwan cakap tadi sebenarnya bukti dia ialah kita sendiri. Kita sendiri, we are the evidence. Kita dapat berhenti merokok dan kita dapat rasa kesan kesihatan selepas kita merokok. Saya dulu, the reason why saya berhenti merokok ialah about 8 years ago, bila saya nak dukung anak saya tak larat, out of breath because saya merokok. Macam you lah kan, kita merokok tapi saya berhenti merokok immediately pada hari pertama saya vape, iaitu about 8 to 9 years ago. Saya berhenti merokok dan saya terus vape sampai hari ini, dan saya tak pernah pegang sebatang rokok, hisap sebatang rokok pun, dan I dapat rasa the health benefits of vaping. Dan kemudiannya I continue on sebab dah rasa sihat sikit. I continue on with a very healthy lifestyle. Saya bersenam, saya buat meditation, saya buat yoga, dan bila saya ukur saya punya biological age, bukan saya punya umur sebenar, tapi umur biological yang boleh diukur. Saya sekarang dah berumur 49 tahun, hampir 50 tahun. Tapi bila saya ukur saya punya biological age, umur saya secara biologi ialah 32 tahun. Tak mungkin kita boleh dapat biological age yang begitu jauh daripada kita punya actual age kalau kita merokok. There's no way. So ini salah satu bukti dalam bentuk individu yang saya boleh katakan memang vape ini lebih selamat. Now, soalan kedua you tadi, kalau benar vape ni selamat, kenapa susah sangat nak dapat dibenarkan, betul tak?
Betul.
This is your other question tadi kan? Sebenarnya saya pun heran lah kalau betul kita dah boleh buktikan secara data, secara research, secara empirical information, vape ni lebih selamat daripada merokok. Kenapa susah sangat nak dapat for it to be regulated? Kenapa? Sebab saya rasa institusi ni lebih institusi ni termasuklah Kementerian Kesihatan, kerajaan negara-negara masing-masing, ya, WHO, FCTC, semua mengambil jalan mudah, ya. Why not? Why take the risk, ya? They don't have enough political will, ya. They are not open to this. Dia orang tak nampak bahawa kita ni nak menyelesaikan masalah perokok. Dia orang cuma nampak ni vape ni sebagai masalah baru. They do not want to look at it from our point of view. Sebenarnya salah satu solution yang saya dah mula nampak sekarang ini, bahawa semua orang dah mula ubah fikiran di mana both of us lah, kedua-dua pihak, kami yang mewakili advocacy of vapers ni dan juga pihak institusi kerajaan ataupun WHO, we have to meet somewhere in the middle lah. Mereka harus lihat our point of view, kita pun harus faham their point of view lah. Tapi perkara ni dah mula sedikit sebanyak. Sebenarnya sekarang ni makin maju lah, perubahan bahawa they are willing to open and look at it from our point of view. So this will lead to other things that I will say later on in terms of the development of regulation in Malaysia lah. Yeah.
So, kita cakap pasal development, apa you rasa potensi untuk industri vape kat Malaysia?
Potensi industri vape di Malaysia? Okay. Now, saya tak terlibat dalam industri vape secara langsung lah. I've been an advocator, penggerak NGO, dan saya tak terlibat dalam penjagaan vape. Tapi kawan-kawan saya ramai yang terlibat dalam penjagaan vape ni. Dan sebelum ni tak ada data, Irwan, tak ada data tentang saiz industri ataupun berapa banyak orang yang terlibat dalam industri ni. Yang sekarang dah ada data, there are data that shows that industri Malaysia sekarang ini is a $2 billion industry, 2 bilion ringgit punya industri sekarang ni, tanpa sokongan kerajaan, dengan tekanan yang diberikan oleh pihak-pihak tertentu, dengan funding yang masuk daripada luar negara untuk menentukan vape ni terus diharamkan, dengan tekanan yang diberikan, tanpa apa bentuk sokongan pun, budak-budak kita ni mampu membentuk industri ni untuk menjadi industri yang bernilai 2 bilion ringgit. So itu pertama yang kita harus lihat lah. So without any support, this industry has grown up to a 2 billion ringgit. Dan industri ni sebenarnya yang ramai terlibat ialah budak-budak kita lah, golongan bumi putra muda, yang saya nampak mereka very inovatif, dan sangat entrepreneur dalam membentuk industri vape ni. Satu ketika dulu kan Irwan, Malaysia berada di peringkat top 3 when it comes to liquid, when it comes to device, we were among the best in the world. Ingat lagi tak zaman tu kan? Ingat. This is about what? Dahsyat berapa tahun lepas? Berapa tahun lepas tu kan?
5 years.
5-6 years ago, we were among the best of mod producers, we were among the best of liquid producers. Tapi because the pressure, tekanan yang diberikan oleh pihak-pihak kerajaan dan juga pihak luaran, makin lama dengan kena rate lah dan berbagai-bagainya kan. So industri tu makin mengecil, walaupun dah mengecil, tapi sekarang ini dia punya saiz tetap dalam 2 bilion ringgit, dan saya nampak based on data, industri vape ni akan terus berkembang. Now why do I say that? Kita tengok data daripada segi prevalence of smokers dan juga prevalence of vaping. Orang yang take up smoking makin lama makin menurun, dan orang yang take up vaping makin lama makin meningkat sekarang ni. Ni bukti, ini berdasarkan data, so data di Malaysia. So kita dapat lihat industri yang 2 bilion ni sekarang dengan berbagai bentuk tekanan, tak ada sokongan, semua pun boleh dalam bentuk 2 bilion. Bayangkan besok bila dah dikawal selia, dah ada proper framework, saya rasa industri ni akan terus berkembang, dan saya estimate the logical natural size of the Malaysian vape industry should be about 10 billion in the years to come, in the next maybe 3 or 4 years. This industry should be a 10 billion ringgit industry. Now, why do I say that? And also Malaysia can be a dominant global player when it comes to vape.
Ada sebab saya cakap ni. Pertama, Malaysia kan dikenali, kita kan semiconductor producers. Kan? Okay? Malaysia kan pengeluar barangan-barangan semiconductor. So, kita dah ada infrastruktur daripada segi semiconductor. Bermaksud, semiconductor ni bolehlah keluarkan device vape. Sebab kita dah memang into the electronic punya device. Malaysia adalah pengeksport barangan-barangan semiconductor dan barangan-barangan elektronik. So for us to go into the production of vape devices, saya rasa tak nampak masalah sebab we are not starting from zero. We have the infrastructure. Dekat Penang, Kuala Lumpur, Selangor penuh dengan kilang-kilang semiconductor, betul tak? So itu first point. So we are really prime to be the major player of vape globally. Number two, baik kita cerita pasal liquid pula. Kita kan pengusaha palm oil. Dan kita kan pengusaha kelapa sawit, betul tak? Kita pengeluar kelapa sawit antara yang terbesar di dunia. Dan produk yang terbaik bukan saja terbesar, produk-produk kelapa sawit kita adalah yang the highest grade of palm oil products, betul kan?
Betul.
So, apa kena-mengena palm oil dengan vape? PG dengan VG tu kan dibuat daripada minyak kelapa sawit, kan? Betul tak? So, you see, nampak tak? Daripada segi device, we have the infrastructure to be the major player of vape globally. Daripada segi liquid, we have the infrastructure to be the major player globally. So saya nampak industri ni bukan saja akan berkembang dalam bentuk penggunaan secara lokal, that means an increase of local user, tapi Malaysia juga prime to be a major player in terms of producing vape products and to be a major exporter of vape products, quality vape products. That's the thing. The only lacking now apa tahu, Irwan? Apa yang kekurangan sekarang untuk kita capai benda ni? Regulation.
Ya,
a proper regulation framework untuk kita dan support lah untuk kita capai tahap untuk Malaysia untuk jadi a major global player. Tapi itu daripada segi penjagaan lah So itu menjawab soalan you, apakah potensi vape, industri vape di Malaysia ni. Dan satu lagi, kita lihat dulu bila saya jumpa Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri, sekarang dah jadi Perdana Menteri Malaysia lah Dulu bila saya jumpa Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri, Encik Irwan pun ada sekali kan masa tu kan. Dia he's very supportive dan saya bagi tahu dia YB Menteri, apakah masa tu dia Menteri Pembangunan Luar Bandar saya tanya dia, namakan saya satu industri di mana anak Melayu kita we are the champion in the industry tanpa sokongan, we are among the best in the world in the industry. Dia fikir-fikir, dia kata, mana ada Samsul? Sebenarnya ada at that time 6-7 years ago, budak-budak kita, budak-budak Melayu adalah among the best producer of vape device and vape liquids in the world. So there is no other industry yang our youth are among the best in the world except for the vape industry. So instead of menekan mereka ni, kita patut memberikan mereka more support. So I'm very happy to see the recent development. I'm very happy, this is a big news. Tapi sebenarnya all this should have happened 4-5 years ago. Then we could have really benefited. But still it's okay lah. Apa yang dah jadi tu jadilah But we are still not too late. We are moving towards a very positive development sekarang.
Okay, my next question. Kenapa perlu industri vape dikawal selia? Kita dah ada dekat dalam grey area dah lama. Kenapa tak diteruskan dalam keadaan grey area tu ataupun kenapa tak diharamkan je?
Okay. Ada orang tanya soalan ni Ada orang tanya Okay, saya rasa sebab mungkinlah setengah-setengah producer, pengusaha, peniaga lebih suka dalam keadaan grey ni sebab mereka boleh terus menyaga tetapi kan tanpa a proper regulation kawal selia, kalau you sebagai seorang peniaga kan sentiasa rasa tak senang. How are you going to expand your business? Kalau tak ada proper
takut.
regulation framework, takut-takut betul tak tak tahu bila nak kena rate and then you nak invest, kata nak expand your business, berani tak you letak more investment to expand your business, because there is no proper, it's not a proper business, it's an illegal business, ia satu perniagaan yang tak sah, yang haram so itu daripada segi perniagaan lah. Pada saya yang lebih penting, kenapa kita kena kawal selia perniagaan ni ialah untuk kesihatan kita wakil pengguna, kita nak make sure produk yang kita guna itu, ni produk masuk dalam badan ni, make sure that it's safe. Kita kena tentukan produk itu selamat. Kita kena tentukan produk itu diuji. Kita kena tentukan produk itu dibuat dengan cara yang betul. Kilang yang manufacture produk-produk ni mempunyai satu piawaian yang baik. Because this is a product that goes into your body. So, inilah sebab mengapa ianya harus dikawal selia. Kalau nak terus grey pun saya rasa susah lah, ataupun kalau nak haramkan lagi lah tak boleh sebab saya rasa ini adalah satu perkara yang melibatkan kesihatan they cannot take that right away from us let us decide sama ada kita nak menggunakan vape atau tidak, itu adalah keputusan kita janganlah keputusan ini diambil, don't take away these rights away from us untuk menentukan kita nak vape atau tidak. Kalau anda tak nak vape, anda rasa vape ni tak baik, it's okay. Tapi don't take that rights away from us dalam bentuk polisi, dalam bentuk undang-undang. So this is why it's very important for this industry to be regulated, terutamanya untuk consumer. Sebab barang ni masuk dalam badan. Macam satu kawan saya selalu kata, racun rumput pun ada alamat diletak di dalam botol, dekat botol racun rumput. Mengapa produk-produk vape tak ada alamat untuk dikenal pasti siapa manufacturer dia? Ni barang masuk dalam badan ni So this is why we need to regulate. Kalau kata tak nak regulate, then illicit produk akan terus berleluasa barangan-barangan underground illicit produk, black market, yang produk yang tak dapat ditentukan sama ada ini selamat atau tidak. Dia orang buat kat belakang dapur, dia orang buat dekat bawah tangga. So I think this is not what we want for the industry, from the consumer point of view. We want a product that is tested. We want a product that is safe. We want a product that is manufactured properly. Kita nak ada a proper regulation framework daripada segi manufacturing. Kita nak ada proper framework daripada segi distribution. Kita nak ada proper framework daripada segi retailing. Kita nak ada proper framework daripada segi consumer usage bermaksud the do's and don'ts. Sekarang ni kalau kata saya nak vape dalam bangunan pun, ada ke undang-undang kata tak boleh vape dalam bangunan? Tak ada. Dalam undang-undang kita ada kata tak boleh merokok dalam bangunan. Vape tak ada. So kalau tak nak regulate, then you tak dapat kawal semua ni. What is the do's and don'ts about all this kan? So I think the logical and the thing that makes more sense to do lah dari segi kesihatan, dari segi perniagaan, is for us to really regulate it. But kita kena regulate it dengan cara yang betul. Kita nak regulate it dengan cara yang lebih consumer friendly. Kita nak regulate it dengan cara yang tak over-regulate. Over-regulate maksud, okay, kita dah minta regulation, then dia over-regulate pula. Bermaksud nak kena beli, kena pergi farmasi. That's over-regulation. That's not what we want also. Kita nak benda ni diregulate yang memudahkan kepada consumer. I mean, come on. Kita nak berhenti rokok ni, Irwan. Kenapa nak menyusahkan kita untuk berhenti merokok, betul tak? Betul. Adakah the powers that be, kerajaan ni, menggalakkan kita untuk merokok dengan menyusahkan kita untuk mencari alternatif untuk berhenti merokok? Kan, betul tak? Dia harus mudahkan. Dia kena buat pendekatan ataupun accessibility kepada produk untuk membantu kita berhenti merokok ni lebih mudah. Bermaksud, we want a more consumer friendly punya regulation framework lah. So, my point is kepada soalan you, ialah of course we have to regulate untuk kesihatan dan juga untuk make sure that there is a proper guideline untuk producers dan juga distributors dan juga consumers. Yeah.
Okay. So, apakah status regulasi di Malaysia sekarang?
Status regulasi di Malaysia, this is very interesting. I think dalam 3 bulan lepas ke 4 bulan lepas, no. Ni bulan 11 dah I think about tahun lepas dalam bulan 10 ke bulan 9 tahun lepas, kerajaan ada memutuskan bahawa mereka nak regulate vape. So semua orang pun ada rasa macam lega sikit Tetapi malangnya bila kita kaji balik, dia orang nak regulate cuma liquid yang ada zero nikotin, yang tak bernikotin, liquid zero nikotin. Now, pada saya that is just satu tindakan yang counterproductive lah sebenarnya. Sebab kalau kita tengok daripada kajian, the numbers of vapers yang vape zero nicotine liquid are negligible. Sebenarnya kenapa harus wujud zero nicotine liquid? Kita fikir balik sebenarnya kalau kita fikir balik, zero nicotine liquid ni boleh mendatangkan lebih kemudaratan daripada kebaikan. Saya terangkan kenapa. Pertama, zero nicotine liquid tidak membantu untuk orang berhenti merokok. Betul tak?
Betul.
Tak membantu orang untuk berhenti merokok. Sebab kita nak berhenti merokok, sebab kita nak dapat the nicotine fix tu dan kita nak berhenti merokok sebab kita nak menjauhi daripada the damage, health damage yang disebabkan oleh merokok, iaitu the tar and all the 3,000 jenis kimia racun yang terdapat dalam merokok. Sebenarnya yang membahayakan kesihatan bukannya nikotin. Yang membahayakan kesihatan ialah tar dan juga kimia 3,000 jenis racun yang terdapat dalam rokok tu. So kita masih nak cuba manage kita punya nicotine intake dengan cara yang lebih selamat. Vape ialah cuma satu platform untuk delivery nicotine saja. It's a way of nicotine delivery. So kita ambil vape ni sebagai satu alternatif yang lebih selamat. So kita tak nak kita tak nak terus merokok. So ini berbalik kepada soalan you, apa status regulasi Malaysia sekarang ni. Saya nak tekankan bahawa tindakan untuk regulate zero nicotine ni mendatangkan lebih banyak kemudaratan sebab ianya tak membantu orang untuk berhenti merokok. Sebab kita yang nak berhenti merokok ni tidak akan vape liquid zero nicotine. Jadi, Irwan, siapa yang akan vape liquid zero nicotine? Budak sekolah. Betul tak? Dia tak nak vape. Dia ikut trend kan. So dia orang tak nak vape liquid yang ada nikotin, dia vape liquid yang zero nikotin. Tidakkah ini mendatangkan lebih masalah? Ini masalah pertama yang saya nampak. Budak-budak yang bukan perokok, mereka just nak ikut trend, dia vape liquid yang zero nikotin. This is number one. Number two, ada juga yang kalau kata okey dah berluasa dah dijalankan untuk vape liquid yang tak bernikotin. Ada yang pandai, ada yang banyak cendik pandai pergi campurkan nikotin sendiri dalam liquid tersebut. Tak adakah ini akan mendatangkan masalah?
Lagi bahaya
kan? Betul. You kena ada kepakaran dan juga latihan. You have to be trained untuk mix nikotin dalam liquid tu. So kalau kata you pergi pandai-pandai campur nikotin dalam liquid, kalau terlebih you kan kena faham nikotin tu boleh serap dekat kulit. Dan nikotin ni bukan sesuatu yang boleh dihandle oleh sesiapa saja. Kalau nikotin ni kalau you terminum, ni mendatangkan kemudaratan boleh mendatangkan kematian. So kita tidak mahu keputusan untuk buat zero nic ni mendatangkan banyak masalah lain. So to us it's just lose-lose situation. Nobody is going to buy the zero nicotine liquid. Ia mendatangkan banyak lagi masalah lain dan akhirnya orang yang nak berhenti merokok juga tidak akan menggunakan zero nicotine liquid, dan juga kerajaan juga tidak mendapat pulangan dalam bentuk cukai daripada mengawal sedia liquid yang zero nicotine because nobody vape zero nic. Almost negligible amount. Hampir tak ada orang yang vape liquid zero nicotine. So itu adalah the development that was happening last year. I guess when the government look at the situation, bila government tengok keadaan kita nak regulate liquid zero nic ni tak mendatangkan apa-apa hasil pun, alhamdulillah they are more open to see that they need regulation liquid with nicotine. And I guess kalau if I may speak openly, boleh saya cakap secara terbuka?
Why not?
Boleh
silakan.
Saya nampak COVID mendatangkan banyak cabaran kepada negara-negara lain, kawan-kawan advokasi saya di negara lain. di Philippines, di New Zealand, di Australia, di Thailand ya. COVID mendatangkan banyak cabaran kepada mereka sebab when they want to fight for the regulation of vape punya isu ni dah jadi sesuatu perkara yang tak penting. Perkara yang penting kepada kerajaan negara-negara ini termasuk Malaysia ialah COVID. Betul tak?
Betul.
Kita nak cerita pasal COVID, kerajaan nak dengar ke? Irwan, kami ada banyak lagi masalah lain yang kita nak cerita. Kau nak cerita pasal vape nanti, tunggu dulu. Okay? So, I think the COVID pandemic became a big challenge for all us advocacies untuk push the regulation for vape. Tetapi, di Malaysia, kita study keadaan ni, kita lihat kawan-kawan kami di CAPHRA, di MOVE, di HAA, termasuk Encik Irwan sendiri, kita duduk dan kita fikir. Now, kita boleh gunakan situasi COVID ni untuk bantu kita. Now, how did that happen? Kita lihat bahawa dalam keadaan COVID, ia menjejaskan ekonomi, betul tak? Ekonomi negara terjejas. Kemudian, bila ekonomi negara terjejas, kita selama ni kita pergi jumpa Kementerian Kesihatan. Kita cerita pasal Public Health of England punya research, kita tunjuk dia orang data, kita even bawa Dr. Fasalinos untuk berjumpa dengan wakil Kementerian Kesihatan ya. We think that we are doing the right thing. This seems to be the right thing lah, which is we want to engage you with facts. Tapi selama 7 tahun tak ada apa-apa yang berlaku. Bermaksud kita ketuk pada pintu yang salah. Kita ketuk pada pintu Kementerian Kesihatan. Ini saya nak cerita secara terbuka lah Sebab macam mana kita engage them dengan fakta, dengan bawa prominent scientist, dengan tunjukkan semua kajian daripada seluruh dunia, it didn't work. Tetapi dengan COVID dan bila Malaysia berhadapan dengan masalah kewangan, masalah ekonomi, kita ketuk pintu lagi satu. Kita ketuk pintu Kementerian Kewangan. Okay? So bila kita ketuk pintu ke Kementerian Kewangan, kita cakap vape mampu bantu masalah kewangan yang Malaysia sedang hadapi sekarang. Okay? Iaitu industri ini bernilai 2 bilion ringgit dan it is growing. Daripada you terus tak regulate, you biar je. Ni adalah satu kebocoran, leakages of collection of tax. Why not you regulate this? Why don't you regulate this industry so that it can help to assist the country in terms of tax collection? So dengan approach ini, dengan mudah sebenarnya kerajaan telah buat keputusan, okay, this makes sense, this will help a lot of people, this will help the economy, this will help the health of people. They became more open untuk lihat bahawa vape ni boleh bantu. So vape ni salah satu objektif kita kendalikan skop ni juga ialah untuk kita berkongsi perjalanan, our journey bagaimana kita menyusun strategi dan tindakan daripada kita akan diharamkan kepada mana kita telah diluluskan how we change our strategy daripada kita rasanya buat something yang betul, we think seemingly we are doing the right thing, to the what we are doing now which is more effective. We cannot just go on talking about health. Of course it's important, but at the same time we must talk in terms of from their point of view. We must talk their language. Their language is, their point of view is, you cannot just talk about health. What about some financial returns? Okay, so bila Ministry of Finance nampak perkara ni, saya nampak benda ni expedited, dipercepatkan So saya rasa kedudukan situasi daripada segi industri regulation Malaysia sekarang, it will be implemented by January 2022. So that is the situation that we are at right now. So we are very happy lah. Dan saya dah nampak dah sedikit guideline yang dikeluarkan oleh Kementerian Kesihatan, and they are very open. Kita ada meeting dengan mesyuarat dengan Menteri Kesihatan YB Khairy Jamaluddin last week, dan he was very open and he was very forthcoming. So kita nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada Kementerian Kesihatan sekarang ini kerana you are very forward thinking, you are very progressive to look into resolving this issue, dan kita nampak apa saja pandangan yang kita kemukakan, they were very receptive. They were not just receptive just because nak entertain kita, they all memang genuinely receptive. They take notes of what we say because we drive the point that we want this to work. Kenapa kita jangan buat satu framework yang mana it will fail. Macam dulu dia orang buat framework tergesa-gesa nak buat regulation untuk zero liquid, it did not work. So now why not make this time something that works. Dan nak regulate Malaysia sekarang ni tak susah. Dulu kita tak ada blueprint untuk kita ikut dengan negara lain. Betul tak kan?
Betul.
So sekarang tak susah kalau kata the bureaucrats in the Ministry of Health, the experts in the Ministry of Health katalah kurang faham macam mana nak bentuk framework of regulation kat Malaysia, we can always refer to UK. We can always refer to many other countries yang dah buat regulation Malaysia, regulation di negara mereka dengan sangat berjaya. So at this point, the status is that we will be regulated, and the framework of regulation seems somewhat very open, and they have not decided yet on a few things lah. Nicotine level dia orang belum decide lagi. Sama ada dia orang akan regulate open and closed system, dia orang belum decide lagi. But as I said, they are very forward thinking. They somehow nampak macam embracing innovation, and we are very grateful. Amat terima kasih. Saya nak ucapkan saya punya deepest gratitude dan terima kasih saya kepada Kementerian Kesihatan dan terutamanya kepada Menteri Kesihatan iaitu YB Khairi Jamaluddin.
Okey, Encik Samsul, apa peranan WHO dalam proses ni?
Peranan WHO dalam proses ni. Okey. Saya kena cerita sikit tentang what is WHO lah, WHO ni kan dia satu badan yang dibiaya oleh World Bank. Dia dibentuk sebagai satu institusi yang sebenarnya tak ada apa-apa, they don't have any bidang kuasa untuk menentukan negara ni buat apa, negara tu tak boleh buat ni, tak boleh buat tu. Dia orang tak ada bidang kuasa tu. Tapi dia orang ada pengaruh. Okay, they have the influence. So peranan WHO sangat besar. Di bawah WHO ada FCTC iaitu di Tobacco Control punya Federation. So bawah FCTC ni dia orang punya kerja dia terbagi kepada dua pula. Bawah FCTC ada Secretariat dan juga ada COP. COP ni ialah Conference of Parties di mana dia orang berjumpa dan dia orang buat keputusan. COP ni ialah wakil-wakil daripada 90 lebih negara duduk dalam mesyuarat ni untuk bentuk polisi untuk negara-negara yang terlibat. So ini peranan WHO. Tetapi apa saja keputusan yang dibuat oleh FCTC tidak boleh, dia tak boleh mengarahkan negara-negara lain untuk mengikut keputusan tersebut. Tetapi they have influence. Mereka mempunyai pengaruh dengan cara macam ni dia orang pengaruh. They have a lot of instruments untuk mempengaruhi polisi yang dibentuk oleh negara lain. Dan sekarang ni pula ada satu lagi fenomenon, ada satu lagi pengacau yang datang daripada US, iaitu mereka yang mendermakan bilion ringgit kepada WHO untuk menentukan vape ini diharamkan. So ini datang, ada bukti lah ini datang daripada Bloomberg untuk menentukan bahawa polisi-polisi negara-negara ini dibentuk mengikut apa yang dia nak. Dan cara dia buat ialah dengan membiayai WHO. So ini nampaknya satu perkara yang sangat bahaya di mana hak kami ni tidak lagi diwakili oleh kita punya delegates, tetapi dipengaruhi oleh elemen daripada luaran. Perkara ni berlaku di Brazil, perkara ni berlaku di Philippines, perkara ni berlaku di Thailand, dan Encik Irwan, perkara ni berlaku di Malaysia juga. Okey, berbilion ringgit diberikan kepada institusi, kepada universiti untuk mengeluarkan kajian-kajian yang untuk menunjukkan bahawa vape ini memudaratkan kesihatan, kajian-kajian yang tak berasaskan apa-apa scientific reasoning langsung, tetapi cuma untuk mencapai satu objektif, iaitu untuk membentuk satu persepsi bahawa vape ni memudaratkan kesihatan. So peranan WHO ni meluas daripada bentuk pengaruh. Dan kalau katalah Encik Irwan adalah seorang health professional dalam Kementerian Kesihatan, katalah you adalah kita punya Director General of Health dalam Kementerian Kesihatan, you will always look at WHO sebagai guideline. Betul sebab ia satu institusi yang besar kan. So ini peranan dia. Mereka mampu mempengaruhi polisi yang polisi kesihatan, health public policy yang dibentuk oleh negara-negara. Contohnya di India di mana bila India ban vape WHO memberikan anugerah kepada Menteri Kesihatan India. So when they do that, dia menunjukkan bahawa WHO is saying this is the right thing to do. Bila you ban vape, kami beri anugerah kepada Menteri Kesihatan anda. So ini message narrative daripada WHO untuk mengatakan kepada seluruh dunia, we are against vape. Their position has always been prohibitive, menghalang, ban. Malangnya kan, saya cerita sedikit pasal WHO lagi panjang lah sebab I'm very passionate and sometimes angered by this. So, WHO sebenarnya peranan mereka, STTC sebenarnya peranan mereka ialah untuk membasmi penyakit. Betul tak Encik Irwan?
Betul.
Peranan utama WHO ialah untuk membasmi penyakit, the eradication of disease, terutamanya non-communicable disease termasuk sakit jantung, kanser, sakit respiratory. Ini tugas dia, ini tugas mereka. This is the work of WHO, dan penyakit-penyakit ini disebabkan oleh rokok. No, bila ada satu alternatif yang boleh membuatkan orang berhenti merokok dan juga boleh menurunkan kadar-kadar non-communicable disease seperti sakit jantung, kanser dan sakit respiratory ni, why not WHO take a more open view and be more receptive dalam segi why not kita tengok vape ni boleh tak bantu untuk orang menyelesaikan masalah ni, because this is their responsibility. WHO punya responsibility ialah untuk mengurangkan penyakit-penyakit ini. Dan kalau ada satu penyelesaian, why not they are more open to see how this alternative boleh membantu untuk mengurangkan penyakit-penyakit ini. Why not? Where else they are only taking the position of prohibitive. Halang, halang, halang. Ban, ban, ban. I don't understand why they are taking this stand. In fact, kalau you tengok dalam dia punya direktif SCTC punya direktif 1 D dalam direktif SCTC mengatakan bahawa they have to embrace tobacco harm reduction. Mereka harus harus look into tobacco harm reduction sebagai salah satu penyelesaian kepada non-communicable disease. Ini dalam direktif dia. But operatively, they are not doing that. Secara praktikal, mereka tak lakukan. Mereka cuma take into the action of prohibition. Prohibition. Now, apa masalah dengan prohibition? Kita dah tengok banyak masalah, terutamanya kalau I quote India, where they ban vape. Banyak negara lain, ada data menunjukkan when you prohibit, what happens? Kadar smokers naik dan juga kadar illicit produk untuk vape naik. So, kadar penyakit orang yang ada non-communicable disease naik. So, prohibition is not helping. Dah ada bukti menunjukkan. So I just don't understand kenapa WHO terus memainkan peranan untuk be very prohibitive. Kalau they just take a more open stance untuk melihat bahawa if their responsibility is to make sure that they eradicate ataupun mengurangkan masalah jantung, masalah kanser, masalah respiratory, if this is genuinely their objective, why not at least sekurang-kurangnya consider lah alternatif yang mungkin boleh membantu. Betul tak Encik Irwan?
Betul.
Dia keep prohibiting. So I don't understand why. Sebenarnya I tahu why. I tahu. You nak tahu Encik Irwan why they are that? Because they've been funded by the wrong people. They have fed information that is misleading, that is not based on science, and they have been funded by the people who are just against it. So kita dapat lihat WHO, SCDC can be seen, perceived, or based on their action to be very anti-tobacco harm reduction. to be perceived as a very anti-innovation. Dia orang sangat anti-innovation. If they are not anti-innovation, if they are pro-innovation, they should at least be open about the solution about vaping untuk quit smoking. Yeah, and of course they are very anti-industry lah. So ini adalah masalah vape. Satu lagi saya nak tunjuk kalau kata saya dapat sampaikan perkara ini kepada WHO. Kita kalau dapat lihat negara-negara yang diperkenalkan kepada vape, ya, kita dapat lihat data dalam these are all data, facts. Kita tengok data daripada segi populasi. Ya, bila vape diperkenalkan kepada negara itu, kita dapat lihat jumlah perokok turun dan jumlah vapers naik. Ya, itu daripada segi populasi. Daripada segi data pasaran, kita dapat lihat bila vape diperkenalkan kepada negara itu, kita dapat lihat bahawa jumlah jualan rokok turun dan jualan produk vape naik. Yeah? So we have seen that, and of course there's so many research yang menunjukkan bahawa vape lebih selamat daripada rokok. I just don't understand sampai sekarang kenapa WHO takes a very prohibitive, very anti-harm, tobacco harm reduction stance, very anti-innovation stance. I just don't get it. Satu lagi soalan yang saya disampaikan oleh viewers, Encik Irwan. Satu soalan lagi yang ni mungkin belum ada dalam list, tapi ini disampaikan oleh viewers. Saya bacakan soalan ni. Dia kata, adakah bukti tak bahawa vape mampu membantu seseorang itu berhenti merokok? Ada bukti tak? Okay. So, saya nak ambil soalan ni dan saya nak terangkan secara fakta. Now, soalan ni selalu ditanya oleh Kementerian Kesihatan dan juga semua institusi. Bila kita berhadapan dengan mereka yang latar belakangnya doktor ataupun medical professionals, they will ask, okay, you're talking about PHE punya research, but ada ke bukti yang vape mampu bantu orang berhenti merokok? Dulu kita tak ada fakta ni, sekarang kita ada fakta ni. Saya akan bacakan sebab this is important. Now, antara tahun 2006 hingga tahun 2018, kajian ni dijalankan daripada tahun 2006 hingga tahun 2018 kepada 18,929 responden, hampir 19,000 responden. Dijalankan kajian ni dijalankan ke atas 19,000 perokok yang ingin berhenti merokok dan menggunakan vape. Okay, so dalam 19,000 orang yang nak berhenti merokok ni dan menggunakan vape, 95% daripada mereka mampu berhenti merokok. Saya ulang balik, kajian yang dijalankan bukan untuk jangka masa yang pendek, tapi jangka masa yang sangat panjang daripada tahun 2006 sampai 2018. Ke atas hampir 19,000 responden, iaitu perokok, mereka ingin berhenti merokok, mereka menggunakan vape. 95% daripada mereka mampu berhenti merokok. Itu tak cukup bukti ke bahawa vape boleh berhenti merokok? Ada lagi. Itu kajian yang dijalankan di luar negara. Kajian yang dijalankan di Malaysia oleh Universiti Malaya. Okay? Kajian yang dijalankan pada tahun 2016 dapati bahawa 88% perokok menggunakan vape sebagai cara yang efektif untuk berhenti merokok. Itu tak cukup bukti ke bahawa vape boleh berhenti merokok? Ada lagi. Okay, UK Department of Health and Social Care menganggarkan antara 16,000 hingga 22,000 perokok berjaya berhenti merokok dengan menggunakan vape. Okay. Jika dibandingkan dengan mereka yang menggunakan alternatif lain seperti nicotine patch dan nicotine gum. Bermaksud bila mereka gunakan nicotine patch dan nicotine gum, mereka tak berjaya berhenti merokok. Bila mereka menggunakan vape, UK Department of Health and Social Care dapati bahawa 16,000 ke 22,000 perokok mampu untuk berhenti vape. Dan last kali daripada Cochrane Review pada tahun 2020, dia dapat melihat kajian yang dijalankan, 50 kajian yang dijalankan di US, di UK, di Italy, Australia, New Zealand, Greece, Belgium, Canada, Poland, South Korea, South Africa, Switzerland, Canada, Poland, South Korea, South Africa, Switzerland, Turkey. Semua negara ni menjalankan kajian ini, 50 kajian, dapati bahawa perokok mampu berhenti merokok untuk sekurang-kurangnya 6 bulan selepas menggunakan vape. So itu saya nampak bahawa cukup bukti. Kalau dulu dia orang kata tak ada bukti vape boleh bantu orang berhenti merokok, sekarang we have extensive empirical data all over the world yang menunjukkan bahawa vape mampu untuk membantu kita berhenti merokok, dan saya adalah satu bukti bahawa vape mampu kita berhenti merokok. Encik Irwan sendiri adalah satu bahawa vape mampu untuk kita berhenti merokok. Cuma mereka cakap that's not enough, itu you seorang saja. But now we have research from all over the world that boleh membuktikan bahawa vape mampu untuk membantu kita berhenti merokok. So itu yang saya rasa itu data yang sangat penting.
Okay, dah banyak dalam kita cakap-cakap tadi, saya tengok ada banyak sangat cabaran-cabaran yang datang daripada segi peranan WHO dan sebagainya kan. Apa strategi MOVE dan HAA untuk tangani cabaran-cabaran ni?
Okay, pertamanya kita nak delegates yang pergi ke COP9 ni kan, bila mereka bentuk polisi di COP9, delegates ni datang daripada Malaysia dan mereka akan buat voting di sana. We want this delegate from Malaysia represent kita punya hak, mewakili hak kita, mewakili hak kita di Malaysia. So strategi MOVE dan juga HAA ialah kita very guerrilla lah, you know what we did kan. So kita pergi jumpa the members of parliament, wakil-wakil rakyat yang kebanyakannya wakil rakyat Malaysia ni perokok. Okay, so diorang pun sebenarnya nak berhenti rokok, but they maybe not exposed to other alternative. So kami pergi jumpa diorang, we became close to them, we became friends to these members of parliament, dan diorang ni perokok, dan kita bagi tahu diorang, YB, why not you cuba vape? Kenapa tidak you cuba vape? And diorang cuba, and bila diorang cuba, diorang mampu berhenti merokok. So this is our strategy. Sebenarnya kan Encik Irwan, strategi untuk advocacy lain di negara lain pun samalah. Mungkin you kena tailor-made sedikit strategi you, tapi ini strategi kita di Malaysia. Kita tak payah tengok benda-benda yang teknikal sangat. Kita tengok kepada siapa yang mereka ini yang buat keputusan. Who are the policy makers? Akhirnya benda ni bukan isu kesihatan kepada mereka. Isu ni ialah isu politik. Isu ni tertakluk kepada mereka yang buat keputusan. Tapi bila kita boleh meyakinkan mereka yang buat keputusan secara peribadi, when we can convince the policy makers at the very personal level, bermaksud mereka perokok, they want to quit, kita tolong dia orang berhenti dengan memberikan mereka vape dan dia orang berhenti. So I think this is a very strong strategy. And we have to understand one thing, di Malaysia, members of parliament ni are orang yang sangat berkuasa. They are political warlords. So when they want something, they will voice out. So here, this is what's happening in Malaysia. All these members of parliament from both sides of the aisle memang dah pro vape because they themselves are the evidence. Kita ada satu gerakan di MOVE dan di HAA di mana kita tak mau cerita benda yang teknikal sangat. We just want to talk about we are the evidence. Kamilah bukti yang vape ni baik, mampu untuk berhenti kita merokok. And then here in MOVE we go one step further di mana kita jadikan policy makers, kita jadikan MPs, members of parliament, wakil rakyat sebagai the evidence that vape mampu untuk berhenti merokok. So when they are the evidence, the policy makers themselves are the evidence, mereka then mula be on our side. So dia akan pergi cerita dengan wakil yang akan pergi kepada COP9, dia akan cerita kepada mereka yang duduk, birokrats yang duduk dalam Kementerian Kesihatan, bahawa this is what we want because it can really help. It has helped me on a personal level. Bila saya, Samsul Kamal Arrifin, pergi cakap kat Kementerian Kesihatan, this is the evidence, I am the evidence, dia orang tak dengar. They don't want to listen. Saya siapa? Who am I? Tapi bila members of parliament pergi cakap kat dia orang, I am the evidence that vape mampu untuk berhentikan, buat saya berhenti merokok, they listen. So this is where we see that there seems to be a tipping point where they are more open and they are more receptive towards regulating vape. So this has been our strategy at MOVE and HAA.
Baik, okey, Cik Samsul, akhir kata, apa harapan Cik Samsul dalam isu-isu yang kita bincangkan malam ni?
Okay, of course lah, kita pun dah habis masa dah, we are given 1 hour je kan. Saya cakap banyak, Encik Irwan tak cakap. But because I'm very passionate about this lah, okay, so my hope over what's happening now is that kita over 8 years, 9 years that saya dah usahakan benda ni kan, Irwan, there were times that it became very frustrating sebab kita buat benda ni sendiri. You pun tahu kan, we are one team kan, we are just a small group of people and we are not being paid. Kita buat benda ni sukarelawan. we take our own time and our own effort to bergerakkan benda ni, because at times when it became very frustrating, but we carry on, kita teruskan sebab we feel that this is important. Kita rasa benda ni penting. We feel that this is not just about getting products yang selamat untuk consumer. We don't just think that this is about making sure that mereka yang terlibat dalam bisnes ni boleh terus kembangkan bisnes ini. We feel that this is about life. Ini adalah about menyelamatkan nyawa. This is about saving lives. So this is the last point that I would like to make lah. So I would like to invite everyone as my last point before we end today's session, that semua di Malaysia yang mendengar ni, kalau anda adalah seorang vapor ataupun ahli keluarga anda adalah seorang vapor, it is good that they are vaping daripada dia orang merokok. So untuk kita teruskan perjuangan kita untuk jadi lebih kuat, supaya our voice have weight, ada suara kita ni didengar, diambil kira. Saya minta semua yang mendengar malam ini, sama-samalah terlibat dalam pergerakan MOVE, dalam pergerakan HAA, untuk kita sama-sama membentuk satu masyarakat yang lebih progresif, lebih forthcoming, lebih forward thinking dan lebih sihat. Because what we do here is very, very important, tuan-tuan dan puan, because ianya menyelamatkan nyawa. That is my last point for tonight.
Okay, terima kasih banyak Cik Samsul Arrifin daripada MOVE. Keep on fighting for us, for all the vapors kat Indonesia.
One more point. One more point. It is just not about me, Encik Irwan. Ini bukan saya seorang saja. Pergerakan ini adalah disokong oleh Encik Irwan sendiri dan juga ratusan kawan-kawan di belakang. Saya ni cuma, I'm just a face that voice out what the message that is coming from thousands of people behind me. I'm just the face, just the voice. Tapi sebenarnya kami disokong oleh ribuan orang yang datang daripada golongan profesional, golongan vapers, golongan yang tahu, they know what they are doing. So keep on supporting us, and that's the best way for us to move forward lah. Because as I said, what we do here is important. So that is my last point for tonight. Okay, so dengan itu saya rasa kita akhiri sesi kita pada malam ini. Saya ingin ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang sudi untuk mendengar kita punya sesi. I think we've been very passionate about delivering our points. Saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Encik Irwan Suhaimi daripada Harm Awareness Association. Thank you very much. So I think that's all. Again, I would like to wish everyone a very good night. Assalamualaikum dan kekal sihat dan jaga SOP. Sekian, terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Come across something that's like really kind of bad on it, I'll point that out, or really kind of good on it, I'll point that out. But outside of that, it's really just a presentation. So that's kind of what I've been doing.
Also, it's changed a little bit. I mean, I think most YouTube videos should be presentations these days. They don't necessarily have to be reviews, because there's so many variables in vaping that it's impossible for me to say what this is the best or this is really, really good, because everybody's style of vaping and nicotine strengths and viscosities of liquid, there's just literally millions of variations of it. So it's very, very hard. Between 2010 and 2015, reviewing was fun, because we anticipated some new technology, something new that's going to come out. You get it, you work with it for about a month, and then you do a video, right? But now it's just like the product comes in from China, you go out there, you make a video because you want to be the first one, or because, you know, the Chinese company told you need to put the video out today. And it's just not the same. I remember, you know, when the ProVary was big here in America, you know, when we had variable voltage that came out, it was huge, right? It was huge. And then all of a sudden, the lava tube. Does anybody remember the lava tube? This is a Chinese mod that does variable voltage coming from China, but it doesn't cost $200 as a ProVary. It costs $40. Me and Phil were so excited. We actually got the first lava tubes from China way before everybody else got them. And we were working with it for about a month and a half, going back saying, oh, it does this and it does that. We were very, very excited to do that with no pressure of putting a video yet until we fully understood the technology. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen today. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 products in a row that all do the same thing. They're pod systems, You put 50 milligram liquid inside, you vape it, you get vapor. It's all the same thing. So the excitement, it's not there. It's more of a business than it is an excitement.
Just like
of
the
reviewing.
marriage system which you were talking about
Yes,
right now.
yes, just like the marriage system. Yes.
So
I think more reviewers should be more honest about. I'm sorry. I think more reviewers should be more honest. This is a presentation of the product. This is what it does. This is how I feel about it. If it's my style of vaping, and this is what comes in the package. This is how you adjust it. It should be more. I don't think there should be considered reviews as much as they used to be in the old days, where there was a limited amount of product and people would have to order it online. There was no stores and so forth and so forth. So it's definitely changed from the early days.
Yeah, when I first started doing reviews, they were reviews. They were absolutely reviews of the product. I mean, really, one of the reasons why I started doing reviews was because when I was doing it, there were no vape shops, right? So people couldn't go into a physical store and hold and feel and touch the product, right? They couldn't do that. So it was up to me to describe to the person who was watching, how does it feel? How does it work? How does it function? How hard is it to push the button, right? And that's what I was doing. I was reviewing the product to make to allow the consumer to make a better educated decision on where to spend their money, right? And that's kind of when I enjoyed reviewing. Reviewing now has become more of a business for a lot of people on YouTube. I mean, this is how people earn a living, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think when it started to become more of that than what I started out doing, it kind of turned me off a little bit too, right? I still do it, and I do it in my way, but it's not a business for me. That's not how I make my income. I'm actually very, very happy and very lucky that I've always been had the opportunity to earn a living without having to do it with the reviews, right?
I remember back.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think you have so many followers because you do that. You're true to your reviews. You don't do it to pimp the product. You do it because you feel for the product, and that is why you have so many followers who are loyal followers. They don't.
And I will tell you, I can vouch for that.
Somebody thanking him for the reviews, honestly.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, guys. I appreciate that.
When I go down to Florida to visit Phil, and I go quite often, 4 or 5 times a year, I walk into his house and, I see him using a device. And I was like, what's that? He's like, it's next up for review. I mean, he literally picks up the devices and uses them for a week before he does the video. I mean, he goes through the process and the experience, even today, which is very rare. I can tell you that most reviewers just open up the package and they shoot the video. So I can vouch for that, number one. But number two, I will tell you that it's very hard to stay motivated in that unless it's a business, right? Because if it's not a business, if you don't have the excitement of doing it, then there's really no reason to do it. I remember one time in I think it was 2016 or 2017, maybe 2016, I looked at my desk and I had 10 sub-ohm tanks. I had Sense, Freemax, Aspire, Kangaroo. I had 10 sub-ohm tanks on my desk, and I called Phil literally on his cell phone. And I said, Phil, I'm looking at these 10 tanks that are on my desk. And I said, guess what? He says, what? I said, they all do the same goddamn thing. All of them. They all do the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. There's just what can you do in a video to separate one, you have a tank, you put liquid inside, it hits the coil, you hit it at 70 watts, you get vapor. Okay. So, if you want to talk about the small details that would differentiate these tanks, I would literally have to spend 6 months going through them and to be able to bring those small distinctions between one another. Well, nobody does that. I mean, nobody today does that for sure. So yeah, it's hard. It's very hard.
I don't even have to go to the chat. Even I, when I started vaping, used to only go to your videos for reviews and understanding the product.
I appreciate that. That's one of the questions I used to get a lot was like, what tank tastes better? Does this tank taste better? Or does this tank taste better? Any reviewer who would tell you, oh, it's this one, right? Without just ask the question and they say it's that one. Either it's like that much better or they're blowing vape up your ass, right?
Yeah.
Because the only way that I can tell you what tank tastes better is to take both tanks, fill them up with the same e-liquid, and start going like this. And even then, it's hard to tell, right? And go like this, and then say this one. So, like, if anybody ever asked me that online or in an email, I would say it would take me a while because I have to take both tanks out, set them all up the same way, and try it. So yeah, you do. You actually use the product, right?
Also, so I can get a little bit serious here as well, just for a few minutes, and then we'll get back to the fun. But vapers make that mistake as well too. If there's something that I have to tell your viewers in India is, don't be a closed mind vapor because it hurts the industry. Okay, I can't tell you how many times vapors themselves will get that question from somebody. So somebody that's smoking looks at him and says, "Hey, what's the best vape device?" And the person that's vaping will tell him, "This is the best. The one that they're using is the best device," which is the wrong answer. It might not necessarily just because you like it doesn't make it the best device. So the way to answer that is to start asking questions. How much do you smoke? How long have you been smoking? How dependent you are on nicotine? Where do you work? Try to find the device that's going to match them and not necessarily the device that you're going to match. Prime example is in 2019, I was walking in my hometown in Athens from my house down to the store, and I find a classmate of mine. We went to high school together. I mean, 30 years later, I just happened to see him in the middle of the street. So we start talking. And he says, what are you involved in? And I said, I'm doing vaping, blah, blah, blah. I got a couple stores here and all that. He's like, oh, I tried vaping back in 2016 and I spent all this money and it didn't work for me. So I asked him, I said, what did you use? He says, well, a friend of mine, I asked a friend of mine and he told me to go get the Alien kit with Baby Beast tank and liquid at the store. So he goes to the store, he gets an Alien device, he gets a Baby Beast tank, he gets 4 18650 batteries. Of course, you have to buy a charger because you have 4 18650 batteries. You buy his charger and he buys a big bottle of 3 milligram liquid. All in 140 euros at the time. That's a lot of money. 140 euros for somebody that spends 4 euros to buy a pack of cigarettes is a lot of money. But, he wanted to give it a try. So he gets this whole kit. He goes back home, he's trying to get nicotine in his body. He can't get it quick enough. And what ended up happening is a week later, he went back to cigarettes. It didn't work for them. And it was because of his friend that gave him the wrong advice. So just on a serious note, it's not only the industry that's making mistakes, but sometimes us vapors, we make mistakes. I took him down to my store. I gave him an INNCO T20S with a bottle of 12 milligram liquid, all in $20, all in $20. And he hasn't had a cigarette since because that's what he needed to quit smoking.
I hear you, Dimitri. Before the ban, I used to have a vape store, and I can totally relate to what you're saying. I mean, the bad advice will put people off vaping because they see a new person. You can talk to them and convince them about vaping, but the person who comes and says, "I've already tried and it doesn't work," it's very difficult to get him to try again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think most of the time it happens because they have the wrong equipment. I mean, it really does.
Exactly.
And they're influenced by their friends. I have customers that come in Greece and they say, I want to buy this. And I'm like, listen, don't spend $80 right now. And they don't believe me. Like, they find it weird that I will tell them not to spend 80 and spend 20, right? But they really appreciate that once it works. And then they're going to come back and they're going to spend more money. But if you're trying to get $80 from the beginning and you give them the wrong device, you've lost the customer. So when customers come, we try to get them in as cheap as possible because I know if they quit smoking, they become a loyal customer and they're going to bring their friends. The most difficult customers I have are the ones that come in that said, my friend said that this is the best electronic cigarette to have. And we try to explain to them, yes, for him, it might be. But for you, you smoke 3 packs of Lucky Strikes with no filter. This is not going to work for you. Trust us. We know what we're doing. So yeah, just be very, very conscious about the advice that you give to smokers. So it's very, very important to go back to that, like we did in the early days, and help people quit smoking.
I think it's time to take a little from the viewers. Christian Dunga says that it's been 4 months since he quit smoking, but he's getting a lot of flack. I mean, he's from Brazil, now in India. and he asks, why are people so disgusted by nicotine? Then Raj says,
Are they
MTL tanks? Okay.
Let's answer that first one.
Well, first of all, let me ask you this: are they disgusted by nicotine, or are they disgusted by vaping?
Well, I think yeah, I think what he's trying to
he
say
says
is
nicotine.
Yeah, nicotine, because there's this big misconception. So the governments have done a great job, right, of brainwashing people. So when what the government has taught their citizens is every time you see this, that's cancer. No matter what's coming out, as long as they see it's cancer, right?
Yeah.
So they've convoluted nicotine with cancer, which we know these two things are not even relatedly close, right? So if somebody has been educated like that and it's coming from your government, usually you trust your government. Well, not so much the last couple of years, but over years, you've learned to trust your government. If your government tells you that nicotine is bad and it's altering your brain and it's going to cause cancer and it's going to... So when you see it, naturally, you're going to be afraid of it. You know, when I'm vaping sometimes in public, people go like this. You know, that's just psychologically, they've been trained like that. So we have done a poor job as an industry trying to educate people of what the message is. The message is that nicotine does not kill, but smoke kills, right? That's the message that we should be getting across. So don't take it personally to our friend from Brazil. Don't take it personally. That's just where we are. All it takes is 5 minutes of you explaining yourself and say, hey, look into the facts. Let me show you the Royal College of Physicians report. Let me show you a couple of things here for you to understand that nicotine is not the problem, but smoke is the problem, and try to educate one person at a time. Unfortunately, we don't have money to go on NBC and Fox News and tell everybody like these guys do, like our government does, but we can, one person at a time, try to change their mind.
Yeah, nicotine is not the enemy, right? The enemy is the delivery system that nicotine has been associated with for so many years. That's the enemy, right? And unfortunately, that's it. Nicotine is associated with that, so therefore, nicotine is the evil and is the enemy. You know, if you're from Brazil, you know coffee, right? So I always do this comparison. Well, you know, what if nicotine came from a bean? And to get the nicotine out of the bean, you took the bean and you dry roasted the bean, and then you ground up the bean and you made a delicious coffee flavored beverage to get your nicotine. Well, then nicotine wouldn't be the enemy anymore, wouldn't it? Would it, right? Because it would be caffeine at that point. So if you got your caffeine here, you got your nicotine here. I mean, they're actually very, very similar. What I would recommend is maybe even go and do some research on the benefits of nicotine, because there are some studies out there that show you benefits of nicotine, and you nowhere will you read that nicotine causes cancer, because it doesn't, right? So just like sometimes knowledge is power. And to have that knowledge so that when somebody is like, oh, you know, you say, well, actually, no, here's the truth, right? Knowledge is power.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to interrupt for a moment, guys. We've had a lot of serious talks, but I need to get this clear. I need to know this. See, Phil, you basically do reviews only after you've been intimate with the product and you know it inside out. You want to be very genuine when you're giving the review, right? And you've been very intimate with Dimitri now, right?
That's true.
I'm worried about where this is going. Yeah,
more than I want to. Trust me.
Do you know? I've seen him in his underwear more than like anybody. I've seen anybody else in their underwear. That's true. That's true.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
I don't like to wear pants, so when we're in a hotel together, I just take my pants off and I'm just in my underwear. You know, I just feel comfortable. So
here comes the question.
That's great. Yeah. So my question is, now that you've known him all this while, how difficult do you think it is for somebody to cope up with him?
How difficult is it for somebody to?
If somebody was to like, how difficult would it be for his wife to be with him?
Yes. How difficult would it be to be with me, basically, after you've reviewed me and you spent so much time with me?
Oh, you want me to review Dimitri?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Well, first of all, how long is the show? Because it's not long enough. Okay. Here is. I will give you Dimitri in a nutshell. I can review him really quick. Okay. This is what I've said about Dimitri several times. He is the worst best friend a guy could possibly have. That's it, right? He's we butt heads a lot. I mean, we do. We butt heads behind the scenes a lot. He's definitely more of the business mind. I'm more of the technical mind, and sometimes that just doesn't work together very well. I think at a certain level, he thinks at a different level, and sometimes he's got to say, "Hey, Phil, come on down here. We need to be a little bit more realistic about this stuff." Sometimes I get very, very pig-headed about what I want, and he talks some sense into me. I take everything personally. I take everything.
Sure.
Like, you have no idea how personally I
Very
take
sensitive.
everything.
Very sensitive.
I'm very sensitive, and he helps me through that. He's actually helped me through some difficult times in my life, recent times too, that I would not have been able to get by without him. So, he's a great friend. But there are times when I want him more as a friend than I want him as somebody that we do business together. Does that make sense?
That does. It does.
Yeah. But
Have you ever wanted to hit him on the head with a hammer?
Oh God, yeah. I'm sure he has.
What's that? What was that?
Are there times that you want to hit me on the head with a hammer?
Oh my God, you have no idea. Hammer? No, that's too small. Yeah, absolutely. Like, we've had argument. We've had breakups.
Yeah,
we've had breakups. Where I would be like, I've just fucking had it. I've had it, man. And it's just like, I just don't want to talk to him, and it'll go like for a week. I said something wrong to him. This was years ago. Oh my God, that was a full on breakup. Like, we didn't talk for like a month. I actually went to his wife and asked his wife, is he okay? What's going on? And then we started talking again eventually. But
I mean, it's just like any relationship. There's ups and downs. Yeah, absolutely. There's just like any relationship. I will tell you, everybody has their own personality, right? So I have this talent, this this skill, if you want to call it, to pick up on weakness. And then when I pick up on something that's weak, I like to make fun of it. So I only do that with my friends. I don't do that with people that are not my friends. But Phil is like so easy to pick up on. For example, Phil used to wear Skechers shoes a lot, which they're a very comfortable shoe. Don't get me wrong, but they're not stylish at all. I mean, they're just old people wear Skechers. I mean, that's just the truth, right? So I picked up on him wearing Skechers, and then like the pink thing, I made it into an entire saga drama, like an Indian soap opera. I made Skechers I tore him up. So for 2-3 months on the internet, I was making fun of the Skechers. The next time that we met, me and Phil were traveling to go to China. He shows up at the airport and he's wearing Tommy Hilfiger shoes. So that's how much I can get into his head, which it makes it fun. I know it bothers him sometimes, but he knows I'm just joking. But that's just the special talent that I have. And sometimes when I push it too far, he does get on there. But like I said earlier,
but I would love to have that talent on my side when we start fighting the government. We are fighting the government to reverse the ban. So to pick on their weakness and to be at it until they do the other thing. I mean, that would be a great.
But I think that's why I'm so effective in my advocacy here in America as well too. At least for my state, in Tennessee since 2014 that I've had this association, I've been able to do that on a political level, and I've been able to avoid taxes, flavor bans, restrictions on vaping, because I've been able to network and talk to these politicians in a way that they can understand, number one, what the product is, and number two, they can understand that if they pass some laws that are going to affect small businesses, it's going to hurt them in a political scope as well too. But yeah, I do take that not to the extremes as I do with Phil for sure, but I do pick up on some weaknesses that maybe a bill has that comes across. Last year they were trying to pass 5 cents per meal tax here in Tennessee. And I did pick up on the weaknesses of the bill, and I was able to go to the sponsor and a couple of other people that were co-sponsoring the bill and have that bill removed completely. And again, demolish the 7% wholesale tax that was coming this year to Tennessee as well too. So yeah, it does work in my favor in some spots, but it does piss off Phil a lot. That's
it does. Like he looks for that crack And then once he finds that crack, he inserts a jackhammer into it, and he starts going like this until you can't.
I do.
Anymore. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I do, but it's fun. I mean, it keeps everybody on our toes, and it's part of our relationship. You know, the bromance is real. When I tell you that it's like this, it's worse when we're off camera because there's a lot of stuff that we can say that we can't say on camera. But it's fun. It's what I look forward to, and you know, the last couple of years have been challenging because we haven't been traveling as much, but at some point I spent more time in a hotel with Phil than I did in the bed with my wife. I mean, that is just, I mean, it's an amazing statistic. We traveled 140, 150,000 miles a year across the globe. So we spent a lot of time together, and I was just trying to keep it fresh, you know, by busting his balls, you know, just make it interesting.
I'm sure people who've been married for more than 5 years are very envious of you guys.
Can I ask one last serious question before we wind up? What are your thoughts on synthetic nicotine to take tobacco completely out of the picture and change the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very interesting proposition, especially here in America, because the law was written based on tobacco nicotine. Synthetic nicotine was never mentioned in the Tobacco Control Act of 2009. So I will start in the U.S. first, then I'll take it internationally as well. A way of skirting the regulations here in America has been for products to use synthetic nicotines. And we've seen that with a lot of disposables that are coming out now that are being sold in the market here. And basically the companies themselves are saying, there's nothing you can do about it. And, you know, partially they're right, because there are no restrictions to synthetic nicotine. You don't have to follow PMTA. The problem becomes with the government is when you challenge them openly like that. Like if I was making synthetic nicotine, I would go to the government first and say, hey, look, you know, we have this product. Can we make an arrangement of me selling it in this country? You get a little piece. That way I'm protected. If you go out in the government and you challenge them and embarrass them, because that's exactly what the companies did here. They've embarrassed the FDA. It's very easy for the government to say, well, synthetic nicotine tomorrow is Schedule 3, or it's a pharmaceutical product and you have to apply through the pharmaceutical route for you to sell it in America. They can do that overnight, literally. I mean, not overnight. It's going to take a little bit, but they can do it. And what happens in America is being copied across the world. So I think short-term synthetic nicotine is a good solution. Again, on synthetic nicotine, there's good synthetic nicotine, there's bad synthetic, just like freebase, the same thing. There's good and bad. I think it's a good short-term solution, but I think in the long run, governments will adjust very, very quickly based on what the U.S. does. And as soon as the U.S. deems it pharmaceutical, you're going to see the rest of the world follow suit as well, too.
I'll actually answer the question from a completely different perspective, if that's okay. Because in this tank, right, I have watermelon peach, the #1 best-selling flavor in the unsalted line. It's very delicious. You should try this if you can. In this tank right here, I have an orchard blend. I actually like, you know, sometimes I like to switch it up. I don't
know if you can show that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. But it's a synthetic nic product, right? The first time I tried a synthetic nicotine, I think it was like maybe a China show that we went to. I can't remember what it was, but I didn't like it. I really didn't like it. And the reason why I didn't like it is because I couldn't get throat hit from it. I absolutely need throat hit from my vape. If I don't have it, I'm not satisfied. I'm not happy. So Five Pawns said they sent me this new synthetic nicotine that they were using, and they said, here, try it. And I expected to have the same experience, right? I expected like no throat hit and I wouldn't be satisfied. Complete opposite. I can't tell the difference between my freebase and the synthetic nicotine that they're using in their product, which is kind of cool, right? I mean, because if that works for me, then I kind of know that it's going to work for other people as well. So if we get into the situation where maybe this is what you have to use, I think it's going to continue to work for people because it does for me. Very satisfying. Like I said, I can't tell the difference.
Also, from a business perspective, keep in mind that there's grades. You know, we have a lab that's making nicotine, right? So, you know, we don't know what they're putting in, number one. I mean, there's nothing wrong with good old freebase, you know, tobacco-derived nicotine. It's been used for years in pharmaceutical products and NRT products. There's nothing wrong. Good USPS clean nicotine is good. However, synthetic nicotine, I've tried many in the market for my clients. I will tell you that there are different grades, number one. So we don't know what these people are putting in, right? Where it's coming from, who's making it. Number two, it's very, very good. Synthetic nicotine is $10,000 US dollars per kilogram. Now compare that to $900 of free-base nicotine, right? So good synthetic nicotine is financially not feasible right now for open vapor, meaning if I'm going to make a 12 milligram bottle of 60 ml bottle of synthetic nicotine, it's going to cost retail $30 or up even more. So financially, it's not there yet. If more people start using it, the price will come down, but you can't compare the production of regular nicotine versus synthetic. We're talking about millions and millions, of gallons of free-base nicotine versus, a couple hundred gallons of synthetic nicotine. So obviously the cost right now is not feasible for everybody to start using it.
Right.
But down the line, we can expect innovation to happen. And if that's the only way we can get it to be legal, so that may not be, maybe
I
an
think
option
right
in
now,
some countries.
I mean, it depends on how your law is written. I think it might be a way to be able to skirt it. But then again, it's going to be a short-term solution if you don't go to the government first. The mistake is if you just put a product out there and say, oh, guess what, government of India or any government, I am playing you around because this product is not covered. The government is not going to stand for that. They're going to come up with some law to be able to capture that as well, too. I think in every instance of our industry, we have failed to educate and get across with the government before we try to do something. And the problem is that governments don't like to be embarrassed in front of their citizens. No politician wants to be embarrassed in front of their citizens. So what I would do in a country that has a ban, I would go talk to the government about it and try to find a way where I can market this product and sell this product, but also assure the government that they're going to get a little piece of it. That's how every other industry does it. We're talking about the oil industry, the cigarette industry, all these vices, everything that's, brings money. Always first they go to the government. That's why we see laws come out that protect them. And as long as the government gets a little piece of it, I think everybody's going to be happy. It's all about the money. It's not about your health.
I see, Phil, what you mean by he sees the business angle every time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but on that note, guys, I have just one last question to ask you today. And that is, when will you be joining us next? When can we have the pleasure of your company on our show?
Oh, anytime. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, yeah.
I'm going to hold you on to that.
Yeah, anytime.
Dimitri will send you his PayPal account, and we'll just we'll talk about it.
PayPal's banned in India, guys.
The bad thing, is that I'm Phil's secretary as well too. I mean, you noticed that through this process when you told me, I sent him the links, the times. I got to do all that shit like I'm his bitch, So, but send it to me, and I'll make sure that we're available. Look, for us, spreading the knowledge and having fun or talking serious stuff is very important to us. We really, really enjoy that, especially in especially in the American market, because the American market has changed tremendously in the last year and a half. And it doesn't make us happy anymore. I mean, it really doesn't. So being able to internationally reach out and talk to other countries, and try to prevent the mistakes that we made is very, very important to us. Greece is the prime example. I'm on the association there as a member. I'm not in the, even though a lot of people want me to be, I can't because I'm not in Greece. But we had a meeting a month ago, and I stood up and I said, listen, we have seen what America has done wrong. Don't do the same mistakes. Create some labeling guidelines by yourself, right? Back in 2015, I tried to do that here in America. Don't put cartoons on bottles of liquid is what we told them in 2015. Nobody give a shit. Everybody started putting cartoons. And what did the government do? They used that against us. So now in Greece, I saw some labels coming out and I said, you don't wait for the government. You as an association set the standards today and say, look, if you're going to create a bottle of liquid and put it on the market, you can't have cartoons on it. It has to have these warnings on it. Do it yourself, right? So this is the kind of stuff that we can share with across the world. Just one small example of what we can do in other countries to prevent the tragedy that has happened in America. And it really is a tragedy because our industry never took this product seriously.
I'll share a little something with you guys real quick. so we were talking about reviewing before, right? And like Dimitri said, these products all for the most part they work very, very similar. There's very little innovation. I think like the census from INNCO, the census. I mean, that's kind of innovation. That's something very, very different. One of the main reasons why I still continue to do reviews at this point is so that somebody who watches me, who has been watching me for years, will say, hey, you know what? He's able to still vape and he's never gone back to smoking. Well, that's going to give me the motivation to do that too. Or somebody is going to find me and say, hey, you know what? That guy's, he's 52 years, very good looking 52 years old. I might add.
Old, very old.
You know, he's
100%. Yeah.
Thank you. Like that guy's 52 years old and he vapes. And let me listen to him because I can relate to him. Right. And I think it's important that we have all kinds of people out there in the public so that people can find somebody they can relate to. Maybe they can relate to somebody with green hair better. Maybe they can relate to somebody that's covered in tattoos better. Maybe they can relate to a 52-year-old that doesn't have any tattoos, that was a former engineer better. Right.
Or somebody that matches the cushions of his couch with his shirt.
Absolutely.
I mean, that could possibly happen as well too. Yeah.
So I think it's more important for me to continue to do what I do, not necessarily to review a product, but instead to motivate people to not smoke and to continue to vape. I think that I think I have a stronger benefit there. So there you go.
100%. And
yeah, I mean, senior citizens like Phil need to quit smoking.
See the son of a bitch.
It's
See,
very,
you see
very
what I'm saying?
important. I mean,
You see
they
what
need
I'm
to.
saying? You see what I mean? I say something very serious. I come from the heart, and this is what the son of a bitch does all the fucking time.
It's true, though.
Also from the minute we
Unbelievable.
Older people have been smoking many more years than the young people, so
you see what I'm doing? And by the way,
for them to quit smoking.
I'm only like 1 or 2 years older than him. Don't let him.
2.5 years. 2.5 years.
Bullshit. Because I remember. Do I have a pair in front of me? I don't. I remember because as you get older, sometimes you need to use the cheaters. You need to use the reader glasses, right, to be able to read. I remember the first time I took a pair out. And I put them on. Oh my God, he lost his fucking mind. He's like, he starts taking pictures and he's putting them on Facebook. Look at the old man. He needs glasses. I can't believe it. I needs glasses. All of a sudden, one day he woke up and he needed glasses.
True, that's true.
Right? And he did. But but he won't even wear them. He won't even put them on. God forbid I get a picture of him with those goddamn glasses on. He would rather walk into a fucking wall than put those glasses on.
I'm smart.
That's how he is.
I'm smart.
Yeah.
That's right.
So you get an idea of what I got to deal with, guys.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I do. I'm looking forward to dealing with it myself too. Now that I'm in touch with the two of you, I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and I'm going to stay in touch with you guys.
Good.
Yes, absolutely.
On that note, I think we're going to end tonight's show. At least we'll keep the discussion going after the show.
Kanav, the tragedy with this format is that all our audience is virtual, and if this had been a live show, we would have got a standing ovation. So I do it on behalf of
thank you so much.
I've been doing it from the start, guys. Don't forget. I would still have a standing ovation.
I would stand up, but I don't have any pants on. I
really
And believe me, nobody wants to see that. You actually want to get views, right? Well, he would do it at the end of the show, yeah.
Yeah, but hey, listen, it was great. It was great being with you guys and talking to you guys and getting to know you a little bit better. And we wish nothing but the best for your country and your citizens, whether it comes to COVID or whether it comes to smoke. And both very, very important. We don't like to see people die from either. But it's nice to be able to relate our humor to you guys as well too, because it's sometimes challenging with different cultures. So the fact that you guys can pick up on our humor and see that we need to have a little bit of fun. I mean, in our industry, every day is a struggle. Every day I wake up, I look at my RSS feed and I'm like, where did they screw vaping today, right? What city, what state, what country? Every day I wake up to this. So being able to, at least me and Phil, bring a little bit of humor to this discussion, I think is very, very important for all of us, for our sanity as well too, and for the viewers' sanity as well too.
Now do me a favor and tell them what you really do every morning when you wake up.
I go pee.
No.
Oh yeah, I make sure this is true. Every morning I wake up, I ask myself, how can I make Phil Busardo's life easier? Which is true. Like, I wake up to these messages. Just the other day, he's like, I don't have the number on my apps to know that if I have a notification. So I literally had to give him instructions how to go on his phone and get the notifications back on his apps. I'm not even Indian. I knew how to do that. And I gave him all the instructions, and I was like, here, go.
But the reason
now
why
you know us for that. We can help
I
you.
watch a lot of Indian reviewers for I have an obsession with cell phones, so
Yeah.
I watch a lot of Indian reviewers. I like international dual SIM phones, and you know, here in the United States we don't get them, so I watch a lot of Indian reviewers on.
I will say that, but there's a reason why I go to him for that kind of information, okay? Because Dimitri can work his cell phone and social media better than any 16-year-old on the planet. He's amazing with it. He really is. Like, he's unbelievable.
By the way, can I get to make a request while I'm here and we have some? Why do you know what's a very big pet peeve of mine is Indian reviewers that mix both their language and English in the same sentence. Have you seen these reviews? They'll start a review and they'll talk a little bit of English and then they'll talk Indian and then English again. And why do they do that? Just make one video in English.
What you're talking about. मैंने तो कभी नहीं देखा ऐसा होता हुआ.
Make one video in English and one video in Indian for put subtitles on the back. Why are you mixing me up? Like, I'm listening.
It's called English, and it's you know, like the Indian head wobble thingy, which is very popular in the West. It's the same thing. English is a concept where they mix their local language and English and they speak. It happens.
I get it, but I get lost. It's like, it's like, oh, no, the new model Snapdragon 888. I was like, what? What did he say? Was that something I should pay attention to? Should I know that? What is that? But,
don't worry, Dimitri. You have us. We'll translate anything and everything that you want. Henceforth, every review which you watch, you just send it to me. I'll translate the Indian part and send it back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Will do.
Once the COVID restrictions are over, we'll invite you to India. You can come and experience that firsthand. That's the way half the country talks. We talk mixed English and vernacular. We mix that, and it's just natural. We don't do it
sign language is a very crucial part of our communication. Like half of the conversation is usually with signs. So,
really? Oh, that's Italian. Italians do that all the time.
We talk with that. Absolutely.
I don't think I should be doing that on screen.
We'd love to come there. India, Dubai. We had 14 trips scheduled last year. We had 14 international trips that all got canceled due to COVID. So, and one of them was Dubai as well too. But it's unfortunate, but it's me and Phil have talked about it as well to be able to go to these countries that we had. I mean, France, the first time that we went to France, it was exciting. You know, we saw the Eiffel. Then we've been, 12 times to France. So it's not as exciting, not that it's exciting to go see the vaping industry. It was just not as exciting. But going to a place you've never been before, like India, and meeting with people that you've talked to online, and you have this common thing that, hey, look, I mean, think about how amazing that is. The only reason that I'm talking to you is because we quit smoking with vaping. I mean, how powerful is that, right? So the fact that we can possibly come to India and meet up with these people and see the country and see your culture and talk about vaping is just an extraordinary thing that we would never in a million years would we have the opportunity to do if we were still smoking.
It's absolutely true. I mean, you think about it, like vaping gave me my best friend in Dimitri, and it gave me my worst nightmare in Dimitri. Really, both.
It's true.
Yeah. No, but we do look forward to, as and when things improve and travels are not an issue anymore. We would really, really love it if you guys would come here.
Absolutely.
AVI has people all scattered all over India, and we'll make sure you get the entire country tour, because India has a lot of different cultures. It's not just one standard culture. So
by the way, we can't bring our vape gear inside, right?
Don't worry. We'll tell you how you can get.
I got another
Don't
question.
worry about that. I told you
how
about
when Phil travels, he has an inflatable doll. Is that allowed for him to bring it in?
Yeah, that's allowed for the time.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And a pump too, it goes with it, because he doesn't want to blow it. Okay, all right. Okay, no problem. So I just want to make sure.
It's human nature. You need that release. So
absolutely. It's very important for him. Very, very, very important.
I can understand. Habits can be difficult to get rid of. Yeah.
Like when celebrities go to a hotel.
But you have to wear pants. Huh? But you have
You know
to
how
get that.
celebrities, when they go to somewhere, they have a list of demands. I have to make
Rider.
sure his demands are met as well too.
You gotta,
That's fine.
I got a rider. I come with a rider. Yeah.
Come with the rider, yes. Vape, curry, and an inflatable blow up doll. Guys. So that's a party in itself, right there.
Oh my God.
All right, we said it all.
Okay, so on that note, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Hope you guys are all safe. If you can, please stay in your house. Don't get out. Times are bad. You know, COVID is spreading everywhere. And sanitize, wear masks. Your safety is important to us in all which ways, be it quitting smoking or be it staying back away from the COVID. It is crucial for us. Stay safe. Thank you so much for joining us. We love you all. And thank you, Dimitri and Phil, for this presence. It was amazing. You guys were, personally, I'm a big fan of you guys, but the show was probably the most fun show I have had till now. The humor, the jokes, and the knowledge was unbelievable. And I'm going to need you guys to come back because there are a lot of serious topics which I did not touch today. And, I'd like to bring them up in the future
Absolutely.
when times are a little better. And thank you, Pradeep Bhai, for making sure this can all be arranged. Right? And thank you so much, AVI.
Thank you for having us.
Background.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
With nearly 3 million users of various risky forms of smoked and smokeless tobacco, India records over 1 million deaths annually due to tobacco use. Sadly, India is the world's capital for oral cancers. Better tools for early diagnosis of oral cancers, precancerous lesions, and timely cessation support by healthcare practitioners could help in preventing these deaths.
In the northeast of India, tobacco use along with areca nut is very common. The use also starts very early in life. Use among women is very high, and so is the incidence of oral cancer. My research with Professor Saran is the domain of early biomarker discovery for cancer.
Northeast Cancer Hospital and Research Institute, near Guwahati of Assam, is the tertiary referral center for cancer treatment and research of this entire Northeast region. Unfortunately, many patients, near about 85% of patients, are coming to our institute in a very advanced stage, mainly stage 3 and stage 4, where prognosis is very bad. So being an oncosurgeon, last 30 years treating doctors in this region, my belief is that if we can diagnose the cases in early stage, or if we can prevent the occurrence of cancer in oral cavity, I think we will win the battle. Because early diagnosis is very important for the curative treatment of the cancer in oral cavity.
Our team at Northeastern Hill University Shillong, in collaboration with Center for Health Research and Education, the Northeast Cancer Hospital and Research Institute, and partnering with Bethany Outreach Hospital, organized an oral screening camp in a small rural town, Nongpo, in Meghalaya. I believe such camps allow clinicians, lab scientists, public health researchers, and young budding scientists of the future to come together. With the help of CHRE, we plan to build up on the experience from these camps and learn how, at the ground level, how tobacco is being used and how it manifests in cancer, and hope to mitigate the tobacco harm in the future in this part of India. Thank you.
We want to build a repository of annotated images we believe that is the first of its kind. We will train, test, and use our AI tools in the field in the deep rural interiors of India and beyond, thus allowing an early screening and diagnosis of oral lesions. Ultimately, we want to be able to give opportunistic cessation advice to tobacco and Arakanut users who need it the most, especially those with early and reversible lesions. This is a targeted, efficient, and holistic tobacco harm reduction. At the Center for Health Research and Education, we continue to contribute to reducing harms from tobacco use by facilitating early screening and diagnosis of tobacco-induced oral cancers and providing evidence-based cessation training to healthcare professionals to help their patients live happier, healthier, and longer lives.
I'm doing it every day. After 10 minutes, after 5 minutes. If I quit that, I feel like headache very badly.
I was feeling very bad about myself, that what am I doing to myself?
I feel like hell. I feel like hell. My mind will not work.
I started smoking when I was at a youth club.
Lost from the start.
I was 8 years old.
6.
But I'll fight till the end. Ignite the spark.
I'm not able to quit.
Stitch up the ends.
It has bound me to smoking.
Light up the dark.
It's hard to continue to try.
Fight till the end.
There are health issues, but they can be controlled. A friend of mine once told me that if in case you're smoking like 5 cigarettes a day, drink 1 glass of pineapple juice.
It's having a lot of water and then puking it out. So I purify my body every day. That's why I think I haven't faced any problem.
I used to smoke a hard cigarette, then now I'm smoking a light cigarette.
You should do running every day, so it will not affect your lungs at all.
It's not actually the cigarette that gives you what they say, the disease.
No consistency between the two medical institutions. One place is really proud of you and acknowledges that, vaping is healthier, and the other place treated it just like it was still tobacco. There's just a lot of confusion.
What we've found globally is that you can see very clearly a very high lack of knowledge that needs to be addressed.
One of the challenges that you have is a population that is not informed. This is what the nicotine does. It's a stimulant, it excites you. What are the side effects? We don't even know that, even as doctors. And part of the problem is where the scientific community thinks the general population is too dumb, and instead of giving them the information, they give them instructions of what to do, what not to do.
And we still do this in public health. We exaggerate the harms or the risks or the effects because we're trying to get people to change their behaviour, but I've learned that's not the right way to do it. We need to stick to the truth, and we need to give people true and accurate information.
Whether it's Diet Pepsi, an e-cigarette, a combustible cigarette, a piece of meat, let us get into the habit of people being informed about what they put into their bodies and how their body interacts with it. So we now need to deal with it, dismantle it, and talk about raw data, scientific information, and evidence.
If you're going to encourage somebody to either go onto a nicotine replacement therapy, a medicated solution, or to a wide range of harm reduction options, they clearly are going to have to feel comfortable that their risk is going to really come down and not just leave them at the same state they would be if they were smoking. They know how dangerous it is generally, but they don't know what are the best solutions. Putting those in their hands would actually be a big step forward.
I know about the risks. Just a few years ago in South Africa, they started putting it on the cigarette packs. When you buy your packet of cigarettes, it's in front of you, but yeah, that's just, we just don't stop, we just go on smoking.
While the focus, probably rightly initially, was on the higher level policy interventions that government can take and that have mass-based impact, there wasn't much consideration given to cessation and virtually none to harm reduction.
The ideal life is nobody eats too much, nobody drives a dangerous car, nobody drinks, and nobody smokes. But that's not going to happen because there's always going to be people who would love smoking, who would love drinking, and who would love eating.
Never tried quitting it. I've heard of my friends that tried quitting, went on programs. 6 months later, they're just back on the cigarettes again.
And if we cannot eliminate the drinking, eating, and smoking, then the realistic alternative is to look for measures to reduce the risk of those habits.
If I'm alone in the house cleaning, I will look, where's my cigarette? That's my companion, it's a friend of mine, yeah. And if I don't have, I will do anything to go get one, or ask the neighbor for one, or go buy me one.
I don't think there was a day went by when I didn't miss smoking for some reason, and it wasn't the nicotine. A lot of people think, well, it's because you're addicted and all that sort of thing, but it wasn't. It was all the other things around it, you know, the fact that it was a social thing, the fact that all my friends were still smoking. And I kind of missed the whole thing about it. It was something that I enjoyed, and I think for every day that I was given up, it felt like a loss.
In many parts of the world, high associations with coffee or the first meal or drinking or socializing or being with friends, those things give context to what we're doing. I think the assumption that we often make that there's going to be one solution that can be determined by, let's say, WHO sitting in Geneva and saying what is best for the world is simply not going to work.
We can't go in, especially if you come from a different culture, go in and tell them what to do. We must develop their capacity for them to apply their worldview to the problem in an ecological way, to understand all of the influences, and then they will then tell us what they would do. How would they fix it? That's what's fascinating. That's what we need to find out.
A lot of it has to do with what has culturally been acceptable over years, what's been on the market, what have people grown up with, what do they know the most about? And you've got a long history of how people have associated with certain products.
In order to be worshipping your God, you must do what gods do. Many of them did use tobacco or related forms, smoking.
The whole world of tobacco control needs to actually start taking a more segmented approach to what we're trying to do, moving towards what matters for them as an individual and where do they get their identity from. And the more we start doing that, we're going to start finding that the simple one-size-fits-all notion, applying it not just to one country but to all countries, needs to be broken down quite dramatically if we want to make progress.
Ignite the spark, stitch up the ends, light up the dark, fight till the end.
I thought even I will not get addicted, but it becomes an addiction at the end of the day.
I don't want to smoke. If I had another substitute of smoking it, I would not smoke.
And once you've found those tools, and they may not be the same as everyone else's, but look for a tool that works for you, and basically continue to try. Never give up.
Fight till the end.
All right, so welcome to London in the United Kingdom with INNCO, and we're very happy to join CAPHRA and our friends in Asia and around the world, because I know people are watching this in many countries, including Norway, and all over the world. So we're all excited to be here. We're going to have a conversation
using an open conference concept that I've used in the past. We have a table. I'm the facilitator, so I'm Charles Gardner with INNCO. And we have 5 people at the table and 1 empty seat. So we'll start a conversation. I will randomly think of some question and see if we can get a conversation going. In my experience, this crowd has no problems speaking, and it's hard to shut them up. And but speak, and then at any point in time, anyone in the audience can come up and sit in the empty chair. When that happens, someone who's been at the table before needs to politely and respectfully get up and leave. And it's amazing how well that works, because we're all polite. And you know, inevitably somebody says, "Well, okay, I've said enough," and off we go. So so we can start. We can start. Frank, why did you make this journey all the way to London?
I make this journey all the way to London because my biggest concern is all the people who smoke today, and that makes me worry. It's even take my sleep away when I think about what the WHO are doing. My experience so far is that WHO is Philip Morris' best friend. They help Philip Morris sell more cigarettes to kill more people. And I would try to avoid that. That's why we had taken a trip from Norway to London to speak to WHO, to speak to the delegates at COP9. As you all know, we try to speak to the delegates from Norway that is participating at COP9. They listened to what we told them, but they didn't believe us. They were very polite. We had an hour conversation with them. We said our arguments, and they answered, "We don't believe you." And that scares me. That take my sleep away, actually. And yeah, that's why I'm here.
Okay, and tell us your full name and your organization, just so everyone knows.
My name is Frank. I stick to my first name because my second name is so crazy that no one would believe what it is. So I'm Frank, and I represent NDS, the consumer group from Norway. And we came down to London with 6 persons from our board and one of our members. So yeah, that's us.
Okay, great. Anybody want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. Okay, Richard Proen, and I represent Safer Nicotine Wiki. The reason I came here was basically to try and get the message across to the COP9 delegates that they need to take tobacco harm reduction seriously, and tobacco is killing 8 million people a year, and it doesn't need to be that way. We've got some pretty good solutions now with tobacco harm reduction, vaping, snus, heat not burn, and I just believe that we can make a real difference to people all around the world, even in low and middle income countries where the WHO are saying they should be banning tobacco harm reduction. That's just ridiculous. It's like has been said before, it's literally killing people. It's unbelievable. You wouldn't think that in the modern age such a thing could happen. Anyone else?
You're here.
Yeah, well, I'm here just because I think
Your name and your organization.
yeah, of course, Nina, and from Norway and representing NDS. I think the work that INNCO is doing is very fine. So I wanted to come to support the stuff that you're doing here now. Yeah. Just that.
Good.
And Claude Bamberger, I represent French VAPERS. And I came to London first to say how grateful we are to England, because a lot of people from the administrations, from the research here, have done a great work. The other thing is, when you watch the Eurobarometer, you've got two countries in Europe, extended Europe, that have twice the number of new ex-smokers, twice the success against tobacco smoking than the rest of Europe. And those two countries are the most tolerant around vaping. They work on
tolerant.
that. Tolerant.
Is that...
Yeah, because, for example, in France, vaping is accepted. We've got a lot of vape shops. We've got a lot of vapers and ex-vapers as well. We now have far more ex-smokers, ex-vapers than vapers. It's a continuum, and often people forget to count those who quit smoking then quit vaping. And that's the aim, just to help people quit
Have
smoking.
you seen a ranking of countries by their rates of smoking decline or increase? I've found that's very difficult to find.
Well, those figures I have to calculate them by myself, because
we think smoking is plummeting in Norway.
It is.
Yeah, right. And we know it has gone down. In Sweden.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's falling faster than average in France?
Oh yeah, it's falling like it didn't for the last 20 years.
It's accelerated.
Yeah, it's huge. Of course, we have the example, the grandparents of Sweden. We have the success of Norway. We have some other countries that are doing great. But we don't take indicators. We don't take figures correctly in the common used papers around how to reduce smoking. It's like how to reduce the number of cigarettes bought in shops. That's not an indicator. That's a relative proxy, not very interesting. The important thing is to see how people stop smoking.
And the other country where smoking rates in Europe are falling fastest is the UK.
Yeah,
it's
difficult to calculate exactly, but it's going down faster than France, at least, because other efforts already took place before.
The World Health Organization gives out awards for the countries that are most compliant with their recommendations. So Empower recommendations, FCTC recommendations. How different would it look if they gave out awards for countries that had the fastest rates of smoking decline?
Yeah. That's a tricky question.
And why don't they?
Why don't they? Yeah.
Japan would be there.
Of
because
course,
of heat
of
not
course.
burn or HTPs. Korea, yeah. So I think we'd see a very
UK
different.
Would probably be right up there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just from the amount of people I've seen myself. I'm not
Anecdotes.
on the mic,
Anecdotes. Oh, yeah.
just because of the amount of people I've seen myself switch from smoking to vaping. Most smokers out there, given the chance of a safer alternative, will switch. There are some hardened smokers who just like smoking, and
Right.
that's that. But given the opportunity of something 95% safer, or 95% at least safer, then most smokers will actually take the opportunity to give it a try at least. And the number of people I've seen switch from smoking to vaping is quite astounding. And we've not seen the uptick in youth vaping. There hasn't been any real uptake in vaping of non-smokers either. So all of this panic that seems to be going on at the moment, it seems to be completely unfounded. It's just FUD. Fear, uncertainty, doubt.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Did you want to name and...
My name is Trond Meyer. I'm chairman of NDS, Norwegian Union of Vapers. We are here to show COP9 and the WHO that vaping works with examples from UK. We also want to show our Norwegian Health Department that the proposed ban on flavors and the age limit, 25 years, is wrong. And yeah, that's why we pulled 6 people here to join you.
Okay, great, thank you. Claude, I interrupted you. Did you want to complete a thought? We'd have yes? Okay, so we have a question from Skip Murray. Now, who the heck is that? My dear Skip, we are so happy you're watching. And the question is simply, what was the turnout in London? I would, if anybody wants to correct me, but I'd say that by the time we had additional people coming through the day, probably at 25 or 30. So, and many of them are here in the room today. So it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here in London. This evening we have an event with a member of Parliament coming, a BBC commentator, and a reception. And Skip, an award will be given to the Safer Nicotine Wiki team for their contributions to the field of tobacco harm reduction. And I'll give it to this guy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say hi, Skip.
Hi, Skip.
Hi, Skip. Nice seeing you.
Hi, Skip. We love you.
Skip's our hero.
Jeez, that's a great. So Atakan has joined, and okay, Trond goes. Thank you for your contributions. What do you want to say?
Well, I just wanted to chip in on the notion of the indicators that Claude was talking about. And I'm Atakan Befritz. I'm from NNA Sweden and also have the honor to serve on the Secretariat for INNCO, Global INNCO. I think we've seen that for quite a long time. And I would argue that a lot of the blame for this actually is to be blamed on my country to begin with, because the indicators for what is effective and what isn't effective in terms of outcomes is something that we have studiously avoided doing at all for the past 35 years in Sweden. So there's no culture of what kind of questions should we be asking in our surveys. What are good proxies, indicators for outcomes? And we don't have that. We don't have any practice in doing it. So none of the other countries that are going about this now actually have anything to stand on, anything to go by in terms of an easy copy paste.
So you're saying that, for example, the Karolinska Institute has never sat down and tried to figure out what is the relative risk of snus versus smoking a cigarette?
No, I would say that's probably one of the worst problems that we have and that can be attributed to this, is that there is no real calculation or estimation of the relative risk of smoking and using snus.
There are some, right? There's the Australian study. Anyway, where we have these graphs where they're relative risks, but
Sure, there are, and if you use them, we sort of also end up with snus at 3.6%, something like that, of the risk of smoking, which then would mean we have 30-odd thousand zombies in Sweden, people that are actually dead, but just who aren't dead because they aren't dead.
Somebody should tell them.
Yes, roll over and go away. Exactly, but that's a real issue, and not having that pinpointed as well as possible is egregiously bad, according to me, because we started in the UK in 2015. I think the first one came, and they are fine-tuning where the needle goes for vaping. And it hasn't changed outside the range of at least 95%, likely much more, is what I've gotten since then. That needle we should have had in Sweden from circa 1985, and we should have fine-tuned that to perfection by now. And the only thing we say is we don't have enough science.
And public health is very, very conservative, especially when it comes to harms. And so one of the things that occurs to me is that if you just go back in history 30 years or so, you get back into the 1990s, and HIV/AIDS activists, in some ways, I mean, nicotine is a lot more benign than HIV/AIDS, right? Let's just state that. And they're different, but there are a lot of similarities. But I want to point out that one of the top items on the agenda for HIV/AIDS activists was changing the research priorities.
Yes.
We don't think very much about that. So there are research questions that actually we would like to know about the relative risks that aren't not being really asked, or about benefits as well that aren't being asked. They're just ignored.
Absolutely, and that is part and parcel of the problem, that we are also not really questioned, we that are experts as consumer laymen, experts in how to quit, what happened to us and what happened to our friends. We are not asked by scientists to join in, weigh in, and we have probably the best material in the world, from mainly Claude and some other notables. Did a fantastic job. We have 37,000 replies from consumers, of which 35,000 are in the EU, and that is material that is free to use. And I don't think we've had very many questions from science asking, can we use your raw data?
No, and we proposed them.
So what we think, how we feel, what we do, and what works just seems to be of absolutely no consequence whatsoever, except for here in the UK.
I will point out that HIV/AIDS activists actually succeeded in getting a voice in the setting of research priorities, having a seat at the table on research decision making in actually many high-income countries. One drug harm reduction person pointed out to me at the first GFN I went to that your problem is nicotine just isn't harmful enough to capture that much attention, which I always go back and think about. But they succeeded. I think that needs to be part of our priorities.
Agreed.
Changing research
priorities
is our priority.
Agreed.
But the problem is when we talk to politicians and civil servants, and what we always meet as an argue against us is it's the nicotine. We don't want to talk to you. We don't want anything to do with you. And you ask why? It's the nicotine. And they always compare the nicotine that's in their eyes tobacco.
Exactly.
We find that's the biggest problem we have, at least. They can't see the difference.
Take the thingy.
I'm not speaking.
I'm giving it to Frank. Oh.
Yeah. As I said, the biggest problem is that politicians don't see the difference between nicotine and tobacco. They when we try to say safer nicotine, they almost laugh at you and ask, what is safer nicotine? What are you talking about? Nicotine is tobacco, period.
Yes.
I found that very difficult and very problematic.
And you explain there are nicotine patches and
yeah. I mean,
nicotine gum.
Yeah. Let me say one thing about Norway and nicotine pouches. A company, I won't name the name, tried to start selling nicotine pouches in Norway a few years ago. And our government said, no, that's not allowed to sell. But if you put tobacco in it, then you are allowed to sell it. Because we have a law, I don't remember the exact year, but it was in the 70s. They said that in 1972, there is not allowed to get a new nicotine product into the market in Norway. So when they tried to start selling nicotine pouches, they said, no, but put nicotine in it, then you will be allowed to sell it.
Make it a homeopathic level of nicotine, diluted 10,000 times. That would work.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
Again, on that note, I think that has been a strategy working in different ways all around Europe and all around the world. So you have had most of the current producers of nicotine pouches have had versions of them that are mainly tobacco, a little bit of something else, mainly something else, and a little bit of tobacco, or then as now going all pure, extracting from tobacco fiber and injecting into wheat fiber or whatever else kind of plant fiber that you like, and then suddenly, you know, simsalabim, you've created something new. And I mean, we talked about that at GFN in 2016, and I think I referred to it as loophole surfing. And that is good for public health in terms of getting it into the market and allowing people, those who know, to switch, but not so very useful in terms of easing concerns from the regulators, from the nations, from the governments. And that's understandable. And that's a goal conflict that we have all the time, trying to get the product in because that's what companies do. And you have to have them in for people to be able to use them. But at the same time, if you then cut corners when you're doing that, that in itself creates a new set of problems that we also really don't need to have.
Everyone sitting at the table here is from a high-income country.
Yes.
What are the, I mean, just reflect on the possibilities of nicotine pouches and snus for low-income countries to help, you know, displace smoking.
I suppose that one.
I mean, I've spoken to several people from low and middle income countries. Joseph Mangaro, for one, Mogero, sorry, for one, and for them, e-cigs aren't really an option because they're too expensive. The cost of actually buying the gear out front is too much. But nicotine pouches are cheap to produce. They're easy to produce. They can be made locally. That could be a game changer.
That is one of the problems that I see with them. So just a minor addition, and I really hope there's a way for industry to come up with a solution to this problem, because that would be good. I would applaud that. To my knowledge, and I did this a few years ago with Carl Phillips from the US, looked at what could actually be made financially possible for every single person in the world who today can afford to use some form of toxic tobacco, right? And that would actually be basically cottage industry-sized production of snus made from real tobacco, which you could have cottage-sized, local, in the different, you know, perfectly adapted to the different palates and tastes all over the world, and that can be produced to price points that anyone who can afford to smoke can afford to use, and that's the only one. The pouches, the plants you need to, when you get up to scale, fine, then they are dirt cheap, but then you only have a few producers that are up to scale, and then they own or control that market, and there isn't very much budget pouches around the world as of yet. It's all pretty much premium, and I would imagine shareholders demanding of larger corporations that they should concentrate on those markets first in the LMIC. So, you know, Lahore, the bigger cities where you have huge populations of middle income people.
Yes.
But we're not going to see it trickle down to the poorest of the poor unless we make it dirt cheap and dirt simple, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I can see, and we've tried at Safer Nicotine Wiki to kind of take the benefits of nicotine and separate them from the harms of smoking. And we've got pages of information there on the possible benefits that nicotine. I mean, as somebody who's neurodiverse myself, I use nicotine to treat my symptoms, and there are lots of people who do the same thing. It's important that we kind of get away from the conflation of tobacco with nicotine. We need to separate the two somehow, and I don't know how we go about doing that. As others have said, it's really difficult to kind of get people to talk about nicotine without them thinking tobacco, and we need to do something about that. I don't know how we do.
Well, Judy Gibson from the INNCO Secretariat. Hi, Skip. Richard, you're absolutely right. And actually, it's exactly what Frank said, is this idea. And yet, actually, it's the idea of any form of addiction at all that's a problem. It's the word addiction as opposed to dependency. And so when you look at the people who are particularly anti-e-cigarettes, what they're saying is, you know, we are literally letting young people be a slave and an addict to nicotine. So in that sense, the problem isn't whether you call it tobacco or nicotine. You know, in that sense, it is the idea that it's so heinous that you would actually keep enjoying something in a reasonable quantity that is relatively harmless. That's not the point. The fact that you enjoy it and keep wanting to do it is the problem. Coffee is fine. Alcohol in moderation is absolutely fine.
Do you have any thoughts on the issue that Richard raised on neurodiversity and the argument that many smokers are self-medicating?
Well, I mean, I'm neurodiverse as well. I mean, I've had ADHD, well, presumably all my life, but, you know, I wasn't aware of it at the age of 1. But I think I've just got a little note here from Atagan. Not fun enough.
Nicotine.
It's not fun?
It's not fun enough.
Oh, no, you mean as opposed to like all going out to the pub and having a drink and saying, getting slashed.
Unfortunately, nicotine doesn't intoxicate.
No.
Right? It's a really lousy drug. Yeah.
In fact, you don't actually change. People.
Nicotine in and of itself is just as dangerous as smoking, and it's not even fun. So
no.
Poo on you for being such a bad person and costing the world lots of money. And
but
that's
okay,
logic.
Coming back to this point, are we talking enough about the kind of this concept of therapeutic nicotine?
No.
No, and I think no, we're not. And
violent agreement.
The fact that there are so many. I mean, people say, you know, there's a real problem and it is a problem, but you know that in psychiatric hospitals and mental health places, in prisons, where, as we know, at least 50% of the community, if not more, actually suffer from some form of neurodiversity. It could well be 70. And it's not that because they have a gene to be bad, or in fact they happen to have it. It's actually they smoke because it helps in some way. And nobody's put the two together because they say, well, no, that's just because of their sort of bad living or the fact that they have mental health problems, so they don't know the difference. I mean, it's scandalous.
It actually just occurred to me that many people watching English may not be their first language. So and this concept neurodiversity is relatively new for some English speakers too. So we're talking about adults who are living with attention deficit disorder, autism, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, Tourette's syndrome, a variety of mental health conditions that people can be very high functioning.
Perfectly high functioning and on a spectrum.
And and even sitting at this table and all of these conditions, people are smoking at much higher rates than the general population. This has been known for decades, and it's much harder for them to quit because nicotine helps them. Okay. And the idea that it just turns nicotine on its head. It's a demon drug because it's addictive or it's a therapeutic with a nicotine patch, for example, because most of the studies that show this are anyway. So
Yeah. I'm just agreeing with you, really. I sometimes do not, but on this occasion, I agree 100%. I would actually just like to say, because I was listening to the introductions as to why people came here and everything else, and the wonderful Norwegians, and I think I must say it isn't. I mean, we had 25, but to say we had 25 people when we're in a COVID situation with things rising all the time, there are a lot of people that didn't come simply because they couldn't, because they were with elderly relatives, or they had elderly relatives living, or because, frankly, or because the government, the UK government, didn't recognize the vaccine they had, or there was a visa problem. We would have had somebody from Thailand come. Asa would have come. We would have had people from Africa. And I'd just like to say thank you, as the member director for INNCO. Thank you so much for the people that did come, because I think it was a big give. And all those vaccinations, the second day tests and the filling in forms, they don't make it easy. I know. So I'd like to say thank you. That's my bit.
Yeah, agreed. And there were many, I don't need it actually, I have a clippy thing.
Okay.
There were many more people who wanted to come and either couldn't get the COVID test or the visa or the whatever. So if it wasn't for the pandemic, we would be a larger crowd. But I think we've done pretty well with the conditions. We all had to come in and get tested immediately after entry, and a lot of documentation because of the pandemic.
Just like to go back to the point about nicotine not being all bad. There's a couple of 100 studies, I think, on Safer Nicotine Wiki, our page on nicotine benefits, and somehow we need to hammer that home, that nicotine isn't all bad, that outside of tobacco smoking, it helps people, it makes people better, it makes them feel better, it makes them able to interact better. It certainly helps me to interact better with other people when I've got some nicotine in my system, because it treats the symptoms of my autism and ADHD, and it makes me able to focus and concentrate and actually lead a better life. Somehow we need to make that point more clearly.
I've been to that page. Which of you would like to go? I've been to that page of the Safer Nicotine Wiki, and I can recommend it highly to anyone who wants to take a look at and just do the search for nicotine benefits. And it's really quite astonishing. And it's not just the ADHD and autism and so on. It's also for Parkinson's disease. It's for rheumatoid arthritis, and it's like, it's a kind of in a way, it starts to look like a wonder drug the same way people claim cannabis is a wonder drug, right?
Yeah, but perhaps depending on the countries and the tobacco consumption background, we have different ideas of the benefits, because of course in countries where very few people smoke, especially in the young population, perhaps it's difficult to understand that new people could use nicotine. But for example, in France, basically vaping also reduced smoking in teens, and basically smoking in teens is so common. We are 25% of daily smokers at the end of high school, 25%, 50% of teens have smoked. So basically, talking about we must protect them from nicotine is we must protect tobacco, because half of them will use tobacco. And perhaps we could, that's basic logic, that if they just know that there is something else, if they know that there are condoms before the first time, if they know there are safer nicotine product. Of course, there is vaping, but not only. This could avoid the first 100 cigarettes. After 100 cigarettes, the statistics in the past, because there weren't a lot of alternatives, but people were going to smoke for the rest of their lives, in majority. Saying we can cut this 100 is also and should be one of the major targets in reducing smoking, reducing from the start, and then reducing the rest, because it won't work for everybody, and we see that in all solutions. It does not work for everybody. Let's add a new door out of smoking. The first one is not entering anyway, but there is also not entering smoking, which change a lot of things, and we observe that in which make the story, because that's a story of a plan to addict young people. What we see in the stats, it will be the worst marketing ever when you see how many teens try and how many continue. Basically, we are at less than 1% non-smokers in France, and after 10 years, and a general availability of vaping. And it's the same for the youth. There is no more, there is even less young people vaping, and 99.x% are ex-smokers already, because we forget that we have ex-smokers that are 15. It's huge.
Your point on the condoms, actually, maybe Rob wants to speak to it first. I think he had a hand up first. But your point on the condoms is interesting, because making them available to school children in the United States was a subject of a previous moral panic, because that would obviously cause teen sex. And it didn't. Oh my God. Yeah, it didn't. I mean, there is teen sex. I mean, that happens, but it didn't increase it. But the same arguments were made there. I think about in traditional tobacco control, there's this assumption that if a new product comes into the market, even if it's a safer product, that will just increase overall nicotine use and tobacco use. Whereas that's a failure to understand the product substitution. It's more like a zero-sum game, right? Like the assumption is, we have more variety of products, that's going to lead to more use, and it's not the case. Anyway, sorry, Rob.
Clinging into the gateway effect.
Oh my God, how long is that one going to hang on? How long is that going to hang on, Rob?
I will introduce myself. Rob de Lange, from ECVODA, the Dutch consumer organization. I hold a chair there, and I also have the distinct honor of serving as vice president for the governing board of INNCO. The problem, I think, stems from the fact that tobacco control has always come from sort of a moral high ground. They weren't about facts, they were about morals. And nicotine has been their scapegoat forever. And it worked for them. It really worked. And everyone, well, almost everyone in the general public thinks that nicotine is bad for you. Now we know, and we've known for a long time, that it isn't the case, because nicotine was prescribed in patches and gums and Longines, and somehow it magically became safe, except when used in tobacco. And now we've got an alternative, not based on tobacco, and now they've got a problem. Because now they've got to admit that, well, actually, maybe they choose the wrong scapegoat. And tell people who want control and who are empowered that they should come out and say, well, sorry, we got it wrong. It ain't never going to happen. So eventually, maybe they will look at it a bit different. But they never, in my opinion, will never own up to the fact that, well, maybe they got it a bit wrong.
In early 2018, the Food and Drug Administration in the United States was they announced that they were developing a public service announcement campaign that would inform the public that nicotine does not cause cancer, heart, or lung disease. It was part of Gottlieb's plan to shift to a zero or nearly zero nicotine combustible deadly cigarette, and then still have the e-cigarettes, and people would shift. Then the data came in from the National Youth Tobacco Survey, which by June of 2018, they knew the data and they decided that there was a teen vaping epidemic. So they canceled that plan. So it was a plan to correct gross misperceptions in the public and physicians, and they decided not to implement the plan. So think of the logic of that. Just ethically, how is that working out?
On a smaller scale in the Netherlands, we've got exactly the same problem. We've got a flavor ban hanging above our heads, and all the signs are on green that it will go through. We even now got the list of the 31 supposedly permitted chemicals, flavoring chemicals that can be used, and all the others can't be used. And that will come into legislation somewhere, probably before the end of this year. And what we...
Wait a moment. Let me ask a question about flavor. They say that they're going to ban flavors.
Yeah.
You're going to only have tobacco.
Yeah.
What is tobacco taste made of?
They actually...
Flavors?
They identified 31 flavor compounds. So the individual compounds that had something to do that were associated with the flavor of tobacco. And those 31 are the supposedly allowed flavorings. And they had 4 criteria to select. And I'll tell you, it's insane when you hear it, but it's true, and I can show you the documents. The flavoring compound had to be used in at least 0.5% of all liquids sold in the Netherlands, which were claimed to be a tobacco flavor. That was one of the criteria. And I see everybody shaking their, but yes, it's just insane. And there were a few other...
Can you produce a liquid with just one of those flavors or 3 of them and call it a tobacco flavor? I mean, you can call it anything, right? But whether it tastes actually like a stinky cigarette or not is a different matter, right?
And the compounds they now have on the list, and you can create liquids with them, and they would be considered tasting like tobacco liquids. There's no guideline on how much of each can be used and how many you can mix and match and whatever.
Yeah.
If I gave you guys sitting around the table, I put a bottle of tobacco flavor on the table, and I ask each one of you to smell it. I can guarantee you that you will tell me 5 different flavors. Some of you would say chocolate. I smell chocolate. I smell vanilla. So I ask, what is tobacco flavor?
Beats me. The strange thing is with this is that what it really boils down to, and I think we all as vapers and ex-smokers made that journey. The first thing we did when we switched to vaping, well, at least let's talk for myself. I searched for a tobacco flavor.
Me too.
I wanted something that tasted exactly like the cigarettes I was smoking.
Yes, but it
Yeah.
can't be
Did
done.
any of you find that one? Nobody did, because you're searching for the taste of burning tobacco, of the smoke out of burning tobacco. You're not after the taste of tobacco, because no one is chewing their cigarettes or well, doing other nasty things with them. They're lighting them and they're inhaling the smoke. So the taste of tobacco. And what is, you've got Virginia tobacco, Latakia tobacco. There are so many forms of tobacco. And a lot of tobaccos have flavors added to them.
Yeah,
of course.
Right.
To make it more palatable or
Now, one of the myths that used to be out there was that flavors, and that's, I always put it in quotation marks, so what they really mean by flavors is fruit or dessert or candy flavor, but the flavors are added to mask the harsh taste of nicotine.
Yeah.
That's rubbish. Nicotine doesn't taste of anything.
No.
Okay. But so there's an assumption there that the molecule nicotine itself has a tobacco flavor. And I wonder how, I haven't seen that argument made recently except in one place a couple of weeks ago, but specifically because I was searching for that particularly stupid statement. And so it's not so common anymore, but I wonder if it's still in the back of people's minds that nicotine must taste like tobacco.
Doesn't taste of anything. I will share the list. It's public now, so it can be shared. And the danger we see, and that's why I came here, representing the Dutch customers. If the Netherlands adopts the flavor ban, all the other European countries will follow suit, just like a game of dominoes.
Mm-hmm.
Spain is waiting, and some other countries are just waiting for us to come out and try it out. And if it succeeds, then they will do it. And the only narrative they've got, because we've fought them as hard as we could on every argument they had against nicotine and against vaping, and all the arguments were dead. And there's the one thing you know when they're up against the wall is when they begin complaining about the risk for children. It's always been the same with every campaign. It's the children. Oh my God, it's the children. In the Netherlands, 0.04% of the smokers who are 18 years younger are vaping, 0.4%. So we're protecting 0.04% of youth vaping, and we throw 20,000 deaths yearly of smokers under the bus. It's insane.
Smokers, but I insist also youth that will smoke. The thing we that is insane for me is when you have public health experts that you take in front of you lying, saying science is false when you've got decades of science. I talk to experts, nicotine from multiple continents. All of them told some elements. Some say that science as well. There are doubts on this effect or that effect or that positive or negative effect. But there are consensual things about nicotine that are certain, especially that it doesn't cause cancer. And when you get public health experts telling all the delegates of the COP that it causes cancer or it causes heart disease, which is totally false on scene, like a hard science, what do you think of their role in the global field of public health? What else is wrong? And when they say, let's protect the kids, at least in countries like France, where we've got a lot of teens smoking, and not only tobacco, because in France we have a gateway effect, but from cannabis with tobacco to smoking cigarettes. Basically, we are throwing those teens under the bus.
Yes,
Those teens that didn't smoke, if we let time, 25% of them will become daily smokers, and that's an issue. And what's proposed for the moment won't get to a level where 5% or 2% or whatever smoke. It's just not conceivable with the vectors, the data, the real indicators we have.
Quick word about the young and the children. We had a scientific a woman asking young kids about vaping, and she found out that the kids at 7 and 8 class degree, what you call it? Grade. They try vaping, and she asked them why, and they said it's cool. It's cool to make clouds. It's cool to make circle on the table. She asked them 2 years later, "Are you still vaping?" They said, "No, That's stupid. And it's expensive.
Hmm.
But did you use nicotine? No. No, we don't want nicotine. That's dangerous. We just want to have fun with it. But 2 years later, they all quit. At the same time, they checked how many young people in Norway are smoking. And it's 1.4% of the population between 16 and 24 are smoking. So let the young and the children smoke, but they have to stay away from the vape. That's dangerous. What's the sense?
There's an interesting comparison from a study a couple of years old now that compares the US and the UK and Canada, I believe. But just looking at the US and UK numbers, total teen nicotine use is almost identical.
Yeah.
And obviously the vaping rate at that time, this is two years ago, was higher. So in the US, the vaping rate was much higher and much lower in the UK. But the smoking rate among teens in the UK was 3 times higher than in the United States. And so you look at that picture, the same amount of nicotine. And by the way, there is new data now that shows that at least in the United States, the amount of nicotine consumed by teens is now less than half what it was 20 years ago. We're all in a panic about this new generation addicted to nicotine, and it's dropped by 55% actually.
Yeah.
But the smoking rate among teens in the UK is really...
That's one of the things I wanted to say was I'm really disappointed that more teens haven't tried vaping.
That would be illegal,
That
Richard.
would be illegal, of course, but rather than smoking. Because I live...
Which is also illegal.
Yes, yeah, that's illegal too. But when's that stop teens? If they want to get hold of something, they will. I mean, I live not too far from school, and it's on the route that the kids walk past, and I see far more of them smoking.
Cigarettes.
Yeah, actual cigarettes.
Wow.
Than I do vaping. You see the occasional one or two with an e-cig, but the vast majority of them are actually smoking. And if they're going to do something, it's much better off if they